For the sake of a promise made in their youth, the warrior Chun Nan chose to retreat into obscurity, running a car-wash business, only to discover that his former beloved had succumbed to the mundane world. Disheartened, Chun Nan found himself unexpectedly pursued by a beautiful CEO intent on marriage. The expansive Changbai Mountains stretch for miles, and the majestic peak of Mount Everest stands tall in the heavens. What secrets lie hidden within? Is the desolate desert truly barren? All of this awaits your revelation. Chapter 001. The young man who sacrifices himself to save others. Stop. Run any further, and he'll shoot. A deep voice suddenly pierced the cacophony of the bustling sidewalk. People turned to see several police officers in pursuit of a robust man clad in a black jacket. The officers were panting heavily, drenched in sweat, appearing quite disheveled. Regrettably, upon hearing the shouts, the man in black did not halt. Rather, he quickened his pace, scoffing at the absurdity of someone firing a gun in such a crowded area. Unfazed, he deftly maneuvered through the throngs of pedestrians, leaving a few unfortunate souls stumbling to the ground amidst a chorus of curses. The detectives were powerless, knowing well that the crowd of unsuspecting onlookers prevented them from using their firearms. They had already pursued the suspect for 4 city blocks, utterly exhausted, while the black-clad man seemed like a parkour expert, effortlessly distancing himself. As they approached a crosswalk, a gap in the road barriers appeared, and the suspect abruptly veered, darting across the street. At that moment, the traffic light turned green, and drivers slammed on their brakes, the screeching of tires echoing loudly as blue smoke billowed from beneath the cars, the acrid scent of burnt rubber saturating the air. Good grief, is he trying to get himself killed? Seriously, if he wants to die, he should find a tree to crash into. The drivers blared their horns, their frustrations palpable, unaware that the police were chasing a criminal. A collision with a pedestrian could lead to a myriad of complications, and their anger was entirely justified. Inside a yellow, older model Fukang sedan, Chun Nan watched the scene unfold, shaking his head in resignation. With 2 cars blocking his path, he had no choice but to shift gears and pull the handbrake, waiting for the man in black to pass before proceeding. The fugitive gestured for the drivers to stop, leaning against the car's hood while continuing to sprint forward. After running for so long, he was clearly fatigued, and the shopping mall ahead promised a larger crowd. If he could just blend in, he could escape. Just then, a black Santana 3000 suddenly opened its door, and a female officer leaped out, sprinting towards the felon. Wow, she's stunning. The moment she exited the vehicle, the female officer drew the attention of numerous admirers. Clad in a light blue shirt and a navy blue skirt with white accents, her figure was accentuated by a curvaceous waist and long, flawless legs that glimmered like jade. Her elegant physique, complemented by white high heels, made her the most captivating sight on the street. No, I bet it's 3040. The previously irate drivers were now spellbound, captivated by the enchanting scene, some gazing in admiration, others with lecherous intent, and a few even spurting blood from their noses. But then, a moment that would leave everyone reeling unfolded. With a swift motion, the officer kicked off her high heels, sending one flying directly onto the roof of a lecherous man's car. Unburdened, she transformed into a blue whirlwind, launching herself at the fugitive. What a lucky day! The lecher, blood streaming from his nose, quivered as he opened the sunroof, retrieving the high heel and inhaling its scent, a look of ecstasy washing over him, eliciting a collective gasp from the crowd. As the fugitive saw the officer approaching, he sprinted with all his might to evade her. However, she leaped, executing a flawless tackle that brought him crashing to the ground, pinning him with expert precision and swiftly snapping on handcuffs. Get up and behave yourself. The female officer hoisted the suspect to his feet. Despite his towering stature, she effortlessly subdued him, inciting genuine admiration from onlookers. Wow, the female officer is incredible. She's a real warrior. Applause erupted around her, as this scene, one typically reserved for cinematic portrayals, unfolded before their eyes. Both men and women were captivated by the officer's commanding presence and swift prowess, while the male admirers cheered in delight. A woman dressed in a cream-colored suit with her hair elegantly styled happened to be crossing the street, witnessing the spectacle of the officer kicking off her heels and subduing the fugitive. Her eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the display of such ferocity from a woman, surpassing even the bravest of heroines. The fugitive, unwilling to submit, attempted to struggle, but was swiftly kicked in the knee by the officer, bringing him crashing back to the ground. Thank you, Captain Yang. This kid can really run. He's clearly a parkour expert. If it weren't for Captain Yang, he would have escaped. Several detectives approached, greeting the female officer courteously. They were well aware of her capabilities during her time at the police academy. She was the champion of the women's combat team, serving as the head of the criminal investigation team in the Shanghai Police Department. She had been demoted to traffic duty after an incident where, in a fit of rage, she had crushed a criminal's testicles while apprehending him for the assault of a young girl. "Captain Yang, come back with us to the station. The guys are eager to see you." One officer expressed hopefulness. The female officer smiled sheepishly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a hint of embarrassment gracing her features. This simple gesture had an enchanting effect, leaving many admirers spellbound, including the detectives who found themselves momentarily captivated by the blend of her fierce demeanor and gentle allure. Strikingly poised, absolutely enchanting, magnificently dignified, the men voiced their admiration from the depths of their hearts, though they understood that such a woman was not easily won over. The officer lifted her head, regaining her assertive demeanor. "You can handle the criminal. I won't be returning to the investigation team. I'm merely a traffic officer for now." The detectives decided against pressing further, preparing to escort the captured criminal away. But just then, the situation took a dramatic turn. The black-clad man suddenly revealed a green, oval-shaped hand grenade from his other hand. In a swift motion, he brought the grenade to his mouth, biting down on the pin with a malevolent grin as it rolled from his grasp onto the ground. The incident unfolded so abruptly that the officers, though they noticed the grenade, were paralyzed with shock. The female officer stood frozen, her expression one of disbelief, clearly unaccustomed to such a dire scenario, unsure of how to respond. With the pin released and the handle loosened, the American grenade was set to explode within seconds. Surrounded by tightly packed vehicles and curious onlookers, should it detonate, the consequences would be catastrophic. The driver screamed, their previous bravado swiftly replaced by terror. In that crucial moment of life and death, a figure suddenly dove towards the grenade, skillfully catching it and rolling to pin it beneath his body. The responding officers quickly dropped to the ground, while the drivers held their breath, as time seemed to stand still. The crowd felt as though they could hear the ticking of the seconds, almost foreseeing the imminent chaos. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the grenade did not explode. In the astonished gazes of the bystanders, the young man rose, clutching the grenade, visibly trembling as if it could detonate at any moment. Dressed in simple Eteria blue shirt and faded jeans, with worn-out shoes, his angular face bore a hint of rugged charm. But his expression was tainted by fear, lending him an air of vulnerability. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, wary that the young man might, in his panic, hurl the grenade away. "Fear not, everyone, for I shall not throw it away. Let my sacrifice grant happiness to countless families." The young man, known as Chen Nan, had just disembarked from a vehicle, standing by the roadside to observe the unfolding chaos. Witnessing a criminal hurl a grenade while several police officers stood frozen in shock, he felt compelled to intervene and control the explosive device. With one hand gripping the grenade, Chen Nan's other hand trembled as he retrieved a pack of cheap cigarettes, priced at 2 yuan, from his jacket pocket, extracting one and placing it between his lips. True to his vocation as a detective, he exhibited remarkable professionalism. One brave officer, risking the imminent explosion, charged forward and struck the assailant's chin with the butt of his firearm. The criminal's mouth opened, revealing a bloodied pull ring that he spat out. Meanwhile, another officer jabbed a stun gun into the back of the thug, eliciting a violent spasm as sparks erupted. The assailant collapsed to the ground, and 2 officers swiftly subdued him, pinning his hands behind his back and dragging him away from Chen Nan, a potential threat. "I don't have a lighter. Could someone ignite this for me?" Chen Nan scanned the crowd and spotted a portly man standing by the roadside, clutching a female officer's high-heeled shoe and bleeding from his nose. "Brother, considering him about to meet my demise, could you spare a light for my cigarette?" "Why?" Though the rotund man attempted a smile, it was more pitiable than anything else. As Chen Nan approached, he yelled in terror, "Please, don't come any closer." His eyes rolled back, and he fainted, blood gushing from his nose. "What the hell? I'm merely offering my life for the greater good, and here you are acting as if I'm about to assault you." Chen Nan exclaimed in exasperation, redirecting his attention. The onlookers scoffed, musing among themselves about the folly of brandishing an unpredictable grenade. Should it detonate, it would not merely be Chen Nan's sacrifice, but a calamity for all present, including those in luxury vehicles. As Chen Nan turned, he fortuitously spotted a woman in a cream-colored suit across the street. She possessed exquisite features, her eyes like autumn waters, brows elegantly arched like distant mountains. Adorned in black lace stockings and crystal-heeled shoes, her graceful figure formed an enchanting curve, standing tall and proud with an extraordinary poise. Despite the abrupt turn of events, she maintained her composure. A hint of melancholy lingered in the woman's expression, yet it was accompanied by an air of dignified nobility and ethereal grace, akin to a crane amidst a flock of chickens. The crowd around her seemed to orbit her, as if she were the sun surrounded by stars. Chun Nan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he adopted a pitiful demeanor, grinning sheepishly. "Beautiful lady, you've seen my predicament. I am on the brink of death. Could you not show me some compassion? Compassion for you?" The lady gazed at him in confusion, clearly taken aback. Though she maintained an outward calm, her heart raced with anxiety, held in check by her haughty nature, which prevented any outward display of panic. Chun Nan persisted in his pitiable act. "Fair maiden, I am about to perish, yet I have yet to find a wife. Would you consider being my bride?" The aloof lady scoffed at his proposal, but recognizing the gravity of his situation, she refrained from outright rejection, turning her face away. Her expression of indignation only served to heighten his intrigue. Chapter 002. The Grenade. Chun Nan stepped forward, intending to seize the moment and perhaps acquire a stunning beauty as a wife. However, he was interrupted by a sharp reprimand from the female officer. "Stop pretending. You are gripping the grenade's handle. How could it possibly explode?" Although Yang Li was well-versed in the structure of grenades, her lack of battlefield experience rendered her momentarily bewildered by the sudden situation. It was only now that she realized the grenade was under the young man's control, prompting her to intervene and prevent Chun Nan from continuing to flirt with the beauty. With a feigned innocence, Chun Nan spread his hands and remarked, "Officer, I'd rather dismantle 10 temples than ruin a single romance. Aren't you just hindering my quest for a wife? Forget about finding a wife. With your reckless antics, you might genuinely set it off. Keep your grip tight." Yang Li retorted, turning to a detective nearby, instructing, "Notify the bomb disposal team at the city bureau and evacuate the crowd immediately. Hurry." Only then did the onlookers comprehend that the young man was holding the grenade securely, and it posed no threat of explosion. They realized he had merely been engaging in playful antics. Nonetheless, gratitude washed over the crowd. Had he not appeared, who knows how many lives might have been lost. The atmosphere lightened considerably due to his humorous demeanor. Upon learning the grenade was safe, the beautiful woman turned her gaze toward Chun Nan. Compared to before, her icy visage now bore an air of authority, her dignified and pure aura captivating many. "Mother Dragon, you're ruining my chances of finding a wife," Chun Nan muttered, raising the hand that held the grenade to assure everyone that it was indeed secure and would not detonate, thus alleviating their concerns. "Who are you calling a mother dragon?" Although Chun Nan's voice was soft, it reached Yang Li's ears clearly, igniting her fury as she glared at him with hands on her hips. "You! What kind of woman would run barefoot in the street and still expect to be married? I wouldn't even consider you if you begged me." Chun Nan feigned fear, taking 2 steps back. "Who do you think you are? Even if I never marry, I would never marry you." Yang Li put out the lifted hatchin, exuding an air of self-assuredness that was undeniably charming and graceful. Yet, Chun Nan, oblivious to her allure, looked up to the sky and scoffed, "Humph. Even if you wanted to marry me, I wouldn't accept. You scoundrel." The female officer raised her leg to kick Chun Nan. He brandished the grenade toward her, warning, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I might blow you up, you mother dragon." Just when everyone thought he was done with the threats, he took a deep breath and repeated the term, causing Yang Li to nearly lose her composure. However, recognizing the grenade in his hand, she refrained from acting rashly, instructing 2 officers to maintain vigilance, then angrily returned to her Santana 3000 to put on her shoes. The beautiful woman, amused by Chun Nan's antics, stood at a distance, propping her chin on her hand, her frown seemingly lifted. As the criminals were escorted away, traffic officers and patrol officers arrived, dispersing the crowd and restoring order to the streets. Chun Nan contemplated taking the grenade to his car, but a police officer, fearing he might lose his grip on it, took the keys and parked his vehicle at the roadside. This suited Chun Nan perfectly, if he could drive while holding the grenade with one hand. It would only make him appear too composed, rendering his earlier actions futile and potentially drawing unwanted attention from the police, which he wished to avoid. A perimeter was established in the square in front of the mall, surrounded by onlookers and reporters drawn by the commotion, all gazing at the center of the cordoned-off area where Chun Nan stood, gripping the grenade alone. 10 minutes later, the bomb disposal team arrived. The team leader approached Yang Li and inquired, "Captain Yang, what happened?" Yang Li pointed at Chun Nan in the center of the perimeter, stating, "A beautiful M67 grenade. The safety pin is gone, and it's in the hands of this reckless young man." Understood. The team leader immediately organized the team. Four members clad in heavy blue bomb suits and full-face helmets drove into the secure area and unloaded a massive steel cylinder, the container for destroying explosives. Designed to withstand shockwaves, the bomb disposal team inspected the grenade in Chun Nan's grasp, and one officer sternly informed him, "This device will detonate if you let go. It has a delay of no more than 4 seconds. Once it's in the container, you must retreat swiftly." Chun Nan raised the grenade, causing a wave of tension to ripple through the crowd. Undeterred, he smiled and asked, "Officer, will you throw it or shall I?" The bomb disposal officer stepped back cautiously, replying, "Young man, you must throw it yourself. Remember, be quick, and after you toss it, immediately drop to the ground." The officer even demonstrated the action dramatically. As the command to throw the grenade was given, the crowd instinctively stepped back, with the women covering their ears. Even Yang Li displayed a hint of anxiety. Despite their quarrels, she genuinely feared for Chun Nan's safety. After hearing the officer's instructions, Chun Nan chuckled, "Got it. You all step back. Let me be the sacrifice for the happiness of countless others." With that, he strode confidently toward the steel container in the square. His resolute steps and solitary figure embodying an unyielding spirit reminiscent of a revolutionary martyr facing certain peril. Approaching the container, he accurately tossed the grenade inside from a few meters away and turned to leave, casually lighting a cigarette, his demeanor calm and composed, devoid of the earlier panic. "Kid, drop to the ground," the bomb disposal officer shouted, his face etched with tension. Chun Nan paid him no mind, continuing to stride forward, the sunset casting a golden hue around him, his tall yet not overly imposing silhouette growing ever more majestic in the eyes of the onlookers. Countless women were captivated, their gazes fixated on his solitary figure, their faces alight with fervor and admiration. At that moment, Chun Nan was oblivious to everything outside. Before him lay a sea of corpses, and he was charging into the smoky battlefield, bathed in the blood-red sunset alongside his brothers. Boom! The grenade detonated, a fiery explosion erupting from the container, with shrapnel primarily ricocheting off the inner walls and the rest directed upward, causing no harm to anyone. As Chun Nan regained his composure, he hurriedly moved toward the periphery to avoid being cornered. However, he was soon surrounded by a swarm of reporters, their cameras clicking incessantly. "Sir, may I ask your name? Why did you grab the grenade? Aren't you afraid of dying? How do you know so much about the grenade structure?" The microphones closed in like branches in a thicket, reporters eager to interview the hero who had caught the grenade with his bare hands. "I'm sorry, but I do not accept interviews." Chun Nan waved his hand dismissively, effortlessly parting the crowd as he walked away, his expression almost indifferent. The reporters exchanged glances, perplexed. Under normal circumstances, this was a golden opportunity for fame and recognition. Once on television, he would be hailed a hero, an accolade many sought after. Why would he choose to shun such an opportunity? "Hello, sir. I am Chin Wanru, the host of the Today's Focus segment at the city television station. May I ask you a question?" A delicate white arm stretched out, and a melodious voice spoke in standard Mandarin. Chun Nan looked up to see a graceful and refined face, with soft, black hair cascading down her figure, accentuating her elegant neckline. The low-cut V-neck revealed a hint of her fair skin, making her stand out amidst the throng of reporters like a graceful white swan among a flock of ugly ducklings. Although Today's Focus was not the most popular program on High Television, it garnered significant attention thanks to the presence of the exquisite Chin Wanru, who had earned the title of the station's top flower and was undeniably a youthful idol in the realm of broadcasting. Chin Wanru wore a radiant smile, her beautiful visage exuding an air of formidable confidence. How many celebrated figures, often elusive to others, found themselves bested in her presence. Observing the attire of the youth before her, she deemed him merely a nobody, utterly convinced that Chun Nan could not possibly resist her allure. "I've already stated, I shall not grant an interview." Chun Nan swiftly circumvented Chin Wanru and made his way toward the exit. The dazzling smile of Chin Wanru froze upon her face. She had not anticipated encountering a man who would regard her beauty with such indifference, nor was she prepared for such a clean and decisive rejection. "You little brat. Quite audacious, aren't you? To refuse an interview with the illustrious Chin? That's not something just anyone could achieve." Turning back, Chun Nan caught sight of Yang Li approaching him, his brows arching in surprise as his previously indifferent expression morphed into a roguish grin. I say, officer, why are you following me? You aren't truly contemplating marrying me, are you? I've already expressed my lack of interest in matriarchal dragons. Don't pin that on me. I am the matriarchal dragon, and you are the patriarchal dragon. Yang Li retorted, but immediately regretted her words, realizing that matriarchal and patriarchal dragons were indeed a pair. A rare blush crept onto her cheeks. Chen Nan halted, gazing intently at Yang Li. I say, officer, it appears you have indeed latched onto me. Why must you insist on pairing up with me? Surely, you wouldn't be so resolute as to declare you'll marry no one else? Stop being so vain. Yang Li shot back, her eyes narrowing in playful reproach. Now, tell me, why are you so familiar with grenades? Are you a robber? A smuggler? Enough! I say, Officer Yang, if you keep this up, I might just become a habitual offender, or worse. A laugh escaped Yang Li, her demeanor lightening as she adjusted a stray lock of hair, tilting her chin with playful defiance. Since you insist, do enlighten me about yourself. What precisely do you do? What is there to say? I'm merely a retired soldier. Who else, like you, could have been a police officer for years and not even recognize a grenade? Yang Li found herself at a loss for words, suddenly placing her hands on her hips, adopting a rather imperious tone. Well, if I don't recognize it, what of it? Chapter 003. The Bentley before the car, wash upon witnessing the spirited policewoman suddenly adopt a fierce demeanor, Chun Nan found himself momentarily stunned. The two exchanged glances, each daring the other to blink first. After a brief moment, Chun Nan suddenly broke into a charming smile and leaned closer to the officer, whispering, Officer, I believe the 21st century is not suited for you. You ought to return to the Cretaceous period. With that, a knowing smile played on his lips as he swiftly turned and hopped into a compact car. As the road ahead cleared, the agile vehicle merged seamlessly into the traffic and vanished from sight. Not suited for me? Return to the Cretaceous period? Why would I want to do that? Yang Li murmuret, momentarily perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, realization struck her. Wasn't the Cretaceous the age of dinosaurs? His implication, oh dear. I am still the matriarchal dragon. You scoundrel. Yang Li's eyes widened in fury as she sought Chun Nan to settle the score, but upon looking around, she found no trace of him, not even of that little car. Scoundrel, you had better not fall into my hands, or I shall personally apprehend you. Yang Li ground her teeth in frustration, stamping her foot angrily, her police skirt swaying as she marched toward her patrol car. Inside the compact car, Chun Nan patted his chest in relief, narrowly escaping entanglement with that girl. Engaging in such antics was a last resort. He couldn't simply stand by and do nothing in front of the police. His mischief was merely a smokescreen to confuse them, as Yang Li's temperament would undoubtedly lead her to dig deeper. The notion of marrying was entirely ridiculous. The compact car stopped in front of a modest car wash. Chun Nan opened the trunk and retrieved 2 containers of car wash liquid, striding toward the shop. A lean young man, with a towel draped over his shoulder, greeted him with a smile. Nango, President Liu has been waiting for you. She is eager for you to wash her car. Mao Tu, tell Sister Meiyan to hold on. I'll be there shortly. All right. A knowing smile flickered across Mao Tu's face as he dashed toward a luxurious car where a woman awaited. Chun Nan placed the car wash liquid down, removed his shirt to reveal only a tank top, and grabbed a cleaning cloth from the workbench, heading toward a striking red Bentley parked at the wash station. This was no ordinary vehicle. It was a rare Bentley Mulsanne 728, a globally limited edition. This British car epitomized the regal aura of the British monarchy, with only 3 produced annually worldwide, retailing for over 12 million in Huaxia. To drive such a car casually without a fortune of several billion was sheer folly. Chun Nan's car wash, in essence, was a simple setup, equipped solely for washing and repairing tires, with little room for anything else. The washing was conducted in front of the shop, as the location was adjacent to a shantytown, making the rent affordable and conveniently close to his residence. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Sister Meiyan. Chun Nan greeted a sophisticated woman standing beside the Bentley. Glad you're back. At least I didn't wait in vain. The woman smiled warmly at Chun Nan, her demeanor a blend of elegance and allure. Although he was no stranger to such charm, he found himself momentarily captivated, quickly regaining his composure and focusing on cleaning the car. His posture appeared somewhat hunched, his expression weary, contrasting sharply with the robust figure he had just displayed moments earlier. At 25 years of age, he could easily be mistaken for 30. While the modest car wash typically attracted numerous customers, mostly driving vehicles priced below $200,000, the sight of this luxury Bentley drew many curious gazes. In the presence of such a radiant and refined woman, even the luxury car seemed to play a supporting role. Dressed in a cream-colored bodycon dress, the woman's complexion was flawless, her features exquisite. Her figure was curvaceous, with skin as fair as snow. Standing there, she exuded both allure and grace, an elegance that was a rarity in such a location, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Yet, the woman seemed oblivious to the stares. Her arms crossed as she watched Chun Nan meticulously clean the car. Her eyes occasionally wandered to his sun-kissed muscles, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if she were thoroughly enjoying the moment. "Sister Mayen, the car is all cleaned." Chun Nan casually draped the cleaning cloth over his shoulder, producing a cheap cigarette to light up, casting a smile toward the woman. Lu Mayen retrieved her wallet from her handbag, producing a 100 yuan note to hand to Chun Nan. If anyone were to stand nearby, they would notice her wallet filled with platinum cards and VIP passes, with only this one bill of cash. Chun Nan accepted the bill without hesitation. "Sister, want you stay a while longer?" "No, I wouldn't want to impose." Lu Mayen replied succinctly, climbing into the Bentley. Lowering the window, she flashed Chun Nan a captivating smile, the beauty of both the woman and the car creating a stunning tableau, further enhancing her noble elegance. The radiant beauty left all onlookers spellbound, as if witnessing such an exquisite woman was a rare privilege. Many found their spirits lifted as the Bentley drove away, their gazes lingering long after its departure. "President Liu is only here to support you. Nango, you should marry her." Mao Tu chimed in, grinning. Mao Tu was an orphan whom Chun Nan had rescued after he was beaten on the streets, and he often helped out at the shop. "Looking for a beating?" Chun Nan playfully smacked Mao Tu on the back, who laughed as he darted off to clean another vehicle. Lu Mayen frequently visited the car wash, and though Chun Nan typically charged 15 yuan for a wash, she insisted on giving him 100. He refused, warning her that if she continued, she would no longer be welcome. Eventually, Lu Mayen requested that Chun Nan personally wash her car, asserting that as the boss, he deserved to be compensated appropriately for the extra effort involved. In truth, Chun Nan was acutely aware that such luxury vehicles typically required specialized automotive maintenance facilities. Washing them here would only lead to damage. However, Lu Mayen's insistence left him in a position of helplessness. Including Chun Nan, there were 3 individuals engaged in the car cleaning, along with an unemployed worker, Lao Shun. Chun Nan usually treated them well, which motivated them to work diligently. And even in his absence, no one would slack off. Just as Lu Mayen departed, a group of 6 or 7 young men, resembling delinquents and smoking cigarettes, swayed towards them. The tallest among them, Cui Hualiang, exhaled a puff of smoke and, with a smirk, remarked, "Brother Nan, you must have made quite a bit today, right? Isn't it time to pay the protection fee?" Chun Nan furrowed his brow and replied, "Cui Hualiang, didn't I just pay the protection fee at the beginning of the month? Come on, did you not relieve yourself yesterday, and today it's any different? Are you telling me you had breakfast and want to eat again until dinner?" Cui Hualiang shot a sideways glance at Chun Nan, exuding an air of superiority. "You all lack reason," shouted a nearby worker, Mao Tu, unable to contain himself. "Reason?" Cui Hualiang scoffed. "My fist is the reason. The Detang Society is the reason. You can refuse to pay the protection fee, but if you let that girl Qiuhong be my girlfriend, I promise not to bother you again, and only collect the fee once." Lao Shun's face twitched in response. Shun Qiuhong was his daughter, who had just graduated from university this year and was awaiting job placement. Once, while helping at the shop, she caught Cui Hualiang's eye, leading to his unwelcome advances. As a result, Shun Qiuhong had become fearful of returning to the shop, and Cui Hualiang had started to collect protection fees in her absence. Mao Tu wanted to argue further, but Chun Nan restrained him and, turning around in silence, returned to the shop to retrieve 1,000 yuan, handing it to Cui Hualiang. "Fine, at least you know to cooperate. Otherwise, I would have smashed your shop." Cui Hualiang waved dismissively as his entourage cursed and left. "Brother Nan, let us report this to the police," Mao Tu suggested. Chun Nan waved his hand, dismissing the notion. Such matters were futile. Whether or not they could be apprehended was debatable. Even if they were arrested today, they would be back out tomorrow, escalating their harassment, especially since they were backed by the largest gang in the East District of Huhai. "Xiao Chen, I'm the one causing you trouble. Perhaps I should resign. If I leave, maybe they won't come around anymore. Lao Shen expressed gloomily. Ha! Chen Nan laughed. Uncle Shun, even if you resign, they will still trouble you. It has nothing to do with you. It's getting late. Let us all rest. Lao Shen remained silent. After all, his family depended on this job. He could not bear to leave, especially since without Chen Nan's support, his daughter would not have been able to afford university. The group gathered the equipment, and Chen Nan said, Mao Tu, if you're scared, you can go stay at my place. There is no need to watch the shop. Damn, am I afraid of them? Mao Tu spat. I fought my way up from the streets. Why would I care about a few small-time punks? Good lad. You got spirit. Chen Nan patted his shoulder without saying more and turned to drive back to his residence. His home was a small courtyard in a shanty town, consisting of a passage, a bathing area, and a bedroom. Fortunately, the entrance was relatively spacious, allowing his compact vehicle to park directly inside the yard. After a simple dinner, Chen Nan stepped into the bathing area for a shower, changed into casual pants and a beige shirt, and, leaving the car behind, walked westward towards an opulent nightclub. Chapter 004. The woman before the nightclub leaning against a tree trunk, Chen Nan lit a cigarette, silently observing the entrance of the nightclub. The night had fallen, and the autumn breeze was slightly chilly. The streets were illuminated by dazzling lights, with neon signs flickering at the nightclub's entrance. Well-dressed men and alluring women entered the establishment in search of excitement, while Chen Nan's solitary, resolute face remained obscured in the shadows, only revealed in fleeting moments of light from the burning cigarette, his expression dark and foreboding. Before long, a taxi pulled up at the nightclub's entrance, and a heavily made-up woman alighted from the vehicle. She was statuesque, with cascading purple waves framing her face. The heavy makeup rendered her delicate features somewhat bewitching, while her lips, painted a vivid crimson, resembled fresh blood. The seductive woman adeptly exchanged pleasantries with the security guard, playfully teasing the young officer before sauntering into the nightclub with an air of confidence. Upon seeing her, Chen Nan instinctively took a couple of steps forward but came to an abrupt halt, his expression frozen, akin to iron. A moment later, he closed his eyes and exhaled a heavy sigh. The night breeze rustled through his clothing, creating a haunting melody of solitude. He stood there for an entire hour, motionless like a pillar of stone in the shadows. An hour later, the alluring woman emerged from the nightclub, leaning against a portly middle-aged man, laughing flirtatiously as they made their way to a Cadillac. Little minx, can't wait anymore, can you? The man said, caressing her as he leaned in to kiss her cheek. Well, if I can't wait, what is it to you? I'm waiting for Master Chan to satisfy me. You better not pull out halfway. The woman replied with a light laugh, snuggling closer to him. The woman's seductive demeanor rendered the man momentarily weak, and as he embraced her, he discreetly slipped a pill into his mouth, his face instantly lighting up with newfound confidence. Little minx, I guarantee you'll be well taken care of tonight. Uncertain if it was intentional or merely coincidental, the enchanting woman abruptly turned, her gaze locking onto Chen Nan's concealed position, revealing a stunningly beautiful yet strikingly captivating face. Moments latte. She was swept into the back seat of the car by the man, and the Cadillac sped away, its headlights piercing the night. Chen Nan stared blankly in the direction they had vanished, oblivious to the cigarette burning down to his fingers, his eyes suddenly bloodshot and a fierce aura engulfing him. This woman was Yao Qing Shui, his childhood companion, who had once followed him around calling him Brother Nan. During their school days, he often endured beatings to protect her. When she was 17, Yao Qing Shui was accepted into a prestigious university, while Chen Nan, for various reasons, had to drop out. On the day she left for school, he personally escorted her to the train station. Just before the train departed, Yao Qing Shui leaned out of the window and called out, Brother Nan, wait for me to graduate and marry me. You must come riding a white horse to pick me up. And with that, the train pulled away, her delicate face forever etched in his memory, transforming into an indelible and painful reminder. It was that very promise that drove 17-year-old Chen Nan to obtain a travel visa through a labor agency and embark on a perilous journey to North Africa, sustaining himself for 7 years, ultimately returning to Huhai, fueled by her words. 7 years later, he encountered Yao Qing Shui again in a dimly lit room, where she uttered a phrase that, although cliché, rang true. 800. Since you're a familiar face, I'll only charge you 500. Qing Shui, come with me. I'll take care of you. Chen Nan proposed. We're not cut from the same cloth. What I desire, you cannot provide. Yao Qing Shui replied, turning away, and soon after, she was seen embracing a man well over 50, departing leisurely. Reflecting on these memories, Chen Nan's hands trembled, his eyes ablaze with fury. Suddenly, he crushed the burning cigarette but in his hand and turned sharply toward a nearby bar. Inside, soft music played, while pairs of lecherous eyes surveyed the women, seeking their next targets. The women, holding highball glasses, pretended to be reserved, yet they unabashedly exuded their allure, releasing potent pheromones that captivated the men around them. Scattered throughout the bar, couples embraced in corners, lost in their own worlds. Chen Nan exhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Just as he found an empty seat, a striking girl in a red mini dress, adorned with fishnet stockings, approached him. She was beautiful, with a proud figure, and her fair arms glimmered softly under the dim lights. Her low neckline revealed a radiant expanse of skin, while the glimpses of her alluring flesh through the fishnet only intensified the fervor of the men around her. The woman can be likened to a passionate and exuberant rose, awaiting a man to pluck her and lift her short skirt. "Handsome, would you mind sharing a drink with me?" The girl seated herself directly beside Chen Nan, snapping her fingers to summon the bartender to bring 2 bottles of Carlsberg. She handed one to Chen Nan, flashing a seductive smile and inquiring, "Have you experienced heartbreak? Feeling down? Is it heartbreak?" "I suppose so," Chen Nan replied with a bitter smile, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards a young lady at the adjacent table. A moment of surprise washed over him as he recognized her. She was the enchanting beauty he had encountered during the egg-catching incident, though now she sported long, flowing hair that made her appear younger, causing him momentarily not to recognize her. Clad in a flowing white gown, her flawless skin and delicate features glowed with a rosy hue from the alcohol, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. She sat there like a peony blooming in the dark of night, exuding elegance and nobility. While the nightclub was not devoid of stunning individuals, everyone else paled in comparison to her captivating beauty, which shone like a luminous pearl in the darkness. A bottle of royal salute rested before her. She raised her goblet high and drank, perhaps finding the taste of the liquor disagreeable, as she slightly furrowed her brows, her delicate charm accentuating her regal demeanor, drawing the gaze of many men. The girl waved her soft, fair hand in front of him and teased, "Handsome, she is not right for you. We are kindred spirits. I just broke up with my boyfriend. How about treating me to a drink? Why did he break up with you? How many men have you been with before him?" Chen Nan took the drink, but did not sip it, gently placing it on the table as he spoke with a stoic expression. "You can tell all that? Indeed, I had a few men before him, but once I was with him, I cut off all ties with others. So who are you speaking with now?" Chen Nan's gaze unabashedly traversed the girl's low-cut neckline, sweeping over her alabaster skin. "Handsome, let me finish," she playfully protested, leaning ever so slightly closer to him, a hint of melancholy in her voice. "Honestly, this man is quite a cad. He has a mediocre job and a meager salary, but the one thing that captivated me was his prowess in bed. He always left me feeling as light as a feather." At this, the girl wore a contemplative expression and leaned closer to Chen Nan, whispering with a warm breath, "You have no idea. Sometimes his abilities were so overwhelming that I couldn't even handle it." Chen Nan dismissed her remarks, and she continued, "I put up with him for that reason, ignoring his unattractiveness and supporting him, but later I discovered that he actually had a wife in another city. I could no longer endure it. No longer able to endure. No need to endure any further. Let's break up," Chen Nan stated flatly. "I want to break up, but his skills are simply too remarkable for me to let go. In the early years, I foolishly gave my first time to someone else, and afterward, I dated a few more men, none lasting more than 10 minutes, the worst lasting only 3 seconds. Only he was enduring and left me unwilling to part. Then let us share a drink to commemorate the breakup and have one last fling before parting ways." Chen Nan glanced at the lovely lady beside him, who seemed to glance back at him, her eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation. Chapter 005. Madman. Neurotic. The girl in the red dress was oblivious to Chen Nan's expression, continuing her incessant chatter. "We drank, and I had my farewell fling just 3 days ago. You wouldn't believe it. We were wild together, to the point that I could barely walk the next morning. My legs felt like jelly, and I couldn't even make it to class." "What? Did your farewell fling turn into a fond farewell? Are you now reluctant to part with him?" Chen Nan extended his hand, nonchalantly. The girl trembled slightly, instinctively leaning closer to him, whispering in his ear, "Sigh. Now that it's over, I truly wonder who can satisfy me in the future." "Handsome, can you?" I've heard that men with wide brows are well endowed, just like us women. Those with narrow gaps are tight as can be, just like me, he. If you're interested, you could test it out. Chun Nan glanced at the narrow space between her delicately arched brows, finding her claim intriguing. Meanwhile, the nearby beauty, having overheard, furrowed her brows slightly and drained her drink, displaying a hint of distaste. The girl in the red dress, with a sultry gaze, asked, "Handsome, can you satisfy me?" "I can satisfy you. But what about your mother?" "How rude. You have no decorum." The girl pouted, playfully pushing away his hand that was inching toward a sensitive area. Laughing, "Handsome, what do you do for a living?" "I'm a car washer." "The boss of the car wash, I presume?" The girl chuckled lightly, her small hand playfully brushing against Chun Nan's palm, her breath warm as she coaxed, "Handsome, treat me to a drink, and if you get me tipsy, I'll be yours for the night." Chun Nan shook the Carlsberg in front of him, replying, "But I already have this drink. Let us enjoy it." "This drink lacks flavor. Before anything else, we need something more exhilarating." Without waiting for Chun Nan to respond, she called out to a nearby waiter, "Bring me a bottle of Prestige." "Thank you." Chun Nan, maintaining his composure, slid his hand towards the girl in red, causing her body to tense momentarily and shudder. But she held back as the waiter approached with the drink. The expression of the beauty at the adjacent table grew increasingly disdainful. For reasons unknown, Chun Nan found a sense of vindication in her displeasure, and the thought of the alluring beauty within reach filled him with exhilaration. "Thank you for treating me to a drink," Chun Nan said nonchalantly as the waiter delivered the drinks. "What did you say?" The girl widened her eyes, pulling his hand away. "I said thank you for treating me to a drink. As long as you make me happy, I assure you'll enjoy yourself too." Chun Nan glanced at the Prestige whiskey, exuding confidence. "Are you out of your mind?" The girl stood abruptly. "You want to sleep with me, but expect me to pay? I've never encountered such a man." Her voice was loud, attracting the scornful gazes of those nearby. "It's not that I want to sleep with you. It's that you want to sleep with me, so you should pay." Chun Nan feigned innocence. "What do you mean by that?" The girl was now furious, hands on her hips, glaring at him. "Because you want to sleep with me, you're paying. It's that simple." "You." The girl was seething, her hair flipping as she ground her teeth. "This is so degrading. Are you even a man? You want to pick up girls without money? I've never met someone like you." Unfazed, Chun Nan casually tossed a stack of cash onto the tray and snapped his fingers. "Waiter, bring me a bottle of Martell XO, but just one glass. I'll be drinking alone." The crowd was taken aback, murmurs of disbelief filling the air. "Very well, sir. Please hold on." The waiter, momentarily stunned, quickly rushed to the bar to fetch the drink. The girl was similarly taken aback, her anger boiling over as she glared at Chun Nan. "Are you toying with me? I'm not interested in a scammer like you. Just leave and don't waste my time." Chun Nan replied lazily. "You're the scammer and neurotic. With your looks, you think you can pick up girls? Dream on." The girl, her confidence wavering slightly, shot him a fierce glare before walking away awkwardly. Chun Nan sipped his drink, casting his gaze toward the lovely lady, who was his true target. At that moment, the beauty appeared slightly unwell, rising unsteadily to head toward the restroom. Chun Nan watched her retreating figure with keen interest, taking a generous gulp of his drink. The potent alcohol surged through him, igniting a fervor in his veins, his eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson as his spirits soared. Before long, the beauty exited the restroom, but seemed to sense something amiss, opting not to return to her seat, instead staggering toward the exit. "Beautiful lady, are you leaving just like that? Spend a little time with me, and I promise you'll feel like a goddess." Several men stood from their booths, quickly intercepting her. The leader, a man with a diagonal scar on his brow, reached out to grab her. "Let go of me." The enchanting woman forcefully pushed aside the burly man, desperately fleeing towards the door. "Stop her!" the man bellowed as two security guards stationed at the entrance, who were, in fact, his accomplices, swiftly advanced to intercept her. The woman staggered, nearly unable to move, and glanced up at Chun Nan's position, unexpectedly veering towards him and colliding into his embrace. Chun Nan enveloped her in his strong arms. Yet his gaze flickered with disdain. Was it true that the more beautiful a woman was, the more she struggled against emptiness and solitude? Such a goddess had come alone to a bar. At that moment, the delicate visage of Yao Qingxu briefly overlapped with that of the woman, who had transformed into a flushed and alluring beauty, irresistibly enticing. "Kid, let her go." "Scram." A scarred man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth reproached Chun Nan, his eyes narrowed in hostility. Observing the unfolding scene, Onlookers retreated to avoid the brewing conflict, while a girl who had been playing the role of a barfly eagerly stepped forward, resting her chin on her hand, intrigued by Chun Nan, silently thinking that he deserved whatever fate awaited him. Since she has found her way into my arms, she is mine for tonight. All of you, step aside, Chun Nan declared, lifting a bottle of liquor to his lips once more. I'll ruin you, the scarred man spat, discarding his cigarette and swinging a fist at Chun Nan's face. This was a local thug who often engaged in brawls, his punches heavy and swift, but someone was faster. Chun Nan reached out, striking first. The bottle collided with the scarred man's head. The barfly gasped in shock as blood erupted from the man's skull, rapidly expanding into droplets that trickled down his forehead. The man swayed twice before collapsing to the ground. His entourage stood frozen, astounded by Chun Nan's ruthless prowess. He was far too formidable. Chun Nan cradled the woman's exquisite form, effortlessly carrying her towards the exit, the bottle still intact as he took another swig. Grab your weapons and chop him down, someone shouted, and a group of thugs pulled out machetes and axes from who knows where, charging at Chun Nan with a cacophony of shouts. Two security guards attempted to block his path, but Chun Nan did not falter. He stepped forward, accurately planting a foot on both men, sending them sprawling outside. In mere moments, the group advanced on him with their weapons, but as Chun Nan pivoted at the doorway, he kicked out again, creating a flurry of leg movements. The thugs' weapons had not yet landed when their comrades were sent flying, crashing to the ground with groans of pain. Their gazes towards Chun Nan filled with awe, none daring to approach him again. Chun Nan took another swig of liquor before turning to exit, his figure vanishing into the night. Madman, lunatic. After a moment, the barfly finally reacted, patting her chest, still trembling in fear. Chapter 006. 500 yuan for the bill. As night drifted, illuminated by ethereal lights, the captivating woman reclined in Chun Nan's embrace, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall, nearly touching the floor. Her delicate and porcelain-like face was flushed and alluring, her half-closed eyes exuding seduction, while her petite mouth resembled ripe cherries, constantly whispering intoxicating murmurs. Below, her fair neck blushed gently, a few strands of dark hair entwined, while her flowing dress struggled to conceal her graceful curves. At that moment, a single word surfaced in Chun Nan's mind: goddess. This woman was the epitome of femininity, a flawless gem of beauty, so exquisite that one both yearned to possess and hesitated to mar. As he sipped his drink, Chun Nan occasionally cast glances at the stunning beauty in his arms, a surge of masculine pride swelling within him. To conquer such a woman was the dream of countless men, and tonight she belonged to him, nestled within his embrace. Unbeknownst to him, they arrived at a hotel. With a clink, Chun Nan tossed the bottle aside and strode into the establishment, securing a room at the front desk. Supporting the woman, he ascended to the second floor, inserted the key card into the room, and laid her gently on the bed, turning on the bedside lamp. The dim red light enveloped the room, casting an intimate atmosphere, while a vibrant red rose blossomed quietly on the windowsill. This afternoon, I suggested you become my wife, and you scoffed. Yet here you are in my bed. What a twist of fate. Chun Nan mused, gazing at the murmuring beauty. Instead of being offended, she tilted her alabaster neck, presenting her beauty even more perfectly before him. At that moment, intoxicated, her face was an enchanting shade of crimson, resembling a fiery rose, eagerly radiating her allure and essence. Chun Nan lit a cigarette, standing at the foot of the bed, admiring the blushing visage of the woman, her eyes shimmering like silk on the verge of blossoming. Gradually, a wild energy surged within him. It seemed as if bloodlust ignited in his gaze. Suddenly, the woman crawled towards Chun Nan, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her eyes filled with boundless springtime warmth, her cherry lips fragrant and enticing, pecking at his face haphazardly. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Chun Nan seized her seemingly boneless form, drawing her tightly into his embrace, and lowered his head to capture her tantalizing lips. Morning dawned brightly, sunlight streaming through the curtains into the room. Nalan Shiyu awoke from her weariness, glancing around. The man had vanished without a trace. Staring blankly at her flawless body, she abruptly flung off the covers, spotting crimson stains on the sheets, resembling clusters of peach blossoms embedded in the pristine fabric, a sight so glaring it was almost painful. Nalan Shiyu remained in a daze, gradually piecing together her memories, when a sudden, intense pain radiated from below. She bit her lip resolutely, forcing herself to suppress any sound, silently dressing and rising from the bed. A more excruciating pain shot through her, causing Nalan Shiyu to collapse onto the floor. The previous night had been filled with passionate entanglements, and they had indulged no less than 5 or 6 times. Although she had been drugged and her consciousness was somewhat hazy, it was still her first time. How could she withstand the relentless assaults of such a robust man? Even standing and walking now felt exceedingly arduous. Tears brimmed in her watery eyes, her cherry lips trembling as she stubbornly leaned against the table, attempting to rise, only to notice 500 yuan and her ID card beneath a note on the table. The ID was hers, and the note read, "The room was booked under your ID. Keep the 500 for the bill." Nalan Shiyu slid down to the floor, unable to contain her feelings of grievance any longer, covering her face as she sobbed softly, her beautiful silhouette both alluring and heart-wrenching. Meanwhile, Chen Nan had long since returned to the car wash, opening the facility and retrieving his tools to begin the day's work. To him, the events of the previous night were merely a fleeting encounter at the bar. In nightclubs, to attract a stunning beauty, one must often engage in disputes or even fights. For such struggles only serve to enhance a beauty's worth. As he rubbed his eyes, a young man emerged from the adjacent room, headed to a corner to relieve himself before making his way to a nearby bun shop for breakfast. Shortly after, Old Shin arrived, marking the official start of the day's work. This car wash was located by the roadside. While not particularly busy, it provided enough customers to keep them occupied. Chen Nan was polishing a vehicle when he heard a melodious call from behind. "Chen Nan, brother, I've secured a job." "Oh, congratulations, Chihuahua. Where will you be working?" Chen Nan asked without turning around, already aware that the girl was Old Shin's daughter, Shin Chihuahua. "I'll be an intern at the municipal hospital," Shin Chihuahua replied, her tall figure and fair, oval face radiating purity, her body lithe and graceful, especially her developing curves that showcased the charm of a blossoming young lady. Her face brimming with delight as she looked at Chen Nan. "Why is it an internship? Why not a permanent position?" Chen Nan raised an eyebrow, inquiring. "The hospital said I need to start as an intern, and once I'm familiar with the procedures and perform well, I can transition to a full-time role," Shin Xiahua explained, her hands nervously clutching her clothes, her eyes sparkling with confidence and warmth. Old Shun sighed nearby. Finding work is incredibly difficult nowadays. I'm just grateful that my girl has a place that welcomes her. Just look around. There are countless unemployed graduates on the streets." Chen Nan fell into silence, his thoughts drifting back to Yao Qingxue. There was a matter that had long perplexed her. Logically speaking, having graduated from a prestigious university and having done so relatively early, securing employment should not have posed a challenge. Yet, how had she found herself reduced to working as a hostess in a nightclub? Could it be the pressure of finding a job? Observing his silence, Shin Xiahua presumed he was worried about her, and with a playful smile, she said, "Brother Chen Nan, you need not fret for me. I have confidence in my abilities." "All right, if you Nyo are confident, then I believe in you," Chen Nan replied with a smile. Shin Xiahua pouted, "Brother Chen Nan, why do you still call me Nyo? I'm not a child anymore. If you keep calling me that, I shall ignore you." With that, she turned her face away in feigned anger. "You're free to go." Chen Nan cleaned a vehicle meticulously, casually draping the towel over his shoulder. He approached Shin Xiahua and playfully pinched her little nose, saying, "In my eyes, you are my little sister. What else should I call you?" "It must be Xiahua. You are absolutely forbidden from being called Nyo." Shin Xiahua gazed at Chen Nan, who wore a mock-threatening expression. Chen Nan chuckled without retorting, then turned to Lao Shintu, asking, "Uncle Shun, do you have any cigarettes?" Lao Shintu replied, "I only have the Qianmen. It's quite strong. I wonder if you like it?" "Not a problem. I prefer the stronger ones. The milder ones lack flavor." Chen Nan took the cigarette, inhaling deeply, a look of contentment spreading across his face as he lit it. "Oh, Qiahua is here too." As he spoke, a group of 7 or 8 ruffians emerged from behind the wall. The leader, Chui Huayang, fixated his gaze on Shin Xiahua with a lewd grin. "I must say, Xiahua, you are becoming increasingly enchanting." As he spoke, he reached out to touch Shin Xiahua's face, prompting her to hurriedly retreat behind Chen Nan, clutching the hem of his shirt. "Please maintain some decorum." Chen Nan firmly grasped Chui Huayang's hand and pushed it away. "Hey, Chen Nan, it seems your courage has grown in my absence. Now, I demand protection fees." One of his henchmen handed him a cigarette, while another held a lighter to a large Napoleon cigar. Chui Huayang exhaled a cloud of smoke, swaggering as ever. Indeed, it's protection fees. If you don't pay, I'll smash your stall. One of the thugs chimed in. Chui Huayong waved his hand dismissively. We can't wipe them out completely. We must leave them a way out. Chihua, come with me. I promise to leave them be. Shinchua bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear, remaining silent. You've already collected protection fees twice this month. Chun Nan lowered his head to adjust the hair at the back of his neck, then raised his gaze, calm as he spoke. What's wrong with 2 times? This is my territory. I can collect as many times as I please. What can you do about it? I'll tell you plainly, pay up quickly, or I'll have someone smash your pitiful stall and take your people. Chui Huayong exhaled smoke, brimming with arrogance. I despise those who fail to recognize their limits, who seek to take advantage. Chun Nan's gaze locked on a Chui Huayong's face, his tone unyielding. With a wave of his hand, Chui Huayong barked, damn it. Dare to act tough with me? Beat him up. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Having received protection money twice this month, Chun Nan had complied, leading Chui Huayong to consider him an easy target. Now, seeing this so-called pushover defy him, his anger flared. 7 or 8 men surged forward, the foremost throwing a punch towards Chun Nan's nose. Chun Nan retaliated with a punch of his own. Though it appeared unremarkable, it was remarkably swift. A cry of anguish escaped the assailant as his punch was effortlessly intercepted, clutching his fractured wrist and stumbling back. Chun Nan's momentum did not falter. He swiftly closed in on Chui Huayong. The latter, taken aback by the unexpected speed, instinctively shut his eyes. However, Chun Nan did not strike him. Instead, he transformed his fist into a hand, gripping Chui Huayong's hair and yanking him forward, delivering a powerful knee strike. With a sickening crack, a bone broke. Chui Huayong's nose aligned parallel to his face, and a spray of blood erupted as he flew backward, landing squarely in the foul ditch where the wash water flowed, transforming the dapper young man into a filthy mess. What transpired was a mere flash, from seizing to striking. Yet, at that moment, the remaining 6 or 7 men converged. Chun Nan, without even glancing, suddenly leaped into the air, executing a spinning kick that collided with each of their punches and kicks, resembling an iron rod sweeping through fallen leaves. The sound of shattered bones filled the air as they were sent sprawling, howling in pain. All 7 or 8 men simultaneously incapacitated in a single exchange. The onlookers' eyes bulged in disbelief. Such scenes were typically reserved for martial arts films. Yet here it was, vividly real. They could hardly comprehend that the usually affable Chun Nan, who greeted everyone with a smile and brushed off insults with laughter, possessed such extraordinary skills. Mao Tu and Lao Shintu stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished. Shin Xiuhua, initially bracing for Chun Nan to be mercilessly beaten, was about to rush in to save him when she witnessed the incredible scene, halting in her tracks, her mouth agape in shock. Yet in the next moment, she let out a piercing scream, Brother Chun Nan, watch out. A long leg swept through the air, delivering a kick aimed directly at Chun Nan's temple. Sensing the imminent threat, he leaned back, evading the strike, and swiftly grabbed the delicate foot. The foot, encased in a white high heel, led up to a pair of sheer stockings and a police skirt, the shapely calf and thigh indicating the agility of its owner, suggesting she had trained in rhythmic gymnastics. Let go of me. The owner was none other than the police officer Yang Li, who struggled to free herself, but Chun Nan held on firmly. She huffed. Why did you ambush me? Is it permissible for police officers to attack others indiscriminately? Clad in her police uniform and caught in such a compromising position, Yang Li felt both shame and anger. With a swift motion, she pivoted her foot, lightly tapping Chun Nan's hand, using the momentum to launch herself upward, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. Chun Nan remained unfazed. Having already revealed his prowess, there was no need for further restraint. With a quick motion, he grasped Yang Li's other leg, lifting her effortlessly. Aware that she was a female officer and mindful of the situation, he handled her with care, tossing her aside gently, causing her to land awkwardly. Though the fall was not particularly painful, being thrown before a crowd was humiliating, leaving Yang Li both furious and embarrassed. Unable to swallow her pride, she twisted her legs, tripping Chun Nan and sending him sprawling to the ground. What followed was a spectacle that left everyone in awe. Yang Li sprang up, mounting Chun Nan with a commanding presence akin to a fierce leopard. Chun Nan reached out to push her away, but in that instant, the police officer executed a move that left the onlookers speechless. She boldly thrust her chest forward, accentuating her already ample figure. Her chin raised defiantly, her captivating eyes locked on Chun Nan, as if daring him to touch her. Chun Nan's hand barely grazed her body. And with so many witnesses present, he hesitated to force the officer into an embarrassing position, quickly retracting his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Li leaned forward, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Chapter 008. The eruption of the inner universe. This girl certainly knows how to fight. Chun Nan marveled at Yang Li's agility and ferocity. With a swift motion, he seized her wrist and pulled, using the momentum to roll over and pin her beneath him. Yang Li was not one to back down. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, alternating between dominant and submissive positions, rolling about as they exchanged punches and kicks. Ground fighting requires a level of skill that only those with rigorous training can master. Close combat relies on any part of the body as a pivot. Knees, elbows, even headbutts are essential techniques. A well-placed strike can incapacitate an opponent in an instant. Clearly, both possessed experience in ground combat. Yang Li, embodying a tomboyish spirit, refused to yield, even resorting to biting Chun Nan. However, she is, after all, a woman, and in terms of both strength and skill, she finds it difficult to rival Chun Nan. A gentleman must always show some consideration for a lady. Ultimately, Chun Nan seized her arm, pinned her shoulder down, and subdued her, then swiftly released her and stepped aside. This scene left everyone astounded. A striking female officer wrestling in the streets while dressed in a skirt was indeed a sight to behold. Such a scenario is rarely seen even in films and dramas. The likes of Sister Tua Chong and Overlord Flower Pale, in comparison. The female officer stood up, her cheeks flushed as she dusted herself off, and with a wave of her hand declared, "Public brawling and assaulting an officer. Cuff him." Two policemen promptly approached, deftly producing handcuffs to restrain Chun Nan. Faced with the ominous black muzzle of a gun, he could only shake his head in resignation and surrender to being handcuffed. Take him back to the station and interrogate him strictly, Yang Li commanded, leading the way to a police vehicle parked at the roadside. She had received reports from the public about a fight and had rushed over, only to witness Chun Nan putting several individuals on the ground. Driven by a desire to combat crime, coupled with a hint of defiance, she intervened. "Officer, my brother Chun Nan is a good person." Finally regaining her composure after being stunned by the fierce confrontation, Shin Xiaohong stepped forward, blocking the two policemen with her hand. "Indeed, my brother Chun Nan is a good person. They were just looking for trouble and demanding protection fees." Brother Nan was acting in self-defense. Mao Tu also chimed in to support her. Yang Li glanced at the duo and approached Shun Xiaohong, gently patting her shoulder. "Young lady, you are the young lady. I'm not younger than you," Shun Xiaohong retorted, her frustration boiling over as she had already been seething. And now the police were wrongly accusing someone. Yang Li chuckled awkwardly. By age, she was indeed slightly older than Shin Xiaohong, but not by much. And with Shin Xiaohong just having graduated, she appeared somewhat more youthful. Adjusting the button that Chun Nan had tugged askew, Yang Li said, "Rest assured, we in the police will never wrongfully accuse a good person, but we also will not let a villain escape. We are merely taking him in for routine questioning. Did you not see that the others were also taken away? If Chun Nan is truly innocent, we will release him promptly, so you need not worry." "Really?" As a student, and seeing Yang Li's authoritative demeanor as a righteous police officer, Shin Xiaohong immediately believed her words. It must be true. Yang Li found the girl to be adorably innocent and patted her shoulder again, signaling one officer to escort Chun Nan away while another took Chui Huayang and the others. Upon arriving at the police station, Chun Nan was promptly taken into the interrogation room, bound to a red fixed chair, with a horizontal beam in front of him. His legs similarly restrained. Two officers sat opposite him, one of them stating, "So, Chun Nan, you truly possess quite the audacity to strike the son of Boss Chui. Do you know what kind of person Chui Huayang's father is?" Chun Nan replied, "Could it be that his father is Li Gang?" The officer chuckled, shaking his head. Although he was not Li Gang, he was hardly inferior, being a well-known entrepreneur in the city, a representative of the East District, and a member of the municipal committee. Any one of these titles is not something a mere car wash owner could afford to offend. "Is his father a crime lord?" Chun Nan inquired. "We have no evidence to assert that he is a crime lord, so we cannot draw conclusions lightly. Please refrain from making baseless claims." Just then, Yang Li entered, and through the open door, Chun Nan caught sight of Chui Huayang swaggering past, his nose bandaged from a brief treatment, but his eyes were bruised, resembling a panda. Chui Huayang happened to notice Chun Nan and immediately raised his middle finger, spat on the ground, and mouthed some words, clearly indicating, "You're going to pay for this." Kid. Bureaucratic arrogance. Yang Li stormed into the room, slamming the door shut, shielding Chui Huayang's arrogant visage from view. "I am quite familiar with this person. I will handle his case," one officer announced. Yang Li took the seat of authority, although she was a traffic officer. She had once been the captain of the criminal investigation team, and her competence remained intact regardless of her current position. Name, gender, age, occupation, and home address. Yang Li opened her notebook, deftly twirling her pen in her fingers, regarding Chun Nan with an expression that clearly suggested she viewed him as a habitual offender. Chun Nan. Male, car wash worker. Chun Nan answered in turn. Yang Li meticulously recorded the information, set her pen down, and looked at Chun Nan. "Now tell me, why did you assault Chui Huayang?" Chun Nan gazed at the female officer, captivated by her almost bursting bosom, and asked, "Officer, may I inquire if Chui Huayang has provided his account of the incident? As a fellow participant in this case, why is he free while I am here sitting?" A call from above has already led to Chui Huayang's release, and Yang Li was already upset about this. Hearing Chun Nan's words, she snapped back. "That is not for you to know. Answer the question. How is it fair that the instigator roams free while I, the victim, am confined here without any freedom to respond to questioning? What kind of logic is this?" Chun Nan wanted to mimic Obama's gesture of shrugging, but his hands were bound, so he could only glance again at Yang Li's bosom. Where else could he look? Stare too long, and you might lose your eyes. Noticing his lingering gaze, Yang Li instinctively looked down, fastening the one button that had been left unbuttoned, having left it undone because it was simply too large to fasten properly. "Officer, please answer my question. I did not witness Chui Huayang attacking anyone. I only saw you striking someone," Yang Li retorted angrily, her frustration causing her already prominent figure to appear even more imposing, her uniform straining under the pressure. A sharp sound echoed as a button popped off. Chun Nan squinted at the scene, watching as the button succumbed to her ample curves and fell to the ground. Chapter 009. 1 yuan note. Although that button had originally been unfastened, and its loss was inconsequential, the fact that it had burst due to his provocation left the female officer mortified and furious, momentarily rendering her logic confused as to what to ask next. The nearby officer stifled a laugh, his face flushed, struggling to contain his amusement. Chun Nan clicked his tongue. "Officer, your uniforms are quite outdated. A beauty like you deserves custom attire. This outfit is far too small, and it's bound to burst open sooner or later. What concern is it of yours whether or not it is custom-made? Mind your own business," Yang Li exclaimed, her anger flaring as she stood abruptly, ready to confront him. The nearby officer cleared his throat, whispering, "Captain Yang, don't be impulsive. You're still in your probationary period." Yang Li sat back down abruptly, the chair creaking under her, and glared at Chun Nan. "Answer your questions honestly. Otherwise, I have the right to detain you. I witnessed you attacking someone. Seeing is believing. Hearing is knowing. Such a simple principle, do you not understand? I've stated I am the victim, yet you refuse to believe me. What can I do about it? There were so many witnesses at the scene. Can't you ask them?" Frustrated at seeing Chui Huayang leave while he remained shackled in a painful predicament, Chun Nan felt his anger rising. "We will speak to them, but first clarify what transpired," Yang Li nearly shouted, on the verge of breaking down from Chun Nan's relentless questioning. Of course, Chun Nan did not wish to suffer in the police station without reason, so he recounted the events in detail. At that moment, an officer entered and whispered something in Yang Li's ear. She nodded. "Let us set this matter aside for now. Now, on to another question. Mr. Chun Nan, you possess remarkable courage and outstanding skills. May I ask where you acquired such abilities?" "Officer, please remove my handcuffs, provide me with some water, and a cigarette." For more than half an hour, Chun Nan's hands remained shackled, rendering him unable to move his limbs, causing the metal to dig into his skin, drawing blood, and inflicting great discomfort. His acute hearing had already caught the earlier remarks of the officer who had entered, stating that the facts had been thoroughly investigated and that after interviewing the populace, it was indeed Chui Huayang who had instigated the confrontation. "No smoking until the facts are clarified," Yang Li admonished, her gaze fixed sternly on Chun Nan, attempting to impose psychological pressure upon him. "Damn it, I'm innocent yet still shackled like this. What kind of law is this?" With a swift motion, Chun Nan kicked, sending the leg shackles skidding across the floor, and with a flick of his wrist, He slammed the handcuffs onto the table as if they had never been securely fastened to him. Though he had no desire to stir up trouble, as a formidable individual, he possessed a sense of dignity that could not be compromised beyond a certain limit. Rising from his seat, he approached the water dispenser, filled a paper cup, and drank deeply, casually slipping a crumpled 1 yuan note into his pocket before striding over to the astonished male officer, taking a cigarette and lighter from him, igniting it with a flick of his wrist, and inhaling deeply with great satisfaction. The two officers exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend how his handcuffs had come undone. Had they merely hung there? Yet, they had personally placed them on him, which seemed impossible. Chun Nan resumed his seat, extending one leg onto the table, swaying it playfully as if he were the one in charge, while the two officers appeared to be the ones under scrutiny. Yang Li, with her delicate yet composed visage, observed the scene, unable to further restrain Chun Nan, for he was, after all, innocent. As she noted his smoking had reached a satisfactory level, she suppressed her rising anger and said, "Mr. Chun Nan, I kindly ask you to answer the questions. I have nothing to say. Everything that needed to be said has already been expressed." Chun Nan shrugged, stretching his legs as he relished the newfound freedom of movement. "Oh, you choose not to speak, do you?" Yang Li retorted, producing her police tablet and inputting Chun Nan's name, which promptly revealed his details. Chun Nan, 25 years old, an orphan, the legal representative of a bicycle repair shop, currently operating a car wash, with no criminal record or adverse history, had once been commended for disarming a bomb with his bare hands and awarded the title of honorary citizen. He had mysteriously returned to Huai from France a year prior, with the previous 7 years shrouded in secrecy. "Now, Mr. Chun Nan," Yang Li continued with unwavering confidence, "I will overlook your FAAD for now, but you must clarify. Where were you 7 years ago? What transpired during that time? Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to shut down your car wash." Her lengthy speech was merely an assertion of her knowledge about Chun Nan, serving as psychological intimidation, a common tactic employed by the police to elicit confessions. "FAAD, indeed?" Chun Nan chuckled, acknowledging that while he possessed only a license for a bicycle repair shop, the car wash was indeed operating unlawfully. However, his expression darkened suddenly. "What right do you have to shut me down? Are you from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau? Don't presume I am ignorant of the law. What connection do the police have with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau? I am, after all, an honorary citizen, a person of some renown. Are you not concerned about the public outrage that may ensue from your unlawful detention?" "Public outrage?" Yang Li nearly scoffed in disbelief. Chun Nan had rambled on, offering no useful information, and at this moment, she had concluded that he possessed a wealth of counter-investigation techniques and was undoubtedly a man with a story to tell. "As long as you clarify where you were for those 7 years, I shall let you go. Otherwise, I have grounds to suspect you may be an operative from a foreign nation." Yang Li's gaze was piercing, as though she sought to penetrate his very thoughts. Chun Nan shrugged. "Officer, I have already stated that I am a retired soldier. 7 years ago, I was recruited into a special forces unit executing missions in remote locations. Are you aware of confidentiality protocols? There are questions that should not be asked. If you were truly a special forces soldier, would you be washing cars in Huai? You fabricate tales without even a moment's thought," Yang Li countered, fully aware that should he have been executing covert operations abroad, the state would have ensured proper arrangements for him post-service. It was implausible that he'd be without work. "Officer, being a worker pales in comparison to being a boss. I am, after all, a business owner. I enjoy washing cars. What is wrong with that?" Yang Li was left speechless, her disdain evident. "A business owner? You're more akin to a bicycle shop owner." Just then, the door swung open, and the earlier officer re-entered, announcing, "Captain Yang, we have received information from the customs authorities. 7 years ago, Chun Nan obtained a tourist visa to North Africa, but has remained there unlawfully since, technically categorized as illegal immigration. In recent years, many individuals had sought work abroad, spurred by the popular notion that even washing dishes overseas yielded better pay than domestic jobs, resulting in a surge of migrant workers, which in turn precipitated numerous international issues, prompting the state to impose restrictions on public visas. In reality, most individuals traveled abroad on tourist visas, which differed fundamentally from work visas. Crucially, a tourist visa permitted a maximum stay of 3 months abroad, and overstaying constituted illegal immigration, leading to deportation or imprisonment upon discovery. "Excellent," Yang Li exclaimed, rapping her fingers on the table, Her interest peaked as she regarded Chen Nan. Now, explain why you lingered in North Africa without cause? What have you been doing all these years? Fool! I have already told you I was a special forces soldier on a secret mission. The tourist visa was merely a ruse, an integral part of the operation. What business is it of yours? Chen Nan regarded the officers with a look of bemusement, rendering them momentarily speechless. Young lies temper flaret. Her desire to lash out suppressed by the lack of justification. Captain, we found this among his belongings. A police officer produced a small plastic tube containing several white pills of unknown composition. After his arrest, all items in Chen Nan's possession were seized. Upon seeing the white pills, Yang Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if she had stumbled upon treasure. Snatching the tube, she noted the absence of labeling, making it difficult to ascertain its nature. We will have these tested, Chen Nan. I hope these are not controlled substances. Otherwise, you will face serious consequences. She handed the tube to another officer, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. After enduring a lengthy and frustrating ordeal, Yang Li's frustration reached a boiling point. Should they uncover incriminating evidence, as she had stated, Chen Nan would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. Hurry it up. I still have dinner plans, Chen Nan remarked nonchalantly. The officers awaited silently, as Chen Nan casually took the cigarette box from the table, treating it as his own, lighting one up with ease. The test results arrived swiftly, revealing that the substance was a prescription medication, generally unavailable at pharmacies, but entirely legal. As for its purpose, the lab technician, lacking medical expertise, could not clarify. Yang Li, feeling defeated, found herself devoid of any rationale to detain Chen Nan further. She returned all his belongings, preparing to release him. Yet Chen Nan, in the presence of the officers, popped a pill into his mouth, chewing it as one might a sweet, all the while observing them with amusement. You may not leave. Restrain him. Just as Yang Li was about to set Chen Nan free, the door swung open once more, and a balding, middle-aged man entered, flanked by two officers. His epaulets bore a silver olive branch and 3 four-pointed stars, indicating a high rank. The two officers moved to restrain Chen Nan, but Yang Li interjected, Deputy Director Liu. We have concluded our investigation. There is no evidence of criminal activity. The entire incident stemmed from Cui Huayang's actions, and Chen Nan's response was an act of self-defense. Deputy Director Liu regarded Yang Li with authority. How dare you speak to a superior in such a manner? Do you expect me to seek your permission for my actions? I would not presume to do so, but he is indeed innocent. Yang Li replied, her frustration palpable, yet she understood the delicate nature of addressing her superior. Deputy Director Liu's face was ashen as he addressed Comrade Xiaoyang. You are merely a traffic officer, and still in your probationary period. Do you not think you have overstepped your bounds? You are meddling far too much. Come to my office shortly. Two officers stepped forward and re-handcuffed Chen Nan. Outside, the wind picked up, and suddenly it began to rain heavily, the large raindrops pattering against the glass with a sharp noise. Deputy Director Liu solemnly announced that Chen Nan had assaulted the esteemed Mr. Cui Qinglong, a well-known entrepreneur who was preparing to file a lawsuit against him. Given Mr. Cui Huayang's severe injuries, Chen Nan would be temporarily detained until the matter was thoroughly investigated, to be held in the 3rd Detention Center of Wuhai City for a fortnight. Having said this, Deputy Director Liu strode away, leaving Yang Li feeling despondent yet helpless. She was just a traffic officer. Her colleagues had allowed her to sit there out of respect, but the leadership showed her no leniency. A single charge of overstepping authority could be enough to ruin her. Damn, bureaucratic elitism. Yang Li silently cursed, but felt powerless to change her situation. Watching as Chen Nan was taken away, and she reluctantly made her way to the deputy director's office. In the night, torrential rain poured down, and flashes of lightning tore through the dark sky. A police van, siren blaring, rushed Chen Nan toward the 3rd Detention Center of Wuhai City located in the suburbs. The entrance to the detention center loomed in the dim light like a ghostly flame, its gates appearing as the very entrance to hell, as if it sought to devour everything in its path. The guard tower's light flickered, and a bright beam pierced through the curtain of rain, scanning the yard for any suspicious activity. The police van came to a halt in front of the detention center, and Chen Nan was pushed out. Looking up, he could vaguely see armed officers stationed in the guard tower. The gate was dark red, and to the left, a vertical sign in white and black read, 3rd Detention Center of Wuhai City. A small door at the bottom left of the main gate swung open, and 2 guards emerged. One officer stepped forward to complete the handover, whispering a few words to a stout, bushy-browed guard. Chun Nan noted the bushy eyebrows. He was a deputy inspector. After listening, the bushy-browed guard nodded and gestured for Chun Nan to enter the compound. The two officers led Chun Nan into a stark, empty room, furnished only with a three-legged table and a stool, its bare walls exuding an eerie atmosphere under the dim yellow light. The bushy-browed guard stepped onto the stool, casting a sideways glance at Chun Nan and barked, "Strip." Chun Nan retorted, "Come on, buddy, you can't be serious. What do you expect a bunch of grown men to do?" Another guard glared, "Enough chatter, it's a routine check. Want to get hit?" With no other option, Chun Nan reluctantly removed his clothing, leaving only his shorts. Fortunately, the bushy-browed guard was not inspecting his body, but rather his clothing. Otherwise, someone would certainly be in trouble. After rummaging through Chun Nan's clothes for a while, the guard extracted several hundred yuan and a pack of low-quality cigarettes. He flicked the cash in his hand, saying, "This is for betting." Then, upon inspecting the cigarettes and displaying a look of disdain, he casually tossed them back to Chun Nan. Noticing the watch on Chun Nan's wrist, his eyes gleamed, and he snatched it off. Chun Nan narrowed his eyes, his tone suddenly turning icy. "Anyone who has set their sights on this watch has met their end. I trust you won't be an exception." The bushy-browed guard raised his head, locking eyes with Chun Nan, and an eerie silence enveloped the large room as they stared each other down. For reasons unknown, the guard chose to relent, allowing Chun Nan to dress and leading him out of the room, through two heavy iron doors, and down a narrow corridor to the entrance of a cell for serious offenders. Inserting the key, the guard unlocked the iron door, swung it open, and called out, "Lazy, take care of the newcomer." Using the dim light from the overhead mercury lamps, Chun Nan scanned the room. Although the door had made a significant noise upon opening, the occupants lay quietly, none glancing outward, behaving even more orderly than law-abiding citizens. To the right, a long communal bed was filled with people, while a T-shaped corridor ran through the center. On the opposite side, shelves held toiletries, and to the left was a rusted faucet connected to a foul-smelling sink. In the upper right corner of the ceiling, a dim camera watched over them. One thing caught Chun Nan's attention. Lying by the window was a burly man, his face a mass of flesh. While everyone else was huddled together, he sprawled across 3 spots, clearly the notorious prison bully. "What are you standing around for? Come over and unlock the handcuffs." At the sound, Chun Nan turned to see the bushy-browed guard scowling at him through a small window on the left side of the door. As Chun Nan reached through the window, the guard released his handcuffs. Just as Chun Nan was about to turn back, a boorish voice called out, "Do you even know the rules? Don't you know to thank the head guard? Who do you think you are?" Slowly, Chun Nan turned to face the source of the voice. With a loud clang, the bushy-browed guard slammed shut the small window, plunging the room into darkness. The lights flickered on, and the previously docile group of violent offenders sprang to their feet, glaring at him with menacing intent. One burly man began to play with a lighter in a showy manner. "Newbie, you think you're tough?" The burly man, known as Lazy, lazily stood up, stretching his neck with a series of cracking sounds, his fists, the size of bowls, clenched as he exuded an aura of menace. "Are you really that impressive? Because I feel like you're the one who's more impressive than me." Chun Nan took a cigarette, walked directly up to the burly man, took the lighter from his hand, lit it, and then shoved it into his shirt pocket. The man stood there, dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. "You've got guts, but I hope you keep that spirit." Lazy gradually stood up, then suddenly bellowed, "Get him. Beat him until he begs for mercy." In an instant, a group of burly men charged at him. These were not mere street thugs. They were the most violent offenders in the detention center, each possessing considerable fighting skills. With a fierce kick, Chun Nan sent the first attacker flying, using that momentum to unleash a series of rapid kicks. In less than 3 seconds, 7 or 8 men lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Chun Nan landed gracefully, moving as if he were on a leisurely stroll, without a single ash falling from his cigarette. Lazy stood in shock, frozen like a black iron tower, unable to advance or retreat. He prided himself on his skills, but to see a newcomer take down a group of bullies in mere seconds was beyond his imagination. Lazy, blowing a puff of smoke in his face. "So, you're lazy? Do you know what I despise the most?" "What?" Lazy instinctively asked. Chun Nan's gaze sharpened. "I detest being looked down upon." Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, Lazy, taking advantage of his height and long legs, leaped forward to kick Chun Nan while simultaneously throwing a punch at his face, executing both moves in a seamless flow, quick as lightning. Lei Zi's reputation was not unfounded. He indeed had some skill. However, before his foot could reach Chun Nan, it was met with a powerful punch to the abdomen. In the realm of martial arts, speed does not overcome absolute strength. Lei Zi's fierce attack was rendered ineffective as his massive frame was sent flying, landing squarely in the foul sink with a thud. And he lay there, silent and still. Then, in an act that would earn him scorn from everyone present, Chun Nan dashed to the wall, pulled open the small window, and in a pitiful voice cried out, "Head guard, help! Someone's been killed!" The prisoners were on the verge of tears, lamenting that they were about to be beaten to death. Yet lamentably, they were not the ones being targeted. The sheer strength displayed by their captor, who played the role of a fool while hiding a tiger's might, rendered them speechless. Outside, the warden glanced at Chun Nan's seemingly pained expression, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face as he swiftly pulled down the small window and sauntered away with a swagger. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Chun Nan, wrongfully imprisoned, had a torrent of rage with no outlet, which he unleashed upon this group of violent offenders. He had already noted that the surveillance camera was malfunctioning, granting him further audacity. The heavy prison block echoed with the sound of drumming, accompanied by chilling wails that reverberated throughout the detention center, instilling terror among the inmates, all too aware that another unfortunate soul had met their demise. The warden, seated in his office, wore a broader grin. As dawn broke, the rain ceased, and the air was infused with the fragrant scent of damp earth, heralding the coolness of autumn. However, the prisoners who were supposed to partake in morning exercises were perplexed to find that not a single individual from the heavy block had emerged. These were the most formidable among them, usually the first to charge out, but today was decidedly unusual. With a clatter, the iron door swung open, and several guards stepped into the room, momentarily taken aback by the sight before them. Prisoners sprawled against the wall, their posteriors in the air, eyes sunken, faces swollen and discolored, resembling bloated pigs. Among them lay Lei Zi, renowned as the fiercest man in Fengxian, who had fought in underground matches, managed illicit dealings, and even taken lives. Now motionless in the water trough, akin to a dead pig. The warden needed but a glance to comprehend that Lei Zi had failed to assert his control and had instead been subdued. Casting his gaze to the side, he noticed Chun Nan sprawled horizontally across 5 beds, taking up an excessive amount of space. The warden brandished his electric baton and barked, "Get up! What do you think you're doing, lounging around instead of exercising?" The group of prisoners felt a wave of relief wash over them as they scrambled to their feet, only to stagger, lightheaded from the lack of oxygen. "Good morning, Sir." Chun Nan sprang up, swiftly assuming a position at attention beneath the bed, executing a salute in accordance with French etiquette towards the guards. "Your posture is insufficiently precise," the warden reprimanded, adjusting Chun Nan's arm from across his chest to align with his ear. "Thank you, Sir." Chun Nan exclaimed loudly. "What is the matter with you lot?" The warden glared at the group of prisoners. "Report. We were engaged in morning exercises." One of the more alert prisoners gasped for breath. The warden furrowed his brow, turning to Chun Nan. "What happened to Lei Zi?" "Report. I am unaware. I was asleep all night." Chun Nan feigned bashfulness, scratching his head as his gaze casually drifted to Dong Zi, one of Lei Zi's most trusted subordinates. Dong Zi, fully aware of Chun Nan's insinuation, quivered at the thought of defying him and stepped forward, stammering, "Report, officer. I was on night watch and saw Lei Zi run into a tree." "Ran into a tree? More like he ran into a pig." "Sir," Dong Zi misspoke. "He ran into a wall." Another violent offender hastily corroborated. The warden's stern gaze swept across the faces of the prisoners. "Is that so?" Yes, he ran into a wall." The prisoners echoed, terror etched upon their faces. The warden's eyes settled on the seemingly meek and humble Chun Nan, recalling his ominous words from the previous day. "Those who dare to lay a hand upon me are doomed. You shall not be the exception." A shiver coursed down the warden's spine as he waved 2 men forward. "Take Lei Zi away." Such occurrences were commonplace in the detention center. As an orchestrator of unspoken rules, it was prudent to adhere to them, as pursuing the matter further would yield no benefit for him. Having witnesses would serve to deflect blame. Chapter 012. The prison break. The 2 prisoners carried the barely conscious Lei Zi out of the cell. The warden bellowed, "Get the hell outside and exercise. What do you think you're doing, cooped up in here?" During lunchtime, a series of large dishes and 2 soups were placed before Chun Nan, who devoured them with gusto, while behind him, a group of apprehensive violent offenders stood, some holding tea, others cigarettes, waiting to please the new leader so they might receive scraps to eat. That evening, Chunnan sipped tea, a Cuban cigar clamped between his lips, and in his hand was an iPhone 6S, a gift from the leader of another cell. Just prior, while showering, another leader had sent a lackey under the pretext of needing a towel, only to have Chunnan knock out a mouthful of teeth with a single punch. In a show of submission, the thug presented his most prized possession, the iPhone, rumored to contain videos featuring the infamous adult film star. The violent offenders gazed longingly at the phone, swallowing hard, all fixated on images of the star's artistic performances, yet none dared to speak, fearful of disrupting the new leader's mood. I used to root for Spain, but they were eliminated far too early. One of the violent offenders ventured cautiously. Chunnan glanced at him, his eyes glinting with insight. This speaks volumes about the formidable prowess of the women's team. For the players, if the coach forbids them from scoring at night, naturally, they will be unable to score during the day. The offenders collectively paused, then burst into laughter, surprised to see the usually grim leader display such humor. It's all that enforced celibacy, that's the problem. The earlier offender added, emboldened by the leader's jest. Lights out, time for bed, echoed the warden's commanding voice from outside. The violent offenders hastily stripped off their clothing and pulled their blankets over themselves, each behaving like obedient children, aware that failure to sleep could provoke the leader's ire, resulting in a harsh beating. Today, the new leader had already broken 3 mops over offenders' backs. The warden's call was a welcome reprieve. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the room, the moonlight streamed in like water, casting a silver sheen upon the sleeping prisoners. Chunnan quietly rose, retrieving a prepared strip of bed sheet, which had been soaked and rendered extraordinarily pliable. He bound 2 adjacent steel bars together with the strip, knotting it in the center, and inserted a wooden stick, one he had deliberately broken while punishing a prisoner with a mop. By forcefully twisting the stick, the strip tightened, drawing the 2 steel bars, thicker than an adult thumb, together until a gap large enough for a person to slip through appeared. Releasing the stick, Chunnan hesitated no longer and swiftly squeezed through the opening, landing softly on the ground. He was indeed attempting to escape. Donzi, les most capables en forcher, had been unable to rest since Lazy's downfall and had already sensed Chunnan's movements. He suddenly opened his bleary eyes, clamping his mouth shut to suppress any sound. Should he alert the guards? A battle raged within him. If he reported Chunnan, the latter would surely face sentencing, and it could serve as retribution for Lazy. Yet, considering Chunnan's formidable skills, he ultimately decided against it. With such strength, even imprisoned, Chunnan could easily eliminate him in an instant. Should he attempt to escape together? After weighing the pros and cons, Dongzi abandoned the thought of fleeing. After all, it was merely detention, and he would be released in a few days. If caught escaping, the consequences would be far more severe than a brief detention. The autumn breeze whispered through the night. The full moon hung high, casting the earth in a silvery glow, while searchlights swept across the grounds. For an ordinary person, escaping would be a formidable challenge. But for Chunnan, this place felt no different than home. His figure swiftly became an illusion, merging with the night like a ghost as he dashed toward the southeast corner where the barbed wire awaited. Had it been daytime, perhaps someone might have caught a glimpse of his fleeting shadow. But in the darkness, unless one possessed skills far superior to his, it was impossible to detect him. And no one realized he was employing the legendary art of invisibility. Chunnan cast a glance at the watchtower above, although he was confident he would go unnoticed. He prudently chose to emerge after 2 o'clock in the morning, the time when people were at their most drowsy, significantly reducing the likelihood of detection by the guards. Chunnan, akin to a raccoon, deftly ascended the barbed wire fence, his silhouette merely a fleeting glimpse before he appeared on the other side. Within the confines of the wire, there lay the dormitory and playground, while beyond, the quarters and offices of the prison guards loomed, encircled by towering walls. Chunnan consciously avoided the main gate, where guards and armed police stood vigilant. It was not that he could not leave, but rather that he wished to avoid trouble for the time being. Upon entering, he had noted that due to the sentinels, a segment of the wall adjacent to the watchtower, measuring 5 to 6 meters, was devoid of electric fencing. Thus, he approached this section without hesitation. The wall rose over 5 meters high, a trivial obstacle for him. Without pause, he sprinted towards the towering structure, his toes barely grazing the ground before he leaped high. Placing a foot upon the wall, with a slight push, he vaulted upwards, grasping the top of the wall with both hands, flipping over with ease and landing gracefully, akin to a willow leaf drifting past the barrier. Casting a glance at the smooth road and the distant houses occasionally illuminated by lights, Chun Nan confirmed his direction and, under the cover of night, swiftly made his way towards the shantytown. He navigated through alleyways and after half an hour arrived at his car wash. He surveyed the undamaged carport and exhaled deeply, relieved that his greatest concern, that the underground society might retaliate, had proven unfounded. If they continued their reckless ways, endangering those close to him, Chun Nan would not hesitate to pay them a visit. Tonight would mark their downfall. Entering the adjacent room where Mao Tu rested, Chun Nan glanced around to ensure all was well before proceeding to his own courtyard. At his residence, he wasted no time, scaling the wall and pushing open the door to his inner chamber. As he stepped into his resting quarters, his gaze fell upon the bed, and he froze momentarily. Bathed in the silvery light of the moon filtering through the window, a stunning beauty lay upon his bed. Her long hair cascaded over the pillow. Her posture languid as she slept restlessly, the blanket having slipped to reveal her delicate, porcelain-like skin. The half-concealed allure stirred his imagination, prompting Chun Nan to take a few steps closer, only to realize that the enchanting figure was none other than Shin Xiuhe. Chapter 013. The Reaper's Cell. What on earth was this girl doing here, sleeping? Upon recognizing her, Chun Nan inhaled deeply, suppressing the flutter of emotions within him. She was not without a blanket. Rather, she had covered herself with his, having kicked it aside in her slumber. Ever since he had carried her back from the woods, Shin Xiuhe had developed a peculiar fondness for him, often visiting the car wash to watch him work and frequently cleaning his room. After graduation, she had come around even more often. Yesterday, upon hearing Yang Li's words, she assumed that Chun Nan would soon be released. So she had bought a few new garments at the mall. Wanting to see if he had returned, she had come directly to his room, only to be disappointed by his absence. Unsettled, she had called her parents, claiming to stay at a classmate's house, but in reality, she had waited here, hoping for his safe return. As time passed and Chun Nan did not arrive, fatigue overcame her, and in a moment of whimsy, she donned the new underwear she had purchased and slipped into Chun Nan's bed seeking comfort, inadvertently falling asleep. This girl, completely oblivious to the dangers lurking around her. A smile crept onto Chun Nan's face as he gently pulled the blanket over her, gazing at the serene beauty of her sleeping visage. Lost in thought for a moment before quietly exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Initially, he had intended to visit the Shun family, but now it seemed unnecessary. Noticing that time was not on his side, Chun Nan hurried back to the detention center. He vaulted over the wall and climbed the barbed wire again, arriving back at the cell block, where he once more slipped through the window into the heavy-duty monitoring room. Winter had not slept a wink, anxiety gripping him, and as dawn approached, he was taken aback to find Chun Nan had returned. He held his breath, eyes shut tight, not daring to move. Winter was indeed a formidable character, having earned his place as Lei Zi's top enforcer, yet he harbored a deep-seated fear of Chun Nan, terrified of being discovered and silenced. Lying there, he trembled uncontrollably. Chun Nan restored the window to its original state, casting a casual glance at Winter before lying down fully clothed, as if nothing had transpired that night. With the dawn came morning exercises, but following the routine, Chun Nan was transferred to a new room, one dreaded by the inmates and referred to as the Reaper's Cell. Winter approached him, caution evident in his voice. Nanyi, be careful. I've never seen anyone emerge whole from that room. Most end up dead. They say a devil resides within, so tread lightly. The implication was clear. Those who entered rarely returned intact. Chun Nan placed a reassuring hand on Winter's shoulder. You've done well, he remarked before following the guard out of the heavy-duty monitoring area. Winter exhaled, realizing that Chun Nan was fully aware of his actions from the previous night. The reassurance had calmed him, and he instinctively brushed his back, which was drenched in cold sweat. Chui's father and son truly did not wish to let him go. Chun Nan understood all too well that whether entering the heavy-duty monitoring room or the Reaper's Cell, the shadows of Chui's father and son loomed large, evidently intent on ensuring he did not leave alive. Yet, Chun Nan was eager for the challenge of the Reaper's Cell. The monotony of detention life was stifling, and a bit of excitement would be refreshing. He was genuinely curious about the notorious figures who resided within, given that those who entered often left with broken limbs. With a loud clang, the door swung open, and upon his entry, the guard swiftly shut it behind him, uttering not a single word. clearly harboring a deep respect for the cell. However, upon entering, Chen Nan was taken aback, for the room did not exude the dread he had anticipated. Instead, the lighting was soft, with 2 beds, a sofa, a square table, and even a 44-inch plasma television. Seated on the sofa was a young man of refined appearance and fair complexion, who seemed a far cry from the legendary Reaper. Indeed, the environment resembled a cozy home rather than a prison cell. Could he be a martial artist? Chun Nan stepped forward, scrutinizing the Reaper closely. The Reaper's long fingernails resembled those of a woman, both white and immaculately clean. At that moment, he was fiddling with a deck of playing cards, while the coffee table held beer, cigarettes, and an array of snacks. Goodness, they were all inmates, yet the disparity in their treatment was astounding. This individual was living a life of luxury. Without hesitation, Chun Nan seated himself, grabbing a beer and some snacks, pouring himself a drink. "You've arrived?" After a lengthy pause, the Reaper finally spoke. "Yes, I'm here," Chun Nan replied, as if greeting an old friend. "Enjoy yourself. Indulge in good food and drink as I send you off." The young man's tone was casual, as if discussing an everyday occurrence. "Since that's the case, I shan't hold back. It's better to be a glutton than to starve." Chun Nan began to feast heartily, while the young man paid him no further mind, engrossed in his cards, seemingly engaged in a game of fortune-telling. After satisfying his hunger, Chun Nan picked up a box of premium cigarettes from the table, lit one, and stuffed the remainder into his pocket. "You are rather greedy," the young man remarked slowly, a glint of coldness in his gaze. In the depths of hell, with no cigarettes to smoke, one might consider bribing the Reaper. These days, it is easy to meet the King of Hell, but the Reaper is far more troublesome. "Very well, I hope you can manage to bribe the Reaper." The Reaper suddenly lifted his gaze to Chun Nan, a palpable aura of danger emanating from him. "It is not I who bribes the Reaper, but rather the Reaper who seeks to bribe me." Chun Nan met his eyes without flinching, his expression calm and untroubled. With a sudden motion, the Reaper slammed the cards down on the table, his voice chillingly cold. "Let us play a game. We shall compare cards. If you lose, I shall sever one of your limbs. If you survive, I will break your neck. Is that so? And what if you lose?" Chun Nan exhaled a plume of smoke, finally grasping the grim reality of why those who entered were often returned incomplete. It was due to this man's card games. The Reaper appeared momentarily taken aback, as if the thought had never crossed his mind. After a brief silence, he replied, "If you win, you shall have the right to deal with me, though I fear you may lack the prowess." "Agreed. Let us settle this." Chun Nan gazed at the deck of cards in the Reaper's hand. "Let the game commence. You shall dictate the rules." The grim Reaper let out a cold snort, choosing not to engage in further banter. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast a deck of playing cards into the air. The cards ascended to their zenith before exploding into a flurry, cascading down like a shower of snowflakes. Both individuals fixed their gazes upon the swirling cards, each seeking the one that would suit them best. The most formidable card in the deck, which, of course, was the Ace of Spades, the Grim Reaper's ultimate goal. With a swift motion, the Grim Reaper's pale fingers delved into the flurry of cards. Chun Nan smiled and extended his hand as well, their palms colliding in the air, one to fend off the opponent, the other to ensure he could grasp the most powerful card. Ultimately, the cards settled on the ground, each man holding a single card between his fingertips. Chapter 014. Forever the two of diamonds. Ahem. Luck seems to be a bit lacking. It's merely the two of diamonds. Chun Nan coughed twice, unabashedly revealing his card to the Grim Reaper. A sinister smile crept across the Grim Reaper's face. "You've lost. I shall now sever one of your legs." Chun Nan retorted, "How do you know I've lost?" "Because I hold the Ace of Spades," the Grim Reaper proclaimed with unwavering confidence, his gaze laced with disdain. Thinking to himself that Chun Nan must have drawn the smallest card, yet he remained so brazen. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Chun Nan chuckled. "If you truly have the Ace of Spades, show it to me. What use is mere bluster? Damn it." The Grim Reaper, incensed, slammed his card onto the table. "I shall show you." The card lay clearly displayed upon the table, and the Grim Reaper's face turned ashen. For it was not the Ace of Spades, but rather the two of diamonds. The Ace of Spades is the highest card, while the two of diamonds is the lowest. This was the rule of the gambling world. Though Chun Nan's card was only slightly superior, it was indeed a victory. How could this happen? I distinctly drew the Ace of Spades. The Grim Reaper's already pale visage became even more ghostly, incredulous at the sight before him, even going so far as to touch the two of diamonds with his hand. "Ah, Chen Nan smiled calmly. Each individual who enters believes they have drawn the ace of spades. Yet in the end, they all find themselves at your mercy. You are now one of them. Very well, I concede, proceed. The Grim Reaper's expression swiftly returned to calm as he flicked a dagger from his hand, placing it directly before Chen Nan. His arm laid flat upon the table, displaying no hint of resistance. Similarly, he possessed absolute confidence that should others lose, he would readily sever their hands. Chen Nan grasped the dagger and placed it against his arm, a chill running through him. A single stroke would render this arm useless. The Grim Reaper's gaze remained tranquil as he awaited the inevitable, his countenance betraying no flicker of emotion. Chen Nan narrowed his eyes, surprised to find this scion of debauchery possessed such fortitude. The Grim Reaper stated, "The rules I have set forth must be adhered to. Since I have lost, there is nothing more to discuss. However, I am unconvinced." "Unconvinced are you? I allow you to win, and you win. I do not allow you to win, and you shall forever be the two of diamonds." At these words, the Grim Reaper's face twitched, and he asked, "If that is the case, do you dare to engage in another round?" "As you wish," Chen Nan replied. The Grim Reaper reached beneath the table and produced a fresh deck of cards. Tossing them into the air once more, his gaze fixed intently upon the dancing cards. Clatter! Another round of competition ensued, and once again, each man grasped a card in hand. Chen Nan flipped his card to reveal it, a two of diamonds once more. Witnessing this, the Grim Reaper's face convulsed, and his hand trembled. He could not deny the implication. Drawing the same two of diamonds twice was no mere coincidence. Bang! The Grim Reaper slammed his card onto the table, his eyes widening in disbelief. Another two of diamonds. With a sudden thud, he sank back into the sofa, muttering to himself, "How could this be? I distinctly drew the ace of spades." He nearly howled, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "The ace of spades, you say?" Chen Nan suddenly stomped his foot, and the multitude of cards shattered into a flurry of confetti. At this sight, the Grim Reaper turned as pale as a ghost, and after a moment of silence, murmured, "I concede. I am convinced." He extended his hand once more, this time devoid of defiance, willingly offering it for the severing. With a swift motion, Chen Nan brought the dagger down without hesitation. The Grim Reaper closed his eyes, knowing that those who wield the blade do so without mercy. Although he maintained his composure, the severing of one's own hand, an integral part of oneself, was not something one could easily relinquish. Bang! The dagger narrowly grazed the Grim Reaper's arm before plunging deep into the table. Chen Nan, unfazed, casually lifted a bottle of beer and took a hearty swig. "Why do you not strike?" the Grim Reaper inquired. "Because I have already acted." The Grim Reaper was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that the overwhelmingly powerful Chen Nan would spare him. It had become apparent that the scattered cards had not shattered by mere chance, but had been meticulously sliced to fragments by Chen Nan's extraordinary skill. Such swiftness, to exchange cards and present him with a two of diamonds. How could he have possibly perceived it? Even more astonishingly, he had not seen where Chen Nan had hidden his blade throughout the entire ordeal. "Would you care to share a drink?" Chen Nan asked, a shy smile gracing his face as he casually produced a cigarette. "Not. Of course not," the Grim Reaper stammered, his hands trembling as he fumbled with a lighter to ignite Chen Nan's cigarette. In that moment, he was utterly submissive, from skin deep to the very marrow of his bones. "Fat Warden, bring me some wine and dishes." The Grim Reaper unexpectedly retrieved a walkie-talkie from beneath the table and bellowed. Before long, wine and food were brought into the room, and the Warden, observing the scene of Chen Nan indulging heartily, felt a pang of anxiety as he realized the Grim Reaper was treating him with utmost respect. Connecting the dots with Chen Nan's earlier statement, if he still did not comprehend that Chen Nan was no ordinary person, he might as well dash his head against the wall in despair. "Brother Nan, please take your time with the wine." The Warden carefully presented the drink to Chen Nan. "Get lost, you fool. Brother Nan is not how you address me." The Grim Reaper seized a handful of cards and slapped them onto the Warden's face. "Why, yes. Master Chen, young Master Huang. Please enjoy at your leisure. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Get the hell out of here." The Warden scrambled out of the room, his heart racing as he pondered whether he should return the several hundred yuan he had taken. After all, his future was at stake. "Brother Nan, let us toast to you. I, Huang Daming, have never bowed to anyone in my life, not even my own father. You are the first person I have ever admired." Through their conversation, Chen Nan learned that this so-called Grim Reaper was actually a young master from the Huang family of the capital. Due to familial strife and discontent, he had found himself in a predicament, resulting in his confinement here. Such a young master would be treated with utmost deference within the detention center, enjoying lavish meals. And out of sheer boredom, he had devised a method of gambling with cards to entertain himself, unwittingly becoming a pawn in the schemes of others. After discussing matters with Chen Nan, Huang Daming realized he had been used as a tool to eliminate rivals for others. Enraged, he immediately sought to confront the director, but was dissuaded by Chen Nan, knowing that he had already participated in numerous such schemes, and escalating the situation would only jeopardize him further. That morning, upon noticing Chen Nan had yet to return, Xin Xiuhua enlisted Mao Tu, and the two drove Chen Nan's vehicle to the police station. Just as they arrived at the entrance, a furious female officer stormed out. Chapter 015. Apple 6S. Upon seeing the female officer, Xin Xiuhua rushed to the door, seizing the officer's hand. "Where is my brother Chen Nan? Didn't you say he would be released shortly after the matter was clarified? It has been 2 days. Why hasn't he returned home?" The officer, Yang Li, flushed with embarrassment upon seeing Xin Xiuhua. Had she not unlawfully detained Chen Nan and failed to conduct a thorough investigation at the scene, he would never have faced criminal detention. "My elder brother Chen Nan is innocent. Return him to me." Little Universe erupted once more, and she charged at Yang Li. With her commendable skills, Yang Li naturally evaded her approach, holding on to Xin Xiuhong's hand and explaining, "Miss Xiuhong, listen to me. I will definitely rescue him." But rescuing him would only ruin his reputation, wouldn't it? What kind of police are you? Unable to discern friend from foe. You might as well return to the countryside to farm, lest you harm the good people. Xin Xiuhong berated her, leaving Yang Li feeling utterly humiliated. Fortunately, Mao Tu managed to park the car and persuaded Xin Xiuhong to calm down. Having experienced more, he understood the importance of not escalating matters with the police. He urged her to find a way to clear Chen Nan's name while also ensuring his release, inquiring about the location of the detention center. "He is at the city's 3rd detention center. Come, I will accompany you." Upon finishing her words, Yang Li attempted to join them, only to be pushed away by Xin Xiuhong. "You can leave. My brother Chen Nan does not require your assistance." Seeing the two depart in the car, Yang Li felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, turning back to the police station to seek her father, Director Yang, to defend Chen Nan. Meanwhile, Mao Tu and Xiuhong stopped by the market to buy some fruits and snacks. Concerned about the chilly weather, the thoughtful Xin Xiuhong also purchased a set of bedding for Chen Nan before they headed to the city's 3rd detention center. Chen Nan had gained a bit of notoriety within the facility. Even the inmates dared not offend him, allowing them to see him quite smoothly, though their visiting time was strictly limited to 2 minutes in the visitation room. "Mao Tu Nyonya, what brings you here?" Chen Nan greeted them with a smile as he sat across from them. "Brother Nan, did they hurt you?" Mao Tu asked with concern, recalling his own experiences of being detained on the streets, where he had often faced beatings. Given that Chen Nan had offended the young Master Cui, he felt even more anxious for him. "Yes, Brother Chen, did they hit you?" Xin Xiuhong stepped forward to embrace Chen Nan's arm, inspecting him closely. The fresh scent of the young girl momentarily distracted Chen Nan, causing him to recall the scenes from the previous night. "Brother Chen, speak up. Did they strike you?" Xin Xiuhong shook his arm vigorously. Chen Nan regained his composure and pushed her away with a laugh. "Do I look like someone who has been beaten? Let me tell you, the conditions in the detention center are quite splendid. We have meat and wine for every meal. Chicken and pork are in abundance. Oh, the life here is simply delightful." "What nonsense!" Xin Xiuhong shot him a glare, but seeing him in such good spirits eased her worries. Unconsciously, she took a couple of steps closer. After a late night, she had slept soundly in a man's bed for the first time, and the dream felt particularly sweet. Leaving no trace, Chen Nan's return was something she was completely unaware of. "Miss, please have a seat. Do not wander about." A police officer stepped forward to halt her. Xin Xiuhong finally realized her impropriety. Her face flushed as she returned to her seat. "Brother Nan, is that really true? Has the detention center turned into a resort?" Mao Tu expressed his disbelief, knowing firsthand the harsh realities of such places. "Of course it's true." Chen Nan chuckled. "Let me tell you, things are not what they used to be. Each person now has their own bed. Meals include wine and meat, and we even have cigarettes. Besides, I haven't done anything wrong. I will be out soon. Oh, and we even have internet access. Look at this." As he spoke, Chen Nan produced an iPhone 6S, showcasing it like a treasure. "How beautiful. Shin Xiaohong's eyes sparkled with delight, thinking the conditions in the detention center were remarkably good, even providing iPhones. She, who was about to start work, still lacked a decent phone. Nyo, this phone is for you. Chen Nan suddenly remembered that Shin Xiaohong would soon be starting her job at the hospital. He casually tossed the iPhone to her, forgetting that it contained adult content. Thank you, Brother Chen. Shin Xiaohong beamed as she held the phone close, unable to put it down. Brother Nan, is it really that good here? I should come and stay for a while. Mao Tu joked, casting a wistful glance at the phone in Nyo's hands. Chun Nan playfully slapped Mao Tu on the head. Can't you learn something good? Use your time to study and get into a prestigious university to make me proud. What's the point of coming here to stay? He could tell Mao Tu was fond of the phone and quickly added, I'll get you one when we return. Thank you, Brother Nan, but I'm not cut out for studying. Mao Tu jumped for joy, excitement evident in his expression. Why do you think you're not? Nowadays, prestigious universities are open to social admissions. As long as you have the determination, I'll ensure you get in. Then I'll give it a try. Mao Tu replied, a bit bashfully. For a street-dwelling orphan, the prospect of education was immensely hopeful. The 2 minutes passed swiftly, and after Chun Nan's encouragement and the promise of a phone, they left the detention center in high spirits. Before departing, Shin Xiaohong informed Chun Nan that she would start working at the municipal hospital the next day, feeling much more at ease with the phone in hand. During the afternoon's break time, Chun Nan proclaimed before the other inmates, Damn it, I accidentally broke my iPhone. What a pity. I hadn't yet had my fill of fun with it. Before long, 2 brand new phones were delivered to him. Chun Nan graciously accepted them with a smile. As night fell, the sky turned a murky gray, hinting at impending rain. In a high-end residential complex in the city center, one of the most luxurious in Huhai, where each square meter cost tens of thousands. The residents were either wealthy or influential. Lu Meiyin discovered in the afternoon, while washing her car, that Chun Nan had been detained, which left her feeling anxious. Her acquaintance with Chun Nan was quite dramatic, reminiscent of a scene from a television drama where a beauty finds herself in peril, only to be saved by a hero. She had been kidnapped and taken to the seaside, where the vicious criminals intended to rob her of both her wealth and her virtue. Just as she had hoped for a hero, Chun Nan had appeared at the right moment, driving the assailants away and rescuing Lu Meiyin, bringing her back from the brink. Now, thinking of her benefactor wrongfully imprisoned, Lu Meiyin was filled with unease. After her daughter fell asleep, she quietly made her way to the living room, waiting for a call from her lawyer. Dressed in a loose nightgown, her delicate skin seemed to shimmer under the dim light, her finely featured face and pale neck radiating an alluring rosy glow. Her wavy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, while beneath her feet lay an exquisite Scottish carpet, both enhancing her mature allure and graceful demeanor. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang, and Lu Meiyin hurriedly answered. A respectful male voice came through. Director Lu, I have investigated thoroughly. Chun Nan is being held at the city's 3rd detention center. Chapter 16. Released from detention after hanging up, Lu Meiyin knew that if the situation escalated to a lawsuit, Chun Nan would undoubtedly prevail. Yet, she could not bear to let him remain in such a filthy place for even a minute longer. Immediately, she picked up her phone and dialed, Brother. Meanwhile, in another luxurious villa complex in Huhai, within a villa in the Tangchun Ipin estate, Nailan Shiyu, the chairman and president of Dongguan Group, found herself unable to sleep through the night. She had just received news that Chun Nan was detained at the city's 3rd detention center. Shiyu, do you really intend to marry that scoundrel Wei Xiangming? He has entangled himself with numerous actresses in the capital, often sharing beds with several women, and has even broken a girl's leg. If it weren't for the family suppressing the matter, he would have been imprisoned multiple times already. I believe you are aware of this, right? A melodious female voice echoed from the phone, reminiscent of a host. Lin Wei, I would rather die than marry that scoundrel. Nailan Shiyu declared resolutely, her gaze unwavering. Shiyu, I understand your feelings. It's not just Wei Xiangming. How many men in the world are worthy of you? But women like us, despite being born into affluent families, are merely pawns in our family's game, forced into choices for the sake of family interests. What can we do? Is there truly no man worthy of me? Nailan Shiyu's icy, proud countenance revealed a trace of a bitter smile, prompting her to recall that wild night. Although Chun Nan's actions had been somewhat rough, she was acutely aware that she had, in truth, been the one enticing him that night. While it had not been her intention, her body had indeed betrayed her, leaving her both embarrassed and speechless. Ling Wei, I have devised a plan. After a moment of contemplation, Nalan Shiyu made a bold decision. Using a shield was indeed a clever idea, but the choice of candidate was of utmost importance. She instructed on behalf of Ling Wei. "I know what I'm doing," Nalan Shiyu asserted. "Very well, since you've made up your mind, I shall visit tomorrow to take a few photographs as evidence and figure out a way to inform the Wei family." The two discussed the details briefly before hanging up. Nalan Shiyu promptly dialed her lawyer's number. "Is this Lawyer Han? Please do whatever it takes to secure Chun Nan's bail." "Yes." At the 3rd Detention Center in Huhai City. The day's weather was less than favorable. The sky remained overcast, the air heavy with moisture. Yet, for the inmates of the 3rd Detention Center, it was a day of great joy. Each individual was as elated as if they were marrying a new bride. For the formidable figure of Chun Nan, the notorious prison boss, was finally set to leave. In the days leading up to this moment, the inmates had been on edge, uncertain when they might face his wrath. Particularly for those at the top, his departure meant they could stand tall and reclaim their lives. The incident involving Chun Nan and Chui Huayang had garnered significant attention due to the involvement of notable figures, prompting Director Yang himself to intervene. Consequently, the case escalated from a mere public order issue to a criminal investigation, with the city's criminal investigation team taking charge. Ultimately, Chun Nan was exonerated, while those responsible faced repercussions, leading to his release. "Brother Nan, I will be out soon. I'll definitely come to see you then. Don't forget to treat me to a couple of drinks." Huang Daming clutched Chun Nan's hand, reluctant to part ways. Damn it, the Grim Reaper has emerged. Who would have thought the Grim Reaper would be such a refined young man, dressed all in white, almost rivaling a woman? Why is his touch so harsh? Calling the boss Brother Nan and looking so willing to be a lackey. Clearly, the boss is no ordinary person. It's worth it to endure a beating just to know someone like Brother Nan. Not just worth it, it's immensely valuable. A group of violent offenders begrudgingly spoke flattering words, secretly wishing to see Chun Nan released immediately. Chun Nan patted Huang Daming on the shoulder. "I don't have any fine wine to offer you, but if you enjoy a little liquor, you're always welcome. Also, refrain from randomly breaking people's limbs. It might invite gossip." Brother Nan's words stuck in Daming's mind. "When I return, I'll turn over a new leaf and start a new entertainment company. Perhaps film a few movies to test the waters," Huang Daming declared earnestly. "All right, I'll take my leave." Chun Nan turned to depart, and the leaders of various cells and violent offenders surged forward, bidding him a heartfelt farewell, their sorrowful cries echoing through the air. "Boss, you're leaving. We will miss you. Once you're out, I'll stick with you. Boss, you must visit us often. We'll even wash your feet and massage your back." One violent offender clung to Chun Nan's sleeve, tears streaming down his face. Slap! Someone behind gave him a resounding smack. "Do you think the boss is here for fun? Who would willingly stay here? Apologize to the boss." "Boss, sorry, sab sobota." Chun Nan thought to himself that this bunch of ingrates could hardly wait for him to leave, yet they feigned such pretenses. He waved his hand dismissively, sending everyone away as he set off alone, with the inmates watching him leave with eager anticipation, their cries filling the air. Dressed in a stylish jacket, sporting Nike shoes, and draped in a white trench coat, Chun Nan strode confidently towards the detention center's entrance, the jacket and shoes gifted by the inmates, while the trench coat was a result of the warden realizing the inappropriateness of the situation. He not only returned the money, but insisted that Chun Nan wear his wife's newly purchased coat. "Damn, is it raining? And quite heavily too. What a pity for my new clothes." As Chun Nan stepped onto the playground, a steady rain began to fall, enveloping the world in a gray curtain. However, the joy of his release overshadowed the downpour. The rain invigorated him, reminding him that such weather was a minor inconvenience. After all, he had endured months in the South American rainforest, constantly facing threats from enemies and ferocious beasts. Compared to that, a little rain was merely a trivial interlude that could not detract from the main theme. Outside the detention center, amidst the rain, two stunning beauties stood facing each other. It was none other than President Nalan. "Oh, are you here to pick someone up?" Lu Meiyin, having exited her Bentley, spotted Nalan Shiyu standing gracefully under an umbrella at the detention center entrance, with a Hennessy Venom GT parked behind her. Two luxury cars stationed at the entrance, accompanied by two breathtaking women, caused the guards on duty to gawk in disbelief. What in the world is this? A Bentley and... is that the legendary Venom? Goodness, those two beauties, my stars. Today is indeed a blessing. My life is not in vain. The two prison guards drooled, their eyes glazed over, completely forgetting their duties. The legendary beauty commanding the army was not without reason. As prominent figures in the top 10 enterprises of Huhai City, Lu Meiyin and Nalan Shiyu were not strangers to one another. However, Nalan Shiyu, lost in her thoughts, did not notice Lu Meiyin. Thus, when Lu Meiyin passed by her, she took the initiative to greet her. "Oh, it's Director Lu." Nalan Shiyu snapped back to reality, instinctively saying, "I'm here to pick someone up." "What brings you to this place, Director Lu?" Holding her umbrella, Lu Meiyin's noble and elegant face flashed with a hint of displeasure as she replied, "What? Just because Nalan Beauty is here, I cannot come?" I did not mean that." Nalan Shiyu quickly clarified, "I merely meant that this environment does not suit your exquisite beauty." Chapter 017. The falling blossom stands alone. Lu Meiyin chuckled lightly, pleased to receive a compliment from another beauty. "Actually, I believe the atmosphere here does not quite match your captivating beauty, President Nalan. To stand alone in the rain. The person you're here to pick up must be quite extraordinary." Lu Meiyin's eyes sparkled as she regarded Nalan Shiyu, pondering how a woman of such stunning figure and beauty, known as the Ice Queen of Huhai, could personally come to fetch someone. Nalan Shiyu felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, awkwardly smiling as she quickly adjusted her demeanor, regaining her sharp businesswoman's poise. "Director Lu, it's mutual. I have always admired your beauty and formidable methods. The person you've come to pick up must indeed be someone exceptional." Both women were formidable figures in the business world. While they weren't particularly close, they had collaborated across various fields, thus moving past any mutual testing of boundaries. They gazed towards the detention center's entrance, their emotions contrasting starkly. With a creaking sound, the dark red gates swung open, and Chun Nan stepped out, shaking the rainwater from his hair as he prepared to leave. Upon lifting his head, he was met with the sight of two ethereal beauties standing gracefully beneath their umbrellas. Like lilies in the rain, the juxtaposition of their beauty and the luxury cars left him momentarily stunned. What in the world was happening? As Chun Nan exited the detention center, Lu Meiyin and Nalan Shiyu simultaneously stepped forward. However, upon seeing each other in motion, they both halted, gazing at one another. Nalan Shiyu quickly realized that Lu Meiyin was there to pick up Chun Nan and instinctively paused her steps. Given that she and Chun Nan were hardly familiar beyond that one night, it would be out of character for the typically proud businesswoman to approach him in Lu Meiyin's presence. Lu Meiyin, however, merely hesitated for a moment before gracefully approaching Chun Nan. "Chun Nan, welcome back to the world. I trust you were not wrong during your time inside." As she spoke, Lu Meiyin held the umbrella above her head, scrutinizing Chun Nan with the care of an elder sister concerned for her younger brother, fearful that he might suffer any harm. "Thank you, Meiyin Jie, for bailing me out. I'm perfectly fine. The conditions inside were quite decent," Chun Nan replied with a smile, taking the umbrella and raising it above his head to shield Lu Meiyin from the rain. "Why be so courteous with your sister? As long as you're well, let us head back. I'll treat you to a welcome dinner." Lu Meiyin turned gracefully, and because there was only one umbrella, the two naturally drew close together. Exuding Atimatoha, Nalan Shiyu, not too far from them, could hear their conversation clearly due to the favorable wind, and a sense of melancholy washed over her. At this moment, she realized that not only had she single-handedly bailed Chun Nan out, but this beautiful and dignified chairwoman had also played a part in it. It would be inappropriate for her to approach and take him away for a discussion. Chun Nan glanced at Nalan Shiyu, initially thinking that he would never see her again after that night, but to his surprise, he encountered her right after his release. Seeing her standing there, silently gazing at the entrance of the detention center, he presumed she was there to pick someone up as well. He couldn't help but glance at the exquisite Hennessy Venom parked nearby, recalling that he had left 500 yuan for her after their encounter that night. It dawned on him that she was indeed a wealthy lady. Just the value of that car could afford many nights in a luxury hotel. Chun Nan felt a bit embarrassed, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth as he looked at the lovely woman. Although Nalan Shiyu feigned looking toward the detention center, she was acutely aware of the dynamics between the two. Upon witnessing Chun Nan's expression, she could hardly suppress her feelings of embarrassment and anger, hastily lowering her head and turning her body away. However, the thought of him shamelessly leaving 500 yuan after indulging with a wealthy woman amused her, and she couldn't help but let a barely perceptible smile tug at her lips. Her cheeks flushed, creating a complex tapestry of emotions. Since it was evident that she was there to pick someone up, Chun Nan decided not to intrude. Meanwhile, Nalan Shiyu, lowering her head to avoid any awkwardness. Wished for the two to pass by quickly, believing that their matters could be discussed later. Lu Meiyin, observing the subtle expressions between them, feigned ignorance as she approached Na Lan Shiyu with a smile, saying, "President Na Lan, the person you're here to pick up hasn't emerged yet, has he? We'll be taking our leave now." "Oh, all right," Na Lan Shiyu replied in a flustered manner, nodding her head. "Very well." Lu Meiyin inclined her head slightly and walked past Na Lan Shiyu with Chun Nan by her side. Chun Nan was closest to Na Lan Shiyu, almost brushing against her as they passed. A familiar scent of orchids wafted into his nostrils, evoking memories of that night's madness. The beauty's flawless figure, her soft gasps, her pain, and her whispers lingered in his mind, each moment a tantalizing reminiscence. With only one umbrella, Chun Nan naturally tilted it towards Lu Meiyin, leaving half of his body exposed to the rain. The droplets soaked into his shoulder, causing him to sneeze involuntarily. "Have you caught a cold? Look at you. The umbrella is tilted my way. This simply won't do." Lu Meiyin chided him, pushing the umbrella towards his side. "Iem mi fine, iem mi robust. A little rain is refreshing," Chun Nan insisted. "That won't do. Come closer to me. I want bite." Lu Meiyin playfully rebuked, leaning closer to him, which made their proximity even more intimate, akin to a couple in love. As they passed by, Na Lan Shiyu suddenly turned around and caught sight of the two, closely huddled together, exchanging gentle nudges. To an outsider, they appeared almost like a respectful couple. A shiver coursed through Na Lan Shiyu's body. Could it be that they truly were a couple? Yet, to her knowledge, Lu Meiyin was a widow and had never announced any marriage. Nor had she succumbed to the advances of numerous officials and wealthy suitors. How could she possibly be with someone like a car washer? Given her status, her pride should have prevented such a liaison. Na Lan Shiyu's thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. The distance was short, and if she hurried, she could quickly return to her Bentley. Yet, Lu Meiyin ambled leisurely, seemingly relishing the stroll in the rain, creating an impression that they were indeed a couple. The only solace for Na Lan Shiyu was that Chun Nan did not seem to take advantage of the situation. Could it be that Lu Meiyin was pursuing Chun Nan? That seemed implausible. Why would the haughty chairwoman, known for her pride, take an interest in someone like a car washer? What qualifications did he possess to attract her attention? Moreover, he was known to frequent bars and indulge in flirtations. Lu Meiyin had even less reason to be drawn to him. Na Lan Shiyu's mind was a whirlpool of conjecture, and one fact further convinced her that the two were not in a romantic relationship. Lu Meiyin, though appearing to be in her late 20s, was actually in her mid-30s, significantly older than Chun Nan. How could such a successful woman disregard her reputation to publicly support a younger man? While Na Lan Shiyu stood there lost in thought, Chun Nan took another glance at her luxurious car, his eyes brightening. He mused, "This is indeed a genuine Hennessy venom. What status must this stunning woman possess? Have I inadvertently become entangled with a noble lady? What incredible fortune I seem to have stumbled upon. Let us get in the car." Lu Meiyin took the umbrella, allowing Chun Nan to sit in the passenger seat first before she herself made her way to the driver's seat under the cover of the umbrella. This intimate gesture resembled a lover's tender care for her partner, causing Na Lan Shiyu's heart to race. If they truly were in a romantic relationship, her plans would be thwarted. Given her personality, she would find it impossible to seek someone else. With a decisive slam, the car door shut. The Bentley slowly started to move, gradually disappearing into the rain. Na Lan Shiyu felt as though her soul had been lost, staring blankly at the direction in which the Bentley vanished. The sight of the elegant figure standing alone in the rain appeared so solitary and desolate, imbued with an air of poignant beauty. The backdrop of the luxury car against the image of the solitary beauty in the rain painted a picture of melancholy and elegance. A gentle breeze and light rain swept several blossoms from the branches, while a pair of swallows flew past Na Lan Shiyu, fading into the rain, enhancing the beauty of her solitude. Chapter 018. Only I drive the car the moment the car engine roared to life. Chun Nan suddenly turned back, catching sight of Na Lan Shiyu's umbrella slipping from her grasp and falling to the ground. She stood there, lost in thought, her solitary figure soaked by the rain, unaware of the droplets that clung to her radiant face. Rainwater trickled down her cheeks, soaking her thin skirt and outlining her exquisite figure. The gentle rain continued to fall, and the cool breeze only accentuated her solitude and melancholy. At this instant, a pang of regret pierced Chun Nan's heart. and he found himself regretting the events of that fateful night. After a moment of contemplation, he gently closed his eyes, murmuring within, "I'm sorry." Lu Meiyan drove Chen Nan to a place known as Shao Xiangguan, which, while not particularly luxurious, exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere. Upon entering the private room, they ordered 6 dishes and a soup, and Lu Meiyan deliberately requested a bottle of wine for Chen Nan, intending to offer him a warm welcome. As she observed Chen Nan enjoying his meal, Lu Meiyan couldn't help but express her concern. "I've heard that you've offended the Ditang Hui. They're a notorious gang in Huhai. It may be difficult for your car wash business to continue." Chen Nan reassured her, "Meiyan Jie, you needn't worry about me. I'll be fine. They shouldn't cause any more trouble." Lu Meiyan shook her head. The president of Ditang Hui, Chui Chenglong, is known for being ruthless. You've injured his son. He certainly won't let this slide. Though you are skilled, a lone hero can hardly contend against many foes. An open attack is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow is treacherous. I remain unconvinced. During your absence, I've already arranged for Mao Tu to attend school in America. He is still young and should learn more. I see you. Why not come work at my company? Chen Nan was taken aback, not expecting Lu Meiyan to consider his future so thoughtfully. Mao Tu indeed needed education, but he did not wish to retreat in fear. He chuckled. "Meiyan Jie, I appreciate your concern for Mao Tu. I'll manage the tuition, but you know me. I'm not skilled at anything and wouldn't be able to help you much. I doubt I could contribute anything at your company. Little man, why are you still being so polite with me?" Lu Meiyan replied with a glimmer in her eyes and a warm smile. "Who says you can't do anything? Do not forget that you single-handedly repelled 6 or 7 ruffians and rescued me from the beach." At this point, Lu Meiyan could not help but recall the day she faced Chen Nan in disarray, causing her cheeks to flush as she said, "Why not become my chauffeur? Exclusively driving for me?" Lu Meiyan gazed at Chen Nan with sparkling eyes, her delicate face exuding both elegance and a hint of seduction. The mature charm left Chen Nan momentarily entranced, secretly lamenting how irresistibly alluring this young woman was. "Exclusively driving for you? Meiyan Jie, are you not afraid of robbery or worse? I must warn you, I can be rather unscrupulous." Chen Nan chuckled. Lu Meiyan giggled lightly. "Not at all. I trust you. And besides, I am your sister. You wouldn't dare to act improperly." "Ah, Meiyan Jie, you know I am rather laid back, and I fear I may hinder your affairs." "Haha, no worries. You need not clock in. Just be on standby when I require your assistance." Chen Nan frowned. "What kind of job is this? Wouldn't that mean receiving a salary without working?" Lu Meiyan seemed to read his thoughts and added, "You know I have many social engagements, and in the business world, I often have to interact with men." At this juncture, Lu Meiyan shifted the conversation. "Do you think I am beautiful? Beautiful? You are the most stunning woman I have ever encountered." Lady," Chen Nan replied sincerely. This woman was indeed beautiful, not only with her alluring mature charm, but also possessing the unique, noble quality of a strong woman, evoking an aura that seemed unattainable. Mature, seductive, and noble, such a woman could be classified as the epitome of femininity, leaving no man unmoved. Lu Meiyan smiled at Chen Nan, teasingly saying, "Just call me a young lady. You might as well say I'm a beautiful matron. I won't mind." "Ha!" Chen Nan laughed heartily, feeling a bit embarrassed for being called out. Lu Meiyan looked at him and said, "Precisely because I am beautiful. There are always those self-important officials and business elites with designs on me, which forces me to remain vigilant. With you around, I feel much safer. How about you become my personal chauffeur and bodyguard?" "Sister, I am a man too. Are you not afraid I might have my own designs?" Chen Nan said, casting a lewd glance at Lu Meiyan's ample bosom. "Little man, I fear everyone, but you are not one of them." Lu Meiyan left, her eyes sparkling with seduction, leaving Chen Nan momentarily dazed. Truly, she was a bewitching enchantress. Chen Nan hastily averted his gaze. Otherwise, he doubted his ability to resist the allure of this exquisite woman for long. "Well then, it's settled." Lu Meiyan looked at Chen Nan with expectant eyes. Chen Nan resolutely shook his head, smiling. "Meiyan Jie, I am now somewhat of a boss myself. As the saying goes, it's better to be the boss than to work for someone else. Given my laid-back nature, I believe being a boss suits me better." "Ah, a boss." Lu Meiyan chuckled, thinking that washing and detailing cars seemed to be a job he had monopolized, which hardly qualified him as a boss. However, she refrained from calling him out on it, knowing men had their pride. Chun Nan felt a bit awkward and sheepishly said, as the saying goes, even a sparrow, though small, has all its vital organs. All vital organs? I heard your car wash only has a bicycle repair shop's license. Lu Meiyan's eyes sparkled, growing more amused by this charming little man. I didn't think you were aware of that. Isn't it fashionable to operate under someone else's license nowadays? I'm merely innovating. Others do small businesses under large ones, and I'm just doing the opposite. Chun Nan maintained a serious expression, as if delivering a solemn proclamation. You are quite humorous. Being with you makes me feel several years younger. Lu Meiyan gazed at Chun Nan's chiseled face, momentarily lost in thought. Sister, I truly believe you are not much older than me. Besides, you are successful and a dream woman in the eyes of many men. You should not belittle yourself. What Chun Nan said was indeed the truth. To him, Lu Meiyan appeared to be in her late 20s, an age when women bloom most vibrantly. Exuding fragrance and charm, coupled with her position as chairwoman, she undoubtedly made many men's mouths water. I am much older than you. Lu Meiyan's expression dimmed slightly. Her struggles hidden from all. Lu Meiyan became a widow at a young age, raising a daughter while managing a business. It was no easy feat for a woman to juggle these roles, acting as both father and mother. As a beautiful matron and a strong woman, she had to constantly guard against those with ulterior motives, leading to a life of exhaustion, both physically and mentally. Had it not been for meeting Chun Nan, this vibrant peony might have wilted long ago. As for her maintaining her youthful beauty into her 30s, it was merely a combination of natural allure and diligent self-care. Chapter 019, You Need Medical Attention? Observing the melancholic expression of the young matron, Chun Nan felt a surge of emotion. Lu Meiyan's sorrowful demeanor resembled that of an ancient princess secluded in a grand palace, exuding both unparalleled grace and a quietly poignant beauty. Just as Chun Nan contemplated offering her words of comfort, his phone rang. Upon answering, an anxious female voice came through. Chun Nan Gu. Mao Tu has been beaten and is currently lying in the hospital. Chun Nan sprang to his feet. Chiohe, do not panic. Take your time and explain what happened. Just moments ago, Chui Huaoliang brought people to the car wash to cause trouble, injuring Mao Tu and smashing the wash shed. Chun Nan could hear the faint sound of sobbing from Shin Qiu, he on the other end. Chiohe, do not cry. I will be there shortly. Chun Nan stood up, preparing to head out, when Lu Meiyan said, Go ahead, I will drive you there, and we can check on Mao Tu. The two exited the restaurant, and Chun Nan took the keys, swiftly settling into the driver's seat of the Bentley. Virum, before Lu Meiyan had secured her seat. The Bentley shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, weaving through traffic and drifting around corners with fluid precision. The massive vehicle moved without hesitation, resembling a streak of red lightning racing towards the municipal hospital. Although the car belonged to Lu Meiyan, she had never experienced such speed before. She had never even been in a car going this fast within the city. Instead of feeling fear, the beautiful matron experienced a thrilling rush. Every encounter with Chun Nan brought her new sensations and a long-lost passion igniting within her. After parking, they had barely taken a few steps when Chun Nan spotted Shin Qiu, he waiting at the entrance. Now, Shin Qiu, he had shed her simple student attire, donning a white lab coat, standing gracefully on the steps. Her delicate features and cascading hair revealed a fair neck, reminiscent of a pristine lotus emerging from the water. Exuding elegance. Compared to her previous youthful appearance, she now radiated a mature charm. Shin Qiu, he approached them, leading them to a patient room on the 3rd floor. Chun Nan looked up and was surprised to find they were in the neurology department. He knew Shin Qiu, he studied traditional Chinese medicine. But why was Mao Tu in the neurology ward? Surely he hadn't suffered a brain injury? With this thought, Chun Nan felt a pang of anxiety. Fractures and injuries could be treated, but brain damage was not so easily repaired. Mao Tu requires surgery, but there are no available beds in orthopedics at the moment, so I arranged for him to stay in our department for now. Sensing Chun Nan's concern, Shin Qiu, he explained, and she had yet to acknowledge Lu Meiyan, who, despite driving a luxury car, naturally felt a tinge of discomfort seeing her with Chun Nan, resulting in a somewhat cold demeanor. The two realized that having acquaintances made matters easier. Otherwise, given the hospital's shortage of beds, Mao Tu might have had to lie in the hallway. This hospital is utterly unreasonable. Patients needing surgery are placed in the neurology department. I will arrange for Mao Tu to be moved to a special care room immediately. Lu Meiyan took out her phone to make a call, but Chun Nan gestured for her to stop. Meiyan Jie. Let us check on Mao Tu first before discussing anything further. Upon entering the hospital room, Chun Nan discovered a young doctor with an air of arrogance. Clad in a pristine white coat, his hair meticulously styled and his face adorned with a touch of makeup, presenting a rather handsome visage. However, a conspicuous hole in his ear betrayed his penchant for earrings. Mao Tu lay on the hospital bed, his body swathed in bandages, his arm encased in a plaster cast, suspended by a cloth strap around his neck, as he received an intravenous drip, grimacing in evident agony. Seeing Mao Tu's severe injuries, Chun Nan's pupils constricted momentarily, and he hastened to the bedside, inquiring, "Mao Tu, how are you? Brother Chun Nan? I feel useless. They smashed our shop." Mao Tu lamented, tears cascading down his cheeks. "It's just a shop, isn't it? If it comes to it, we can always start anew. Do not burden yourself with guilt. Show me where you are hurt." Chun Nan consoled him, reaching to unfasten the plaster cast from his arm. "What are you doing?" "His arm is broken, with bone spurs requiring surgery. Step aside and do not disturb the patient." The young doctor in the white coat interjected. Chun Nan halted his actions and cast a glance at him. "And who might you be?" "My name is He Haidong, the attending physician here. I am in charge of this ward." The young doctor replied, his tone dripping with disdain. "Ah, He Haidong? I recall you were in your 30s during the 2002 World Cup. I am surprised to see you so young and already a doctor." Chun Nan remarked with a solemn demeanor, rendering it difficult to discern the jest in his words. A suppressed laugh escaped Lu Mei Yin, her amusement palpable. While Shin Xiu, he stifled a giggle, and Mao Tu grinned despite the pain, fearing it might aggravate his injuries. Chun Nan had merely made a jest, yet it was perceived as mockery by He Haidong, who was already irked by Shin Xiu, his incessant address of Chun Nan as brother. Given his father's position as the hospital's deputy director, wielding considerable authority, he seethed, "Get out. Do not disturb the patient's rest. You are not welcome here." Chun Nan replied coolly, "I intend to treat Mao Tu. Please step aside." "You treat him? How laughable. His arm requires surgery, or will be permanently impaired. If something goes wrong under your care, can you bear the responsibility?" He Haidong glared at Chun Nan, poised to physically eject him. "I will take full responsibility if anything goes awry," Chun Nan retorted, ignoring He Haidong's threats as he swiftly unwrapped the bandages and removed the plaster cast to assess the injury. "What are you doing? You will ruin the patient's arm." He Haidong pushed forward to shove Chun Nan aside. "Step back," Chun Nan replied with a cold snort. By this point, he had discerned that while Mao Tu's arm was indeed broken and had bone spurs, it was not as dire as He Haidong claimed. Surgery was unnecessary. Healing from such an injury typically required 100 days, and if surgery were to be performed, Mao Tu's arm would take years to fully recover. "Do you dare insult me? Fine, if anything goes wrong, I will ensure security apprehends you, and you will face the consequences." He Haidong fumed, positioning himself at the door, ready to summon security at the first sign of trouble. Chun Nan disregarded him, seizing Mao Tu's wrist and abruptly pulling, resulting in a resounding crack as Mao Tu cried out in pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, fearing his arm might be irreparably damaged. "Enough with the theatrics. Stand tall like a man," Chun Nan admonished, slapping him on the shoulder. "Security!" He Haidong rushed out of the room in a frenzy, seeking assistance to detain Chun Nan. In his eyes, Mao Tu's arm was beyond repair, and both Lu Mei Yin and Shin Xiu, he wore looks of concern, wondering what Chun Nan was thinking, treating his friend so harshly. Chapter 20. Drifting on the street, Mao Tu, ever obedient to Chun Nan, complied and sat up, suddenly exclaiming, "Oh no, my arm! Mao Tu, how is your arm?" Shin Xiu, he rushed over, clearly distressed at the prospect of Chun Nan intentionally harming his friend. "Sister Chiu, my arm seems to hurt less now." Mao Tu beamed, his expression radiant. The two women turned to Chun Nan, their faces a mix of confusion and admiration. "His bones were merely misaligned. It's all right now. A few days of rest, and he will be fine," Chun Nan explained. The women exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that if the hospital had deemed surgery necessary, it must have been serious. Yet, Chun Nan had seemingly resolved the issue with a simple tug, leaving them astonished. "Mao Tu, stay here for a day. You'll be discharged tomorrow if all is well. A man shouldn't be so delicate," Chun Nan said, reapplying the plaster cast to stabilize his arm, which, although reconnected, still required careful healing. "Okay," Mao Tu nodded. "I really don't want to stay here. Can I just go home now?" "You impatient lad. Stay to recover and receive some nutrition. I'll return shortly. Oh, by the way, here is your phone. Chun Nan tossed a brand new CoolPad 4G phone to Mao Tu, who caught it with glee, momentarily forgetting his pain. With the phone in hand, Mao Tu quickly dismissed the thought of leaving, having spent enough time with Chun Nan to be increasingly like him, stern with enemies and equally demanding of himself, viewing his injuries as trivial. Lu Meiyin approached with a smile. Chun Nan, I've arranged for Mao Tu to attend school in the United States. He should go as soon as he is discharged. All right, thank you, Sister Meiyin, Chun Nan replied, unable to refuse her generous offer. While Mao Tu was engrossed in his new phone, oblivious to the conversation, still being polite to her, Lu Meiyin teased, delighted to assist the orphan Mao Tu, as it also benefited Chun Nan. Chun Nan appreciated her kindness, keeping it in mind, and turned to Shin Xiu He. How are you finding your new job? It's all right, though I'm still adjusting. Also that. Doctor He keeps talking to me, for no reason. Shin Xiu He replied shyly, then suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, Brother Chun Nan, you call me Nyo again. Chun Nan chuckled, it's only natural in a new environment. I suppose it's because Nyo is so pretty that Doctor He is smitten. It's only normal to have admirers, but should anyone bully you, remember to find Brother Chun Nan. Ni know that. At that moment, the door was flung open, and He Haidong stormed in with 2 burly security guards. Pointing at Chun Nan, arrest him and take him to the police station. Dr. He, what are you doing? Shin Xiu He interposed herself protectively in front of Chun Nan, her arms outstretched. He Haidong asserted, Xiu He, while you may know him, he cannot harm patients without cause. Step aside and let security take him away. It's what he deserves. Who says my brother Chun Nan is harming Mao Tu? He is treating him. Look, Mao Tu is already better. Shin Xiu He pointed towards Mao Tu, who was comfortably reclined in bed, glaring at He Haidong with indignation, his face free of pain despite the plaster cast still on his arm. Xiu He, what is happening? He Haidong asked, taken aback, while the security guards exchanged bewildered looks. His arm has been reattached. A few days of rest, and he will be fine. Shin Xiu He explained, granting He Haidong some dignity as a superior, though she felt compelled to scold him. Upon hearing Shin Xiu He's reassurances, He Haidong's doubts dissipated, though he shot a perplexed glance at Chun Nan before departing with the security guards. Once outside, he spat disdainfully, damn it, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. He has got some nerve. Chun Nan, unfazed by He Haidong's antics, exited the hospital room with Lu Meiyin, who insisted that he drive her Bentley back to the car wash. Not long after departing from the hospital, Chun Nan encountered 2 massive trucks obstructing the road. Rendering passage impossible. He honked his horn twice, yet instead of yielding, the trucks only slowed further. With no other option, Chun Nan reluctantly reduced his speed and awaited the trucks to part. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight in the rearview mirror of a powerful Hummer barreling towards the Bentley with reckless abandon. Simultaneously, the 2 trucks ahead suddenly halted and began to reverse simultaneously. Through the rearview mirror, Chun Nan glimpsed the distorted visage of Cui Huaoyang within the Hummer, frantically propelling the vehicle towards the Bentley. In an instant, Chun Nan comprehended the perilous trap laid before him. The trucks and Hummer had conspired to encircle him, intent on his demise. Rage surged within him. If the assault were solely directed at him, it would be one matter, but they had dragged Lu Meiyin into this as well, an utter depravity of humanity. Behind him, Cui Huaoyang, clad in heavy protective gear and helmet, with solid barriers surrounding him, charged forward like a madman. The Hummer's powerful acceleration caused its tires to screech against the pavement, startling Lu Meiyin within the Bentley. She had already noticed the 2 trucks reversing and, upon hearing the noise, turned her head to behold the oncoming Hummer. Her complexion drained of color, breath quickening. Her mind went blank. The horrifying realization struck her. Was this how her life would end? Unwilling to accept such a fate, she instinctively lunged towards Chun Nan, clutching him tightly, yearning to share in their demise. For an ordinary person, such a scenario would be insurmountable, with no time to react before crashing into the barriers. Yet Chun Nan was no ordinary individual. Almost as soon as Lu Meiyin leaped towards him, he slammed on the brakes, sharply twisted the steering wheel, and pulled the handbrake. Lu Meiyin, in her frantic embrace, clung to his waist. In a stunning spectacle, the Bentley's 4 wheels locked, causing the vehicle to spin in place, executing a perfect 180-degree turn. Sparks flew as the tires ground against the pavement, and thick smoke billowed. Nevertheless, the Bentley, a marvel of engineering, executed the maneuver impeccably. Upon completing the drift, The Bentley not only evaded the Hummer, which had now barreled past, but also transformed into a reverse trajectory. To onlookers, it appeared as though the Bentley had performed a daring drift, now driving against the flow of traffic. Chapter 021. A thin line between light and darkness. Haha. Chen, you're finished. Chui Huayang's face contorted with rage as he floored the accelerator, the Hummer surging towards the Bentley. Killing Chen Nan would not only avenge his past humiliations, but also grant him the opportunity to win over Xin Xiaohua. He fancied himself beckoning to a stunning beauty. To his astonishment, the Bentley vanished from sight, replaced by the looming rear of a truck, akin to a black hole, rapidly approaching the Hummer's front. No! Chui Huayang's dream shattered in an instant, a shriek of despair escaping his lips as he desperately slammed on the brakes. But it was too late. With a thunderous crash, the Hummer's front collided forcefully with the truck's undercarriage. True to its name, the Hummer pressed relentlessly against the truck, forcing it to a halt. Despite the severe deformation of the Hummer, Chui Huayang, fully armored, remained trapped inside, unable to move. "Help me!" Chui Huayang cried out, hoping the truck driver might hear his desperate pleas. Yet, even if he could be heard, there was no chance of rescue. Just as his voice faded, he felt the vehicle begin to swell. Suddenly, a fireball erupted, swiftly engulfing the Hummer in a series of explosions, consuming even the truck ahead. Flames shot into the sky, and tragically, due to the collision, the three vehicles became entangled, resulting in a chain explosion. The drivers of the two trucks, initially believing they had struck the Bentley, had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation when the firestorm surged into their cabin. They barely managed to escape, transformed into human torches, collapsing to the ground with anguished cries reverberating through the street. Chen Nan slightly reduced his speed, casting a glance at the scene and the two flaming figures before driving away. Lu Meiyin clung tightly to Chen Nan's waist, experiencing a violent wave of dizziness, as if she were being lifted into the sky. Hearing the explosions, she believed her end was nigh, gripping Chen Nan even tighter, her only thought to perish alongside him. After years of solitary admiration, she could no longer bear the thought of leaving alone. The fear of embarking on a journey of solitude haunted her. Each explosion sent her body into instinctive tremors, but then she realized something was amiss. The sounds of destruction were receding. The embrace around her felt palpably real, as it dawned on her that perhaps she was still alive. At that moment, she heard Chen Nan's voice, "Meiyin, it's all right." As he spoke, he unconsciously caressed her elegantly tied hair, offering solace. Realizing she was indeed alive, Lu Meiyin felt a rush of warmth at the gentle touch of his hand, stirring within her a desire to remain in his embrace. The presence of a man to rely upon was undeniably comforting. Yet her innate pride and dignity, stemming from her noble lineage, forbade her from succumbing to such vulnerability. Blushing, Lu Meiyin rose, her gaze drawn to the billowing flames behind them. Stunned, she queried, "What just happened?" Slowly turning around, she beheld the vehicles approaching in reverse. Ah! Lu Meiyin instinctively wanted to scream, but considering her status, she felt embarrassed to lose composure before this younger man. Quickly, she covered her mouth, her face pale. The spectacle was overwhelmingly shocking. Even as a chairwoman accustomed to high society, her heart raced, fearing a collision between the oncoming vehicle and the Bentley. As the three vehicles ahead ignited, the approaching cars screeched to a halt, threatening to congest the road. Chen Nan deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, entering the descending lane just before the impending crash. Returning to a normal driving state, while traffic backed up behind them, they smoothly merged into the flow of vehicles. Only then did Lu Meiyin exhale softly, gently patting her chest, reflecting on the harrowing moments of life and death they had just endured, a thrilling experience that left her breathless. In that moment, she realized that in the face of imminent danger, it was Chen Nan who had executed a reverse maneuver, averting a fatal fate. Astonished by his prowess, her heart surged with exhilaration. If only this man could be her personal driver, what bliss that would be. "I'm so sorry, Meiyin. I've caused you trouble," Chen Nan expressed apologetically. "It's nothing. A few points off my license are inconsequential. I owe you my gratitude." Lu Meiyin assumed he referred to minor traffic violations, which held little weight for someone of her stature. "Not that matter. I mean the accident we just endured. They were targeting me, and since this vehicle is yours, it will inevitably attract police scrutiny, which might lead to complications." Lu Meiyin let out a sigh of relief, her expression resolute. "If they wish to harm you, that is their own doing. Trust me, I will handle the police. As she spoke, Lu Meiyin retrieved her phone, contacting her lawyer to arrange for assistance, mentioning threats against her life. For an ordinary individual, such matters might invite police inquiries, but with her status, it was easy to resolve. Upon returning to the car wash, Chun Nan spotted old Shun tidying up the wreckage left by the assailants from a distance. Exiting the vehicle, he approached old Shun, who seemed ready to speak. Chun Nan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Uncle Shun, you needn't say more. I'm already aware. Please close the shop and take some rest. Old Shun inquired about the situation with Mao Tu before heading home. The destroyed items would need to be replaced entirely for the business to resume. Yet Chun Nan felt no urgency. He intended to resolve the matter with the rival gang first. Their repeated provocations had thoroughly enraged him. A thin line separates light from darkness. In the vibrant heart of the city lies the Bright Bar, a modest establishment where a youthful bartender deftly blends various spirits. With a flourish, he tosses a bottle into the air, performing an enchanting display that captivates the audience, eliciting a round of applause, particularly from the ladies who gaze at him with an added hint of allure. The young man smiles faintly, lifting a glass to savor its contents, revealing an accidental glimpse of a scorpion tattoo on his exposed arm. A colleague rushes to the bar, whispering urgently in the bartender's ear. His expression shifts, a glimmer of menace flickering in his eyes as he commands, "Keep a close watch on the hall. Anyone daring to lay a hand on Nango is courting death." The Bright Bar exists on the thin line between light and darkness. Although Lu Meiyin wished to persuade Chun Nan to become her driver, the day's events weighed heavily upon her mind, prompting her to forego the subject and return to her company. Chun Nan watched the Bentley disappear, absently touching his nose as he strolled towards his residence. Upon arrival, he was met by a Hennessy Venom, parked before his door, with a graceful lady in simple attire standing beside it. Her exquisite features, framed by dark, flowing hair, were accentuated by a white scarf draped casually over her shoulder. Delicate strands of hair fell gracefully across her forehead, and her porcelain-like cheeks radiated a youthful glow. Her ethereal presence transformed the otherwise chaotic surroundings into a picturesque scene. Recognizing her as the enchanting woman with whom he had shared an intimate night, and who had appeared before him at the entrance of the detention center, Chun Nan approached with a smile. "Beautiful lady, what a coincidence. I never imagined we would meet for the third time." Chapter 022. Pressured into marriage by a beauty blushing. Nalan Shiyu replied, "My name is Nalan Shiyu, but you may call me Nalan. Would you mind inviting me in for a moment?" For reasons unknown, the moment Nalan Shiyu laid eyes on Chun Nan, her previously tumultuous emotions settled into an unexpected tranquility, as if she had found something to lean upon. With such a captivating guest gracing his humble abode, how could he refuse? "Please come in." He gestured invitingly. Nalan Shiyu furrowed her brow slightly, opening her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately hesitated, gracefully stepping into the courtyard, only to halt in her tracks. "Miss Nalan, I notice a cloud of sorrow upon your brow and weariness in your demeanor. Is there anything I can assist you with?" I would be more than willing to help. Since their encounter at the detention center, Chun Nan had felt a pang of heartache for this heartbreakingly beautiful woman, harboring guilt for that night. If he could lend a hand, he would gladly do so. Raising an eyebrow, Nalan Shiyu was taken aback by his willingness to help. After a moment of silence, her cheeks flushed with crimson as she spoke softly. "I want to marry you." "What?" Chun Nan thought he must have misheard. "I said I want you to marry me." Nalan Shiyu's voice was nearly a whisper, her cheeks nearly glistening with moisture. "Marry you?" Chun Nan was momentarily stunned, standing there in disbelief. "Miss Nalan, surely you jest? It feels as if the world is spinning." He waved his hand in front of her, feigning seriousness. "The world isn't spinning, nor is the ground shaking." Nalan Shiyu was nearly amused by his antics, suppressing a smile as she resolutely stated, "I want to marry you, and I want it to happen immediately." Realizing he had not misheard, Chun Nan could hardly suppress a wry smile. "Miss Nalan, you insist on marrying me. Yet do you even know my surname, or my full name? You wish to wed a man whose name you do not know? Is that not rather impulsive?" "I do know. Your name is Chun Nan, you are 25 years old, and you own a car wash." Nalan Shiyu replied, her voice now considerably louder. She had cursed that name countless times, unable to forget it. "So, you have conducted a background check on me?" Chun Nan sighed. "Miss Nalan, we merely shared a fleeting encounter. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. You must consider this carefully. One moment of impulse should not dictate a lifetime. I do not require your counsel. I am already 26. in virtual years, and I am well past the age for marriage. I know what I am doing. 26. Yet you seem closer to 23. Chun Nan retorted with a smirk. Nalan Shiyu shot him a disapproving glance. I am a very reserved person. While that night was unexpected, it still holds significance for me. Her gaze was filled with a lingering sorrow, grappling with the reality that her first experience was irrevocably tied to this man. Ah, but that does not mean I must marry you, Chen Nan replied, exasperated. The events of that night, complicated by Yao Qingxue, had muddled his thoughts. After 2 encounters with her, he was convinced Nalan Shiyu was facing some sort of difficulty, seeking solace in alcohol, which led to their night of passion. However, the notion of an immediate marriage caught him unprepared. Seeing his hesitation, Nalan Shiyu's anger flared. In both Beijing and Huhai, countless wealthy suitors pursued her relentlessly. With just a word, they would flock to her like flies. Yet here was a man who hesitated to marry her, prompting her to exclaim, "Do not think you are the best choice. I will tell you the truth. Countless suitors have pursued me, and the only reason I have chosen you is that you possess my first." At this, Nalan Shiyu's face deepened in shade, and after a slight pause, she added, "Rather than marry someone I do not love, I would prefer to choose you. Besides, it is only for 6 months. After that, we shall part ways without interference." Chun Nan remained silent for a moment, then furrowed his brow. "Miss Nalan, I understand now. You wish to use me as a shield, for I am merely a poor car washer, making me easier to control compared to others. Is that correct?" Nalan Shiyu bit her lip, contemplating before admitting, "You are partly correct, yet it is also true that you hold my first in your hands." Chun Nan fell silent for a while, then spoke thoughtfully. "So, Miss Nalan, you are indeed a nostalgic person. If your heart remains tied to that moment, I can earnestly pursue you until you genuinely accept me. What do you think? Pursue me? With what will you pursue me?" Nalan Shiyu's temper flared. "Do you think those few cars you wash are enough? Even if you washed 1,000, you would still fall short of my standards. You are simply unqualified." Having always been the center of attention, a paragon of beauty, Nalan Shiyu had been the general manager of Beichin Pharmaceuticals, the largest family business of the Nalan clan. Even after being dismissed from her family, she became the president of Donghuan Group. Which man had ever pursued her that was not a remarkable individual? For a mere car washer to claim he could win her heart was utterly laughable. "Not qualified, you say?" Chun Nan shook his head. "In that case, I believe it is best we part ways. I kindly ask you to seek someone more suitable. I am simply not worthy." With that, he turned to walk back into his room. "Wait, Chun Nan, that is not what I meant," Nalan Shiyu exclaimed, suddenly unsure of how to clarify her intentions. Could she admit she had high expectations of him? Yet, how could a proud and haughty beauty like her express such sentiments? "What do you mean by that?" Chun Nan replied coldly. "Miss Nalan, please take your leave. I am unable to assist you." As he began to enter his room, Nalan Shiyu, driven by an unexpected surge of determination, called out, "Chun Nan, stop." He halted, turning back to her. "Miss Nalan, is there something else?" Nalan Shiyu abruptly stamped her foot, asserting, "I'm not what you imagine. I mean you." Realizing her inability to articulate her feelings, and with the impending engagement to Wei Xiaoming looming in just a few days, an overwhelming sense of grievance washed over her. In a moment of desperation, her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, and she suddenly turned away, weeping softly, her voice a melancholic whisper, her delicate shoulders trembling, evoking a profound sense of pity. Observing her quivering silhouette, Chun Nan felt a pang in his heart, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Noticing his prolonged silence, Nalan Shiyu abruptly turned around, her expression fierce. "You are untrustworthy. Just a moment ago, you promised to help me. Why the sudden change?" Gazing at her tear-streaked face, reminiscent of a fragile pear blossom, Chun Nan found himself momentarily stunned. Hadn't that woman from years ago needed his protection just as she did now? His heart softened, and with a wry smile, he said, "Please do not cry. I cannot bear to see a woman in tears. I promise you." "What did you say?" "I said I promise you. But please stop crying and wipe your tears." Chun Nan rummaged through his pockets for a tissue, but to no avail. He brushed off his sleeves, moving closer to the enchanting woman to offer his assistance in wiping her tears. "How disgusting!" Nalan Shiyu shot him a disdainful glance, swiftly turning away to pull out a handkerchief to dry her tears. Internally, she berated herself. "Nalan Shiyu, when did you become so weak? Crying in front of this insufferable man? Have you ever cried before a man?" Chapter 023. The agreement, once her tears were dried, Nalan Shiyu gracefully returned to the car, producing several sheets of paper, which she handed to Chen Nan. Since you have agreed, you must not backtrack. This is the marriage agreement. Take a look, and if all is satisfactory, sign it. In the blink of an eye, Nalan Shiyu had reverted to her previous cold and proud demeanor, as if the earlier tears had never been shed. A marriage agreement? Chen Nan chuckled bitterly, never imagining he would find himself in such a predicament. He glanced over the document, which was meticulously detailed. The agreement stipulated a duration of 6 months, commencing from the issuance of their marriage certificate, after which neither party could interfere in the other's life for any reason. Failure to comply would result in a penalty of 100 million. This woman truly intended to discard him once she had used him. Chen Nan continued reading, noting that the male party was required to reside at a location designated by the female party, and neither party was allowed to invade the other's privacy. The female party would be responsible for the male party's daily expenses, paid in the form of a salary, totaling 1 million, with an upfront payment of 300,000 upon signing, followed by another 300,000 after 3 months, and the remaining 400,000 paid in full at the conclusion of the contract. Was this girl studying law? She had left no loophole, even implementing an installment plan to guard against my breach. Yet, the subsequent clauses left Chen Nan utterly dumbfounded. The male party was forbidden from making unreasonable demands or forcing the female party. Both were to use separate bathrooms, with the bathroom deemed sacred and inviolable, and the male party was prohibited from intruding. Parentheses. The female party had no such restrictions. Communication had to be measured, with vulgarities strictly prohibited. Personal hygiene was paramount. Daily brushing of teeth, washing of face, and bathing at least every 2 days. No overnight absences, and no bringing members of the opposite sex into the home. Chen Nan was responsible for cooking, washing dishes, and cleaning the house, with the exception of the bedroom. Finally, Clause 66 stated that the final interpretation of these terms was to rest solely with Nalan Shiyu, and any disputes should be resolved independently. This girl had indeed considered every detail meticulously. It was clear she had already made arrangements for him. Chen Nan, speechless, nonetheless remained resolute. A true man does not hesitate. He took the pen without further ado, signing his name in a bold and flamboyant manner. Chen Nan. Seeing his swift compliance, Nalan Shiyu was taken aback. Do you have no objections? Indeed. Chen Nan shrugged helplessly. I have objections, but I will keep them to myself. Nalan Shiyu could no longer suppress her amusement, her hair trembling, her figure undulating with laughter, which blossomed like a lotus in the morning light, exuding a captivating grace that momentarily left Chen Nan entranced. Feeling somewhat embarrassed under his gaze, Nalan Shiyu reveled in his flustered state, thinking, does this indicate my charm? She tilted her body slightly, pursing her lips and murmuring, regardless, once you have signed, you must abide by the agreement without any reason for reconsideration. My dear Shiyu, consider this. As the moon rises above the willow treetops and people rendezvous at twilight, it is getting late. Should we not retire for the night? Chen Nan took a few steps forward, attempting to embrace Nalan Shiyu. She quickly stepped back, her expression icy. Do not forget, you have signed, so you must not. Must not, she stammered, unable to complete her sentence, her fair complexion flushing increasingly red. You mean not to force you down, right? I merely suggested we sleep. I did not imply anything else. It's late. Do you intend to go back to your place? Chen Nan scratched his nose, displaying a teasing expression. I shall not sleep with you. Nalan Shiyu's small face flushed crimson, regaining her composure to add, furthermore, you must not refer to me in that manner, and do not look at me with those eyes. As you command, my lady. Nalan Shiyu was at a loss for words. The thought of living with this rogue in the days to come was daunting. My lady, Chen Nan stated earnestly, the night is growing late, and since you do not agree to stay here, you must choose a time for the wedding. I shall be retiring to sleep now. With that, Chen Nan yawned, feigning fatigue as he headed towards the room. Nalan Shiyu gazed at his retreating figure with disdain, thinking, it's barely dark, and you wish to sleep? Truly a lazy bum, fit only for washing cars. Wait, my lady, is there something else? Chen Nan rubbed his sleepy eyes, appearing utterly exhausted. Very well, sleep early. Also, prepare your ID and household registration book. I will come for you early tomorrow morning, and we shall go obtain our marriage certificate. As you command, my lady. Nalan Shiyu had already investigated Chen Nan's relationship with Lu Meiyan. As long as they were not married, she would not mind, regarding him merely as a shield. Observing his demeanor, She held no expectations and turned to leave the courtyard. Upon hearing the sound of an engine starting and departing, Chun Nan's previously drowsy expression suddenly darkened, his eyes flashing with cold light. The reason he had sent Nalan Shiyu away was that he had his own plans to investigate the Ditang Hui and resolve this hidden threat. Now that he was married, and with Lu Meiyin inadvertently entangled in this matter, he did not wish for prolonged nights filled with dreams that might lead to further harm to those around him. Just as he was preparing to step out, his phone rang. Upon pressing the answer key, a male voice came through. "King, I have received news that the Ditang Hui is mobilizing all its forces against you." Chun Nan furrowed his brow. "Scorpion, have you come to Uhai?" Nangu, I missed you so much that I quietly opened a bar here. I knew you wouldn't want to see me, so I didn't dare disturb you. That is good to know. Moreover, I warn you, do not interfere with the lives of those around me. Nangu, I assure you I will not." Regarding the Ditang Hui, after a discussion, Chun Nan slowly walked outside, arriving at a small convenience store to purchase a few decks of cards, his solitary figure gradually disappearing into the night. Within a certain club in the Eastern District, a middle-aged man with a sinister demeanor sat at the center, flanked by 4 others. To his right stood a voluptuous beauty adorned in a rose-red qipao, her allure captivating. One of the robust, middle-aged men with a small mustache spoke. "Chairman, I have investigated that lad named Chun Nan. He arrived in Huhai a year ago, running a car wash, but his prior background remains elusive. I find this young man suspicious. I reviewed the footage from the scene, and that Bentley miraculously executed a turn to evade certain doom in a way that defies explanation. Such feats are beyond ordinary capabilities. As the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without peril. I believe we should investigate thoroughly before taking action." The speaker is an elderly man, his small eyes sparkling with intensity, exuding an air of depth and sophistication. "Hong Fong, do you mean to suggest that my son has died in vain?" At the head of the table sits a middle-aged man, none other than Chui Huayang's father, Chui Qinglong, whose beady eyes fixate with a fierce glare upon the elder. Startled, the old man swiftly retorts, "I am not suggesting that Huayang's grievances go unavenged. Rather, I advocate for a thorough investigation before taking action." Chapter 024. The optimal candidate. Chui Qinglong snorts disdainfully, turning his gaze towards a woman in a qipao, her elegance captivating. His eyes linger momentarily on her before he inquires, "Bing Mei, what is your opinion?" The graceful woman smiles radiantly, her smile reminiscent of a blooming rose, illuminating the entire hall. "I am but a mere woman. Matters of violence and bloodshed are beyond my purview. However, should my brothers seek relief, they are welcome to visit my establishment for some relaxation." "Indeed," Chui Qinglong nods. "My son has recently passed, leaving me without an heir. I have heard that women with ample figures are more likely to bear children. Thus, Bing Mei, you shall remain here tonight." Upon hearing Chui Huayang's words, the room fell silent. Bing Mei, who managed the Fenji Yutang, was indeed one of the prominent figures in the society. Despite her presence in a place of pleasure, she held herself with great pride, never entertaining customers, and none dared to covet her. What had come over the president today? Was he truly contemplating using Bing Mei as a means to cope with his son's demise? Yet, Chui Qinglong was known for his volatile temper. Many powerful figures may have secretly admired Bing Mei's beauty, but none dared to challenge him, for they understood his ruthless nature all too well. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, even if it meant killing his own father. It was said that the former president of the society had fallen victim to his treachery, and he had not only taken his place, but had also eliminated several of his former comrades with merciless efficiency, solidifying his absolute authority. Bing Mei trembled at Chui Qinglong's words, her mature and graceful form betraying her unease. She feigned ignorance of his intentions, remaining silent in her resistance, hoping the president would comprehend her stance and refrain from forcing her to stay. Chui Qinglong lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, his fierce gaze scanning each person present. "Gather all the elites of the society for me. No matter the means, I want to see Chun Nan's corpse by tomorrow, along with that Lu Meiyin. I desire not only her, but also her family's assets to be under the banner of our society." "Yes." Several hall masters responded in unison, remaining still as the president did not rise. Chui Qinglong's gaze fell once more upon Bing Mei, his eyes warming with desire. "Bing Mei, come with me." Bing Mei's crescent-like, glistening eyes momentarily flickered with alarm as she looked at the others, who all averted their gazes, understanding the president's intentions. With the loss of his son, he sought to vent his frustrations upon Bing Mei, perhaps even hoping she would bear him a child. No one dared to speak up on her behalf. As the president entered the room, Bing Mei silently followed, her heart resolute to persuade him to reconsider. After all, she was a hall master under his command. President, it grows late, and I must return. The affairs of the nightclub are numerous, and much awaits my attention, Bing Mei asserted, maintaining her dignity while gently declining Cui Chenglong's advances. Bing Mei, you know I require a woman, and I also desire a son. You are undoubtedly the ideal candidate. Cui Chenglong's gaze unabashedly roamed from Bing Mei's ample bosom to her shapely figure, his desire laid bare. I am not suited for such a role. You know I am not the sort to be a wife. Bing Mei instinctively recoiled. You need not be a wife. You can be my lover. As he spoke, Cui Chenglong seized Bing Mei by the arm, forcefully pushing her towards the bed. Despite her frantic resistance, Cui Chenglong's strength overpowered her, and with a tearing sound, her chi pao was ripped apart, revealing a glistening shoulder. The powerful figures of the society, witnessing Bing Mei's entrance into the room, shook their heads in resignation. They understood that this rose was destined to be plucked, and though they coveted her beauty, none dared to intervene. One by one, they exited the hall. As they stepped outside, a figure loomed in the hazy moonlight, standing motionless like a pillar. Only the glint of red in his eyes and the rustle of his garments betrayed his humanity. You are Chun Nan? For these powerful figures, Chun Nan's visage was one they had seen countless times. Upon closer inspection, one of them recognized him immediately. Yet before he could finish his sentence, the figure's wrist flicked, and a faint sound of slicing air filled the space. Before they could react, blood erupted from their necks, and they stumbled to the ground. One man grasped his throat, straining to see, disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed, "It's a playing card. Someone actually used it to kill." His voice trailed off, and with a thud, his head struck the ground, silencing him forever. Chun Nan remained wordless, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him as he stepped over the bodies and entered the conference hall. Inside the bedroom, Bing Mei found herself pushed onto the bed by Cui Chenglong, who was fervently tearing at her clothing. Despite her desperate attempts to resist, she soon realized the futility of her struggle, tears of despair streaming down her face. With a thunderous crash, the door flew open, and a figure with a chilling aura stepped into the room. Although Cui Chenglong's attention was fixated on Bing Mei, his instincts as a gang leader remained sharp. He leapt towards the table to grab a handgun. Chun Nan's cold gaze locked onto him, and as he reached for the weapon, a flick of Chun Nan's wrist sent a card piercing into Cui Chenglong's hand, causing the gun to clatter to the floor. Fearful of another card being thrown, Cui Chenglong disregarded the pain and lunged forward to kick Chun Nan. Yet, Chun Nan moved as if he were oblivious to the attack. In an instant, the leader of the society, Cui Chenglong, was sent flying, blood spraying through the air as he landed on his back. "Stay away from me," Bing Mei exclaimed, pushing herself back against the bed, her chi pao now in tatters, revealing her delicate skin and slender legs, exuding an undeniable allure. Chun Nan's violent energy surged, his eyes aflame with a crimson intensity, fixated upon her form, sending shivers down Bing Mei's spine. Overwhelmed by fear, she glanced at Chun Nan, sensing the raw, masculine energy radiating from him. She understood the grim fate that awaited her. Cui Chenglong had fallen before he could even lay eyes on Chun Nan's true capabilities. Bing Mei realized she could not refuse this man. Before him, even the thought of death felt impossible. Weeping silently, she surrendered to the notion of resistance. Chun Nan's gaze remained blood-red, his hands trembling violently as he stepped closer to Bing Mei. Just as despair threatened to consume her, he suddenly averted his gaze from her, trembling fingers retrieving a plastic tube from his clothing, pouring white pills into his palm. Chapter 025. Bing Mei, the white pills in Chun Nan's hand trembled as he struggled to suppress his shaking, attempting to place one into his mouth. "No!" Bing Mei cried out in alarm. Having spent considerable time in the world of pleasure, Bing Mei was well acquainted with various substances that altered bodily functions. While others might remain oblivious to the nature of the drug, she recognized it immediately. Clonazepam, medication used to dampen extreme emotional responses, but merely a temporary measure, incapable of eradicating the underlying issues. She discerned that Chun Nan's background was far from ordinary. His symptoms mirrored those of soldiers suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, a common affliction among veterans returning home after enduring prolonged periods of large-scale warfare. These individuals, having maintained intense focus amidst madness and loss, would find their symptoms exacerbated when confronted with the specter of death or violence once more. The common affliction, known as veteran syndrome, can typically be managed with medication. However, the individual before us exhibits symptoms that are markedly more severe than those of others. Even when forcibly administered medication, it proves ineffective. In fact, the deliberate suppression of his condition only exacerbates the fluctuations of his mental state, potentially inflicting significant harm on his body. For this reason, the most effective treatment for such a malady is not pharmaceuticals, but rather human interaction and emotional support. For certain mercenaries whose tempers are particularly volatile, the tenderness of a woman is the most potent remedy, capable of alleviating their aggression through the simplicity of everyday life and feminine compassion. Hearing her cries, Chun Nan's nearly lost mind faltered for a moment as he forced himself to cling to the remnants of his sanity and brought the pill to his lips, though his hand trembled violently due to the intentional suppression. Although this medication can do little more than alleviate his symptoms, he is reluctant to pressure this enchanting woman. Moments ago, she had fiercely resisted Cui Chenglong, the leader of the Di Tang Hui, clearly a woman who values her chastity immensely. He has no desire to be coerced into marriage again. No! Bing Mei exclaimed once more, her voice filled with urgency. Drawing upon an unknown strength, she lunged towards Chun Nan, sealing his lips with her own fiery red ones just before he could swallow the pill. This kiss unleashed a torrent of pent-up fury within Chun Nan, a force he could no longer contain. In the aftermath, even she found it hard to comprehend her own actions. After guarding her purity for over 20 years and holding it in the highest regard, Bing Mei had unexpectedly chosen to surrender herself to a man she had just met. Could this be considered love at first sight? She could not articulate it. The night was as dark as ink, and the vast sky stretched endlessly. In a seaside villa, two young women stood at the doorway, nervously clutching their garments, their faces occasionally flushed with embarrassment. Once the alluring sounds from within the room finally ceased, the two girls exhaled a warm sigh of relief, thinking, finally, it's over. That took far too long. They couldn't help but marvel at the man's formidable prowess. Unbeknownst to them, the first light of dawn began to break in the east. I can't stand you, Bing Mei lamented with a hint of resentment, acknowledging that although she had braced herself for this moment, the man was truly too overwhelming. And the duration was excessively lengthy. I apologize. Perhaps it is your beauty that captivated me. Chun Nan responded nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette as he began to dress. Upon hearing his compliment, Bing Mei felt a slight calmness wash over her. She glanced at the pristine sheets and hesitantly inquired, "Do you think I am a promiscuous woman?" Chun Nan remained silent, methodically putting on his clothes. "Believe me or not, this is my first time. I cannot fathom why there was no blood. It might be related to my gymnastics training during school, where I often practiced splits. After one training session, I discovered I was bleeding, and the doctor suggested a repair, which I declined. A perfect gem remains unblemished. It is not merely a membrane that defines it." Bing Mei spoke softly, her face adorned with a deep blush, her gaze betraying her unease. "I understand." Chun Nan exhaled a plume of smoke, contemplating. "You trust me so readily?" Bing Mei stole a glance at Chun Nan, feeling both exhilarated and apprehensive by his presence, which only deepened her infatuation. Chun Nan released a breath of smoke, asserting, "I experienced it firsthand last night. How could I be unaware? Thus, you need not explain." "Oh!" Bing Mei sighed softly, a sense of relief washing over her. She was unsure why she felt compelled to explain herself repeatedly. Was she concerned? She could not articulate it, lowering her head in silence. Her hair, released from its confines, cascaded down like a waterfall, contrasting beautifully with her fair neck, accentuating her femininity and grace. She sat there quietly, akin to a consort awaiting the emperor's judgment. "This is for you. Should anyone pose a threat, show it to them, and it will ensure your safety," Chun Nan said as he removed a cord from around his neck, at the end of which dangled a wooden pendant shaped like a fearsome wolf's head. Upon receiving the pendant, Chun Nan stepped out of the room, not sparing a glance at the two young women waiting by the door. The girls, filled with tension, couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. As the man exited, Bing Mei instinctively clutched the wooden pendant tightly against her chest, pressing her lips together as if holding onto something precious. In that fleeting moment, she understood why she had felt the need to explain herself repeatedly. It was because she cared, and that very concern rendered her previously simple explanations convoluted. Knock, knock, knock. The next morning, Chun Nan was jolted awake by a vigorous knocking at the door. Rubbing his eyes and yawning, he opened the door to find a flustered woman. Who is it? What is all this commotion early in the morning? Can a person get some sleep? Standing outside was Nailan Shiyu, who, upon seeing Chun Nan clad only in his boxers, blushed and turned away in disdain. What time is it? Why are you still in bed? Hurry up and get dressed. Ah, it appears my esteemed wife has arrived. Won't you come in for a moment? Chun Nan replied lazily. We need to head to the registry office with your household registration and ID immediately. I have a meeting to attend shortly and no time for idle chatter. Nailan Shiyu retorted, her expression one of exasperation. It was already 9 o'clock, and the man had yet to rise. While she recalled his boastful claims of washing 1,000 cars to win her over. What a delusion. Beside her stood a woman clad in a red top and jeans, a beauty in her own right, yet overshadowed by Nailan Shiyu's presence. As the red-clad woman approached Nailan Shiyu, she queried, Shiyu, why did you choose such a lazy man? It's already 9. Won't he affect the city's image if taken out? Nailan Shiyu's face flushed red with embarrassment. I have no choice, Ling Wei. I suppose I must make do with what I have. After a moment's thought, she opened the trunk of her car and retrieved an exquisitely packaged box. Just then, Chun Nan emerged from the bathroom, his hair tousled from sleep. Change into these clothes and shoes and tidy up that mess of yours. I don't have time to wait for you. Nailan Shiyu commanded, her annoyance palpable as she took in his disheveled appearance. Hey, my wife treats me well. Come here, dear. Let me give you a kiss. Chun Nan made a playful gesture, but Nailan Shiyu turned away in irritation, refusing to acknowledge him. Relieved that his wife had not detected any discrepancies, Chun Nan exhaled deeply, his heart racing. Having just acquired a wife, he had already found himself entangled with another woman. Was this not infidelity? The sensation was both exhilarating and terrifying. The two women awaited him with displeasure. Yet they were taken aback when the scoundrel emerged in mere minutes, now dressed in a Versace suit and polished Pierre Cardin shoes. His hair dark and tousled with droplets of water, Chun Nan appeared both handsome and vibrant. Nailan Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, reflecting that if he could maintain this appearance and exhibit some ambition, it would be splendid. Alas, she lamented, he was a hopeless case. Ling Wei, observing Chun Nan, was equally surprised, thinking that he looked rather appealing and exuded a rare masculine charm, along with a pleasant, ethereal aura, which starkly contrasted with Nailan Shiyu's descriptions of him as a scoundrel and a sloth. This is Ling Wei, a reporter from the capital. Nailan Shiyu introduced the two as she took her place in the driver's seat and started the car. Hello, beautiful. You can just call me Chun Nan. I'm Shiyu's new husband. Chun Nan greeted Ling Wei, who sat in the back seat. Inwardly, Ling Wei thought that the moment he spoke, he confirmed Nailan Shiyu's characterization of him as an ordinary fellow, a scoundrel indeed, referring to himself as her new husband as if she had been married multiple times. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. The delicate nostrils of Nailan Shiyu flared with emotion. Had she not been driving, she would have felt compelled to bite him. I must inform you, I hold a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo. You shall not bully Shiyu. You will obey her words, or I assure you, I will not spare you. Dai Ling Wei declared, her fist raised defiantly towards Chun Nan. As you command, my lady. Chun Nan promptly closed his mouth, refraining from further speech. Observing his sudden silence, Dai Ling Wei thought to herself that Shiyu had indeed chosen wisely. This man was quite obedient, appearing to be a polished exterior, masking an easily controlled nature, destined only to submit in the face of Shiyu's beauty. Nailan Shiyu first led Chun Nan to take a colorful photo together. Then they made their way directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. While in the car, they heard the news that Chui Chenglong had been confirmed dead in his private club. Shortly after, another shocking announcement followed, revealing that Chui Chenglong was the head of a notorious underworld organization, engaging in illegal activities such as smuggling. According to unnamed sources, his demise was likely a result of gang retaliation. Such a man deserved to die. He has severely disrupted fair competition in society. Dai Ling Wei scolded, seemingly satisfied. I once sought to expose the dealings of his organization, but was threatened. His death is indeed a sign of divine justice, and the one who eliminated him is a true hero of the people. The fewer societal parasites, the better. That hero deserves our admiration. Suddenly breaking her silence, Nailan Shiyu cast a casual glance at Chun Nan, musing that despite his handsome facade, he lacked the heart of a hero, bearing no resemblance to one. Such a so-called hero would be unworthy even if she were to marry him as a mistress. As Dai Lingwei spoke, her eyes frequently darted towards Chun Nan, her gaze laced with disdain. Chun Nan understood their words were directed at him, but chose not to engage, his deep-set eyes fixed on the window, lost in thought. To Dai Lingwei, this demeanor appeared weak and lacking in conviction, her initial admiration for him gradually turning into contempt. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau, the trio entered the processing hall. Dai Lingwei waited off to the side as the two approached the marriage certificate window, where an elderly woman greeted them. As she beheld the dashing man in a suit beside the graceful, striking woman, her dim eyes sparkled with delight. She nodded repeatedly, thinking to herself that such a compatible couple was a rarity these days, where typically a beauty stood next to a portly man, or a charming young man with a less fortunate woman. This pair was indeed a gem among the multitude. Pleased by their joy, the elderly woman swiftly processed their marriage application. "Congratulations! Wishing you a lifetime of happiness and unity," she exclaimed, handing each of them their marriage certificate along with heartfelt blessings. Exiting the window, Nailan Shiyu stared blankly at the bright red marriage certificate. Was she truly married like this? It bore no resemblance to the passionate love she had envisioned. Was this what it meant to be a beautiful woman with a tragic fate, to have lofty aspirations yet a fragile existence? How could she have ended up marrying a scoundrel? Chun Nan, also lost in thought while gazing at the marriage certificate, recalled the echoes of her words. "Brother Nan, I will marry you. You must come to fetch me on a white horse once I graduate." Fate had played a cruel trick, as the woman he was now wed to was entirely different. The space beside him in the photo fluctuated between illusion and clarity, ultimately morphing into the sweetly smiling visage of Nailan Shiyu, leading him to shake his head vigorously until it reverted back to her. She was indeed his wife. Chun Nan could not help but glance at Nailan Shiyu, who was simultaneously looking at him. This was the essence of their marital bond. It is said that the days leading up to a marriage are when the breakup rate is highest, as both parties reassess the person with whom they are about to spend their lives. When they received their marriage certificate, they needed to affirm the one with whom they would share their journey. Chapter 027. The maid. Well, since it has come to this, we can only take it one step at a time. I can only hope he is not truly an unrefined brute. Nailan Shiyu sighed, her expression betraying her helplessness. Her gaze filled with sorrow. "Shiyu, let me see your portrait." Dai Lingwei rushed over to snatch the marriage certificate from Nailan Shiyu's hands, exclaiming, "Oh my, do you look alike?" She glanced up at Chun Nan, then back at Nailan Shiyu. "I say, Dai the reporter, what brings you to the Civil Affairs Bureau? Are you considering marriage too? Well, it's about time. You should familiarize yourself with the process as you're not getting any younger. Do you think I am unable to find a husband? I could easily gather a crowd of suitors at my beck and call." Dai Lingwei paused before adding, "But don't get your hopes up. You wouldn't be in the running." "What? Are you planning to take turns courting them?" Nailan Shiyu jested. "I must warn you, beautiful, to take it easy, lest you find yourself overwhelmed." Chun Nan feigned astonishment, rubbing his nose. "I can't be bothered with you." The two women led the way, leaving Chun Nan behind. Once outside, Nailan Shiyu announced, "I will show you the way home, and then you can pack your things and move in." "Shiyu, I'll head out for some shopping first. It's a rare occasion, and I must make the most of it. I took a leave of absence and must return to Yinjing tomorrow." Nailan Shiyu nodded, and as Dai Lingwei took a few steps, she suddenly exclaimed, "Did he just say I was being taken advantage of?" Dai Lingwei had felt something was amiss about his earlier comments, and now it dawned on her. "So you meant I was that? You scoundrel?" She spun around, ready to confront Chun Nan, only to find he had already left. Chun Nan rolled down his car window, smiling and waving goodbye, thinking to himself that this girl was slow on the uptake, finally catching on. Dai Lingwei shook her fist, wanting to chase after him, but the car had already departed. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and huffed away from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Nailan Shiyu led Chun Nan to Tangchen Ipin, where verdant trees and lush grass adorned the community, with fragrant flower beds dotting the pathways. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars. The community featured both high-rise buildings and opulent villas, and Hennessy drove directly into one of the lavish residences. The villa's walls were constructed of marble, with a yard housing a lawn, a parking area, and an oval-shaped hot tub, flanked by 2 rocking chairs and a jade table. 2 maids were tending to the garden. "Ah, it seems my wife comes from a wealthy family," Chun Nan remarked as he exited the car. Noticing several luxury vehicles parked nearby, including a Ferrari, a BMW Z4, and a Lamborghini. "My dear, since you drive a Hennessy, Shouldn't you give me a Lamborghini to drive? You already have a food song, don't you? Use that for now. Everyone else's car is a result of hard work. Do you wish to reap without sowing? Nailan Shiyu shot him a glance, thinking it amusing that he recognized luxury cars, but then realized he had likely washed them before, so she let it go. Chun Nan rubbed his nose, understanding that Nailan Shiyu was implying he was seeking to gain without effort. Since his wife did not wish to provide, he let the matter rest. As the door opened, a Filipino maid emerged, greeting Nailan Shiyu and Chun Nan in fluent English. The maid, in her 30s, was both attractive and courteous. The overall quality of the maid was high, especially among the female staff, who were skilled in flower arranging, knowledgeable about cultivation, and generally well-educated, holding a commendable reputation internationally. The maid Nailan Shiyu had hired was a graduate from a prestigious university, detail-oriented, and well-matched with her. Nice to meet you. How have you been? Chun Nan greeted the maid in fluent English. I'm fine, thanks. The maid replied with a warm smile. Seeing Chun Nan converse effortlessly in English with the maid, Nailan Shiyu was taken aback, crossing her arms and watching their exchange with keen interest. Through their conversation, Chun Nan learned that the maid's full name was Gina. Longai, in everyday conversation, refers to Nailan Shiyu as Gina. She is responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the rooms, meticulously ironing clothes and socks daily, and preparing meals as well. The maid, well aware of her place, understands that this is the new son-in-law, and that prolonged conversation might provoke the mistress's displeasure. Thus, she offered a brief introduction before discreetly withdrawing. Chun Nan couldn't help but glance at Nailan Shiyu, saying, "Dear, isn't there a maid at home? Isn't your agreement regarding washing dishes and cooking somewhat redundant? It's better to be prepared than to be caught unawares." Nailan Shiyu seemed to have something to discuss with the maid, so she approached her for a conversation. Chun Nan, with a sigh, rubbed his forehead, feeling exasperated. Is this the rhythm where I have to replace the maid? He shrugged his shoulders and entered the room, looking around. The villa boasted 3 levels, with the first floor featuring a grand hall adorned with luxurious carpeting, every piece of furniture impeccably dusted, and the windows sparkling clean. A 55-inch Sony wall-mounted television graced one wall, flanked by cabinets housing several bottles of foreign wine and a few exquisite antique vases. Through a sliding door in one corner of the living room, a white, intricately carved dining table was visible. In front of the sliding glass door separating the dining room from the living room stood 2 pots of bamboo, their lush green leaves enhancing the room's atmosphere, imparting a sense of warmth and elegance. Ascending the spiral staircase, laid with opulent French wood-patterned marble, Chun Nan arrived at the 2nd floor and noticed a room with the door ajar. He gently pushed the door open, and upon entering, he was greeted by a refreshing scent of orchids, instantly evoking a feeling of comfort. Looking up, he saw a lavish king-size bed, impeccably arranged, accompanied by a desk and lamp beside it. Close to the desk stood a bookshelf adorned with a potted spider plant, its green tendrils cascading down. The bookshelf exuded the aroma of books, filled with various titles on business management and law, while across from it was a vanity table. This must be Shiyu's boudoir, he mused, admiring the spacious, fresh, and elegant room brimming with literary charm. The thought that this was his wife's room filled Chun Nan with warmth as he approached the bed, only to be taken aback to find a set of intimate lingerie carelessly placed at the corner. The bra, delicately laced, was semi-transparent, and the lace thong, a striking red and sky blue combination, was adorned with pale pink lace. The pervasive scent of books in the room made the lingerie stand out, not appearing vulgar, but rather contributing to an atmosphere of intimate warmth. He hadn't expected his wife to have such a penchant, imagining her donning that alluring ensemble, both pure and enticing, set his heart ablaze. He absent-mindedly picked up the bra, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Chapter 28. Accidentally opening What Are You Doing? Nailan Shiyu burst into the room, her voice a mix of embarrassment and anger, snatching the bra from his grasp and quickly hiding the thong behind her. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She had rushed that morning to finalize their marriage paperwork and had forgotten all about the intimate set left in her personal space, where, without her permission, no maid was allowed to enter. She never anticipated Chun Nan would barge in and start sniffing it. The thought of having maintained a composed demeanor in front of him for the past 2 days only added to her embarrassment, making her wish to vanish into thin air. Hey, darling, you are a woman, and a beautiful one at that. It's perfectly normal. What's there to be embarrassed about? I must confess, I enjoy seeing you in that lingerie. Get out. You are not allowed in my room without my permission. Nalan Shiyu pointed towards the door, desperately wanting to reprimand him. But her voice faltered, turning into a whisper, tinged with a hint of grievance. Don't be upset, dear. I am your husband, if this is your preference. What's wrong with me taking a peek? Whose preference? That was given to me by Ling Wei. Nalan Shiyu's face reddened further. Although it was indeed a gift from Ling Wei brought from Yin Jing, she had tacitly approved of it. It makes no difference. After all, it's meant to be worn by my wife, and I enjoy the view. Chun Nan responded slowly, appearing to relish the situation. Get out. Have you forgotten our agreement? You signed it. Nalan Shiyu, accustomed to exuding authority among her subordinates, felt utterly powerless against this obstinate man. Tears brimmed in her eyes, her frustration nearly overwhelming. Seeing the tears glistening in her beautiful eyes, Chun Nan's heart softened, and he quickly raised his hands in surrender. Darling, don't be upset. I'll leave right away. With a reluctant sigh, Chun Nan exited the room. Nalan Shiyu hurried to the wardrobe, finding a locked compartment to secure the lingerie before patting her chest, exhaling in relief. It was her first experience wearing a thong, and she hadn't expected to be discovered by him. The feeling was overwhelmingly unjust. This is your room. Once she had calmed down, Nalan Shiyu led Chun Nan to the opposite side, pointing to a door. Before Chun Nan could enter, she tossed him a set of keys. These are the keys to the house. I have to rush to a meeting now. You should tidy up and move in this afternoon. Not long after, the sound of Hennessy departing echoed from the front door. Learning from his earlier experience, Chun Nan refrained from wandering aimlessly and stepped into his own room. It was impeccably organized, featuring a large bed in the center, an Apple computer, an iPad beside it, and a 44-inch LCD television mounted on the opposite wall, with a corridor leading to the balcony. Not bad. This is far better than my previous room. As he opened the wardrobe, his mouth dropped in astonishment at the sight of an array of ties, suits, dress pants, and casual trousers, all neatly arranged, with several shiny belts gleaming. The brilliance of the belt buckles was almost blinding. Having a wife feels wonderful. I don't have to worry about anything. Everything is taken care of. Chun Nan felt a surge of contentment, the sensation almost surreal, as if he were walking on clouds, basking in the euphoria of paradise. After lingering in his room for a moment, he stepped out to greet the maid before deciding to return to the Shanty district to gather his belongings for the move. It was only when he reached the yard that he remembered he hadn't driven and that his wife hadn't provided him with a car, leaving him with no choice but to walk back. After a lengthy trek, he returned to the Shanty district to find his door ajar, instinctively raising his guard. Stepping cautiously into his room, he found it empty, and with a sense of relief, he made his way to his own room. As he entered, he let out a breath of relief, realizing it was just Shun Xiuhua, the girl who had come to tidy up during her lunch break. Shun Xiuhua, with her delicate pink feet bare, was sprawled on the bed, engrossed in her phone screen, occasionally letting out squeals. Vulgar, shameless, utterly filthy. What on earth is this? After her outburst, she quickly covered her eyes, but moments later, she couldn't resist sneaking another peek, only to continue her tirade. Completely absorbed, she remained oblivious to Chun Nan's presence. What is she so animated about? Out of curiosity, Chun Nan silently approached to glimpse the screen of her Apple phone, and upon doing so, he found himself frozen in shock. No wonder she was so vocal. She was watching a performance by Teacher Song, renowned for her artistry, whose expressions, movements, and moans were captivatingly authentic. Shin Nanjiji. Shin Xiuhua finally noticed him, letting out a shriek as she hastily hid her phone behind her back. But she hadn't managed to close the video in time, and the sultry sounds continued to emanate from behind her. Her face flushed crimson, and her body trembled slightly as she mumbled, I didn't mean to watch. It was an accident. The little girl looked as if she might burst into tears. The video had been stored in a folder, and she had initially been bored, flipping through images, intending to peek at Chun Nan's private life, only to inadvertently stumble upon Teacher Song's video, her curiosity getting the better of her. Don't worry, this isn't your fault. It's mine. Chun Nan took the phone from her hands and switched it off, unaware that it contained videos of Teacher Song. It was an old phone, a token of respect from a senior in the detention center, and he had not been informed of its contents. Shin Q lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothes, feeling utterly drained, her face flushed, and she remained silent for a long while. Chun Nan gently squeezed her delicate little nose and said, "Nyo, don't overthink it. How's Mao Tu's injury?" He sought to divert her attention, fearing that this girl might develop psychological scars otherwise. Eventually, Q managed to compose herself, still with her head bowed, her charming face tinged with a lingering blush. In reply, the doctor said after the examination this morning that everything is fine, and I can be discharged this afternoon. All right? I'll go pick him up from the hospital shortly. Nyo, don't dwell on what happened earlier. Brother Nan believes in you. And Q bit her lip and nodded vigorously. Only now did she feel a sense of calm, afraid that Nan might perceive her as a bad woman. Gathering her thoughts, she said, Brother Nan, my parents would like to invite you to our home for dinner to welcome you. Welcome what? You just got out of prison yesterday. It's more like a way to calm the nerves. Well, if that's the case. Nan, having skipped lunch, saw it as a perfect opportunity to join them for a meal. He could always tidy up his belongings later, and he still needed to pick up Mao first. Nyo, do you really need to do this? If not, Nyo turned abruptly at the door, twisting her clothes nervously. Her face crimson as if it might drip with embarrassment. I'm at your phone. That video? How about? I be your girlfriend? Q finally mustered the courage to speak her mind, then sighed with relief, stealing a glance at Nan, her heart pounding. She was torn between worrying that Nan might suddenly act impulsively and her own hopeful anticipation. Every girl harbors a desire to dedicate herself to the man she loves. For the one she cherishes, they can endure pain and perform actions that are otherwise difficult to voice. Nan suddenly understood. He realized that Nyo had misconstrued his need for a woman due to the contents of the phone. Chuckling, he patted her fragrant shoulder and said, Nyo, what are you thinking? That was just a phone sent to me in the detention center. I had no idea. Nyo's face reddened even more, realizing her misunderstanding and feeling embarrassed about revealing her secret. She remained at the door, seemingly waiting for Nan to say something. No, let's go. If you block the door any longer, Brother Nan is going to starve. Failing to hear that reassurance, Q felt disappointed and pouted, reluctantly stepping aside and silently following Nan to her home. The Shin family resided in a modest courtyard in a shantytown, comprising 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms on either side and a central hall with a kitchen and Q as resting quarters at the back. Nyo's parents had prepared a meal, and upon seeing Nan, they promptly set the table, with old Shun even purchasing a new bottle of ergo too. Since both parents were out of work, Nan had often lent them a helping hand, and thus they treated him well. Old Shun insisted on toasting Nan, claiming it was to welcome him. Nan, feeling no need for politeness, drank heartily. When Q noticed that half the bottle had vanished in an instant, she immediately expressed her discontent to her father, urging him to drink instead. Old Shun sighed helplessly, knowing full well that his daughter had feelings for Nan. It was clear to him that she was growing up, to the point of making her own father drink for the sake of her beloved. However, Old Shun's wife frowned at the scene. While they had a good impression of Nan, it was still not right to casually give their daughter to him. After all, he was quite poor. Despite owning a small courtyard, it consisted of only 1 bedroom, and his aging car was hardly reliable. With his car wash business in disarray and the threats from gangsters, reopening seemed a distant prospect. Their daughter had graduated from university, was beautiful and charming, and held a respectable job. She deserved to find a man with a brighter future, not someone in the car wash business. After dinner, Nan did not linger and took his leave to fetch Mao from the hospital. Old friend, can you see it? Nyo has feelings for Nan, Old Shin remarked. How could I miss that? Nan is a fine young man, good character, skilled in various ways, but he is just too poor. Our Nyo is a university graduate, and with her current position, she interacts with many upper-class individuals. She should aim for a better match. Nyo's mother analyzed the disparity between the two, stating that one was in the heavens while the other was on the ground. Old Shun fell silent, his head bowed as he took a drag from a cigarette. His wife's words held truth, yet without Nan's assistance. Without him rescuing Nyo from danger and carrying her back, their family would not enjoy the good life they had today. Nyo's mother continued, she is not a child anymore, especially not with her beauty and ample assets. We should help her find a promising young man to avoid her being with Nan all the time. Although he is not bad, I don't see any significant future for him. What if he marries and struggles to provide for his children? Honey, enough. Old Shin interjected, rising to retreat to the bedroom. Hey, what's with that attitude? I'm only looking out for Nyo. Little did they know that while they discussed the differences between the two, their daughter was blissfully seated in Nan's old car, a smile of happiness lighting up her face, exuding an air of a mistress. Brother Nan, If we drive carefully, this car can last us 3 to 5 more years. By then, I will save enough money for us to get a bigger one." Before Chun Nan could respond, Shun Q continued, "This car actually performs well. If we repaint it, it would look as good as new. We can also change the interior. Once I have some time off, we should take a trip." Shun Q's face radiated joy, her eyes sparkling with dreams as she settled comfortably in the car. "Well, at least we are part of the car-owning crowd." Chun Nan chuckled in response. They arrived at the municipal hospital, where he helped Shun Q upstairs before picking up Mao Tu and returning to the shantytown. He ensured that Mao Tu was settled and had the chance to take care of necessary matters and meet friends, all in preparation for their journey to the United States for studies the next day. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chun Nan was astonished to find the door ajar, despite having locked it securely before leaving. Had the authorities taken notice of him? Were they beginning an investigation? Or was someone seeking revenge? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Chun Nan's eyes. It seemed that his days of tranquility were far from easy. As he entered the room to tidy up, he reflected that this was his own home, and there was no need to take everything with him. In truth, there was not much to pack. The essentials were already prepared, but due to the private investigation, some crucial items needed to be retrieved. Regardless, it was still a new chapter in his life, and he filled a bag to the brim. After packing, Chun Nan pondered for a moment and went to a corner of the bedroom, discreetly retrieving a dagger from a concealed spot in his boot. Carefully prying open a floor tile, he extracted a small purple wooden box. Upon opening it, he found an ancient red jade resting inside, shimmering with a luminous glow, rippling like water in motion, exuding an aura of age-old charm. Chun Nan merely glanced at it before closing the box again, placing it alongside his other belongings in the bag, which he then stowed in the back seat of the car. After locking the door, he started the car and left for the Tang Chun Ipin Villa. Upon arriving at the complex, Chun Nan noticed that the villa's main door was open. "Perhaps my wife has returned?" he mused. After parking the car, he carried the bag into the living room, only to find that even the maid was absent, likely out shopping for groceries. With no one in sight, Chun Nan, instinctively alert as a former mercenary, did not head directly to his room, but chose to verify if his wife was indeed back. He placed the bag in a corner and headed upstairs toward Nalan Shiyu's room. The room of Nalan Shiyu is located on the second floor, towards the inner part of the building. As I made my way halfway there, I was greeted by the melodious sound of singing emanating from the bathing area across the hall, a gentle hum that seemed to convey a sense of bliss. "Ah, my dear wife has indeed returned, and she is singing. Her spirits must be quite high." The door was ajar, and without further contemplation, I pushed it open and stepped inside. I must commend the quality of the door. It made not a sound as it opened. Chapter 030. The Fierce Wife. As I entered the bathing area, I beheld my wife standing gracefully before the mirror, striking various poses and playfully arranging her hair while humming an unknown tune. Her supple waist twisted and turned like a little bird in joyous flight. Indeed, her mood seemed delightful. A mischievous thought crossed my mind. Had she returned specifically to wait for me? As I admired my wife's cheerful demeanor, a fire ignited within me. I stood to the side, captivated by her elegant poses. At that moment, Nalan Shiyu was clad only in a bathrobe, revealing her slender, elongated legs. Her figure was enchanting, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the surface of a lotus blossom. Having just finished her bath, she wore a hairpin. Her dark tresses gathered atop her head like ink clouds, glistening with droplets of water. She stood there, poised like a freshly bloomed lotus. Having shared an intimate moment before, the alluring scent of her hair drew me closer. I couldn't help but smile and say, "My dear wife, you look immaculate and stunning. Surely, you must have returned to wait for me. Come now." Your husband can hardly contain his anticipation. Suddenly, before I could reach her, Nalan Shiyu let out a piercing scream. "Pervert!" In a flurry, she seized a towel from the vanity and hurled it at me with ferocity. Bewildered by her unexpected aggression, I thought to myself, isn't she being a bit excessive? But Nalan Shiyu paid no heed, grabbing a wooden comb, a makeup case, and various cosmetic bottles, relentlessly bombarding me. Dazed and disoriented, I stumbled out of the bathing area. But that was not the end of it. Nalan Shiyu pursued me, seizing everything within reach to continue her assault on the pervert. She managed to drive me all the way to the living room. Upon entering, I found myself in even more trouble. The array of items at her disposal had multiplied. Clothes racks, shoes, various garments, and even cushions from the sofa. All were launched in my direction. Amidst her cries of help, "A pervert! How dare you spy on me? I was utterly terrified. I had never imagined my typically graceful wife could be so ferocious. I covered my head and fled, escaping to the courtyard. Thud, thud, thud. Several cushions flew out from the living room, striking me as I dashed away. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut, and her relentless assault finally ceased. I was utterly disheartened. I had merely wished to draw closer to my wife, yet I was met with such a vigorous onslaught. What could have prompted this unusual behavior? I looked up through the glass towards the living room and saw Nayland Shiyu securing the door, then picking up her phone, seemingly calling for help. Goodness, if my wife were to report me for harassment, it would create quite a scene. Should my friends get wind of this, I would lose face entirely. Thus, I dared not linger, thinking to myself, I cannot provoke you, but can I not evade you? I swiftly made my escape from the courtyard, stepping outside with my heart still racing. My wife was truly formidable. With nowhere to go, I wandered aimlessly down the street. After a short while, my phone rang. To my surprise, it was Lu Meiyin. I quickly pressed the answer button. Her melodious voice came through. If you have time this evening, accompany me to meet a client. Please come down to my office building. I'll be down shortly. Considering Lu Meiyin's repeated kindness towards me, I did not hesitate to agree, clarifying the company address before hailing a cab to the Yulei International building. Yulei International is a 32-story tower, ranked among the top 5 enterprises in Huhai, surpassing even Nayland Shiyu's Dongguan Group. By the time I arrived, night had descended, and most employees had left for the day. However, I noticed that a light remained on in the top-floor office, which I suspected was Lu Meiyin's. As I stood there, I was utterly astonished to find that such a beautiful woman could lead such a significant enterprise, requiring immense energy and determination. A feeling of admiration welled within me. Moments later, the office light extinguished, and after a few minutes, a red Bentley emerged from the underground garage, stopping right in front of me. Lu Meiyin, with her graceful figure, stepped out of the vehicle and said with a smile, "How about you drive tonight and be my chivalrous escort?" Of course, if Sister Meiyin trusts me, it would be my pleasure. At that moment, Lu Meiyin was dressed in a light beige professional suit, her elegant curves radiating both dignity and authority, yet within that authority lay a subtle allure that left me awestruck. "I do not believe anyone would doubt you," Lu Meiyin replied with a charming smile, handing me the car keys. The brief touch of our fingertips sent a shiver down my spine. Her face flushed slightly as she gracefully moved to the passenger's seat, while I settled into the driver's seat and inquired, "Sister Meiyin, where are we headed?" "To the Dai Xia Club," she replied nonchalantly. The Dai Xia Club holds a certain reputation in Huhai, and with the car equipped with a satellite navigation system. Even if I was unfamiliar with the route, it would be a simple task to find it. As I started the engine, Lu Meiyin explained the purpose of our visit to the Dai Xia Club. It turned out that a real estate company owed Yulei International a sum of 20 million for goods. Lu Meiyin had sent people to collect payment multiple times, but the other party insisted that only their chairman's personal presence would suffice to ensure the payment was delivered directly to her. This debt had been outstanding for 6 months, and those who had previously gone to collect it either returned with bruised egos or were ejected forcefully. The owner of the real estate company had ties to the underworld, and although he had since cleaned up his act, he retained the brashness of a nouveau riche, particularly enjoying the company of married women. He employed numerous retired soldiers and even some unsavory characters to handle matters that required a heavy hand. Given these circumstances, despite their promise to pay, Lu Meiyin had refrained from pursuing the matter further. As we arrived at the Dai Xia Club, the security guard, noticing my decent attire and Lu Meiyin's opulent presence, did not dare to impede us, allowing us to ascend directly to a private room named Chunfeng Xiaozhu on the 5th floor. "Your presence truly graces us, Director Lu." A burly man in a white suit and tie greeted us. Adorned with a gleaming gold watch, he appeared somewhat pompous, his demeanor betraying a hint of the arrogance typical of the underworld. Behind the man in the white suit stood 2 muscular bodyguards in black suits, equipped with walkie-talkies and batons, their appearance further emphasizing the unsophisticated demeanor of both the guards and their employer. As the middle-aged man spoke, he reached out to grasp Lu Meiyin's delicate hand. Lu Meiyin frowned slightly, retracting her hand, prompting me to step forward and firmly grasp his hand instead. "Mr. Huang, what a pleasure. Why all this ceremony? You really needn't have come out to greet us?" Huang Qiong's smile faltered instantly. His expectation of finally touching the hand of this alluring woman dashed by my intervention. His face darkened, revealing an ominous glint in his eyes. "Who are you?" Huang Qiong's expression turned menacing, barely concealing the threat behind his words. Lu Meiyin draped her arms gracefully around her shoulders, maintaining an air of composure as she said, "Oh, my apologies, Mr. Huang. I forgot to introduce you. This is my driver. How audacious for a mere chauffeur to presume to shake hands with me on behalf of Lu Dong." Huang Qiong's face darkened to a shade of purple, his nostrils flaring with barely contained rage. "It is I who bestowed upon him such authority." Lu Meiyin's demeanor was both dignified and commanding, alluring yet unyielding, leaving the men around her mesmerized by her exquisite presence, rendering Huang Qiong utterly incapable of retorting. Yet, their hands remained clasped tightly. It was not Chen Nan who refused to let go, but Huang Hong, who sought to ascertain the driver's identity before reprimanding him. The very fact that Chen Nan appeared alongside the captivating chairwoman had already irked Huang Qiong, and now this lowly driver dared to overstep by shaking hands with him. Igniting his fury, he tightened his grip, hoping to elicit a cry of discomfort from Chen Nan, intending to humiliate him publicly. Huang Qiong, having once been a brawler, possessed considerable strength in his robust wrists, believing he could make Chen Nan falter. However, to his astonishment, it was Chen Nan who remained unperturbed, while Huang Qiong grimaced, feeling as though his wrists were caught in a vice, the pain threatening to shatter his bones, unable to release his hold. "Haha, please take a seat. Both of you. I have prepared a feast to welcome Lu Dong and express my apologies for the delay in transferring the funds to your esteemed company." Though Huang Qiong appeared coarse on the surface, he was cunning beneath, adhering to the adage that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. If he did not concede, he risked public embarrassment, especially before the stunning Lu Meiyin, whose beauty left him feeling utterly humiliated. Chen Nan, aware that they were there for business, refrained from pushing too far, abruptly releasing Huang Qiong's hand and executing a perfect gentlemanly gesture towards Lu Meiyin, saying, "Lu Dong, please have a seat." "Indeed." Lu Meiyin replied with a subtle smile as she took the lead and sat down. Meanwhile, Huang Qiong fervently shook his hand, taking a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. With a face still tinged with purple, he settled across from Lu Meiyin, although he longed to sit beside her. With Chen Nan occupying that space and having just suffered a setback, he felt somewhat intimidated. The mere fact that a driver could sit alongside the enchanting chairwoman made Huang Qiong realize that their relationship was anything but ordinary, igniting a desire to teach Chen Nan a lesson. More importantly, he could not suppress Chen Nan. Today, he had no means to make a move against the woman he had long coveted. After planning for so long, how could he let this opportunity slip? With his experience, he believed that by securing her, capturing flattering footage and photographs, he could firmly entrap this captivating beauty, even envisioning the possibility of assuming control over Yulei International. The two bodyguards beside him, witnessing their boss's humiliation, seethed with anger, casting provocative glances at Chen Nan, who remained unfazed, sipping his tea nonchalantly. "Mr. Huang, you have delayed that payment for quite some time. Now that I am here, shall you provide me with the check?" Lu Meiyin, unfazed and direct, left no room for negotiation. "Lu Dong, money is not an issue. Considering the rarity of our meeting, there may well be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Allow me to express my hospitality with a drink together. Shall we? Waitstaff, bring the wine and dishes." He believed his words to be magnanimous, expecting Lu Meiyin to show him some deference, only to discover that she would not indulge him. "Mr. Huang, do not harbor any illusions about cooperation. First, fill out that check. Yulei International will no longer engage with companies that lack integrity." You," Huang Qiong stammered, contemplating a confrontation. Yet he had not fully grasped Chen Nan's background. He believed Lu Meiyin had come prepared, and until he understood the man's true nature, he dared not act rashly. Some individuals may appear domineering, but in reality, they possess a timid heart. Those who have transitioned from darkness to light are often the most cunning and treacherous. "Lu Dong, this is an apology drink. You must grant me this small gesture of goodwill." Huang Qiong, caught off guard by Lu Meiyin's forthrightness, hastily altered his tone. "Lu Dong, since Mr. Huang shows sincerity, why not give him a chance? After all, we must have dinner together, right? It is quite nice to have someone treating us." Chen Nan interjected, speaking as though Huang Qiong were genuinely seeking forgiveness. "Very well, in that case, let us commence with dinner. Mr. Huang, I trust you will not go back on your word." Lu Meiyin promptly agreed, feeling reassured with Chen Nan by her side, dismissing any further considerations. Huang Qiong's expression grew increasingly sour as he regarded Chun Nan with growing displeasure. He had begun to perceive that this lowly driver seemed to hold a position of superiority over the alluring chairwoman, who appeared to heed his every word. He thought to himself, could this be her newly acquired husband? Lu Meiyin exuded an exceptional grace, while Chun Nan's demeanor radiated a sense of composure and experience. On the surface, they seemed well-matched in age. The food and wine were swiftly brought in, and as Huang Qiong attempted to pour a drink for Lu Meiyin, Chun Nan promptly interjected, raising his own glass. Thank you, Mr. Huang, but there is no need for such formality. Huang Qiong silently cursed under his breath. Yet to maintain his refined facade, he begrudgingly poured Chun Nan's drink. Chun Nan then poured wine for Lu Meiyin, proclaiming, Lu Dong, this glass is for you. As they clinked their glasses, they drank leisurely, completely disregarding Huang Qiong, who felt like mere air. Lu Meiyin caught a glimpse of Huang Qiong's discomfiture, relishing the moment and feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Huang Qiong cast a glance at one of his bodyguards, who understood the cue and slipped out of the room. Shortly thereafter, 2 more bodyguards entered, silently taking their positions outside the door, and with 4 powerful men on his side, Huang Qiong felt emboldened. He began to regard Chun Nan with increasing audacity, even casting lewd glances at Lu Meiyin's ample bosom. He found it hard to believe that his 4 strongest men could not handle a single driver. These 4 were his most formidable enforcers, seasoned warriors who had seen bloodshed. Subduing a mere chauffeur would be a simple task. After savoring a sip of tea, Chun Nan exchanged glances with Lu Meiyin, then calmly announced, I'm going to wash my hands. As Chun Nan exited the room, the 2 bodyguards behind Huang Qiong also made their excuses to leave. The 4 burly men followed Chun Nan into the restroom, one of them shutting the door behind them. Chapter 032. Crossing into the Qing dynasty to become a eunuch inside the room, only Huang Qiong and Lu Meiyin remained. Huang Qiong immediately adopted a brazen demeanor, Lu Dong. Haha, I'm still waiting for that little fellow to return. Perhaps he won't be coming back. Why don't you stay here with me tonight? Just look, with my company and yours combined, we shall undoubtedly dominate the entire commercial scene of Huhai. Show some respect. Lu Meiyin interjected, abruptly rising from her seat. In a swift motion, she splashed a glass of wine across his face, drenching Huang Qiong as if he were a drenched chicken. Wiping the liquid from his brow, Huang Qiong unexpectedly chuckled. What a fiery woman. I will have my way with you until you beg for mercy. Before he could finish, Huang Qiong lunged at Lu Meiyin. Though panic surged within her, she maintained her poise, raising Chun Nan's glass and dousing him once more. With a loud splash, Huang Qiong's face was drenched again, causing him to stagger, eyes shut, shaking his head in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Meiyin stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. Huang Qiong, taken completely off guard, fell to the ground. The formidable Huang Qiong, tall and robust, found himself toppled by a seemingly delicate beauty, leaving him utterly humiliated. Enraged and embarrassed, he sprang back to his feet, launching himself at Lu Meiyin. You filthy woman, I will. Bang! Crash! His words were cut short as a foot suddenly appeared, sending him flying. The table toppled, food and wine scattering everywhere, leaving him in a state of utter disarray, drenched in soup and vegetable leaves, a picture of absurdity. Huang Qiong, bewildered, wiped the remnants of food from his face, only to find Chun Nan standing before him. You. How are you unharmed? Mr. Huang, is it? Come, let us have a word. Regardless of Huang Qiong's willingness, Chun Nan draped an arm over his shoulder. Huang Qiong trembled, feeling an involuntary urge to submit to this young man, and found himself following Chun Nan out of the private room as if they were old friends. Upon entering the restroom, Boss Huang was immediately taken aback. He beheld his 4 subordinates, heads down and feet up, each one in a position reminiscent of inverted shallots, crammed headlong into the toilet. Their hands and feet flailed helplessly, unable to extricate themselves, their bodies nearly entirely engulfed by the bowl. These 4 men, robust in stature, were forcefully stuffed in, and Boss Huang was instantly drenched in cold sweat from fright. This esteemed brother, what is it that you wish to do? Let us converse civilly. Boss Huang's face was a portrait of despair, resembling that of a turtle. Damn it, how cowardly! And you are begging for mercy even before it begins? Chun Nan seized him by the hair and dragged him into the lone remaining stall, forcefully pressing his head into the toilet, and with the push of a button, unleashed a torrent of water upon him. Woo-woo, master. Woo-woo, spare my life. Boss Huang attempted to struggle, but Chun Nan's grip held him fast, leaving him no choice but to gulp down water. Fortunately, the toilet in this upscale establishment was sufficiently clean. Otherwise, he would have choked to death. Noticing that the time was nearly up, Chun Nan pulled him out and exhaled a cloud of smoke into his face. Boss Huang, do you know what to do? I know, woo-woo. I know. It was a pitiable sight, this grown man reduced to tears, gasping for breath. Very well, write a check. Chun Nan strolled to the side, casting a glance at the other 4 men in the toilet. You lot, come down. Your boss is spending money to buy your lives. With splashes, the 4 emerged from the toilet, revealing that they were not truly unable to escape, but rather too afraid to do so. Each bore bruises and bloodied faces, resembling pandas. Trembling at the sight of Chun Nan. Hearing Chun Nan's words, Boss Huang nearly collapsed, realizing that he not only had to fork over 20 million, but also had to buy the lives of his 4 subordinates. Boss Huang, have you prepared the check? As Chun Nan approached, Boss Huang was nearly paralyzed with fear, casting aside all pretense and hastily filling out a 30 million check, which he handed over. Boom! Chun Nan snatched the check and delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing into the toilet. Boss Huang felt his bones crack, while his subordinates lowered their heads, none daring to offer assistance. In the face of absolute power, these once feared men were as meek as lambs, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. As Chun Nan casually approached once more, Boss Huang knelt in desperation. Master, I beg you, spare me this time. I truly won't dare again. What? There is going to be a next time? Boom! Another kick sent Huang Xiong flying back onto the toilet. Yet even in such a position, he continued to bow and plead, tears and snot streaming down his face. Esteemed one, please show mercy this time. I truly won't dare again. What if I write you another 10 million? Chun Nan ignored him, not seeking another check. His intent was to subdue him completely with a single blow. But he understood that excess could provoke a cornered dog to bite. It was far wiser to know when to stop than to be insatiably greedy. Next time you see me, behave yourself and steer clear of Director Liu. Understood? Do you need me to teach you? Chun Nan smacked the check against Boss Huang's darkened face, the sound echoing. Boss Huang's lips quivered. Master, I understand what I need to do. If I dare to lay a hand on Director Liu again, let me be transported back to the Qing dynasty as a eunuch. Chun Nan refrained from further discussion with these men, opening the restroom door as if nothing had occurred and returning to the private room. Let us go, Sister Meiyin. Chun Nan handed the check to Lu Meiyin. Though she was unaware of the methods he employed, Lu Meiyin did not inquire further. Passing the restroom, she caught sight of 5 grown men huddled together, sobbing uncontrollably, their faces a mess of tears and snot, resembling women who had been wronged, evoking a sense of pity. Lu Meiyin burst into laughter, her body shaking with mirth. In truth, the duration of their escapade was not lengthy, at most half an hour, as the meal had already been ordered and was ready to be served at any moment. It was merely the lesson that took some time. Upon reaching the car, Chun Nan started the engine, and Lu Meiyin could no longer contain her curiosity. What exactly did you do to make them willingly write the check? Oh, it was nothing much. I just planted a few shallots in the toilet. Chun Nan maintained a stoic expression as he drove, his demeanor serious, which only made Lu Meiyin find it more amusing, prompting her to giggle uncontrollably. Once her laughter subsided, Lu Meiyin handed the check back to him, saying, You should keep this check. The excess is a prepayment for your salary. According to Lu Meiyin, Chun Nan had not only reclaimed the funds, but also avenged himself, justifying the 2 million as his rightful due. The additional 1 million, she reasoned, was for hiring him as a driver, thus presenting a seemingly impeccable rationale. Chun Nan's expression darkened. Sister Meiyin, are you mocking me? Now look at this money. Had it not been for you, I would have never retrieved it. It would have turned into a debt account. You rightfully deserve half of it, and the extra 1 million should also go to you. As for the remaining 1 million, did I not say I needed you as my driver? Consider it an advance on your salary. Lu Meiyin insisted on giving it to him, but Chun Nan replied, Sister, the extra money is an apology from those rascals. It has nothing to do with me. As for salary, it's merely for being a driver. It's not that much. The salary is decided by me. Is 1 million too much? I don't think so. You must take it. Lu Meiyin attempted to directly thrust it into his pocket, but Chun Nan's expression turned icy. Sister, if you persist in this manner, don't expect to see me again. Lu Meiyin immediately halted, realizing that in front of this man, her authority as chairwoman held no weight. She felt an involuntary desire to submit. Lu Meiyin understood this was a form of charisma, something no man had ever inspired in her before, making this man an exception. And she gazed at him with a touch of enchantment. Noticing Lu Meiyin lost in thought, Chen Nan assumed he had spoken too harshly and smiled. Sister, you haven't officially hired me yet. Today was merely a favor. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Meiyin exhaled softly, calming her emotions before smiling. Little man, I am now formally hiring you as my personal. Your car wash has already been destroyed, and since you need to attend school, I see no reason why you shouldn't drive for me. After a brief pause, Lu Meiyin blushed and added, I hope you won't refuse me. I can't bear it. Chen Nan remained silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Sister Meiyin, you are far too gracious. To drive for such a beautiful woman as yourself, I would be foolish to refuse. Lu Meiyin sighed in relief, releasing her breath. As long as you agree. You cannot go back on your word. Come to my house tomorrow morning. I'll help you pick a car. You can drive that one from now on, and all expenses will be covered by the company. All right, Chen Nan readily agreed. The Bentley was Lu Meiyin's personal vehicle, and he certainly needed another car to escort her. Chen Nan's car wash was relatively nearby, so he drove to the wash before Lu Meiyin returned home. Upon arriving at Mao Tu's residence, he discovered him sprawled on the bed, engrossed in a video game. Mao Tu, are you prepared for the flight tomorrow afternoon? Brother Nan. Mao Tu set down his phone, suddenly in tears. I don't want to go to America. I'll miss you. Damn, be a man. Chen Nan patted his shoulder. I just don't want to study anymore. Mao Tu declared stubbornly. Chen Nan regarded him for a moment, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. Do you realize I have no time to babysit you? I'm married now. I need to be home with my wife every day. What do you think you'd be doing tagging along? Acting like a third wheel. Ah, Brother Nan, you're married? Mao Tu's eyes widened in disbelief, mixed with surprise. Would I lie to you, you little rascal? I'll be moving in with my wife soon. Hurry up and get to America. I don't have time to deal with you. Fine, I'll go. Mao Tu replied somewhat aggrieved, but suddenly perked up. Brother Nan, is your wife beautiful? Is she that stunning chairwoman? If it's her, I'd be more than satisfied and would immediately head to America. Isn't it enough for you to mind your own business? Just go about your own affairs. I am leaving now to stay with my wife, and I shall come and pick you up tomorrow afternoon. With that, Chen Nan rose and exited the room. While behind him, Mao Tu chuckled gleefully. At last, they are together. I told you, they would surely end up together. Only she deserves to be with Nange. Chen Nan did not possess a vehicle, yet his pace was brisk as he swiftly returned to Tang Chani Pin. The security guard at the entrance, noting his splendid attire, did not stop him, thinking to himself that the temperaments of today's wealthy are quite unpredictable. Why would one forsake a luxury car to run back at such a late hour? Regardless of their musings, Chen Nan's heart was laden with anxiety, for he had witnessed his wife bathing earlier that afternoon and had been unceremoniously expelled from the villa, leaving him uncertain about how to face her now. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Nan cautiously stepped into the living room, bracing himself for any sudden attack from a feather duster or other such weaponry. However, his concerns proved unfounded as no such implements were hurled at him. The room had been tidied, and Nalan Shiryu and Dai Lingwei were comfortably seated on the sofa, engrossed in a Korean drama, casually munching on sunflower seeds and exchanging remarks. Chen Nan eyed Nalan Shiryu warily and approached her cautiously, waving his hand before her. Wife, are you all right? What is wrong with me? Why are you only just returning? Nalan Shiryu seemed to have forgotten the earlier incident, casting him a cold glance. Her brow furrowing slightly as she hummed a little tune, her demeanor a stark contrast to the fierce woman from earlier. Ah, as long as you're fine. Chen Nan sighed with relief, patting his chest. He maneuvered around Nalan Shiryu, heading toward the corner where he found his belongings still in place. He exhaled as it appeared his possessions were well concealed, evading discovery by his wife. Otherwise, they would surely have been tossed out. Grabbing his bag, he ascended the stairs. Nalan Shiryu furrowed her delicate brows slightly. What are you carrying? I tell you, don't bring that junk home. Dear wife, this junk is worth a fortune. These are my family assets. How could they possibly be mere refuse? Chen Nan continued his ascent, heading toward his room. Such a sharp-tongued fellow. Alas, a renowned legend. Yet what is he? Merely a rogue, Dai Lingwei exclaimed, still mulling over the events of the morning. Before long, Chen Nan descended the staircase. Dai Lingwei remarked, Shiryu, I must return to Yanjing tomorrow. I can take the evidence back then. Let us commence. Nalan Shiryu nodded and replied, Come to my room. Wife, do you mean to say I can sleep with you? Just you? Dream on. Before Nalan Shiryu could speak, Dai Lingwei interjected quickly, "Come here. I'll take a few photos of you too." After much ado and feigned pretense, Chun Nan understood. This was to serve as evidence of their cohabitation. Mere possession of a marriage certificate was insufficient. Sharing a bed would undoubtedly carry more weight. As he passed by the bathroom, Chun Nan stole a glance inside. Recalling the sight of his wife humming and posing earlier that afternoon, a warmth blossoming in his heart. He had not anticipated that she could possess such an endearing side. Though her capriciousness and penchant for throwing things certainly seemed at odds with her otherwise elegant demeanor. The three of them entered Nalan Shiryu's boudoir, which had been freshly adorned, exuding a festive atmosphere with mandarin ducks frolicking and a quilt of floral brocade. The room was decorated with the character for happiness. Resembling a newlywed chamber, Dai Lingwei, a journalist from the capital, possessed a keen eye for angles and backgrounds. With a DV camera around her neck and a regular camera in hand, she directed the two to pose in various joyous stances. Once the shots from beneath the bed were completed, Dai Lingwei waved her hand. "You two, get on the bed and snuggle up." Chun Nan promptly leaned against the headboard, while Nalan Shiryu hesitated for a moment before joining him. The masculine aura enveloped her, the scent familiar, suddenly reminding her of that one night, when vague memories transformed into clarity, the intimacy, the soft murmurs beneath him, the various actions she had never dared to contemplate. Nalan Shiryu felt a rush of embarrassment, her body going weak as she mechanically leaned against Chun Nan, her expression somewhat rigid. "I say, Shiryu, you cannot do this. This is the most crucial step. You must lean in closer and act intimate." She then looked at Chun Nan, her face marked with frustration. "It's quite unfair for you to be embracing such a beauty. Truly, you are fortunate beyond measure." Yet, Nalan Shiryu's body quivered slightly, her desire to lean into Chun Nan thwarted by her lack of courage. "Since it seems I have gained an advantage, I shall relish it further." Chun Nan grinned, extending his arm to encircle Nalan Shiryu's slender waist, drawing her closer. Nalan Shiryu was taken aback by his boldness. Caught off guard, she found herself enveloped in his embrace, their heads touching, faces nearly aligned, resembling an authentic couple. A wave of shame washed over her, and just as she was about to break free and chastise him, Dai Lingwei called out, "Perfect, just like that. Don't move." The camera shutter clicked, followed by Dai Lingwei's instruction. "Shiryu, smile. You must appear very close. This is essential for our plan to remain unblemished." Realizing the significance of this moment, Nalan Shiryu finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. Even if somewhat forced, it remained sweet and enchanting, as if her marriage was indeed blissful and happy. The flash illuminated the room once more, freezing that moment in time. "All right, that is sufficient. Truly splendid," Dai Lingwei declared, signaling for them to dismount. However, in that fleeting instant of the camera flash, Nalan Shiryu found herself momentarily entranced, as if she had genuinely wed. The cozy new abode, the beloved man, and visions of a sweet life swirled in her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. "Shiryu, come down. It's all over." Chun Nan observed Nalan Shiryu in a trance, similarly lost in thought, but with differing sentiments. To him, this moment symbolized that this beautiful and innocent woman had entrusted her lifelong happiness to him. She was indeed his wife. With a start, Nalan Shiryu shook herself from her reverie, her delicate visage flushed with color as she hurriedly disentangled herself from Chun Nan's embrace, her mind in disarray. "All right, this will suffice. I will inform the Wei family of your marriage through my channels. They shall be furious, utterly disheartened," Dai Lingwei remarked with a sense of accomplishment. Chun Nan recognized that his role had concluded, turning to exit the room. Yet Nalan Shiryu followed him, handing him a card. "This is 300,000. Consider it your initial payment. The remainder will follow according to our agreement, and you shall not be shortchanged." To reassure her, Chun Nan accepted the card without a glance, tucking it into his pocket. Witnessing his unhesitating acceptance, Nalan Shiryu felt a pang of disappointment. Could this man truly be so irredeemably materialistic, valuing money above all else? Though their marriage was merely a fade, she still did not wish for her husband to be a mere car washer. She reiterated, "I hope you can find a respectable job and cease washing cars." With that, Nalan Shiryu wore an expression of near indifference as she retreated to her room. At that moment, as Chun Nan accepted the bank card, it dawned on Nalan Shiryu that he was merely her contractual husband, a relationship founded on employment. Her dreams were but illusions, mere reflections in a watery mirror. A respectable job? Surely driving for the chairman counts as respectable. Recognizing his wife's concern for his employment, Chen Nan resolved to abandon his car washing endeavors. After all, the car wash was rented, and the landlord would reclaim it upon lease expiration. Tomorrow, he would devote himself to being Liu Mei Yin's driver. The next day, as Dai Ling Wei prepared to return to Yinjing, the two rose early, completed their morning routines, and entered the living room, only to find 2 servings of pot stickers and wontons laid out for breakfast. Na Lan Shiyu was taken aback. There was no one else in the house, and these 2 breakfasts could undoubtedly be attributed to Chen Nan. This lazy man had risen early to buy breakfast for her. Nalan Shiyu found herself in a state of bewilderment, as her perception of Chen Nan was entirely upended. In her mind, Chen Nan epitomized laziness, a lack of ambition, and a preoccupation with flirting, especially considering their unexpected encounter at the bar. Ah, this must be the breakfast that the scoundrel bought. I suppose he has a conscience after all, so I shall indulge. Dai Lingwei was the first to seize a piece of pot stickers and began to eat, while Nalan Shiyu spooned out some small wontons, feeling an inexplicable discomfort within her heart. At that moment, Chen Nan was already en route to the upscale residential community. Following the address provided by Liu Meiyin, Chen Nan, over here. Liu Meiyin awaited at the entrance, guiding him to the elevator that would take them directly to the underground parking lot. The underground parking lot was divided into 4 sections, A, B, C, and D, each equipped with its own entry elevator. The spacious area was filled with an array of luxury cars, including Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Aston Martins, and limited edition Range Rovers, while Mercedes, BMWs, and Porsches were a common sight. In contrast, vehicles like Audi A6s and Hondas appeared almost pedestrian in this opulent setting. Liu Meiyin led Chen Nan to Zone C, where 3 cars were parked before them. One was Liu Meiyin's Bentley, alongside a seemingly ordinary black Volkswagen, and next to the Bentley was a small red QQ. Noting Chen Nan's puzzled gaze at the QQ, Liu Meiyin chuckled. That's Han Jie's car. She uses it for grocery shopping. Chen Nan nodded, glancing at the Volkswagen with a playful smile. Man Jie, I never imagined you had a penchant for collecting cars. Keeping a Passat here must cost quite a bit in parking fees, right? I can't believe you don't recognize this car. Liu Meiyin smiled lightly. I intended for you to drive this Passat. Chen Nan rubbed his nose. How could he not recognize this Volkswagen? It was a top-of-the-line Phaeton, with a market price exceeding 2,300,000 yuan. Despite this, he was still perplexed. Logically, given Liu Meiyin's status, even a spare vehicle should be of a caliber comparable to her Bentley. While the Phaeton was indeed a luxury car, it paled in comparison to the Bentley, and neither its color nor design seemed to complement her beauty. If it were a newly purchased gift for herself, that would not make sense either, as the wear and tear indicated it had not been driven in quite some time. Liu Meiyin delicately caressed the Phaeton's body with her slender fingers, as if tenderly stroking a lover's cheek, her eyes brimming with affection. Finally, with a soft sigh, she handed the car keys to Chen Nan, saying, "This car shall be yours to drive. You need not pick me up regularly. I will call you when I need the car. All right, Hija Miyan Ye. I suppose I am now your personal chauffeur." Chen Nan grinned as he accepted the keys, relishing the arrangement which suited him perfectly. He disliked rigid routines, and the prospect of daily early mornings and late-night pickups was daunting. This way, he would have ample time for other pursuits, which was quite agreeable. Just remember, when I call for you, it will be when I truly need you, so do not leave me in the lurch. Liu Meiyin gazed at Chen Nan, her enchanting demeanor exuding both grace and charm. Since I have accepted this role, I shall fulfill it to the best of my abilities. Chen Nan pressed the remote to unlock the car, settling into the luxurious interior, which was spacious and adorned with opulence, starkly contrasting its unassuming exterior. The Phaeton could be described as understated yet profound, perfectly aligning with Chen Nan's preferences, grand yet comfortable without being ostentatious. Lowering the window, he asked Meiyin Jie, "Shall I take you to work now?" Liu Meiyin beamed. "No need. Get accustomed to this vehicle's performance first. I shall hurry over in the afternoon, and we will together see Mao Tu off at the airport." Chen Nan nodded, expertly reversing the car with a swift maneuver, honking the horn as he gracefully exited the garage. Behind him, Liu Meiyin stood for a long while, gazing in the direction of the departing vehicle, murmuring to herself, "I believe this car has finally found its suitable owner." Upon uttering this, her cheeks flushed, and she was suddenly reminded of a saying, "A beautiful woman is like an exquisite car, yet a fine vehicle requires the right person to truly appreciate and cherish it." I wonder if he is indeed that person? Chun Nan drove out of the community. With no particular plans in mind, he ventured beyond the city limits onto the highway, accelerating to experience the car's capabilities. He was thoroughly impressed with its performance. Noticing the time, he decided to return to the courtyard of the shantytown to gather some items for Mao Tu before taking him to the airport. The Phaeton could not enter the courtyard, so Chun Nan parked it along the roadside where several unlicensed taxi drivers often waited for work with a few parking spots available. Upon reaching the entrance, Chun Nan discovered the gate was ajar, and stepping inside, he found Shin Xiuhua busy tidying up the room. Xiuhua, I want to be staying here often anymore, and since you started working, there's no need for you to come and clean. Upon entering the room, he retrieved the items he intended to give to Mao Tu. Shin Xiuhua silently continued her cleaning, inquiring, Chun Nan go, this is your home. Where will you stay if you don't live here? Well, Chun Nan scratched his nose. Xiuhua, I am married now. My wife's family has a spacious house, and I will be living with her, so I won't be returning here. Ah! Shin Xiuhua's hands trembled, causing the mop to drop to the floor. She stood in shock for a while before asking, Chun Nan go, when did you get married? How come I didn't know? Just yesterday, Chun Nan replied, stepping out of the courtyard. Shin Xiuhua remained standing in the yard, tears streaming silently down her cheeks, unable to move for a long time. As Chun Nan approached the Phaeton, he overheard the nearby unlicensed taxi drivers discussing, such a fine car is out here for work? One remarked, it could be a company vehicle, but I reckon a Passat would consume at least 8 liters per 100 kilometers. Bro, this Passat is very fuel efficient. It only consumes 7 liters per 100 kilometers. Chun Nan proclaimed as he opened the car door. Really? This car is impressive, truly economical. I'll save up a few more thousand yuan to buy a Passat for myself. Chun Nan smiled without responding, starting the Phaeton and driving away. While the taxi drivers continued their lively discussion about purchasing a Passat, Chun Nan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How could they mistake his several million yuan luxury vehicle for a mere Passat? Arriving at the car wash, Chun Nan made preparations for Mao Tu, intending to take him out for a meal before heading to the airport. Just as he stepped out of the door, he found Shin Xiuhua standing ahead, quietly stating, I also want to see Mao Tu off. Chun Nan nodded, and the group entered a restaurant, where Shin Xiuhua appeared quite at ease, chatting amiably with the two and offering words of encouragement to Mao Tu. Chun Nan handed Mao Tu a card, saying, Mao Tu, study hard abroad and make me proud. If you need anything, just call. Brother Nan, keep the money for your wedding. You've already given me plenty. Mao Tu's voice trembled. This little tough guy, who had endured numerous injuries without shedding a tear, now had his eyes filled with moisture. According to Mao Tu's estimation, he had already spent all his savings on Shin Nan. With the car wash being vandalized, how could he afford to marry Lu Dong? Although Lu Dong was wealthy, he still had to uphold his dignity in this endeavor. Damn it, are you even a man? Quit dawdling and take it, Chun Nan shouted, causing Mao Tu to obediently accept the card. Chun Nan's seemingly rough demeanor left Shin Xiuhua in a daze, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. After their meal, the group returned to the car wash, and from a distance, they spotted Lu Meiyin standing elegantly in front of her Bentley, her graceful figure exuding charm and poise. Mao Tu, study well in America, and do not disappoint your brother Chun Nan. Lu Meiyin smiled, casting a fleeting glance at Chun Nan, her eyes sparkling with a hint of tenderness. I will, thank you. Sister-in-law? Mao Tu was already aware that Chun Nan had obtained a marriage certificate with a certain woman. Noticing Lu Meiyin's peculiar gaze directed at Chun Nan and recalling her previous demeanor, he naturally concluded that the one who had married Chun Nan must be Lu Meiyin. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately called her sister-in-law. Suddenly, Lu Meiyin was taken aback by this unexpected address, her delicate visage flushed with a deep crimson, which only accentuated her alluring beauty and captivating charm. Although she felt somewhat embarrassed, she did not refute it, observing that Lu Meiyin not only refrained from objection, but also appeared bashful. Shin Xiu, he could no longer contain her tears. After all, Chun Nan had just mentioned that their marriage was rather impromptu, which he had found hard to believe. Now, witnessing Lu Meiyin's expression, she finally accepted the truth, unable to suppress her overwhelming emotions, tears streaming down her face as she turned away. You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Chun Nan exclaimed, playfully slapping Mao Tu on the head. With Shin Xiu leaving, he knew he could not chase after her. What would he even say? Mao Tu mumbled, your sister-in-law didn't deny it. And yet you hit me. Chun Nan cast a sheepish glance at Lu Mei Yin, feeling it inappropriate to explain further in her presence. Lu Mei Yin stared blankly in the direction Xin Xiu he had vanished, finally realizing that the girl harbored feelings for Chun Nan. The thought of competing for a man with a girl so much younger than herself made her blush even deeper. "Let us take a car. I wish to rest for a while," Lu Mei Yin said, her face betraying a hint of fatigue as she climbed into the Phaeton, settling into the passenger seat. Mao Tu, knowing this car belonged to Lu Mei Yin, became even more convinced that the two had indeed become engaged. Sitting in the back seat, he grinned broadly at the sight of them, genuinely happy for Chun Nan to have won the affection of such a beautiful chairwoman. The sudden address of sister-in-law from Mao Tu, coupled with Xin Xiu, his abrupt departure, left Lu Mei Yin feeling flustered. Throughout the journey, she spoke little, and when she did, it was mostly about Mao Tu, advising him on whom to connect with in America and what precautions to take. Conversely, Mao Tu seized every opportunity to call her sister-in-law, causing Lu Mei Yan's heart to race, overwhelmed with embarrassment. Despite her age being significantly greater than Chun Nan's, she had never truly contemplated such matters, and now, with Mao Tu's teasing, her thoughts were thrown into disarray. Upon reaching the airport, they bid farewell to Mao Tu and promptly returned. For many years, Lu Mei Yin had kept her heart closed off to matters of love, having faced countless rejections from powerful figures in politics and business. Today, Mao Tu's unexpected address had stirred feelings in her long-buried heart. Yet she found herself unprepared for this situation, feeling a loss of face and reluctant to confront Xin Nan. After returning, she drove away in her Bentley. Chapter 036. The Song of the Golden Elixir. Chun Nan drove back to Tang Chini Pin, pulling into the courtyard. Upon hearing the sound of the car, Na Lan Shiyu opened the door, puzzled to see a Phaeton. Her brows furrowed slightly as she wondered how this fellow had come to possess such an extravagant vehicle. Was he borrowing it to impress others? "Dear wife, I found a job," Chun Nan exclaimed with enthusiasm as he plopped down on the sofa, taking a sip from the coffee Na Lan Shiyu had brewed. "Could you not be so unhygienic? Can't you pour your own coffee?" She retorted. "You are my wife. What's wrong with drinking my wife's coffee?" Chun Nan replied, feigning righteousness as he took another sip. Na Lan Shiyu's pretty face turned cold, dismissing his antics. However, she refused to use that cup again, pouring herself a fresh cup from the coffee pot. "Thank you," Chun Nan said, directly handing her the empty cup. Faced with such a rogue, Na Lan Shiyu felt an urge to bite him. Yet being a person of refinement, she maintained her composure and filled his cup. Curiosity piqued within her regarding his sudden acquisition of the Phaeton. Na Lan Shiyu chose not to inquire directly, hoping he would volunteer the information. However, he veered off the topic, grinning widely. "Dear wife, do you remember when we first met? I asked you to be my wife, but you refused. Who would have thought that just a few days later, you indeed became my wife?" Na Lan Shiyu's face flushed with embarrassment, thinking to herself, "If it weren't for that night, would I have ever agreed to be your wife?" Dream on. She found it difficult to continue discussing this topic, so she casually asked, "What kind of job did you find?" "Driving for someone as a chauffeur." "Hey, dear wife, isn't that quite a respectable job?" Chun Nan replied, inching closer to her, hoping to foster intimacy. "Driving for Lu Mei Yin?" Na Lan Shiyu blurted out before her cheeks flushed crimson. Hadn't that question made her seem overly concerned for him? "Dear wife, you're amazing. You guessed it right." Chun Nan seized the moment to bond with her further. However, unexpectedly, Na Lan Shiyu stood up abruptly. "Who you drive for is your business. Whether you want to be someone's kept man is your freedom. What does it have to do with me?" She turned, her graceful form swaying as she ascended the stairs, leaving Chun Nan alone in the suddenly empty hall. What is up with her? Women's moods change like the weather in June. Chun Nan sighed helplessly, shaking his head. With Na Lan Shiyu not returning, he felt bored and retreated to his room. Once inside, Chun Nan retrieved the piece of red jade he had acquired 3 years prior during a mercenary mission. After completing the task, he had been discovered and pursued, forcing him to leap off a cliff, inadvertently entering a cave. Injured, his blood stained the red jade, which subsequently recognized him as its master. Upon this recognition, Chun Nan felt a connection with the jade, and upon placing it on his forehead, he discovered it contained a cultivation technique titled the Song of the Golden Elixir, along with various other esoteric teachings on talismans, alchemy, weapon crafting, and other magical arts. The jade was said to have been refined by the immortal Juluan, who had devoted his life to the pursuit of immortality. Living for 3,600 years, yet failing to ascend due to the lack of disciples. Before his passing, he sealed his life's insights within the jade, awaiting a worthy successor. Little did he know, 3,600 years later, it would come into Chun Nan's possession. Thanks to this jade, Chun Nan had become a legendary cultivator, reaching the 4th level of chi condensation in just 3 years and becoming the king of the Wolf-Tooth Mercenary Corps. However, upon reaching this level, he encountered a bottleneck, and due to years of killing, forcibly cultivating his techniques often led to the emergence of inner demons, causing him to halt his training. Initially intending to return to Huhai to find Yao Qing Shui and cultivate his mind through mundane experiences, he was dismayed to discover that his childhood sweetheart had fallen into the worldly mire, exacerbating his inner turmoil. Now, married to Nalan Shiryu, his internal conflicts had eased somewhat, prompting him to study the talismans and formation techniques recorded within the jade. He had already mastered the crafting of first-level talismans, such as the Spirit Cleansing Talisman, Exorcism Talisman, and Fireball Talisman, and could effectively deploy basic soundproof and shielding formations through his seals. The next step was to learn the crafting methods for second-level talismans. According to the jade, the best materials for crafting talismans included the hides and blood of magical beasts. However, in this age of dwindling spiritual energy, while fierce beasts could still be found, magical beasts were nearly extinct. Fortunately, he could substitute beast hides with vermilion and yellow paper, using a pure wolf hair brush infused with true chi to craft the talismans. He had prepared these materials long ago, stowed in the bag he had brought, and now he was ready to begin learning the crafting of second-level talismans, quickly immersing himself in the task. Due to his talisman crafting, Chun Nan stayed up quite late, finally waking naturally as midday approached, only to find Nalan Shiryu had already left for work. Just as he stepped out of the shower, he received a call from Huang Deming. He was out of prison. Regarding the individual named Huang Deming, Chun Nan believes that although he possesses some frivolous tendencies, he is fundamentally a decent person. Thus, he personally visited the 3rd detention center to escort him to the city, treating him to a meal of burnt liquor. Huang Deming mentioned his intention to return and establish an entertainment company, one devoid of any hidden rules. By the time Chun Nan saw Huang Deming off at the airport, night had fallen. At that moment, Lu Meiyin called, stating she was working overtime and, due to her late departure, requested that he pick her up. Work has begun. After all, it is his own job. Chun Nan hurried directly from the airport to the foot of Yulei International to meet Lu Meiyin. 10 minutes later, the lights in an office on the top floor extinguished, and Lu Meiyin sauntered out of the group's main entrance, somewhat languidly, taking her seat in Chun Nan's phaeton. As Chun Nan started the car, preparing to drive Lu Meiyin home, the roadside was adorned with flickering neon lights, and the atmosphere was delightfully ambiguous. Suddenly, Lu Meiyin inquired, "Do you mind accompanying me to a bar for a while?" What prompted Sister Meiyin to think of visiting a bar? Chun Nan did not expect that such a beautiful and poised woman like Lu Meiyin would be interested in bars. A woman of her beauty and dignified demeanor would undoubtedly become the center of attention in such an establishment, attracting the fervent pursuit of admirers. Lu Meiyin chuckled softly. "If it weren't for you, I would never set foot in such a place. With you as my protector, what do I have to fear? Besides, the monotony of daily work has become too stifling, so I seek a bit of relaxation and a taste of youth." "Very well, since Sister Meiyin trusts me. Let us indulge for a while. If one cannot accommodate such a small request from their own boss, what sort of employee would they be?" Hence, without hesitation, Chun Nan agreed. Chapter 037. Departing with another man, Lu Meiyin glanced at Chun Nan and added, "I've never been to a bar. Is there really anything enjoyable there?" Chun Nan mused that people go to bars for leisure and excitement. Even if Lu Meiyin had never been, she likely understood this. Yet he could not voice such thoughts. Instead, he smiled and said, "Sister Meiyin, let me share a story with you." "Go ahead, I'm all ears." Lu Meiyin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she lowered her head to listen intently. Chun Nan deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, swiftly overtaking the car ahead, and spoke in a calm tone. In a bar, 2 gentlemen were drinking, when one noticed 2 ladies seated in another corner. "We should leave. I see my wife and my mistress over there in that corner," he suddenly said, his face paling. The second gentleman followed the direction of his companion's finger and immediately turned pale as well. "Strange, why is my wife sitting there with my mistress?" Just as he turned back, he heard the first gentleman exclaim, "Oh no, I see my mistress leaving with another man." Upon concluding the story, Chun Nan maintained a silent smile. Lu Meiyin pondered for a moment, then burst into laughter, her amusement vibrant. Suddenly, her face flushed crimson as she grasped Chun Nan's underlying message about the nature of bars. After a brief silence, she remarked, "So, this is what a bar is like. Perhaps we should reconsider going?" Though she suggested not going, Chun Nan discerned her lingering desire to visit. He chuckled, "Sister Mei Yin, since you wish to go, what harm is there in sitting for a while? Besides, you have me as your protector. All right, I'll follow your lead." Driving along, they soon arrived at the elegantly designed entrance of the 99 Siang bar. After disembarking and taking a few steps, Lu Meiyin suddenly approached, leaning close to his ear to whisper a few playful words before. Without waiting for a response, she swayed her curvaceous figure and gracefully entered the bar. Exuding an alluring charm, Chun Nan could only smile wryly, understanding that Lu Meiyin sought to alleviate work-related stress and recapture a sense of youthful exuberance. He maintained a respectful distance, settling at a table 2 away from her. Lu Meiyin, clad in a flowing yellow gown with her hair elegantly pinned up, radiated a mature allure, her every curve and the noble aura she exuded making her an incomparable presence in the bar, as if she had stepped out of a painting, captivating the attention of both men and women alike. "A bottle of Omega Gold tequila with brandy and lemon, please." Lu Meiyin gracefully gestured to the waiter to place her order. After ordering, she began to savor her drink, her beautiful eyes gliding around the bar, appreciating the ambience. The combination of a stunning woman and luxurious car made her even more captivating, while her indifference towards the admiring glances from men added an air of aloofness, further enticing those who dared to approach her. "Miss, are you lonely by yourself? Would you like to share a drink?" At last, a handsome young man mustered the courage to approach her, wearing a self-assured smile. Being the type of woman she was, Lu Meiyin initially felt a surge of irritation at such an inquiry. However, recalling Chun Nan's story, she realized that reacting negatively would be rather out of place and contrary to her intent of seeking entertainment. Thus, she suppressed her irritation, casting the young man a cool glance before returning to her drink. That single glance, imbued with grace and nobility, carried an unspoken authority that left the young man feeling insignificant, prompting him to retreat without uttering a word. In a private booth, a well-dressed man resembling a businessman kept his gaze fixed on Lu Meiyin as she drank, unfazed by the young man's unsuccessful attempt to engage her. Assuming she was merely playing hard to get, he believed that winning her over would require a significant investment and leaned over to whisper to his bespectacled companion. The bespectacled man understood immediately, and after a moment's contemplation, approached Lu Meiyin with a smile, saying, "This lady." Yet, as he sat closer, Lu Meiyin's regal presence became even more pronounced, akin to a goddess, leaving him momentarily speechless. "This lady, our boss has taken a liking to you," he finally managed to say. "If you agree to spend a night with him, we can offer you this amount." He extended his hand, trembling slightly, as he indicated a sum of 5,000. Despite his initial confidence, the bespectacled man faltered under Lu Meiyin's majestic demeanor, which rendered him insecure. True to his expectations, the noble beauty did not even glance in his direction. With no other option, he glanced at his boss, who was clearly infatuated with Lu Meiyin, and nodded vigorously. Receiving the signal, the bespectacled man quickly increased the offer tenfold. "If you agree to spend the night with our boss, we'll give you 50,000. What do you say?" To his surprise, Lu Meiyin continued to drink, seemingly oblivious to his presence, which severely deflated his confidence. Just as he prepared to leave in embarrassment, he noticed his boss nodding at him again, mouthing that 50,000 was acceptable. 50,000? The bespectacled man could hardly believe his eyes. His boss had entertained numerous women, yet never had he offered such a sum for a single night. Even lesser-known stars had never commanded such a price, usually settling for a few thousand at most. Seeing his boss's eager nod, the bespectacled man regained his confidence and took a seat across from Lu Meiyin once more. "This lady, if you agree to spend a night with our boss, we'll pay you 50,000 up front. What do you think? This is indeed an opportunity for overnight wealth. I hope you can seize it." The bespectacled man spoke with newfound confidence, a stark contrast to his earlier hesitance. Such a sum of money is an irresistible temptation for women frequenting nightclubs, and he could hardly believe that this elegant lady remained indifferent. Yet, to his utter disappointment, the graceful woman treated him as if he were invisible. After numerous setbacks, the bespectacled man, feeling humiliated, slinked back to his boss, leaving behind the chance to engage with such a stunning woman, much to his employer's dismay. Chapter 038. May I invite you to dance? With money proving ineffective, several self-assured men attempted to strike up conversations once more, employing various tactics. Some played it cool, others directly sought her phone number, while a few were quite blunt. Throughout it all, Lu Meiyin remained silent, leaving these suitors frustrated. As no one else approached, two young men suddenly rose simultaneously, both eager to claim the single seat opposite Lu Meiyin. A dispute ensued, escalating to shoving, as the two, dressed ostentatiously, boasted about their influential fathers. One claiming his father was the deputy director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, while the other touted his lineage from a notable business figure, each trying to outdo the other. Lu Meiyin watched this spectacle in bewilderment, never anticipating that her moment of indulgence would provoke such a rivalry, especially between two individuals of considerable renown in Huhai. Just as she was lost in thought, another young man, adorned in designer attire and sporting an ostentatious hairstyle, approached. Seizing the moment, he discreetly flicked a pinch of powder into Lu Meiyin's drink while pretending to mediate between the two squabbling youths, who soon appeared to be on friendly terms as they all shared drinks, their eyes occasionally darting toward Lu Meiyin with lewd grins. Unbeknownst to Lu Meiyin, Chen Nan, as an outsider, discerned the scheme clearly. The two young men were in cahoots, and the third was poised to drug her, intending to whisk her away, leaving even a formidable businesswoman powerless to resist such a fate. Though displeased with the trio, Chen Nan refrained from intervening. After all, Lu Meiyin's striking presence in the bar made her a magnet for such unwanted attention. As the powder dissolved in the drink without a trace, Lu Meiyin, blissfully unaware, lifted her glass to drink when a man approached with a smile, grasping her cup. "Beautiful lady, may I invite you to dance?" The suddenness of the situation caught her off guard, and as Chen Nan held her cup, he inadvertently clasped her delicate hand, sending a shiver through her. A rosy hue blossomed on Lu Meiyin's fair cheeks as she shyly replied, "I would love to." The moment those words escaped her lips, the bar fell silent. The numerous self-important suitors, including notable businessmen, were left dumbfounded. Despite the many well-dressed men who had approached her without success, this seemingly ordinary young man, with his audacious behavior, had elicited her agreement, inciting outrage among the others. Plans disrupted, the three young men glared at Chen Nan, their eyes ablaze with fury as he led the elegant woman, her delicate fingers entwined with his, into the dance floor, where he wrapped his arm around her graceful waist, swaying gently to the rhythm. Lu Meiyin, unaccustomed to such intimacy, felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as she leaned against Chen Nan, overwhelmed by his masculine presence that enveloped her. Gradually, she surrendered to the moment, her body instinctively yielding to him, resting her head on his shoulder as they twirled together. The enchanting atmosphere heightened her senses, the alluring woman in his embrace igniting a fierce desire within him. Yet, their blissful dance was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous voice. "Hey, watch where you're going." Chen Nan looked up to find a burly man glaring at him, flanked by several others who shared his hostile intent, two standing behind Lu Meiyin to prevent her escape. Recognizing the threat, Chen Nan understood they were intent on confronting him for monopolizing the beauty, seeking to reclaim her for themselves. "How dare you bump into me? You little punk! I'll make you regret it." With his comrades arriving, the aggressive man shouted, lunging toward Chen Nan with a punch aimed at his face, while another attempted to seize Lu Meiyin to keep her safe from harm. Chen Nan, however, deftly maneuvered, gently guiding Lu Meiyin to spin away from the approaching hand, while simultaneously catching the other man's fist in his grasp. The sound of cracking knuckles echoed as Chen Nan's grip tightened, causing the attacker to wince in agony. With a swift kick, he sent the man flying, toppling the two others behind him. "Let's go," Chen Nan urged, pulling Lu Meiyin along as they dashed past the fallen men, headed for the exit. In her excitement, Lu Meiyin forgot to follow, momentarily frozen as she gazed at their pursuers. At that moment, she felt herself lifted, Chen Nan effortlessly pulling her into his arms, sending her heart racing with a mix of surprise and exhilaration. As she landed in the passenger seat, the thrill of the chase coursed through her veins, though she felt a tinge of disappointment that he hadn't held her tighter. Before she could dwell on it, a group of men armed with weapons surged forward, shouting threats as they closed in on Chen Nan. As Chen Nan activated the vehicle, it slowly began to move, necessitating a reverse maneuver due to the positioning of the front. The burly man sprinting ahead, his face contorted in a menacing grimace, raised a machete and brought it crashing down towards the windshield. The glinting blade, coupled with his ferocious visage, caused Lu Meiyin to instinctively shut her eyes in terror. With a deft maneuver, the Phaeton executed a splendid drift, narrowly evading the descending weapon, leaving the assailant to stumble and fall awkwardly to the ground. The jarring sensation of the escape jolted Lu Meiyin back to her senses, and upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of the man sprawled on the ground, prompting a burst of laughter from her. Her youthful spirit ignited once more. The Phaeton accelerated away, leaving the assailants swinging their blades in vain, the sight of the car speeding off inciting their futile chase, their breaths heavy and labored. Chen Nan, casually puffing on a cigarette, drove leisurely, effortlessly distancing himself from the relentless pursuers, who, despite their frantic efforts, could not match the speed of the four wheels. As the vehicle disappeared into the night, the thugs erupted in furious shouts, their frustration palpable. Turning to gaze back at the inept assailants, Lu Meiyin sighed dramatically, lamenting their parents for not gifting them with more legs to chase effectively. Before stifling a laugh, her spirits greatly lifted. This escapade to the bar, though fraught with peril, had turned into a thrilling adventure, affording the beautiful businesswoman an unprecedented rush of joy and excitement, as if she had been transported back to her youthful days. While Lu Meiyin detested the sight of men smoking, she found a peculiar pleasure in watching Chen Nan indulge in it. The same smoke emanating from others would repulse her, yet the scent from him was oddly enticing, perhaps a manifestation of the principle of love for what one cherishes. She extracted the car's lighter from below, presenting it to Chen Nan to ignite his cigarette, softly suggesting, "Let us head to the dock and enjoy the seaside." Observing Lu Meiyin's exuberance reminiscent of a young girl, Chen Nan felt a sense of comfort as he drove towards the dock. As soon as the car came to a halt, Lu Meiyin leapt out and dashed towards the beach. Chen Nan turned off the engine, deciding against removing the keys since the area was deserted, and followed her at a leisurely pace. The silvery moonlight danced upon the ocean's surface, casting shimmering reflections, while the gentle breeze stirred the waves into frothy crests. From a distance, the scene resembled undulating silver ribbons. The rhythmic crashing of the waves against the shore created a serene and beautiful nocturnal melody. Lu Meiyin, bubbling with excitement, twirled joyfully as she ran, her skirt billowing around her. She released her tightly bound hair, allowing her long, dark tresses to cascade down like a waterfall, the wind tousling her hair. Bathed in moonlight, her graceful figure appeared even more ethereal and enchanting, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, or the moon goddess Chang'e dancing gracefully. In that moment, she radiated purity and innocence, reminiscent of a girl experiencing her first blush of love, leaving Chen Nan utterly mesmerized. As Lu Meiyin paused by the water's edge, arms outstretched to embrace the sea breeze, her simple dress clung to her form, perfectly accentuating her exquisite curves, while her flowing hair danced in the wind, enhancing her regal allure. Chen Nan found himself silently admiring her enchanting movements from behind. A sudden gust of wind caught her skirt, causing her to lose her balance and let out a startled cry as she fell backward. Swiftly, Chen Nan leaped to her aid, his silhouette blurring in the moonlight as he caught her, her delicate form collapsing into his embrace, enveloped by warmth and fragrance. Her head bowed, Lu Meiyin's cheeks flushed crimson, her heartbeat echoing in her ears. In Chen Nan's arms, the sensation of her softness was nearly overwhelming. Liu Meiyin, feeling the heat radiating from him, trembled slightly, her composure melting away as a long-suppressed sigh escaped her lips. Suddenly, she turned, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her blushing face nestled against his chest, her eyes languid and dreamy, a picture of shyness and allure. The strands of her hair teased Chen Nan's senses, the intoxicating scent enveloping him, compelling him to pull her closer. With flushed cheeks, Lu Meiyin gazed up at Chen Nan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears, exuding a beguiling charm, while the rise and fall of her chest spoke of her flustered state. "Kiss me," she whispered, her eyes fluttering shut as she delicately lifted her dainty feet, yearning for the warmth and desire emanating from the man before her. Chapter 040. An empty cigarette box, Lu Meiyin's skirt billowed as Chen Nan lowered his gaze, captivated by her enchanting beauty, her long lashes framing her delicate, blushing features. Her nose artfully refined, and her lips a luscious cherry red, a vision of poetry come to life. As he beheld the lovely figure standing before him, patiently awaiting his affection, Chen Nan instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist, leaning down to kiss her. Yet, Sensing her refined and dignified demeanor, he hesitated, suddenly realizing that Lu Mei Yin was far from the casual women he encountered in nightclubs. He comprehended that a woman of her stature, who had maintained her virtue for so long, sought something profound, a perfect marriage, a steadfast partner to shield her from life's storms, a role he could not fulfill. At that moment, Lu Mei Yin embodied both grace and allure. Chun Nan wrestled with his emotions, reluctantly loosening his embrace, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and apologetically murmuring, "I'm sorry, Mei Yin. I'm already married. I cannot give you what you desire." Startled, Lu Mei Yan's eyes flew open, her heart's yearning and fervor plummeting to despair. Staring at him in disbelief, she struggled to comprehend his words. What? What did you say?" After a long pause, she spoke, her gaze still fixed on him, now devoid of allure and anticipation, replaced by urgency and unease. I am married." Chun Nan, torn with conflicting feelings, uttered the truth, silently turning away to light a cigarette, taking a long, hard drag. Lu Mei Yin stood in silence, tears streaming down her cheeks, her shoulders trembling. After what felt like an eternity, she suddenly asked, "Is it Nalan Shiryu?" Chun Nan was taken aback. He expected her to guess so accurately. Just as Nalan Shiryu had surmised, he was driving Lu Mei Yin. He recalled the scene outside the detention center. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it is her." Lowering her head, Lu Mei Yin allowed the sea breeze to tangle her long hair, murmuring softly, "Your choice is commendable. Only she is worthy of you." "What am I?" "Just a woman who has been married before." With that, Lu Mei Yin abruptly turned on her heel and stumbled towards the dock. "Ma Yun." Hearing her name called, she quickened her pace, tears cascading onto the beach as she rushed to the car, swiftly turned the key, and revved the engine, the phaeton speeding away like the wind. Chun Nan watched as the vehicle vanished, a sudden clarity dawning upon him. Lu Mei Yin, in such a distressed state, posed a danger on the road. He immediately took off after her. Though the phaeton raced ahead, Chun Nan matched its speed, shadowing it like a phantom in the darkness. A truck approached from the opposite direction, narrowly missing the phaeton as it sped past. Lu Mei Yin, the formidable businesswoman, nearly experiencing a collision, gained a moment of clarity, hastily wiping away her tears and forcing herself to drive in the direction of her home. Chun Nan silently trailed behind her until the phaeton disappeared into the residential area. "Is this how it ends?" he thought, a wry smile crossing his face. Lu Mei Yan's heart had been shattered by him. She likely wouldn't reach out again. Feeling a sense of loss, he was uncertain whether it stemmed from the missed opportunity with the beautiful woman or something deeper. Leaning against a tree, he quietly smoked until he reached into his cigarette box, only to find it empty. With a resigned sigh, he turned to head back, his solitary figure gradually fading into the night. Upon returning to the villa and stepping into the living room, Chun Nan discovered that Nalan Shiyu had yet to retire for the night. He gathered his spirits and inquired, "My dear, why are you still awake at such a late hour? I have been waiting for your return to share something with you." Nalan Shiyu cast a fleeting glance in his direction, her icy countenance betraying no sign of emotion, rendering him little more than a passerby in her eyes. "Speak," she replied tersely. Leaning lazily against the sofa, Chun Nan nonchalantly grabbed the remote control, aimlessly flipping through the channels. Observing his lax demeanor, a flicker of exasperation crossed Nalan Shiyu's gaze, tinged with disdain. Letting out a soft sigh, she stated, "Tomorrow I must visit my parents' home, and I hope you will accompany me. Please adhere to our agreement and play your part well." "Well, isn't it merely pretending to be a husband?" Chun Nan responded with a grin. "Rest assured, my dear, I shall perform my role splendidly, more convincingly than the real thing. The hour grows late. I shall retire to bed now, and you should rest as well." Due to the matter concerning Lu Mei Yin, Chun Nan's thoughts were in disarray. He let out a languid yawn and ascended the stairs, his figure vanishing around the corner. "What a scoundrel, good for nothing," Nalan Shiyu muttered under her breath, her lips pouting in frustration, resembling someone who felt let down. Ultimately, she too succumbed to laziness, stifling a yawn, a contagion it seems, switching off the television, and gracefully ascending the stairs like a willow swaying in the breeze, returning to her own room. The following day, Chun Nan was jolted awake from his slumber by a series of loud knocks at the door. A delicate, snow-white hand reached in, tossing a suit and undergarments atop his head. "Hurry up. We depart at 9. Chun Nan, bleary-eyed, glanced at the clock. "My dear, there is still an hour left." You. Nalan Shiyu's voice faltered. Hurry up. You are as lazy as a pig. Getting dressed, washing up, and having breakfast will certainly take an hour. All right. Chun Nan reluctantly complied, rising at his wife's insistence. He held the pristine suit and chuckled wryly, relishing the perks of having a wife. No need to fret over attire. And sleeping in was no longer an option. Ah, fortune and misfortune. Having completed his morning routine and donned his attire, he descended the stairs to find Nalan Shiyu already dressed impeccably. She lounged lazily on the sofa, perusing the morning newspaper, while breakfast lay waiting on the table, the maid bustling busily in the kitchen. Today, Nalan Shiyu wore a white casual dress, her lustrous black hair cascading casually over her shoulders, secured by a wooden pattern hairpin. The dress fell just above her knees, complemented by nude stockings and black high heels, accentuating her long, slender legs perfectly. Though her outfit appeared casual, it exuded a sense of homely femininity, enhancing her delicate beauty and imparting a touch of languor that momentarily captivated Chun Nan's attention, evoking memories of that fateful night. There was an uncanny resemblance. What are you staring at? Hurry and eat. I have something to discuss with you. Nalan Shiyu, without raising her gaze, sensed his scrutiny and felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue. Chapter 041. The Path to Wealth to Chun Nan. The sight of his wife's mock anger was utterly endearing. He lazily settled beside her, saying, "My dear, do you know? Your angry expression is quite delightful to your husband. Far more charming than when you wear a constant frown." You. Nalan Shiyu was momentarily speechless. Initially irked, she now found herself amused by his words, contemplating the prospect of cohabiting with such a rogue for an extended period. How was she to manage him? Chun Nan surveyed the dining table, noting that not a morsel had been touched, save for an empty coffee cup before Nalan Shiyu. Is this all you're having for breakfast? I must tell you, breakfast is paramount. Without it, your skin won't remain smooth. Why haven't you tried this lotus seed porridge? Smooth skin has nothing to do with you. Just eat. Nalan Shiyu retorted, realizing her own remark was flawed. How did it turn into a discussion about her skin? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she felt a bit off kilter. Heh, you are my wife. Your skin smoothness is certainly relevant to me. It's all about the tactile experience, Chun Nan remarked as he picked up utensils and devoured the porridge hastily, his voraciousness starkly contrasting with the elegance of the living room. Don't forget, we have an agreement. You are merely an imposter, Nalan Shiyu exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. The more she attempted to distance herself from him, the more he used her own body against her. The fact that she had given her all to such a scoundrel left her feeling powerless to retort. My dear, while we do have an agreement, what if you wish to pursue something more? Chun Nan teased. That will never happen. I loathe such matters. One instance is more than sufficient to be a stain on one's life. Chun Nan found himself at a loss for words. How could she find something that half the world's population engages in daily to be abhorrent, branding it a life blemish? He chuckled softly, my dear. I distinctly recall that night. You were positively ethereal, seemingly caught in a whirlwind of desire, and you initiated several times. You. Nalan Shiyu felt her breath hitch, yet the wildness of that night and her own assertiveness were undeniable. Each time she recalled her own sultry submission beneath him, heat surged to her face. This reality was immutable, yet he took pleasure in teasing her, leaving her feeling aggrieved, tears welling in her eyes. My dear, I was only jesting. Don't take it to heart. Didn't you have something to tell me? Your husband is all ears. Chun Nan quickly shifted the topic upon noticing her impending tears. While teasing his frosty wife was enjoyable, one mustn't overstep the bounds after all. With a pout, Nalan Shiyu dabbed at her eyes with a tissue, regaining her composure momentarily. My parents have already learned of our marriage, so you must play your role impeccably. Do not allow any flaws to surface. Chun Nan chuckled. Isn't it merely pretending to be a husband? Rest assured, I know how to navigate this. Besides, if there are opportunities for profit, I welcome them. I shall undoubtedly perform splendidly. Nalan Shiyu froze at his words. Are you implying you expect to be compensated? Observing the astonished expression on his frosty wife's face, Chun Nan found her utterly adorable. He continued to tease. Of course. Although we have an agreement, many aspects remain unwritten, such as holding hands or, for the sake of realism, a kiss or even... Stop. Nalan Shiyu interjected, her breath quickening. How could the esteemed be so unrefined? Not only was he pretending to be her husband, but he also expected additional payment? The thought of him, gleeful with her card, was utterly disheartening. This man was nothing more than a money-grubbing rogue, a miser, unworthy of high regard. Nalan Shiyu sprang to her feet, fuming, unsure of where to direct her anger. Well then, tell me, how much for holding hands? She wore a self-deprecating smile, thinking it was merely hand-holding. She doubted he could extort much from that. Holding hands is a trivial matter. As the saying goes, one night as husband and wife, 100 days of kindness. Since we are familiar, I suppose I shall charge you 5,000. Chun Nan replied, feigning a generous discount, his expression suggesting that had it not been for that one night, the price would be significantly higher. Nalan Shiyu's chest heaved with indignation as she paced the living room. Finally, she begrudgingly asked, then tell me, what are the charges for other activities? Heh. Chun Nan inwardly reveled in her flustered demeanor. When she grew angry, her poise only heightened her allure. He shook his head. Since we are acting, especially in front of your parents, it's inevitable that some intimate gestures, such as wrapping an arm around your waist or a gentle caress, will occur. I've already offered you a discount, and this time, I cannot do so again. I shall charge you 50,000, for you are a beauty I enjoy touching. If it were anyone else, it would be far more. Nalan Shiyu nearly choked on her tea, and upon hearing his words, she erupted with rage, glaring at Chun Nan. I could easily summon a host of men willing to impersonate a husband for free, and yet you shameless rogue, dare to charge for such a thing. She wished to scold Chun Nan a few words, yet as a refined lady, she refrained from such vulgarities, her vocabulary for insults woefully inadequate. Thus, she resorted to once again invoking a foul rogue. A lady must indeed maintain her grace. I often say to my wife that if a woman lacks refinement, she may find it difficult to marry, especially one as extraordinarily beautiful as you. It would be utterly disgraceful to lower oneself to my level. Nalan Shiyu thought to herself, as he affectionately called her wife, yet lamented about the challenges of marriage. How contradictory. Nonetheless, she was not accustomed to such brazen outbursts and, suppressing her indignation, returned to the sofa, gently patting her chest to quell her anger. Then tell me, what other services are there that require payment? Chun Nan, gazing at his wife's charming and adorable demeanor, could not help but feel amused. He mused, this girl appears rather clever. How could she so willingly walk into this trap, insisting on uncovering the details? Little did he know that this was merely the pride of a beauty who, accustomed to being pampered by men, found it almost absurd to suggest charging for a mere touch. The idea of charging for a casual caress seemed utterly ludicrous, a grand joke of the highest order. Naturally, her curiosity compelled her to ask for clarification. Since you insist on inquiring, I shall reluctantly divulge, Chun Nan declared. For example, a kiss. The fee would depend on the nature of the kiss. A mere brush of lips would be 100,000, but should we require, deeper engagement to achieve a delightful effect, I must inform you that I would be sacrificing much. Thus the charge would be 200,000. Filthy rogue, despicable scoundrel. Nalan Shiyu berated Chun Nan in her heart, though she was intrigued by the other services he might offer. Oh dear, Nalan Shiyu, when did you become so lewd and dissolute? Even wanting to know more. She scolded both Chun Nan and herself, her cheeks flushed, remaining silent as she was utterly captivated by his creatively devised fees. Chapter 042. Meeting the mother-in-law, seeing his wife remain silent, Chun Nan continued. If additional caresses are desired during the kiss, an extra 30% will be charged. Should we wish to share a bed, the cost will depend on the circumstances. If enough, just tell me how much it will be. I'll pay you whatever you ask. Let us go. Nalan Shiyu could no longer endure his increasingly lewd remarks. Leading the way out of the living room and into the parking lot, Chun Nan scratched his nose, bemused, thinking, I haven't said anything outrageous. Why is she so worked up? You drive. Nalan Shiyu tossed the keys of the Hennessy to Chun Nan. It was already embarrassing enough for the esteemed daughter of the heavens to marry someone who washes cars. Returning home to drive his old Fukan would be unbearable for her in front of her family. Hennessy Viper. Chun Nan slapped the steering wheel. With my wife driving this car, the rate of turning heads will undoubtedly be 90%. Nalan Shiyu shot him a glance, having expected him to claim 100%, and she possessed that confidence herself. Sensing her thoughts, Chun Nan turned the key to start the car and chuckled. With me, your handsome husband by your side, the rate of turning heads will surely be 100%. Nalan Shiyu felt an impulse to crash into the glass. This lazy, despicable rogue was surprisingly self-absorbed, always seeking to embellish his own image. Did he think he could account for the remaining 10%? As they drove out of the villa, Chen Nan remarked, "Wife, since it's our first time visiting your father, shouldn't we stop by a supermarket or mall to buy some gifts?" "No need. I've already prepared everything. It's in the trunk." Nalan Shiyu sat elegantly in the passenger seat, not having cast a glance at him since they got in. "Well then, I'm relieved I won't have to spend any money. Hee, watching my wife spend on gifts for her father. Now that's the life." Chun Nan drove with a cheerful demeanor, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel. Nalan Shiyu suppressed the urge to bite him, tightly pressing her lips together, her well-defined curves rising and falling enticingly from a side view. 20 minutes later, they arrived at an upscale villa community. Chun Nan opened the trunk, lifting several gift boxes, and finally showing some discernment. Nalan Shiyu fluttered her long, elegantly arched eyebrows, a rosy hue gracing her delicate cheeks. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward to embrace Chun Nan's arm, realizing that if they were to act, they must do so convincingly, lest her efforts be in vain. Ahem. Chun Nan cleared his throat and stood up straight, puffing out his chest and adopting a gentlemanly demeanor, which greatly pleased Nalan Shiyu. She thought, finally, he didn't falter at a critical moment. However, at that instant, she felt her waist tighten as a large hand wrapped around her waist, sliding downward. Nalan Shiyu's sensitive form shivered involuntarily, and instinctively, she tried to pull away, but then she heard Chun Nan whispering in her ear, "Wife, don't forget we are acting. It must be convincing. If you run away, it will seem too fake, and I want to take responsibility if we get exposed." Understanding the rationale behind his words, Nalan Shiyu, a newlywed, realized that a little affectionate display would enhance the believability of their act. Thus, she leaned closer to Chun Nan, donning an elegant and blissful smile, all the while her body remained tense and her heart slightly bitter, realizing that she had been brazenly taken advantage of by this scoundrel. As the door opened, a dignified and voluptuous woman emerged, supporting a distinguished middle-aged man. The woman bore a resemblance to Nalan Shiyu, exhibiting grace and natural nobility, though her sharp gaze and arched eyebrows conveyed a sense of challenge and scrutiny. The middle-aged man, though mature and composed with an extraordinary presence, appeared somewhat pale, occasionally rubbing his lower back, revealing signs of ill health, especially as he was being supported by the woman. "Shiyu has returned," the middle-aged man greeted with a smile, though his voice lacked strength. The woman cast a sidelong glance at her daughter, then scrutinized Chun Nan with a disapproving huff, clearly displeased with their affectionate display. "Father, if you're unwell, you need come out," Nalan Shiyu exclaimed, breaking free from Chun Nan's arm to take hold of her father's other arm, her demeanor resembling that of a little girl rather than the composed and elegant woman she had just been. The middle-aged man was Nalan Shiyu's father, Nalan Deli, the third in line within the Nalan family of Beijing. Since the elder Nalan had retired from the cabinet, the family had gradually lost its influence, while the Wei family had risen to prominence as one of the four great families of the capital, with 2 members in the 9-member cabinet, their powers soaring to great heights. The Nalan family had long sought to ally with the Wei family, but due to their decline, they were met with disdain and had no opportunity. By chance, Wei Xiangming, the third-generation heir of the Wei family, encountered Nalan Shiyu and was immediately captivated by her beauty, proposing to marry her to his family. Upon learning of this, the Nalan family eagerly agreed to the match, hoping to restore their fortunes. Although Nalan Deli was less than pleased, the elder's intervention and the persuasion of several brothers compelled him to acquiesce in light of family interests. Thus, the 2 families swiftly reached an agreement. Their readiness to comply so readily stemmed from Wei Xiangming's notorious reputation, known for his numerous scandals with various starlets and models, and even engaging in debauchery with several young rascals. Were it not for the Wei family's overwhelming power, these matters would have long since landed him in prison. Alas, his father, a new pillar of the Wei family, had no expectations for his son to forge a union with a prominent family, merely hoping to secure a beautiful wife for him. Thus, the engagement was hastily arranged, with only the formal ceremony pending. Yet, at this juncture, news of Nalan Shiyu's marriage surfaced, complete with a marriage certificate and photographs as evidence, rendering the engagement a mere joke. Consequently, the Wei family directed their ire at the Nalan family, imposing dual pressures politically and economically. The elder of the Nalan family erupted in fury, leading to familial discord, isolating Nalan Deli and severing ties with the clan, further weakening his already frail health. Although Nalan Shiyu exhibits an air of pride, she comprehends her father's predicament. It can be said that her father has shouldered the family's grievances single-handedly, and thus she does not hold him accountable. Observing her father's increasingly frail condition, she feels a twinge of guilt. As she sees her daughter regain her youthful vivacity, Nayland Deli feels a profound sense of comfort and remarks with a smile, "This little breeze is nothing your father cannot endure. So, how have you been faring these past few days?" As he speaks, Nayland Deli glances at Chinan. "It's been all right." Nayland Shiyu replies shyly, stepping forward to embrace Chinan's arm, exuding a bashful joy akin to that of a bride. "Dad, Mom, this is Chunan." Then, tugging at Chinan's arm, she whispers, "Call them, don't just stand there like a wooden post." Chinan, suddenly enlightened, understands Nayland Shiyu's implication, that he should address her parents as Dad and Mom. The sudden addition of a pair of parents leaves him feeling quite out of sorts, and he recalls that he forgot to ask how much he would need to pay for calling them Dad and Mom. Now he feels somewhat at a disadvantage. Nayland Shiyu, unaware of Chinan's thoughts, would surely have playfully nipped at his ear if she did. Chapter 43. The root of a woman's anger. After all, they're the parents of Nayland Shiyu. The elder gentleman gazes at his daughter with a warm smile, and Chinan feels compelled to speak. Hesitantly, he steps forward, scratching his head and awkwardly saying, "Hello, Dad, Mom." Nayland Shiyu's mother, Zhu Engxian, scoffs lightly, displaying a hint of impatience as she turns her face away, ignoring Chinan. However, Nayland Deli chuckles and pats Chinan on the shoulder, ushering both of them into the room to alleviate Chinan's discomfort. Upon entering the living room, the servants present tea. Nayland Deli sips his tea and inquires about Chinan's work and family situation. Chinan responds to each question, yet Nayland Deli furrows his brow repeatedly. Although the young man's appearance is passable, his background pales in comparison to Shiyu's, leaving Nayland Deli rather dissatisfied with this prospective son-in-law. In truth, Chinan is merely a car washer, while Nayland Shiyu once held the position of general manager at Beichin Pharmaceutical, overseeing a vast conglomerate of tens of thousands, and is now the president of Donghuan Group. She is also a dual master's degree holder in finance and economic management from Cambridge University, possessing not only striking beauty, but also exceptional talent. Even if Nayland Deli tries to reconcile their differences, they remain too vast, which renders his expression somewhat somber. Zhu Engxian, more direct in her approach, commands, "Shiyu, come to your mother's room." Without waiting for a response, she pulls Nayland Shiyu towards her room, continuing, "My dear daughter, how is it that you, a dignified president, who has always held her head high, ended up with a car washer?" Although Zhu Engxian speaks softly, she does not make an effort to shield her words from Chinan, seemingly intending for him to overhear. With Chinan's keen hearing, he catches every word, and ultimately, Zhu Engxian slams the door behind them as they enter the bedroom. The inexplicable outburst of anger, accompanied by the clattering of objects, clearly signifies a sense of unfulfilled desire. Chinan mutters to himself, glancing at Nayland Deli, "I say, father-in-law, it seems your wife has quite the temper, and you have a hand in this." Nayland Deli, having overheard his wife's earlier remarks, feels a mix of embarrassment and resignation. While he believes Chinan is unworthy of his daughter, the two are already married, and he understands his daughter's temperament well. Given the circumstances, there is little left to say. His wife's comments stir a slight sense of shame within him, and he chuckles. Her temper has indeed been rather peculiar lately, but what does that have to do with me? Ahem. Chinan clears his throat and says, "I must be frank, father-in-law. When a woman expresses inexplicable anger and hurls things about, a man must take heed." Nayland Deli gazes at Chinan in bewilderment, perplexed by his meaning. "All right, let me be blunt. If I am not mistaken, father-in-law, it has been quite some time since you and your wife—" "Well, you know." Upon hearing Chinan's words, Nayland Deli's face flushes crimson. It has not been months, but rather years since he and his wife have been intimate. Even when they did, it was brief. This leaves him feeling guilty towards his wife. However, he believes it is rather inappropriate for a younger generation to meddle in the affairs of their elders. Hence, Nayland Deli's expression darkens, and he remains silent, thinking to himself how his wife is correct. How could their daughter choose a husband so lacking in decorum as a car washer? He feels a surge of anger rising within him. Had it not been for Chinan's first visit, Nayland Deli would have certainly erupted and expelled him from the house. Noticing that his father-in-law is not pleased, Chinan smiles and suggests, "If I am not mistaken, father-in-law, do you perhaps suffer from kidney deficiency, coupled with excessive liver fire, leaving you feeling weak and often prone to profuse sweating?" Nayland Deli looks up in astonishment. "How could you possibly know this?" "Ah, It is precisely this ailment that has left me with abundant liver fire, Nayland Deli thinks to himself. Recognizing that a man unable to satisfy his wife in that regard is bound to feel frustrated. The more frustrated he becomes, the more likely he is to experience anger, which in turn prevents his wife from seeing any hope, leading to an escalation of her temper over time. Chenan studies the older man's flustered expression for a moment before smiling calmly and saying, "Not only can I discern this, but I can also offer a remedy." "Is that truly so?" Nayland Deli exclaims, gripping Chenan's hand excitedly. "Please, son-in-law, do not jest." Seeing his enthusiasm, Chenan nearly clasped his hands together in prayer. "Follow me." Such matters are not suitable for discussion in the living room. Nayland Deli leads Chenan to his study, and once inside, he immediately sits down and begins to rub his lower back. After a moment, he hands Chenan a cigarette, saying, "Have one. Shiyu doesn't let me smoke." Chenan replies, recalling that Nayland Shiyu had indeed told him her mother disapproves of smokers. Therefore, although he felt the urge to smoke, he had refrained out of consideration for Shiyu. "Not to worry. My wife doesn't permit me either. Just sneak a puff. This is serious." Nayland Deli chuckles, bringing over a lighter. Chenan, of course, cannot allow his father-in-law to light his cigarette. He takes the lighter, ignites Nayland Deli's cigarette, and then lights his own, taking a deep drag. Both men indulge in their secret of smoking, relishing the moment away from their wives. Finally, Nayland Deli can no longer contain himself and asks, "Son-in-law, do you truly have a method to cure my ailment?" The issue of kidney deficiency has plagued Nayland Deli for many years. A man unable to perform in that regard finds it difficult to hold his head high before his wife, leading to an accumulation of inner heat and a gradual decline in his physical condition. It can be said that all his symptoms stem from this deficiency. Over the years, he has traversed the nation, consulting numerous esteemed physicians, including renowned foreign specialists, yet none have been able to treat his condition. Gradually, he has lost faith in finding a solution. His wife may not openly criticize him, but he is well aware that, though she is approaching 50, she still possesses her allure and has robust desires, which causes her significant distress. Although he harbors doubts about whether Chenan, a mere car washer, can truly remedy his affliction, desperation leads him to grasp at any glimmer of hope. Indeed, Chenan replies earnestly, "Father-in-law, if you wish to heal your condition, I must first understand its root cause. Forgive my candor, but you were once in excellent health and even served in the military. If I am not mistaken, your wife's demands in that regard are particularly strong, which has contributed to your, declining health?" Nayland Deli, hearing Chenan's astute observations, feels a surge of admiration and hope for him. Despite the awkwardness of discussing such matters with his son-in-law, he concedes, "You are correct. Her demands are indeed vigorous, often reaching a frequency of once a day, sometimes even multiple times a day. As the years advance, not only has her need intensified, but her fervor has also increased. I find myself gradually unable to cope, and yet her desires remain insatiable. Her beauty often leaves me powerless to resist, resulting in increasingly brief encounters." Chenan smiles knowingly and interjects, "Every time the duration shortens, the unmet desires lead to a heightened frequency, causing your condition to deteriorate further, ultimately resulting in, complete dysfunction, correct?" Chapter 044. The 9 Yangwood needles as his shortcomings were pointed out with undeniable clarity by his son-in-law. Nayland Deli found himself increasingly embarrassed, his once pale face turning a shade of purple. The fact that Chenan could articulate the source of his affliction only deepened his trust in the young man. With an awkward smile, he conceded, "You are indeed correct. Her temper must be related to this issue. She was not like this before. She was a gentle and refined wife." Chenan mused to himself, considering that, according to Nayland, his wife must be the epitome of a woman who excels in both the parlor and the kitchen, as well as the bedroom, were it not for unfulfilled desires. Even if she harbored grievances against me, they would not manifest so overtly. He promptly replied, "Now that the nature of the ailment is clear, all your symptoms stem from kidney deficiency. Is there a remedy?" Nayland Deli's eyes widened in astonishment, his demeanor akin to that of a man addressing a seasoned physician rather than a mere son-in-law. "There is," Chenan began, but before he could finish, the door swung open, and Zhua Ingxian entered, followed closely by Nayland Shiyu. The sight of the 2 older gentlemen engaged in intimate conversation while smoking left both women perplexed. Zhua Ingxian thought to herself, "Has it only been a short while, and yet my husband has become so chummy with Chenan? They've even retreated to the study for a private discussion. Nalan Shiyu, observing the two, felt equally bewildered. Initially, she worried that her father would disapprove of Chun Nan, but it now seemed her concerns were unfounded. The young man evidently possessed remarkable skills, having charmed her father so thoroughly. It's time for dinner. Come, let's eat. Zhua Yingxian, who had been smiling, immediately adopted a more somber expression upon seeing Chun Nan. Nalan Delan noticed her change in demeanor and reached out a hand to rise. But Nalan Shiyu hurried to assist him. He waved his hand, signaling for Zhua Yingxian to help instead, casting her a discreet glance. Zhua Yingxian pondered her husband's mysterious intentions, quickly stepping forward to aid him into the bedroom. A moment later, the two emerged from the bedroom, with Nalan Delan regaining his previous composure. While Zhua Yingxian appeared somewhat agitated, a blush gracing her cheeks, and her gaze toward Chun Nan softened. Nalan Delan turned to Chun Nan and tentatively suggested, "Young Chun, shall we dine first?" Chun Nan understood that the elder had grown impatient to learn whether he could cure his ailment, leaving little room for dinner. He smiled and replied, "Well, father-in-law, I believe it would be best for me to examine your condition first. Shiu, if you and your mother are hungry, you may start eating." "No, no, we are not hungry." Zhua Yingxian, brimming with excitement, eagerly wished for Chun Nan to commence treatment, for the quality of their marital life was directly tied to such matters. At just over 40, she still possessed her charm, and if her husband continued in his current state, it would be akin to a living death. Their affluent lifestyle lacked nothing, save for a fulfilling and harmonious relationship. For them, improving the quality of their marital life was paramount, more important than anything else, and Zhua Yingxian overlooked Chun Nan's addressing her as father-in-law. "Ah, young Chun, since that is the case, please do examine my condition." Nalan Delan feigned modesty, aware that many details were inappropriate to discuss in front of his daughter. "Very well, let us proceed to the study," Chun Nan suggested. Nalan Shiyu felt a wave of disbelief wash over her as she witnessed Chun Nan preparing to treat her father. When did this car-washing rogue become a miraculous healer? Yet, my father seems to trust him utterly, treating him almost as a peer. This fellow is quite the charmer. If he fails, Nalan Shiyu felt an overwhelming urge to weep, fearing that the situation could spiral out of control. As Chun Nan assisted Nalan Delan into the study, noticing that he had not expressed any dissent, Zhua Yingxian took the initiative to withdraw with her daughter. Chun Nan instructed Nalan Delan to disrobe in preparation while he retrieved a leather pouch from his inner garments, from which he produced 9 wooden needles, neither gold nor silver. These 9 needles, known as the 9 Yang wood needles, were a result of Chun Nan's cultivation of the Huaidan Jinya song, which endowed him with genuine energy capable of healing patients through acupuncture. These needles had been gifted to him by an antique collector he had aided, who wished to prevent them from gathering dust. Later, upon researching the information contained within the crimson jade, Chun Nan learned that the 9 Yang wood needles were a relic from ancient times. It was said that there existed a colossal tree known as Jimu, which thrived in the void, its roots reaching the stars, connecting the celestial realm above and the underworld below. This tree was regarded as the ancestor of all trees, and after a tumultuous period of divine and demonic chaos led to its destruction, the 9 Yangwood needles were crafted from its heart by a formidable being, imbued with boundless vitality and myriad unknown properties. While Chun Nan was uncertain of the veracity of this information, he understood the potent life force contained within the 9 Yangwood needles, for vitality was the essence of life. A being devoid of it was akin to a corpse. As Chun Nan brandished the 9 needles with an air of solemnity, Nalan Delan, who had initially approached the situation with a sense of trepidation, now felt a swell of hope. Chun Nan directed him to sit comfortably in a chair and deftly inserted the needles into various acupuncture points, including the coccyx, Qihai, Shinkei, Yinjiao, and Shinshu, first channeling genuine energy to refine the internal heat within Nalan Delan's body, drawing it out with the needles. He then used his energy to stimulate the needles, infusing them with vitality as they traversed the meridians, fortifying both the channels and flesh. Having suffered from illness for an extended period, Nalan Delan understood that even the 9 Yangwood needles might not yield an immediate cure, and Chun Nan was expending tremendous effort. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Chun Nan's forehead, while Nalan Delan felt a palpable force entering his body. The discomfort in his lower back noticeably alleviated. Observing Chun Nan's unwavering dedication to his treatment, despite the sweat glistening on his brow, Nayland Dellen found himself increasingly appreciative of this son-in-law, to the point where, despite his daughter's beauty and talent, he seemed to be a suitable match. An hour later, Chunnan carefully removed the needles and stowed them away, wiping the sweat from his brow before suggesting, "Father-in-law, please stand and assess how you feel." With a heart brimming with excitement, Nayland Dellen stood and immediately sensed a newfound lightness and vigor within him, his spirit and energy markedly enhanced. He took several steps. Although still somewhat weak, he no longer felt as though he were floating. His steps were firm, and he moved with a composure that rendered him indistinguishable from a healthy individual. "Ah!" Nayland Dellen erupted into joyous laughter, casting a grateful glance toward his son-in-law as he flung open the door and strode confidently into the living room. "How do you feel?" Zhuo Yingqian hurried forward, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light as she observed the newfound color in her husband's complexion, so unlike his previous pallor. "I feel wonderful indeed." "Quite good," Nayland Dellen exclaimed, his excitement evident as he grasped his wife's hand, the unspoken emotions between them palpable. "Dellen," Zhuo Yingqian nearly wept with joy as she held her husband's noticeably stronger arm. For years, she had refrained from voicing her needs to avoid upsetting him, enduring internal strife to the utmost. Now, she finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Nayland Shiyu, witnessing her father emerge with a radiant complexion, was utterly astonished. Had that rogue truly healed her father's ailment? This was a conundrum that renowned physicians worldwide had failed to resolve. And yet he had done so in just an hour? "Yingqian," Nayland Dellen nudged his wife, subtly indicating their daughter was present, urging her to maintain decorum in front of the younger generation. "Yes." Zhuo Yingqian quickly dabbed at her tears, wishing to express her gratitude to Chunnan, but recalling her previous demeanor, she hesitated, instead beaming as she invited everyone to the dining table. Chapter 045. Will he be able to do it tonight? At the dining table, Zhuo Yingqian had thoughtfully prepared a special bottle of Maodai for Chunnan, and after consulting with him, she urged her husband to share a drink with their guest. Following this, she encouraged Chunnan to indulge in the dishes, asking if there was anything he particularly desired for the evening, while in contrast, Nayland Shiyu found herself neglected. Watching her mother cater to Chunnan's every need, serving food, pouring wine, and filling his bowl, as if she were witnessing a mythological tale unfold. After dinner, Zhuo Yingqian sought Chunnan's opinion once more, arranging for him to rest in a room while she and her daughter ventured out to procure ingredients that Chunnan would enjoy, as well as nourishing items for her husband. On the road, despite Nayland Shiyu's persistent inquiries, Zhuo Yingqian merely stated that Chunnan had indeed alleviated her father's condition, refraining from mentioning anything else. At present, she was simply filled with hope, having not yet verified it herself. Nayland Dellen had been suffering from illness for a long time. It was impossible to fully cure him in a single session, or even in two. Thus, Chunnan planned to administer acupuncture again after dinner. Nayland Shiyu had already informed him that, as per her mother's request, they would be staying here tonight, which essentially meant that her parents, having doubted her ability to marry someone who washes cars, wanted to investigate the authenticity of her relationship. In a world where spiritual energy was scarce, once genuine qi was depleted, it was exceedingly difficult to restore. Chunnan had been regulating his breathing until evening. After dinner, when he intended to perform acupuncture once more, Zhuo Yingqian insisted on staying, eager to witness the effects of the treatment firsthand. After all, they were a married couple, and Chunnan did not dismiss her request. In her presence, he proceeded to administer needles to Nayland Dellen. With the foundation established from the first session, this time was considerably quicker, completing the procedure in half an hour. When Nayland Dellen stood up again, his vitality was markedly improved, with his condition having recovered by 70 to 80%. One more treatment would likely lead to a complete recovery. Xiao Chun, will his illness, tonight? Zhuo Yingqian hesitated. Her curiosity piqued, a question that should have been posed by her husband, yet she could hardly contain her eagerness. "Just say it," Chunnan encouraged, scratching his nose, aware that Zhuo Yingqian had previously held a poor attitude towards him, making it difficult for him to address her as mother. With a flushed face, Zhuo Yingqian mustered her courage and asked, Can he sleep with me tonight?" Although her words were subtly phrased, Chunnan understood perfectly, chuckling, "Of course." However, Zhuo Yingqian recognized that her son-in-law might find certain topics uncomfortable to discuss in front of her. With a meaningful glance at her husband, she swayed gracefully out of the study. Chunnan then turned to Nayland Dellen, advising, "Dad, you can share a bed, but take it easy, only once." Never be greedy. Even if your wife has requests, as a man, you must maintain absolute control in this regard, ensuring lasting vitality. Nayland Delalai's face flushed with embarrassment. Although it was to be only once, it was more than enough to excite him, marking the first time in many years. Laughing heartily, he retorted, "You young lad are overstepping. At my age, I certainly have some control. Rest assured, I'm the one who drives the car, not the one being driven. I have my ways with women, ha." Afterward, Nayland Delalai felt somewhat awkward, pondering if he truly had such control in the bedroom, given his current state. Chun Nan nodded, offering a cigarette to his father-in-law. The two of them lit up and made their way to the living room. Zhua Yingxian, seeing her husband smoking, offered no objections. Her intention to have him quit was merely to strengthen his health, and with his condition improving, any restrictions were naturally lifted. Seizing an opportunity while the young couple was distracted, she exchanged a knowing glance with her husband, and they discreetly entered their room, leaving Nayland Shiyu puzzled. Observing the mysterious demeanor of her parents, especially her mother's bashful expression, she wondered what was transpiring. It was as if her parents were the newlyweds, with her mother blushing, leaving Nayland Shiyu utterly speechless. Before long, the couple emerged from their room, Nayland Delalai radiating confidence and vitality, while Zhua Yingxian, despite her efforts to conceal her excitement, could not hide the smile on her face. The glimmer in her eyes and the hint of allure revealed a youthful charm. Chen couldn't help but laugh. Knowing Zhua Yingxian must have checked on her husband, hence her elation. Noticing Nayland Shiyu's confusion, he gently wrapped an arm around her shoulder and whispered a few words in her ear. To maintain the pretense, Nayland Shiyu did not shy away, and upon hearing Chen Nan's words, her cheeks flushed crimson as she pinched him playfully. Contemplating whether the intimacy between men and women truly held such significance that it could elicit such behavior from her mother, Chen Nan exaggeratedly yelped, and upon witnessing the affectionate display between the young couple, Nayland Delalai smiled, feeling content, delighted by their happiness. "Shiyu, how could you pinch Xiao Chen? I must tell you not to bully him. Otherwise, your mother won't stand by you. Xiao Chen is a good boy. Venturing to Huhai alone is no easy feat. You should support him." Zhua Yingxian chided her daughter playfully. Although she accepted Chen Nan, she still doubted whether her proud daughter would willingly marry someone who washed cars. Hence the need for observation. Whether they truly shared a bed would reveal the truth of their marriage. Understanding her mother's intentions, Nayland Shiyu smiled at Chen Nan, stating, "Dad is tired. Let's retire for the night." After saying this, she rose first and headed towards her room. Chen Nan, admiring his wife's graceful figure, chuckled inwardly. Tonight I will share a bed with my wife." After exchanging pleasantries with the older couple, Chen Nan confidently followed suit, striding into Nayland Shiyu's room. Zhua Yingxian, initially intending to keep an eye on the couple to verify their cohabitation, found herself drawn closer to her husband, recalling that his vitality had returned. Although Zhua Yingxian had crossed the threshold of 40, her well-maintained figure and delicate skin belied her age, presenting her as a quintessential beauty. Knowing her husband's vigor had returned, she had taken special care in her appearance for the night. The scent of perfume wafted through the air, and as she gazed at her enchanting and tender wife, Nayland Delalai found it hard to resist the allure of his long-neglected duties as a husband, gently placing his hand on Zhua Yingxian's smooth knee. Feeling her husband's excitement and tenderness, Zhua Yingxian trembled, and the suppressed feelings from years exploded, igniting a fiery passion within her as she leaned closer to him, breathless. The two of them, caught up in a moment of warmth, intertwined their hands and eagerly made their way to the bedroom, no longer concerned with monitoring the younger couple. Chapter 046. The indifferent youth. Upon entering Nayland Shiyu's room, Chen Nan found her already dressed in her nightwear, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at him. The silk nightgown, although loose, accentuated her curvaceous figure beautifully, revealing her delicate, slender legs, while her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, exuding an air of both languor and elegance. Chen Nan was momentarily entranced, involuntarily exclaiming, "Wife, you look truly stunning tonight." Under his intense gaze, Nayland Shiyu's finely featured face flushed a deeper shade of red as she shot him a playful glare and coldly replied, "Go wash up first." "All right," Chen Nan rejoiced, thrilled that his wife had taken the initiative to send him to wash up. Could it be that tonight? As these thoughts filled his mind, he was overjoyed and promptly began to undress. "Pervert," Nayland Shiyu muttered under her breath, her face growing even redder as she turned away, leaving Chen Nan with a beautiful view of her back illuminated by soft light, gentle and lovely. Chun Nan admired her alluring figure, and the anticipation of the moment ahead heightened. And since Nayland Delalai and Zhua Yingxian were in another part of the house, he stripped down to just his underwear and turned to open the bathroom door. As he turned on the faucet, warm water cascaded down his body. Chun Nan slowly closed his eyes, and a pained expression gradually crept across his face. What materialized before him was not the alluring and graceful figure of Nayland Shiyu, but rather the silhouette of a girl with a ponytail, clad in a white school uniform. Running. Suddenly, the running girl halted, gracefully turning around, revealing a delicate and charming face imbued with an innocent beauty. With a sweet smile, she called out, "Chun Nan, go, come chase me." Qing Shui. Chun Nan reached out, but the girl laughed gaily, running further away, her laughter ringing like silver bells, seemingly piercing through the horizon. Her form gradually became hazy and ethereal before fading away entirely. The scene abruptly shifted to a construction site in Africa, shrouded in black smoke, with half-constructed buildings reduced to rubble. Among the debris, the bodies of workers lay strewn about, their positions haphazard, predominantly of Asian descent, with an occasional emaciated black worker. Due to traditional customs and the generally shorter life expectancy of black individuals, they adhered to a philosophy of living for the moment, indulging in pleasures until financial ruin compelled them to work, at which point they would feast extravagantly on their earnings until they were once again destitute. The deceased black workers had succumbed to sheer poverty, having come to the Chinese construction site in search of work, only to fall victim to mercenary chaos and plunder. Numerous Chinese construction sites had already experienced similar riots, with the bosses having fled back to their homeland, leaving behind a group of stranded workers to face the rampant looting. A mercenary with a bushy beard surveyed the blood-soaked ruins, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Strapped to his belt were two gleaming desert eagles. Suddenly, he whipped out a gun, shooting a laborer who had just risen from the rubble. After blowing the smoke from the gun's muzzle, his malevolent grin deepened. Suddenly, his smile froze, for he noticed a lean youth observing him coldly from not far away amid the debris. The boy's face was darkened by soot, and his tattered clothes flapped in the wind. Unlike the other workers, who trembled in fear and pleaded for mercy before their demise, this boy exhibited an unsettling calmness. Unafraid of death, his dark eyes shining with a terrifying brightness. Intrigued, the mercenary approached the boy, his military boots crunching on the stones, flanked by two burly and menacing comrades. The mercenary locked eyes with the boy, who fearlessly returned the gaze, his icy stare piercing the mercenary's soul. "I will kill you," the boy stated, each word deliberate. The mercenary burst into laughter, suddenly thrusting the desert eagle against the boy's forehead. "Why? Just because of you?" The boy, undaunted by the murderous intent, regarded the gun barrel with disdain, a slight, resolute smile curving his lips, a cold mockery that inflicted profound humiliation upon the mercenary. With a flick of his finger, the desert eagle spun rapidly before being sheathed with fluidity, an action that sparked a glimmer of envy in the boy's eyes. The boy's envy only served to inflate the mercenary's ego. "Ha! Come, let us take him. I shall train him to become the most ruthless and merciless killer in the world, or perhaps the one who dies earliest." Two mercenaries stepped forward to seize Chun Nan, but he pushed them away, asserting, "I will walk myself." With a solitary yet resolute figure, albeit somewhat frail, he strode confidently toward the armored vehicle, entering the Wolf Fong mercenary group. Thus, the mercenary world gained a new name, Chun Nan, shrouded in obscurity. Suddenly, Chun Nan exhaled sharply in the shower room, his face contorting as he abruptly switched the faucet to cold water, dousing himself from head to toe. The icy water jolted him back from his reverie, gradually restoring clarity to his mind, and his twisted expression returned to normal. Just as he opened his eyes, a girl clad in a tight tank top and jeans pushed the door open, yawning lazily. Without a word, she began to remove her pants, revealing her slender waist and smooth abdomen before Chun Nan's astonished gaze. Was this not his wife? How had she entered? A flurry of thoughts raced through Chun Nan's mind. Could it be that his wife was eager for a romantic bath together? But why was she dressed in jeans at such an hour? At that moment, Nayland Shiyu, halfway through removing her pants, noticed him and immediately covered her eyes, letting out a piercing scream that shattered the night. "Ah, pervert! Hey, you should pull up your pants first. Besides, I'm the one at a disadvantage here. Not you. Why are you screaming?" Chun Nan chuckled wryly, turning away as his wife reacted so dramatically. Fortunately, she quickly realized the situation, hastily pulled up her pants, and dashed out of the room, slamming the door shut behind her. "Dad, Mom, sis, wake up and catch the pervert." A crack appeared in the door, and a delicate arm, resembling a lotus, reached in, clutching something resembling a towel or a sock, swinging it towards Chun Nan while muttering, "I'll beat you to death. You beast." Chapter 047. Ghostly appearances. Chun Nan had already wrapped a towel around himself, bemused as the makeshift projectile flew towards him, especially since his wife still had her eyes closed. What on earth is going on? Is she sleepwalking? This is getting a bit intense. Ruo Fei, what are you shouting about? Hearing the commotion, Nayland Ali and his wife hurriedly donned their clothes and rushed out of their room. Nayland Shiyu appeared in a graceful nightgown, gliding into view as she saw her sister blocking the bathroom door, hurling objects inside while muttering, "I'll beat you. You filthy wolf. Trying to sneak a peek while I bathe? Just wait until I catch you." Chun Nan felt utterly wronged, thinking, who was peeking at whom while bathing? I've suffered a great loss, and yet you're the one making accusations. How unreasonable. Unbeknownst to others, Nayland Shiyu was aware that Chun Nan was inside the shower. Realizing the misunderstanding that had occurred, Ruo Fei, stop. That's your brother-in-law. After a brief pause, Nayland Shiyu added, remember the last time you said a pervert broke into the room? That was also your brother-in-law. Ah. Nayland Ruo Fei blinked, her mischievous gaze pondering something. In truth, she was aware of Nayland Shiyu's marriage and had previously mistaken Chun Nan for a pervert during her last visit to her sister's home. She had informed her sister via phone, who confirmed her marriage, revealing that the man in question was indeed her brother-in-law. The sudden appearance of a naked man in the shower had caught her off guard, leading to her exaggerated reaction. Despite realizing it might be her brother-in-law, she continued to shout, leaving it ambiguous whether there was an element of mischief involved. After all, who would admit to wanting to sneak a peek at their brother-in-law while bathing? Nayland Ali frowned, saying, Ruo Fei, you're acting like a female bandit. Returning home in the middle of the night. It's perfectly normal not to know, but please don't frighten your brother-in-law. Me frighten him? Nayland Ruo Fei wrinkled her nose, thinking, he is the one who scared me. As Chun Nan, wrapped in a bathrobe, stepped out of the bathroom. He was taken aback by the sight of two beautiful women who looked strikingly alike, both with the same hairstyle. Dad, Mom, what is going on? Why are there two wives? Did I inadvertently marry one and get another as a bonus? Zhuang Qian thought to herself that having one daughter marry him felt a bit excessive, let alone two. However, given the benefits she had reaped from Chun Nan, she refrained from reprimanding him directly, instead nudging Nayland Ali to speak. Ahem. Nayland Ali coughed lightly. This is Ruo Fei, Shiyu's twin sister. He then turned to Nayland Ruo Fei, this is your brother-in-law. From now on, mind your manners. Your brother-in-law is a refined gentleman. After a brief exchange, everyone came to understand the situation that had just unfolded, realizing that Nayland Ruo Fei might have suffered a minor setback. However, the incident was not to be blamed on Chun Nan. It was Ruo Fei's impulsive nature that led her to barge in without knocking. If anyone were to be considered the victim, it would indeed be Chun Nan. It was merely a misunderstanding, and with nightfall approaching, it was best for everyone to retire early. Zhuang Qian delivered her concluding remarks, having just settled into a moment of intimacy with her husband when they were abruptly interrupted by their daughter's shrill scream. The fervent anticipation that had been building within her had yet to subside. There was no time for idle chatter with her daughter, and she promptly urged everyone to rest. Nayland Ruo Fei cast a sidelong glance at Chun Nan with her crescent moon-like, sparkling eyes, teasingly revealing her pearly white teeth as she said, brother-in-law, I've decided to move in with you for a few days next week. You must take good care of me. After finishing her words, she leaned closer to Chun Nan's ear, whispering, brother-in-law, let me tell you, I won tea let today as incident slide easily. You'd better be careful. Once Nayland Ruo Fei had spoken, she swayed her slender waist and strutted into a nearby room, realizing that her and Nayland Shiyu's rooms shared a wall. In her moment of distraction, she had inadvertently spied on her brother-in-law bathing. How amusing it was to have such a bold and spirited younger sister-in-law. And a twin at that. Seeing Nayland Shiyu enter her room, Chun Nan, draped in a bathrobe, followed suit. The chandelier was dimmed, leaving only a small bedside lamp casting a soft crimson glow, mingling with the unique fragrance of orchids that enveloped Nayland Shiyu. This created an atmosphere charged with intimacy, accentuating her graceful curves and fair, elegant neck. Upon noticing Chun Nan's entrance in a bathrobe, Nayland Shiyu's cheeks flushed with a deeper hue. After a moment of hesitation, She climbed into bed, clad in her nightgown, lying on her side, her delicate form curling naturally, creating a lazy yet beautiful silhouette beneath the covers. "Darling, I'm here," Chun Nan exclaimed, tossing aside his bathrobe and diving under the blanket. Poor Nalan Shiyu instantly tensed up, her breathing quickening. Her delicate, pink ears perked up, straining to catch Chun Nan's movements, her heart racing with apprehension. What if this rogue were to impose himself upon her? Lying beside her was his alluring wife, and the fragrant scent of orchids wafting from Nalan Shiyu left Chun Nan utterly entranced. He turned on his side, slowly reaching out to caress her fragrant shoulder. "Don't touch me," Nalan Shiyu exclaimed, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, her voice carrying an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. "Didn't you say I should take a bath? When I suggested a bath, it was for hygiene's sake. Your thoughts are rather excessive, don't you think? How utterly inappropriate," Chun Nan replied, puzzled. The deepening connection and mutual exploration between men and women should be a joyous and pure experience. Yet this girl deemed it improper. Rather than ceasing his advances, Chun Nan grasped Nalan Shiyu's fragrant shoulder and gently embraced her, saying, "My dear, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold pieces. I promise I won't be as rough as last time. This time I'll be gentle. You do enjoy it, don't you? Come, join me. Let go of me." Nalan Shiyu struggled, but her tension rendered her powerless, and her feeble attempts to push him away only conveyed a sense of bashful resistance. The fresh scent of orchids enveloped her, and as Chun Nan beheld her alluring, curvaceous form, he found himself momentarily entranced. "Don't forget, we have an agreement. You signed it, so you must adhere to it." Nalan Shiyu protested weakly while feigning sternness, resembling a beautiful woman sternly rebuking a rogue. My apologies. I seem to have forgotten. I am but your contractual husband, after all, not the genuine article." Chun Nan loosened his grasp, allowing Nalan Shiyu to escape, her expression icy as she glared at him. Though her heart raced with trepidation, sharing a bed with this scoundrel was undeniably perilous. Seeing Chun Nan lie back down as if nothing had happened, Nalan Shiyu turned to her side, her nerves still taut with anxiety. Even the slightest movement from him would send her senses on high alert, making sleep nearly impossible. After a brief moment of rest, Chun Nan suddenly broke the silence, saying, "Wife, you can't sleep, can you? Let me tell you a story. Once I'm done, you'll surely drift off to dreamland." What on earth does he intend to do? Nalan Shiyu was momentarily taken aback, failing to respond. Chun Nan, with his hands behind his head, gazed at the ceiling and began recounting a joke. A beautiful maid from a wealthy family accidentally broke a bowl. Fearing punishment, she seduced the master of the house. In a moment of passion, he succumbed, and after their escapades, he forgave her. The next day, the maid woke the master with a rosy face, saying, "Sir, I've broken another bowl." Thus, they found themselves entangled once more. On the third day, when she broke yet another bowl, she was ready to confess her faults. But the master interjected, "Please, dear lady, I beg you, must you break a bowl every 3 days?" As Chun Nan finished his tale, he listened for any reaction from his wife. But there was none. With a self-deprecating smile, he continued, "A man was fumbling for change on the bus when he accidentally dropped a condom. Embarrassed and unsure whether to pick it up, a pretty girl beside him remarked, 'Hey dude, your work uniform fell out.' The covers on Nalan Shiyu's body began to undulate, her shoulders shaking violently, accompanied by muffled giggles. Chun Nan sighed. "I say, darling, if you wish to laugh, just let it out," holding it in IS&T pleasant. You naughty boy." Nalan Shiyu sprang up, grabbing a pillow and striking Chun Nan with it, her face a mixture of laughter, shyness, and indignation. "I'll punish you for bullying me." With a swift motion, she threw a blanket over Chun Nan's face. He inhaled the fragrance lingering on the blanket, chuckling, "Wife, I'm innocent. I was merely telling a story. When have I ever bullied you?" With a swift motion, Nalan Shiyu reclaimed the blanket, adjusted her pillow, and lay back down, her expression still one of fury, though tinged with the blush of laughter. After a brief pause, Chun Nan poked his head out from under the covers. "Darling, would you like to hear another story? If you dare to tell another story, I'll kick you under the bed." Nalan Shiyu's tone was stern as she raised her delicate foot, poised to deliver a real kick. Chun Nan raised both hands in surrender. "I promise, I won't do it again. I'll go to sleep right away." With that, he truly closed his eyes. Not long after, his snores filled the air, and Nalan Shiyu's taut nerves finally relaxed. She slowly turned to gaze at Chun Nan's face, and in the soft glow of the bedside lamp, She saw the tranquility that graced his sharp features, giving him a boyish charm that was inexplicably endearing. He does look rather adorable when asleep, Nalan Shiyu murmured to herself, but the thought of his rogue demeanor quickly drained her of strength. He was indeed a contradiction in every sense. The following morning, Nalan Deli and his wife emerged from their bedroom, spirits high. Although Nalan Deli's body had yet to fully recover, his mental state was remarkably vibrant. Zhua Engxian, too, appeared invigorated, her complexion radiant with a dewy glow. Her demeanor transformed from sharp to gentle and charming, especially evident during breakfast as her attitude towards Chun Nan took a complete turn. The two sisters, seeing their father's significant improvement, were naturally overjoyed, and witnessing their mother's overnight transformation, they couldn't help but smile, realizing the reason behind it all. They were astonished to learn that Chun Nan possessed skills in acupuncture to treat kidney deficiency. Sister, does that mean brother-in-law only specializes in kidney issues? Nalan Ruofei whispered conspiratorially to her sister. Upon hearing her sister's comment, Nalan Shiyu was reminded of Chun Nan's vigor, which had left her exhausted to the point of struggling to walk, and she blushed as she murmured, perhaps. Sister, you're in luck. Since he has a specialty, brother-in-law must excel in that area. Nalan Ruofei teased her sister playfully. Ruofei, what are you saying? Nalan Shiyu, with a hint of displeasure, found her ears flushing with embarrassment. Nalan Da and Li, the couple, had largely acknowledged Chun Nan's identity and encouraged them to have children soon, hoping to cradle their grandchild in their arms before long. Typically composed, Nalan Shiyu's cheeks bore a persistent blush throughout the morning, yet internally, she wrestled with conflicting emotions. Initially, she had feared her parents might reject Chun Nan, making their sham marriage untenable. Now, with her parents siding with him, she found herself in opposition. The thought of being pressured by her parents to bear children filled her with a bittersweet sense of irony. Who would have thought that a visit home could yield such unexpected results? This fellow seemed to possess the uncanny ability to change the tides. Meanwhile, Nalan Ruofei, with her arms crossed, alternated her gaze between her sister and Chun Nan. She understood her sister's proud nature. She typically held lofty standards, dismissing common men. Yet here she was, marrying someone who washed cars. It was simply beyond her comprehension. Reflecting on the peculiar way her brother-in-law had looked at her the previous night, she noted his strange glances and the incessant grinding of his teeth. After breakfast, Chun Nan and Nalan Shiyu prepared to return to their residence, with the family escorting them to the courtyard. Chun Nan gazed at the two strikingly beautiful sisters, both of whom were equally enchanting. He mused that if they strolled down the street, the likelihood of turning heads would undoubtedly be 100%. If one were to discern their differences, Nalan Shiyu's beauty radiated a more dignified elegance, while her sister exuded a lively, mischievous charm with a hint of audacity. However, should Nalan Ruofei temper her playful demeanor and adopt the same hairstyle, they would be nearly indistinguishable, a veritable conundrum. Heaven forbid one mistakes them for the other. That could spell disaster, Chun Nan cautioned himself, appraising the twin sisters as he drove out of the courtyard. The moment they departed from her parents' home, Nalan Shiyu's previously radiant smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. Following the events of the previous night, she chose to ignore Chun Nan throughout the journey. The fickleness of women. Just moments ago, she had embodied the blissful essence of a newlywed. Yet now she had transformed into a veritable iceberg. Unfazed by her silence, Chun Nan refrained from further provoking her. Known for its speed, the Hennessy venom tempted him to test its performance. He suddenly accelerated, causing a rush of force that nearly elicited a gasp from Nalan Shiyu. As Chun Nan deftly maneuvered through traffic, drifting smoothly around bends, Nalan Shiyu was unaccustomed to such velocity. The car swayed, her complexion paling, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Finally, upon encountering a straight stretch of road, she exclaimed, "Can you slow down a bit?" With a grin, Chun Nan replied, "My dear, this car is meant to go fast. Driving slowly would be a disservice to its capabilities." "Stop the car," Nalan Shiyu commanded sharply. "What are you doing, my wife?" "I'm getting out and walking back." Taken aback, Chun Nan fell silent. The distance was not far by car, yet on foot, given Nalan Shiyu's pace, it would take nearly 2 hours. He thought to himself, "This girl is remarkably stubborn. How about you stay in the car, and I'll drive slower?" He offered. Nalan Shiyu crossed her arms, her face still frosty, refusing to engage. Chapter 49. The doctor and the nurse seeing his wife genuinely upset, Chun Nan reluctantly reduced his speed as they returned to the villa. The maid, adhering to her usual decorum, refrained from intruding on the couple's privacy, merely offering a brief greeting before attending to her duties. After entering the living room and sipping a glass of water to calm his nerves, Nalan Shiyu stood up again and declared, "I'm going to work overtime." "Dear, why work so hard when money is endless?" Chun Nan chuckled. Nalan Shiyu shot him a fierce glare. "Do you think everyone is as unambitious as you? My business must grow stronger to avoid being bullied, to prevent the Wei family from trampling us." Chun Nan was taken aback by her intense reaction and fell silent. Just as he was about to speak, Nalan Shiyu turned abruptly at the door and said, "Men who rely on others are the most looked down upon. If you have any ambition, you should seek a different job. Your medical skills are commendable. Perhaps consider opening a clinic." "Huh?" Chun Nan laughed. "I'm just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. I have a bit of expertise in male ailments, but that hardly qualifies me to run a clinic. Besides, I'm merely a car washer. Finding a respectable job isn't easy. If you know of any good opportunities, do let me know." Opening a clinic would confine him to a life of dealing with patients, which clashed with his personality. Moreover, given that Lu Meiyin had taken the car away in her sorrow, it seemed unlikely she would seek him out as her driver again. He couldn't remain idle at home, or else he would indeed become the very embodiment of reliance on others, prompting him to seek employment elsewhere. Nalan Shiyu's cheeks flushed. She understood precisely what Chun Nan meant. The memory of their first meeting, when he proposed she be his wife, and the intensity of that one night lingered in her thoughts. Perhaps his prowess in that regard merely coincidentally cured her father's ailment. If he were truly a miraculous doctor, why would he settle for being a car washer? Though reluctant to accept Chun Nan, she couldn't ignore the fact that she had given him her first time. Whenever she recalled the sight of him with Lu Meiyin outside the detention center, discomfort washed over her. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "The Donghuan Group SPR department is hiring. If you're interested, I happen to know Minister Chi Wanting. You could ask her for an interview, but whether you succeed depends entirely on you. Also, prepare a resume before you go." With that, Nalan Shiyu exited the living room, and soon after, the sound of the Hennessy leaving echoed from outside. "Prepare a resume?" Chun Nan groaned, but for the sake of securing a respectable job to please his wife. He returned to his room, opened his computer, and began researching how to craft a resume. At the city hospital, He Haidong proposed an evening gathering to welcome Shin Xiaohong to the city hospital. Initially hesitant, Shin Xiaohong ultimately agreed upon noticing that a female doctor from her department would accompany them, along with a deputy head nurse and a junior nurse. Not wanting to appear unsociable or hinder her future relationships with colleagues, she reluctantly accepted the invitation. After work, the group boarded He Haidong's Toyota Camry and headed to the Kinjianla Hotel. Although it was termed a welcoming party, everyone was well aware that He Haidong's true intention was to pursue Shin Xiaohong, with the others merely serving as a cover. He had previously invited her out twice, only to be turned down, thus resorting to the guise of a welcoming dinner. Upon arriving at the hotel, they discovered the private room was fully booked, and as the Kinjianla Hotel was bustling with patrons, they settled for a table in the lobby. The five of them, with the exception of the less attractive female doctor, were a striking ensemble, particularly Shin Xiaohong, whose beauty and figure were remarkable, complemented by the striking presence of the deputy head nurse and the junior nurse, who also possessed a degree of charm. Thus, as they took their seats, the sight of one man accompanied by four women, three of whom were stunningly beautiful, quickly drew the gaze of many in the lobby. Seeing this, He Haidong felt a surge of pride. Escorting four women made him appear talented and charismatic. Since he had primarily invited Shin Xiaohong, it was essential to maintain an impressive facade to captivate the freshly graduated young woman. "Sir, would you like to order?" A tall waitress approached He Haidong. Steamed river crab, Australian lobster. He Haidong eagerly snatched the menu, ordering 7 or 8 dishes in quick succession. Before turning to Shin Xiaohong, this dinner is mainly for your welcome. Feel free to order anything you desire. Don't hold back. I'm fine with anything, Shin Xiaohong replied, her expression neutral. Anything is a challenging choice, Xiaohong. Your words leave me feeling quite pressured. He Haidong gazed at her intently, the eagerness in his eyes unmistakable. Shin Xiaohong lowered her head, her lips pursed in silence. Finding no satisfaction in his previous attempt, He Haidong turned to the waitress and said, "Let me choose for Xiaohong. Do you have any specialty dishes?" "Greetings, sir. When it comes to signature dishes, the most renowned delicacy here is the ribbon fish, which serves as the hallmark of my establishment. This exquisite dish is prepared by the esteemed Chef Kong from Yinjing and is only available on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays, necessitating a reservation a week in advance. Those fortunate enough to savor this dish are typically the elite from both the governmental and commercial sectors of Shanghai. Today, however, you are in luck, as a gentleman who had reserved the fish a week ago just called to cancel his order. Might we serve this dish to you instead? As the waiter finished speaking, a voice from a nearby table chimed in. If they don't want it, we'd gladly take that dish. I visited 3 times without being able to taste it. Upon hearing this, He Haidong quickly waved his hand, insisting, you inquired first. There must be a sense of order, right? This dish is reserved for us. A chorus of discontent emanated from the adjacent table, for indeed, the Qingyan Tower Hotel is renowned precisely because of the ribbon fish, prepared by the famous Chef Kong, who travels by plane each week to create this dish. It is offered only on those 3 days due to its limited availability. Consequently, rather than diminishing its appeal, the rarity has enhanced its reputation, with many dignitaries considering it a badge of honor to partake in this dish. Today, by sheer coincidence, He Haidong had the opportunity to experience it. Having heard of this dish before, He Haidong was unaware of its price. In his estimation, while he had indulged in base before, the cost generally hovered around a few hundred at most. Even if this was the restaurant's signature dish, surely it could not exceed several thousand, right? Most importantly, he did not wish to lose face in front of the lovely ladies present, so he resolutely decided to keep the dish. Oh dear, the food is quite expensive. Dr. He, we've already ordered quite a bit. Can we manage to eat more? Let us not waste. The lady doctor, named Wang, timely cautioned, casting a glance at Shen Xiaohong, indicating to her that He Haidong's generous ordering was all for her sake. He Haidong, whose father is the deputy director of the hospital, naturally seized this opportunity to impress her. With a smile, he turned to Shen Xiaohong and said, since it's your first meal with us, it must have some flair. Whether you can finish it or not is secondary. Dining is all about experiencing something novel. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaohong? Shen Xiaohong, having just entered the workforce and lacking experience in such social settings, remained silent, adhering to the principle that too many words can lead to misfortune. Very well, sir. Please hold on. This dish will be served to you in 10 minutes. The waiter promptly placed the order and then continued. May I ask if you require anything else? Noticing the attention of others drifting toward the enchanting ladies at their table, He Haidong felt a surge of pride, buoyed by the moment. With an air of self-importance, he declared, what is a fine dish without fine wine? Bring a bottle of 52-degree Wulianye. It's excellent. Let everyone have a taste. Initially, it was already quite eye-catching for him to be accompanied by several beautiful women, especially the pure and lovely Dr. Shun and the striking deputy nurse Ouyang Feifei. Yet, he remained oblivious to the envious glances from nearby tables, flaunting his arrogance as if to say, my father is the deputy director. Who am I to fear? The doctor named Wang Yun interjected. Dr. He, you're driving. Perhaps you should drink less. Indeed, I've heard they're cracking down on drunk driving these days. Dr. He, do take care, added a young nurse beside Shen Xiaohong, casting a flirtatious glance at He Haidong. In his pursuit of the innocent doctor, there was no way he would reciprocate her advances. He laughed dismissively. No worries. We have connections at the station. Even if I were caught, a single call and I'd be out. So, let us drink freely. Xiaohong, if you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. We have many contacts, and I carry weight in both the official and underworld realms. Shen Xiaohong lowered her head, her lips pursed in silence. Meanwhile, Ouyang Feifei, the deputy nurse, could not hide her disdain for his crass demeanor. Before long, the food and drinks arrived, and He Haidong raised a bottle, exclaiming, Dr. Shen, welcome to our department. You must have a drink in your honor. As he spoke, He Haidong attempted to pour wine for Shen Xiaohong, but she quickly pushed her glass back, covering the opening. Dr. He, I don't drink white wine. Perhaps a soft drink instead? You simply must drink. This is a special treat for you, Wulianye. Let me tell you, Xiaohong, only those who can hold their liquor become competent doctors. Just look at our patients. They're not short on cash. You'll often find yourself in such situations. How could you not drink? As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Yun. Dr. Wang, please pour some for Dr. Shun. He Haidong had discerned that Shen Xiaohong, being fresh out of school, lacked social experience. He was calculating, intending to take advantage of this welcoming dinner to get her intoxicated, thus providing an opportunity to whisk her away afterward. Wang Yun, eager to curry favor with He Haidong, seized the moment and smiled at Shen Xiaohong. Dr. Shun, we often gather together, and since this is your first time, You must drink. Come, let me pour you a little. Just a sip will do. Wang Yun's words were grandiose. Yet the inexperienced Shun Xiaohong found herself at a loss for how to counter. So she reluctantly moved her cup forward. Thank you, Dr. Wang, but please just a little. I truly cannot drink much. In her mind, Wang Yun's just a little surely meant a modest amount. After all, why should women make things difficult for each other? Ah, that's the spirit. He Haidong leered at the glistening neckline of Shin Xiaohong, envisioning her as a stunning beauty collapsing into his embrace, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Wang Yun tilted the bottle toward Shin Xiaohong's glass, and with a gentle motion, filled it half full. Startled, Shin Xiaohong quickly withdrew her cup, her eyes wide at the sight of the white liquid. Sister Wang, I truly cannot drink. Perhaps I should pour some for you instead. Ah, but there's a saying that spilled water cannot be retrieved. The same applies to poured wine. Once it's out, it cannot return. Wang Yun argued persuasively, casting a triumphant glance toward Yi Haidong, having never consumed white wine before. Shin Xiaohong held the cup, unsure of what to do. Observing this, Ouyang Feifei, who had developed a strong rapport with her despite their brief acquaintance, could no longer stand idly by. She had always been diligent at work, technically proficient, and well-liked by patients. Despite being a prime candidate for the head nurse position, her refusal to engage in flattery and disregard for unwritten rules had relegated her to the role of deputy nurse. Yi Haidong had often attempted to pursue her, but she had consistently rebuffed his advances. Because of her friendship with Shun Xiaohong, Yi Haidong had brought her along to reassure the latter. Recognizing Yi Haidong's ulterior motives, Ouyang Feifei interjected, Xiaohong, if you can't drink, just pour some for me. As Shin Xiaohong was about to extend her cup, Yi Haidong hastily waved his hand. Dr. Shun is new to our gatherings. This little bit of wine is hardly excessive. Feifei, you should partake as well. No need to pour for me. I don't drink. Ouyang Feifei firmly rejected, casting a cold gaze at Yi Haidong. Don't call me Feifei. That name isn't yours to use. Call me Ouyang. Yi Haidong felt his pride wounded, his expression darkening immediately. Wang Yun, sensing the tension, quickly attempted to smooth things over. Feifei, it's fine if you don't drink. But since Dr. Shun is new to our gathering, and I poured the wine, how can we waste it? If she cannot drink, perhaps she can let Dr. E drink on her behalf? She then glanced at Yi Haidong. Isn't that right? Dr. E? Indeed, if Dr. Shun can't drink, she can let Dr. E take her place. The petite nurse beside him chimed in, harboring a long-standing desire to curry favor with the vice president's son. She had frequently cast flirtatious glances his way within the hospital, and although she was not unappealing, her beauty paled in comparison to that of Shun Xiaohong and Ouyang Feifei. Yi Haidong, in his pursuit of Shin Xiaohong, naturally had no time to acknowledge her, which fueled her resentment and led her to sabotage Shin Xiaohong at every opportunity. Ah, if Xiaohong can't drink it, she can pour it for me, Yi Haidong proclaimed pompously. As the others joined in the banter, Ouyang Feifei found it difficult to resist and reluctantly set down her glass. Consequently, the three of them urged Shun Xiaohong to drink, and after a few sips, she began to sway. Had it not been for Ouyang Feifei shielding her from the alcohol, she would have collapsed onto the table. The intoxicating drink bestowed upon Shin Xiaohong's innocent visage a blush that added a touch of allure and maturity, rendering her even more radiant. Yi Haidong, observing this, felt an insatiable urge, swallowing hard as he resolved to win her over that very night. Just then, the sea bass arrived, and Yi Haidong said, Xiaohong, enjoy this fish. I specifically ordered it for you. Look around the entire hall. Only we have sea bass. Nearby, a group of burly men, having grown weary of Yi Haidong's attempts to make things difficult for Shin Xiaohong, exchanged glances, displeased by his pretentiousness. The leader of the men frowned and signaled to a young man beside him. The young man understood immediately, and before long, as Yi Haidong made his way to the restroom, the young man approached him with a sudden collision. How do you walk? Are you blind? Yi Haidong disdainfully wiped non-existent stains from his shirt. Damn it, you intentionally bumped into me and then played the victim? Without further ado, the young man seized Yi Haidong by the hair and delivered a punch to his jaw, sending a spray of blood flying as Yi Haidong fell to the floor, staring up at the ceiling. This is what you get for showing off. Keep it up, and I'll make sure you regret it. The young man released Yi Haidong and spat on the ground, feeling utterly satisfied after delivering the blow. Chapter 051. What can you brag about when you are broke? No one expected the young man to be so brazen and quick to act. The women present were left speechless. Wang Yun, being a doctor with a wealth of experience, reacted the fastest, stepping forward to sternly reprimand him. How dare you strike someone without cause? The young man dusted off his clothes and scoffed. This bastard is nothing but a coward looking for sympathy. He deserves a beating. And who are you? Don't tell me you're his mistress, defending him? The other patrons at the adjacent table, aside from the leader, continued to drink, while several others gathered around, eyeing Wang Yun with disdain. You are utterly unreasonable. Do you believe I won't call the police? Wang Yun had already noted that these men bore tattoos and spoke foully, instantly recognizing them as ruffians. Despite her inner panic, she maintained an air of authority, attempting to overpower them with her presence. Go ahead and report me. I don't care. One particularly bald thug raised his hand and slapped Wang Yun across the face, causing her to cry out in pain, clutching her cheek as she fell to the ground. Fear etched across her features, no longer daring to confront them. Don't get carried away. I'm telling you, my buddies are in the police. You think I won't call them to have you all arrested? He Haidong scrambled to his feet, clutching his phone, his words spilling out in haste, still trying to uphold his facade. As the gang prepared to charge him, the leader raised his hand to halt them, saying, Who are your buddies? Let us see if we know them. My buddy is Wang Hai. I'm telling you, he oversees public security. With one call, you all will be in deep trouble. You'd better compensate us for our losses. He Haidong pretended to dial the number, feigning confidence. Wang Hai? Never heard of him. The thugs began to murmur. The bald one who struck Wang Yun retorted. What are we afraid of? The police chief has to smile in front of Mei Jie. And you think a nameless officer intimidates us? The leader nodded. Go ahead and hit him. I'd love to see what you can do. With a swollen mouth and stains of food on his clothes, he Haidong, feeling the eyes of the onlookers upon him, especially Shin Xiuhong's sympathetic gaze, felt utterly humiliated. Desperate to regain his dignity in front of the beautiful women, he hesitated but finally dialed the number. Hello, is this Captain Wang? Oh, yes. This is he Haidong from the municipal hospital. Yes, it's me. I'm in a bit of trouble at the Qingyan Hotel. Could you come and help? Oh, doctor. I'm really sorry, but I'm out of town on a mission. I wish I could assist, but I can't return right now. Perhaps you could call 110? They'll definitely handle it. I'm busy, so I'll hang up now. The call ended abruptly. This so-called Captain Wang was indeed a police officer, but not in charge of public security, merely a section chief in the records department. When he Haidong needed him, it was always in a casual context. And even when his relatives sought medical attention, they had slipped him a red envelope. Plus, it was the weekend, and at that moment, Captain Wang was likely preoccupied with personal matters, leaving little time to deal with he Haidong's predicament. As he Haidong listened to the dial tone, his mind went blank. He realized that he had lost all semblance of dignity today. Looking at the thuggish men who eyed him menacingly, he instinctively thought of calling 110 again. But one of the thugs snatched the phone from his hand and smashed it to the ground. Where are your buddies? Why aren't they here? Damn it. A little cop isn't worth your time. What are you trying to prove? I'll tell you this, bring those girls over to drink with us. Treat us well today, and we might let you off easy. Otherwise, we'll beat you until your grandfather wouldn't recognize you. He Haidong had never endured such humiliation, but the circumstances were beyond his control. With a sullen expression, he remained silent. Tell those girls to come and drink. Didn't you hear me? The thugs advanced, slapping him on the head, causing him to recoil in fear while he stubbornly refused to back down. I'm a doctor. My father is the vice president. I refuse to believe you once he gets sick and end up in my hands one day. Laughter erupted among the thugs, and even the diners and waitstaff joined in. So, you think being a doctor makes you superior? You can just kill patients at will? Come on, let me see you try. As the thugs closed in on him again, the hotel manager rushed over to intervene. Gentlemen, please do not cause a disturbance here. This establishment is under the protection of Brother Gio, so kindly show some respect. If you have issues, you can resolve them outside. We won't interfere with matters leading to death outside. The leader scoffed. Let the show-off simmer down for a bit. We'll finish our drinks and then deal with him. The thugs returned to their seats, cursing as they resumed their revelry, occasionally glancing at Shin Xiuhong and Ouyang Feifei. He Haidong's earlier bravado had vanished, leaving him with a bruised ego and tousled hair, slumped back into his seat. Wang Yun's face was swollen, and she sat there, full of grievances, losing all motivation to pour more drinks for Shin Xiuhong. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and the other girls felt increasingly uneasy, their appetites extinguished as they stared at the untouched food on the table. He Haidong, still clinging to his pride, took a sip of wine, and attempted to eat, only to wince in pain, realizing he had made a pitiful spectacle of himself. Upon the occurrence of this unfortunate incident, several individuals found themselves devoid of any desire to linger in the vicinity. He Haidong, apprehensive that a few ruffians might seek further trouble, discreetly signaled to the waiter to settle the bill. The waiter, standing before He Haidong, greeted him with utmost courtesy. "Good day, sir. The total comes to 35,880 yuan. I shall graciously waive the cents, thus charging you 35,800. What amount?" He Haidong nearly leaped from his seat, only to realize his lack of composure and hastily returned to his chair, his expression darkening. "Why is it so exorbitant? Can I sign for it? I am Dr. He from the municipal hospital. I apologize, sir, but our establishment does not extend credit. Here is the bill for your perusal." The young waitress carefully handed the bill to He Haidong, inwardly deriding him for his earlier bravado during the ordering, while now displaying hesitance at the payment. A quintessential pose of arrogance devoid of financial backing. "I am not asking for credit. I merely wish to sign. I need you to." He Haidong barely restrained himself from slamming his palm on the table. However, recalling the recent altercation and the presence of those intimidating figures nearby, he composed himself, suppressing the habitual demand to summon the manager. Had it not been for the intervention of the hotel manager, he would have been left unrecognizable after that beating. He dared not continue his pretense before the manager. Chapter 052. Lend me 2,000 yuan in He Haidong's estimation. This meal should have cost no more than a little over 10,000 yuan, even with the inclusion of a bottle of Wulianye. Thus, when confronted with such an inflated bill, he felt a surge of indignation. Yet, he would not dare to scrutinize the bill in front of the beautiful waitress, fearing it would diminish his standing. Thus, he cast a furtive glance at the bill and was taken aback to discover that the price of the sea base was 25,800. At that moment, He Haidong comprehended that the source of the problem lay with the fish. He had never anticipated that a single dish could command such a price, leaving his confidence in tatters. "Isn't signing just another form of credit?" The attractive waitress murmured softly, then deliberately raised her voice. "Sir, would you prefer to pay in cash or by card?" He Haidong's face contorted with frustration as he replied darkly, "I need to visit the restroom. Wong doctor, accompany me." He Haidong was not averse to paying. Rather, he simply lacked sufficient funds. Even when accounting for both cash and card, he found himself 2,000 short. Naturally, he could not borrow money in front of the waitress, for that would utterly disgrace him. Though He Haidong's salary was considerable, supplemented by bonuses, his expenditures were equally significant. He often found himself preoccupied with the new, attractive nurses at the hospital and indulging in the complete services provided by ladies at entertainment venues, spending money as if it were water. He had assumed that bringing over 30,000 yuan would suffice for his ostentation today, only to find himself thwarted by the cost of the sea base, prompting him to seek a loan from Wang Yun. That guy is quite bold, heading to the restroom with a female doctor. Is he planning to engage in some illicit activity? One of the ruffians jested, eliciting laughter from his companions. "Hey, bald one, don't be ridiculous. Perhaps he simply wants the doctor to examine his condition." The ruffians guffawed, and many patrons in the hall joined in their mirth. Wang Yun's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly mortified. However, she had already discerned that He Haidong was short on funds. His dignity had evidently plummeted, and she felt it inappropriate to further undermine him in this situation. Hearing the laughter, the bald ruffian cackled. "Wang doctor, why would you follow him? If you want to have some fun, come with me. I assure you, I am quite skilled at pleasing women in the restroom, an experience you won't forget." He Haidong, maintaining a sullen silence, hastily strode toward the restroom, while Wang Yun trailed behind, her desire to chastise the bald man stifled by her earlier slap. As the ruffians hurled insults, Wang Yun felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground, forcing herself to maintain an air of dignity, despite feeling as though she had just endured an indignity herself. "Dr. Wang, lend me 2,000 yuan, and I shall repay you as soon as we return." He Haidong exhaled deeply upon reaching a secluded corner, urgency lacing his voice. "Here is my card. I will wait outside for you." Wang Yun, feeling utterly humiliated, scurried out of the hall, her head bowed low. Goodness, that was quick. Was it even a full second? The patrons erupted into laughter, while the ruffians made crude remarks, leaving the nurses in a state of discomfiture. As Shun Xiuhong struggled to rise, her head spinning from the alcohol, Ouyang Feifei swiftly assisted her, urging her to leave. "Let us go. We'll have some fun with these girls." the ruffian leader commanded. As several of them climbed into a Camry, He Haidong exhaled as he exited the hotel, observing Shin Xiaohong's inebriated state. The wicked thoughts that had previously dissipated began to resurface. Assuming a righteous demeanor, he declared, Xiaohong is new here, and as seasoned members, we must look after her. She has had a bit too much to drink, so I shall take it upon myself to escort her home. The rest of you can take a taxi. His words, ostensibly noble, prompted the others to readily agree. Eager to follow his lead, Ouyang Feifei, unable to remain in the vehicle any longer, leaned toward Shin Xiaohong, asking, Are you all right? Can you manage? Be careful on the way. Having felt the breeze, Shin Xiaohong regained some clarity, sitting upright and clutching her forehead. I'm Fine. It would be inappropriate for you to trouble Dr. He. Perhaps I should just take a taxi. Xiaohong, I've already offered to take you home. Are you refusing me? Don't forget, you're still in your probationary period. Naive as she was, Shin Xiaohong recognized that He Haidong's father was the deputy director of the hospital, and her future employment hinged on his goodwill. Reluctantly, she nodded her acceptance. Noticing her agreement, Ouyang Feifei felt uneasy but did not fully grasp He Haidong's intentions. She assumed he merely sought to curry favor with Shin Xiaohong. As He Haidong parked the car, preparing to let them out, Wang Yun, seated in the front passenger seat, promptly exited in an attempt to set an example for the others. However, as she stepped out, several vehicles surrounded the Camry. Hey, isn't that Dr. Wang? Why is she getting out? Dr. Wang, weren't you looking for a good time? Come on, hop in with us. We'll make sure you have a blast tonight. The ruffians poked their heads out of their windows, their drunken exuberance palpable. As Ouyang Feifei and another nurse contemplated exiting, they quickly withdrew upon hearing the ruffians' taunts. He Haidong, terrified by the ruffians, saw their vehicles closing in and, without a second thought for Wang Yun, slammed the accelerator, sending the Camry surging forward. Upon hearing the ruffians' remarks, Wang Yun's heart raced with fear. Just as she attempted to reach the car, the Camry had already sped away. She reached for the door, shouting desperately, Dr. He, please stop. Let me in. Yet, He Haidong paid her no heed, accelerating further toward the center of the road. Wang Yun ran after the car for a few steps, but soon found herself unable to keep pace, collapsing onto the cold, hard pavement, her knees and hands scraped and bruised. Behind her, the ruffians, now in 3 vehicles, pursued her relentlessly. Terrified, Wang Yun scrambled to her feet, fearing capture, but her injured knee prevented her from escaping. As pain shot through her leg, she fell to the ground once more, sobbing in despair. Someone like you, a hideous creature, isn't worth my time, even for free. You're not even worthy of consideration. The ruffians howled loudly as several vehicles whizzed past Wang Yun like a gust of wind, completely disregarding her presence. Was she not even deemed worthy enough to be assaulted? Wang Yun felt tears welling up, her heart heavy with despair. She almost considered taking her own life. Yet she found solace in her unattractiveness, which spared her from the thug's attention. In her state of shock, she harbored a deep-seated hatred for He Haidong, wishing fervently that the ruffians would pursue him to exact vengeance on her behalf. Without even bothering to report the incident to the authorities, she limped to the roadside and, after a brief wait, managed to hail a taxi to take her away. Chapter 053. Release that girl the ruffians drove with reckless abandon. Swiftly closing in on He Haidong's Toyota Camry. With a cacophony of sounds, 3 vehicles surrounded the Camry, ramming into it alternately, leaving He Haidong dazed and disoriented, while several women shrieked in terror. Though Shin Xiaohong was inebriated, the chaos stirred her to attempt a call to Qin Nan. But the thought of his marriage made her hesitate. In a moment of urgency, she dialed the number that had been lingering on her screen. Quick, call the police. He Haidong shouted as he regained some of his senses. The other 2 girls, still dazed from the collisions, hurriedly took out their phones to call for help. With another series of violent impacts, the Camry was battered and bruised, its front end severely crumpled, forced against the guardrail, leaving it with no means of escape. The ruffians, emboldened, continued to reverse and collide into the vehicle, their excitement palpable. The sound of cracking glass echoed as the girls' screams pierced the night, further fueling the ruffians' frenzy. As they halted their vehicles, a group of thugs approached the Camry, laughing raucously. One bald thug smashed the shattered glass, reached inside to unlock the doors, and with a swift motion, slapped He Haidong across the face. Get out of the car now. Trembling, He Haidong exited the vehicle, followed by the girls who stood at the roadside. The leader of the thugs stepped forward and delivered 2 more slaps, sending He Haidong sprawling to the ground. "You're a doctor, aren't you? Why aren't you putting on airs now? Keep it up. I might just decide to visit your hospital for treatment one day. When are you going to die?" Blood streamed from He Haidong's nose as he hung his head, too terrified to utter a word. The leader glanced at Shin Xiaohong, who, due to her intoxication, had her head lowered, her dark hair cascading down, her hazy demeanor rendering her all the more alluring and temptingly captivating. The thug kicked He Haidong twice, taunting, "Dr. He, do you mind if I take these lovely ladies with me?" And no, He Haidong, who had been so arrogant in the hospital, was now utterly bewildered, fearing for his own safety above all else. This chest, this backside, so enticing. "Tonight, my brothers are in for a treat." One ruffian, pointing at Shin Xiaohong, declared, "Brother Bao, this one is yours. The other two belong to us." As the ruffians closed in, they began to harass the two nurses, tugging at their clothing, leaving them disheveled, their collars wide open, revealing a glimpse of porcelain skin. Shin Xiaohong swayed unsteadily, yet no one dared to intervene, as that was reserved for the leader. The ruffians leered at the nurses, their laughter echoing like wolves eyeing tender prey. Suddenly, Ouyang Feifei slapped the ruffian who had been pulling at her, catching him off guard. "What you're doing is illegal. You'll end up in jail. If you have any sense, you should leave immediately. The police are on their way." Ouyang Feifei admonished the ruffians fiercely, pulling Shin Xiaohong closer. "You're quite feisty, huh? I like that. I want to make you lose your temper. That's the real thrill." The bald thug leered, swallowing hard, his gaze fixated on Ouyang Feifei's chest as he stepped forward, intent on expanding his conquest. "Release that girl, or my brother Chen Nin won't spare you." The wind seemed to revive Shin Xiaohong, and she shook her head vigorously to clear her mind, boldly confronting the ruffians. "Chen Nan? Who do you think he is? I'll take you away right now. If you're brave enough, let him come find me." The leader, Brother Bao, advanced to seize Shin Xiaohong. Just then, the screeching sound of sudden brakes shattered the air as a compact car approached in reverse, executing a sharp turn and barreling towards the ruffians. Startled, they scrambled backward as the vehicle came to a controlled stop in front of the three women. Chun Nan emerged, cigarette in hand, his trench coat billowing dramatically in the wind. Brother Chun, upon seeing him, Shin Xiaohong felt a wave of relief and rushed into his embrace. "Xiaohong, why have you drunk so much?" Chun Nan tenderly patted her shoulder. Shin Xiaohong, with bleary eyes, cast a glance at He Haidong, who was crouched on the ground cradling his head, and immediately understood that he was the one behind the trouble. "Why your brother Nan?" Brother Bao, who had intended to confront Chin Nan, faltered, his voice trembling as his legs began to shake involuntarily. Chun Nan narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" With Chun Nan's tacit acknowledgement, Brother Bao grew more respectful. "Brother Nan, I am Tai Bao, one of Mei Jie's subordinates." "Mei?" Chun Nan furrowed his brow, struggling to recall the name. "Mei Jie is Bing Mei, the former leader of the Ditang Hui Fengyue Hall." Tai Bao quickly explained. Bing Mei had warned them multiple times that if they encountered this man, they must show him respect and promptly report back. Though Tai Bao had never met Chin Nan, the moment he appeared, an aura of effortless confidence emanated from him, instilling fear in Tai Bao's heart. The description from Bing Mei, coupled with the matching name, led him to conclude that this young man must indeed be the one she had referred to. A vision of a beautiful woman in a qipao flashed in Chun Nan's mind, recalling their night together in the seaside villa. So, her name was Bing Mei. The memory of her graceful allure and elegance lingered, leaving him with a taste of nostalgia. Recognizing that Chun Nan indeed remembered Bing Mei, Tai Bao quickly pleaded, "Brother Nan, my brothers were ignorant and have offended your sister and the two ladies. Please, for Mei Jie's sake, spare us this once. We didn't mean any harm." With a wave of his hand, Tai Bao called out, "Sister." In his eyes, Shin Xiaohong leaning against Chun Nan, their intimacy unmistakable, justified his address. The ruffians bowed in unison, addressing Shin Xiaohong as sister. In a flash, Shin Xiaohong felt a rush of embarrassment, her neck flushing crimson, her heart racing, her face akin to a ripe apple. The intoxicating haze only heightened her allure, and while she would have reveled in this moment had Chun Nan not been married, she now found herself engulfed in confusion and distress. Seeing her silent acquiescence, not only the ruffians, but even the two nurses assumed that Chun Nan was Shin Xiaohong's boyfriend. Suddenly, she pointed at the ruffians and exclaimed, "Brother Chen, they just bullied us." Do you know them?" Her implication was clear. If they were indeed Chin Nan's acquaintances, she would have to let the matter slide. Chun Nan surveyed the disheveled girls, then turned his gaze to the distressed Shin Xiaohong. A cold glint flickered in his eyes, and an aura of icy wrath erupted from him, sending a shiver down Tai Bao's spine. Without a word, Tai Bao began to slap himself across the face, blood immediately oozing from the impact. Observing this, the others followed suit, each delivering blows to their own faces. The sound of slaps echoing in the air as they transformed into grotesque caricatures of themselves, blood splattering everywhere, a scene of sheer brutality. Chapter 054. The silver wheel and shadow. As the vehicles passing by witnessed this extraordinary scene, they couldn't help but express their astonishment. Yet they merely glanced and hurried on, fearful of attracting trouble. No one dared to linger. Don't let them strike. The police will be here soon. Ouyang Feifei was the first to lose patience, stepping beside Chun Nan and speaking up. Chun Nan feigned ignorance, lost in thought as he gazed at the horizon, his expression unchanging. His profound eyes, as vast as the ocean, captivated several girls, leaving them in a trance. What manner of man was he? Like a riddle. He seemed close yet distant, as if he were light years away. Brother Chun Nan, please don't let them hit. Shin Xiaohua murmured softly, tugging at his sleeve. Tai Bao stole a glance at Chun Nan. Seeing he remained silent, he dared not stop and delivered another slap, leaving yet another mark of blood. Didn't you hear? Chun Nan suddenly scoffed coldly. Yes, yes, yes. The others, relieved, quickly ceased their actions, bowing and scraping. Thank you, Brother Nan. Thank you, sister-in-law. Chun Nan offered no explanation regarding his relationship with Shin Xiaohua, deeming it unnecessary to clarify matters to a group of ruffians. Shin Xiaohua stood bashfully beside him, gently fiddling with her skirt, her cheeks tinted like a delicate blush, enhancing her feminine beauty. Although the ruffians were envious, they quickly lowered their heads, none daring to steal a glance. Chun Nan surveyed the girls and said, "Let us go. I'll escort you back." Brother Nan, Tai Bao, emboldened, edged forward. That fellow named he seems to have ulterior motives, wanting to harm sister-in-law. How should we deal with him? He then pointed at a nurse named Yang Tsai, accusing. She deliberately got sister-in-law drunk. Clearly, she's in cahoots with that guy. Upon hearing the ruffian's words, Yang Tsai trembled in fear, mustering her courage to step forward. Brother Nan, it wasn't he intentional. It was he who pressured me. His father is the deputy director of the hospital. What could I do? I don't know them. Chun Nan pulled Shin Xiaohua closer and glanced at Ouyang Feifei. Let us go. I'll take you home first. Ignoring Yang Tsai, he noticed the ruffians casting malevolent glances at her. Ouyang Feifei understood that leaving her behind here would lead to dire consequences, so she stepped forward and urged Tsai. Come with us. After all, they were colleagues, and despite her mistakes, she didn't wish to abandon her. Yang Tsai looked up at Chun Nan, seeing his lack of response, and said, Feifei, you all go ahead. I'll take a taxi back. The ruffians, seeing Chun Nan's silence, dared not stop her as she walked to the roadside to hail a cab. He Haidong had been squatting by the roadside, feeling elated as he watched the ruffians slap themselves. However, upon hearing Chun Nan's words, he shivered and stood up, intending to drive away, only to be blocked by the ruffians, who grinned wickedly, their bloodied faces resembling sinister demons. Dr. E, I've heard that the hospital needs to prepare patients for their procedures by, shall we say, opening up their rear? I wonder if your own has been attended to yet? I bet it's quite tight. Tai Bao's gaze was lewd as he fixed his eyes on Yi Haidong's backside. Be Brother Bao, my rear is not tight at all. Please let me go. I promise I won't act pretentiously again. Under the ruffian's lustful gazes, Yi Haidong trembled uncontrollably, his rear instinctively tightening further. You can't pretend here. We are only interested in your rear. Bang, bang, bang. The ruffians indiscriminately kicked him down, dragging him into a secluded area. Clang, clang, clang. Another round of indiscriminate kicks rained down. Out of instinct for self-preservation, Yi Haidong covered his head, inadvertently raising his backside. As a flower quietly bloomed. Yes, that's it. Raise it higher, a bit more. Having just dealt themselves a round of slaps, the ruffians were burning with suppressed fury. Seeing Yi Haidong's virgin backside, they were electrified, eager to take action, tugging at his pants. At that moment, Yi Haidong suddenly recalled his saying, when strong actions are unavoidable, one must learn to close one's eyes and enjoy. He felt this phrase was extraordinarily profound. The one who coined it was undoubtedly a genius. Hey, this kid's rear is too tight, hard to handle. Go find a stick, a ruffian shouted. Brother, I beg you, please use your own sticks. He Haidong wept, realizing that being subjected to such treatment was a form of fortune. Not everyone was so fortunate. A shrill wail pierced the night, rising and falling, more urgent and intense than a woman's cries, far more painful than a woman's first night. Tonight, a flower would bloom without reservation. As the midnight stars chill and the butterflies depart, the silver wheel casts shadows upon the blooming rear. The peach blossoms intoxicated in the spring breeze. The divine trickster quietly intrudes. Since you were Chihuahua's boyfriend, why didn't you come to pick her up earlier? What if something happened to her? Ouyang Feifei, supporting the still slightly intoxicated Shin Chihuahua, suddenly tilted her delicate chin to question Chen Nan. Chen Nan turned his head, noticing Ouyang Feifei's disheveled appearance. The pink shirt was missing a button. Although she had tried to cover it earlier, the movement revealed a glimpse of her snowy skin. Upon realizing Chen Nan was looking at her, Ouyang Feifei glanced down. Her face instantly flushed, hurriedly covering her chest with her hands, casting a reproachful glare at Chen Nan before lowering her head to smooth her hair, her cheeks burning. Chen Nan offered a bashful smile. It was my oversight. I'll be more attentive next time. Ouyang Feifei huffed lightly, seemingly pleased with her own victory. As she helped Shin Chihuahua into the back of the car, the small van started, deftly weaving through traffic, while Shin Chihuahua gently leaned against Ouyang Feifei's shoulder. Appearing still under the influence, Ouyang Feifei remarked, "Look at how beautiful Chihuahua is. I can't imagine how many people have their eyes on her. That doctor, he has been trying to pursue her. You truly are in the lap of luxury, not realizing how fortunate you are to have such a capable and stunning girl." Chen Nan silently drove, offering no reply. Shin Chihuahua tugged at Ouyang Feifei, signaling her to stop. Ouyang Feifei pushed Shin Chihuahua aside. "Look at you. You spoil him too much. That's why he doesn't cherish you. A man like this needs to be taught a lesson. Feifei, please. Don't say that. We are not what you think. Brother Chen Nan only sees me as a sister." Shin Chihuahua whispered, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Ouyang Feifei covered her mouth, realizing that all her earlier proclamations were merely her own expressions of individuality. The rest of the ride passed in silence, and despite feeling awkward, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of delight. Chen Nan smiled quietly, first dropping Ouyang Feifei off at her home, then driving to the shantytown, stopping in front of Shin Chihuahua's house. "Nyonya, we're home." Chen Nan opened the car door for Shin Chihuahua. She stepped out, seemingly still under the influence, her legs weak, causing her to tumble into Chen Nan's embrace. Chen Nan quickly steadied her, intending to help her into the courtyard. "Brother Chen Nan, I can't walk. Please carry me back." "You silly girl, drinking so much. You must be more careful next time." Shin Chihuahua nodded, her lips pursed softly. Leaning against Chen Nan, he thought little of it, bending down to scoop her up and carry her toward the courtyard. Shin Chihuahua nestled her head against Chen Nan's chest, inhaling deeply. The robust scent of a man enveloped her, fresh and invigorating, leaving her in a daze. This scent was familiar. She had once snuck into his bed while he was detained, intoxicated by it. Now, it was clearer and more intoxicating. "Brother Chen Nan, I know I can't be with you anymore. I must engrave this scent deeply in my heart, to remember it forever." Shin Chihuahua wrapped her arms around Chen Nan's neck, her dreamy eyes gazing at his face. His face was chiseled, exuding an air of weariness that spoke of the passage of time. She sensed that this man harbored countless untold secrets, having undoubtedly endured much suffering. She had once envisioned devoting her life to caring for him, dreaming of an eternity spent together. Yet now, such aspirations seemed utterly unrealistic, for he was already married. His bride was not only affluent, but also breathtakingly beautiful, like a celestial being. She harbored no jealousy. To others, it appeared that Chen Nan was climbing the social ladder. But she alone understood that only a woman of such caliber was worthy of him. Countless times, she had fantasized about resting in the embrace of her beloved. And now that dream had finally materialized, leaving her feeling somewhat unreal. His arms were so encompassing, so warm, that she yearned to remain nestled there forever, to be held by him for a lifetime. Yet she was acutely aware that such a reality was impossible. This was the first time he had drawn her into his embrace. Yet it would also be the last, for he was married, and she could no longer indulge in such desires. Despite this, she felt a profound sense of contentment. After all, she had once possessed this moment. She resolved to cherish the memory, preserving it as her most treasured recollection. Sensing the girl's unusual demeanor in his arms, Chun Nan paused momentarily and chuckled. Silly girl. Are you tired? You should head back and get some rest. Shin Xiahua nodded, her cheeks flushed, her face radiant with a smile, akin to a younger sister acquiescing to her brother. Yet deep within her heart, waves of pain surged. He always regarded her as a sister. Only Shun Xiahua knew the depth of her feelings for him. However, he was married, and this sentiment had to be buried deep within, serving as a bittersweet memory. Perhaps this was the essence of first love, beautiful, yet inevitably heart-wrenching. Shin Xiahua thought, longing for the path before them to stretch endlessly, wishing for Chun Nan to carry her onward forever. In reality, the distance was not far. Soon, Chun Nan had brought Shin Xiahua to the door, gently placing her on the ground. Habitually, he playfully ruffled her little nose. Nyo, it's getting late. Hurry back. Your parents must be worried about you. With that, Chun Nan turned and headed towards the small fukan. Tiananyi. He turned back. Nyo, is there something you need? No. I just wanted to remind you to drive safely. Nyo replied, her brilliant smile lighting up her beautiful eyes, twinkling like stars in the night sky. Silly girl, do you really think I wouldn't be careful while driving? Chun Nan teased. Hurry back, and if anything comes up, remember to let Chun Nan know. I will always stand up for you. He climbed into the fukang, rolling down the window to wave goodbye to Shin Xiahua. She waved back, her lovely face still adorned with a radiant smile. With a graceful drift, the fukang honked and sped into the night, leaving behind a hazy silhouette. Shin Xiahua's fair arm hung in the air, gradually lowering as she realized her enchanting smile had vanished, replaced by tears streaming down her face, filled with sorrow. Was it truly so difficult to forget a love? Upon returning to the villa, the living room lights remained aglow, and the maid had already retired. Nalan Shiyu was alone on the couch, engrossed in her book. Dressed in a floral cotton nightgown, her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, her face unadorned yet exquisite, embodying grace and purity, reclining languidly on the sofa in a captivating manner. As Chun Nan entered the living room, he quietly approached his wife, gently wrapping his arms around her shoulders with a smile. Wife, it's so late, and you're still awake. Were you waiting for me? Nalan Shiyu, clearly absorbed in her reading, had not noticed his arrival. Suddenly jolted into awareness, she pushed him away, standing abruptly without turning back, her voice drifting down the staircase. Don't forget your place. You're just a imposter. Watching his wife's disappearing figure, Chun Nan could only smile wryly. The revolution is far from over. My wife still requires some training. The following day, Chun Nan awoke naturally, refreshed. After his morning routine, he descended leisurely, only to find the maid tidying up the living room. Chun Nan cleared his throat and inquired in English, Gina, where's my wife? Oh, the young lady has gone to the company. To the company? Chun Nan suddenly recalled that he was scheduled to interview at Donghuan Group that morning at 10 o'clock. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 9:30. Chun Nan hurriedly dashed back to his room, intending to wear the suit his wife had bought him. But time was too short. He hastily grabbed a shirt and a pair of casual pants, attempting to mimic the demeanor of a white-collar worker in the mirror before rushing out of the room. Son-in-law, you haven't had breakfast yet. The maid called out. Oh! Chun Nan darted back, snatching a bun from the dining table and stuffing it into his mouth while grabbing another to take with him as he exited the living room. He reminded himself not to rush. After all, he couldn't afford to have an upset stomach. The maid shook her head with a wry smile, thinking how laid back her son-in-law was, lacking any airs of importance. Little did she know that Chun Nan was acting under his wife's orders. She had already arranged an introduction with Minister Qi. Missing the appointment would surely lead to consequences he could only imagine, perhaps even a session of kneeling on a washboard. As the maid opened the door, the fukang sped away, the scene catching the attention of onlookers in the neighborhood. Their mouse agape at the sight of the driver, still chewing on a bun, perplexed at the urgency. Upon hitting the road, traffic snarled unexpectedly, the vehicles moving at a snail's pace. What should have been a 10-minute drive stretched to nearly half an hour before he finally arrived at the Donghuan Group building. Donghuan Group, a diversified large enterprise focusing on fashion products, clothing, and media, occupied a magnificent 23-story building in the city center, reflecting its leading position in the industry. The parking lot was filled with various luxury cars, leaving no available spaces. At that moment, the compactness of the fukang proved advantageous, allowing Chun Nan to squeeze into a gap before hastily entering the building. Stop! What are you doing? A security guard approached, attempting to block Chun Nan. Unfazed, Chun-Nan strode confidently toward the elevator, noticing a crowd entering just as the doors were about to close. He lunged forward, prying the doors open and slipping inside. As he entered, he exhaled in relief. Is it really so hard to find a job? However, upon looking up, he was taken aback by the sheer number of people crammed into the elevator, the population of Huaxia evident in this bustling scene. The elevator was packed, leaving no room for movement. A delightful fragrance wafted through the air, drawing his attention to a poised and elegant woman standing before him. She was tall and curvaceous, her long hair elegantly pinned back with a few strands dyed a vibrant orange. Her features were delicately refined, adorned with a pair of translucent Korean earrings that accentuated her grace. The enticing aroma emanating from her was a blend of perfume and her natural scent, creating an intoxicating presence. The office lady donned a striking blue short-sleeve blouse with a deep V-neck, revealing her two snow-white, rounded arms. Her lower attire consisted of a beige knee-length skirt, elegantly showcasing her long, slender legs. Even in the confined space of the elevator, she radiated an undeniable brilliance, captivating all who laid eyes upon her. Standing with her legs crossed in a graceful, ladylike manner, her upright posture exuded an aura of modernity and sophistication characteristic of a contemporary office worker. Positioned face-to-face with Chun-Nan, the avant-garde professional appeared slightly shorter than him. Thus, with a mere tilt of his head, he could catch a glimpse of her elegant neck through the V-neckline of her blouse. The elevator was packed to capacity, bringing them almost uncomfortably close, and the lady's delicate shoulder occasionally brushed against Chun-Nan's arm, allowing him to feel the gentle caress of her enticing hair. Years spent in the wilderness had endowed Chun-Nan with a rugged masculinity, a refreshing scent that was distinct from the typical office-bound men, which inadvertently drew the office lady's attention. She couldn't help but steal a glance at him. As their eyes met, a delicate blush crept across the lady's finely crafted features, causing her to hastily avert her gaze. Realizing the awkwardness of their close proximity, she attempted to shift her position, inadvertently turning her back to him. Aligning her ear directly with his mouth, observing her lovely, glistening ears, Chun-Nan let out a soft breath, the warm air brushing against her sensitive skin, igniting a deeper blush upon her face, and sending an unexpected shiver through her body. How sensitive, Chun-Nan mused, unintentionally voicing his thoughts, his words barely above a whisper, yet distinctly audible in the confined space. The office lady's ears flushed crimson, dotted with a rosy hue, her breath quickening, her heart racing inexplicably. In this charged atmosphere, she felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, opening her mouth to reproach him, but upon realizing the crowded elevator, she hesitated. His unintentional flirtation left her speechless, her eyes darting up to glare at him. Inwardly, Chun-Nan questioned her glare. After all, he had no intention of causing discomfort. Typically, the presence of another man would not have elicited such a reaction from her. Yet his unique essence and presence made her acutely aware of him. It was no wonder she felt as though he were intentionally teasing her, given that most men in this area were accustomed to a sedentary lifestyle. Encountering a man exuding such vitality was indeed a rarity, especially in the company of her overly sensitive disposition. Chun-Nan, wishing to alleviate her discomfort, leaned slightly back to create space, yet the elevator remained overcrowded, their bodies still brushing against each other, intensifying her embarrassment. Finally, unable to endure any longer, the office lady pivoted abruptly, turning completely away from him to escape the awkwardness of his breath on her neck. Chun-Nan sighed in relief, thinking to himself that this was a better outcome. He feared he might be labeled a beast if the situation escalated further. However, just then, he felt an alluring fragrance enveloping him. To his dismay, the office lady had inadvertently leaned against him. Her hurried movement had forced her into his embrace, and as he instinctively leaned back against the elevator wall to give her space, her body was pushed closer to him by the crowd. What on earth is happening? Chun-Nan thought, rendered speechless, cradled by the soft warmth of the lady in his arms. He dared not move, fearing that any slight motion would trigger her to scream pervert, ruining his reputation before he even began his new job. The lady, equally flustered, had not anticipated finding herself in such a compromising position, her frustration mounting as she struggled to extricate herself from his embrace. In the midst of this awkwardness, the elevator jolted to a stop on the 16th floor, the sudden halt causing her to lose her balance and once again tumble into his arms, her strength utterly depleted. The office lady's cheeks flared with embarrassment, her mind momentarily blank as she remained oblivious to the elevator doors opening. Chun Nan gently steadied her shoulder, allowing her to regain her footing before stepping aside to let the other passengers exit. As the crowd flowed out, the lady stood in a daze, seemingly unaware of her surroundings. Seizing the moment, Chun Nan glanced back at her, noting her wide eyes, long lashes fluttering, and the vibrant blush on her porcelain skin, which resembled a blooming lotus in its beauty. Her figure was undeniably alluring, adorned with dangling crystal earrings that complemented her radiant visage, exuding a captivating pink glow. Relieved that she had refrained from shouting, Chun Nan leaned back against the elevator wall, patting his chest as he collected himself. Gradually, the office lady regained her composure, her previously elegant demeanor returning as she caught sight of him. An unbidden surge of indignation arose within her. As the victim, she found it absurd that he was nonchalantly patting his chest as if he were the one wronged, her ires simmering beneath the surface. Despite the presence of others in the elevator, she shot him a piercing glare, refraining from reprimanding him but committing his features to memory, vowing to settle the score later. Yet, as she recalled the earlier encounter, her cheeks flushed anew, and she chided herself internally. Chi wanting, how could you be so indiscreet? As the manager of the public relations department, you've encountered countless men. How could you lose your composure so easily? Surely, you are not a woman of ill repute. Fortunately for both, the lady's silence spared Chun Nan from exposure, allowing him to relax somewhat. The elevator soon arrived at the 18th floor, halting once more. Chun Nan stepped past her, adopting a facade of indifference as he sauntered out of the elevator, leaving the tension behind. As the elevator doors closed and the journey resumed, Chi Wanting suddenly awoke from her reverie, having been lost in thoughts of the embarrassing scene that had just transpired. She had completely forgotten to exit the elevator. Oh well, she mused, it would suffice to sit down again. Relaxed, Chi Wanting's body softened, and she leaned wearily against the elevator wall. Chun Nan exited the elevator, reflecting on the merits of Donghuan Group. Encountering such a stunningly beautiful white-collar worker on his first visit was indeed fortuitous. Arriving at the public relations department, he noticed a girl of commendable poise seated at the reception area. Upon seeing him enter, she promptly stood and inquired, "May I ask whom you are looking for, sir?" Realizing that she must be the receptionist, Chun Nan smiled and replied, "I'm here for an interview with Minister Chi Wanting." "Oh, Minister Chi has just stepped out for a moment. Please have a seat and wait." The girl gestured towards a nearby sofa and poured him a glass of water. Chun Nan settled onto the sofa, feeling quite at ease. Indeed, large companies had a way of impressing. Even their receptionists were courteous and charming. Engaging in pleasant conversation with the receptionist, he learned that her name was Wang Xiaodi, responsible for the front desk of the public relations department. As their conversation flowed pleasantly, Xiaodi suddenly stood and announced to Chun Nan's back, "Hello, Minister Chi. This gentleman has come for an interview." Chun Nan turned abruptly, only to behold an elegantly poised woman clad in a low V-neck short-sleeve blouse and a pencil skirt, her tall, curvaceous figure complemented by a confident aura. How could this be the same enchanting beauty with whom he had just shared an intimate encounter in the elevator? Stunned, Chun Nan realized this was indeed Minister Chi. He felt as though the ground had fallen from beneath him. His heart sank. Had he inadvertently flirted with his superior before even beginning his job? Chi Wanting, having taken a round trip in the elevator, was taken aback to find herself face-to-face with her unwelcome acquaintance, momentarily lost for words. "Hello, Minister Chi, as you know, there has been a misunderstanding. I'm here for an interview." Chun Nan stepped forward, eager to clarify and prevent her from reacting in anger before the interview even commenced. Chi Wanting's finely arched brows furrowed slightly. A misunderstanding? Such an exquisite coincidence? The memory of their prior encounter flooded back, igniting a mix of embarrassment and astonishment within her. With a flush gracing her cheeks, she cast a cool glance at Chun Nan, her demeanor transforming into that of a poised leader as she gracefully entered the public relations department, leaving him standing there. Chun Nan felt a wave of frustration. What was he to make of this situation? Would she not offer a clear answer on whether he was to proceed with the interview? How could he return home to explain to his wife, having not even completed an interview, seeming utterly incompetent? As thoughts swirled in his mind, he decided without hesitation to follow Chi Wanting into the public relations department. Fortunately, his earlier conversation with the receptionist had gone well. Observing his determined stride, Xiaodi assumed he must have some merit, and thus did not impede his entry. Approaching the office, Chi Wanting pushed the door open, and as she began to close it, Chun Nan swiftly blocked her path. Stepping inside, The outer office was separated by tempered glass, and the white-collar workers, witnessing their minister return with a casually dressed man, remained silent, presuming them to be acquaintances. Chi Wanting frowned as she surveyed the intruding Chen Nan, who said nothing as he took a seat behind her rosewood desk. Rifling through documents as though he were alone in the room, Chen Nan glanced around, noting a pot of clivia near the door, a blooming violet on her desk, and an elegant redwood coffee table adorned with an expensive Lanting tea set, ready for brewing. The walls were decorated with work schedules and future plans, the room exuding a simple yet vibrant charm infused with feminine warmth, reflecting that its occupant was not only stylish, but also rigorously professional. From the ambience alone, Chen Nan discerned that this woman was not just a beauty, but also an astute and capable individual. Noticing Chi Wanting's disregard for him, he rationalized that she likely had pressing matters to attend to, and thus he remained patient, settling comfortably on the leather sofa. However, time passed, and Chi Wanting continued her focus on the documents, occasionally jotting down notes, seemingly uninterested in interviewing him. Realizing her intent to hold a grudge over their previous encounter, Chen Nan relaxed. He had nothing to lose now. Rising, he approached the water cooler, filled a cup, and returned to the sofa, placing the cup on the coffee table as an improvised ashtray. He then nonchalantly lit a cigarette. Although Chi Wanting was engrossed in her documents, she kept a watchful eye on him. Upon noticing his audacity to smoke, her brows knitted together in dismay. How could he so brazenly disregard decorum? Even vice presidents refrained from smoking in her office. This man, appearing disheveled, was clearly unfit for the public relations role. Nonetheless, she chose to remain silent, feigning focus on her documents while secretly observing him, thinking, I will ignore you and see how you react. But Chen Nan's actions soon surpassed her expectations. Before he had even finished half a cigarette, he activated the tea-making apparatus, filling it with water to brew tea. This automated device streamlined the process of boiling water and brewing tea. As the water heated, Chen Nan casually retrieved a fashion magazine from the bookshelf, reclining on the sofa to peruse it. Chi Wanting felt her irritation rising at his blatant disregard for her presence. She could hardly contain her frustration as her chest heaved with indignation. Yet, as she glanced over, she noticed the smile that graced his face, as though he had just spotted a breathtaking beauty, further fueling her annoyance. However, curiosity piqued within her. What could this seemingly unkempt man know of tea culture? Moments latte. The water boiled, and Chen Nan set down the magazine, lit another cigarette, and began to prepare the tea with an impressive display of skill. He deftly added tea leaves and poured water, each movement fluid and practiced. If others approached tea as a ritual, he transformed it into an art form. His mastery of timing and proportions was a sight to behold. Chi Wanting found herself captivated, her earlier resolve to remain aloof fading as she unconsciously set aside her documents, leaning in with interest to watch him brew the tea. Once prepared, Chen Nan poured a cup and placed it before her. Minister Chi, this pre-rain Maojian is exquisite. One of my favorites. Let's enjoy some tea together and discuss life. Chi Wanting, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by his invitation. Instinctively, she replied, all right, let us enjoy it together. As she lifted the cup to her lips, reality struck her. Why was she being so amiable towards him? This scoundrel had taken advantage of her in the elevator, and he was here for an interview. How had their conversation shifted to philosophical musings? Yet, the cup was already in her hands, and her curiosity about the tea lingered. She brought the cup closer to her sensual lips, taking a delicate sip. The initial bitterness transformed into a smooth, fragrant delight that danced on her palate, invigorating her senses. Unconsciously, she closed her eyes, savoring the refreshing aroma that enveloped her entire being. After a brief moment of reflection, Minister Chi unconsciously lifted her cup to take another sip. However, upon noticing the man across from her, who was savoring the tea with a beaming smile directed at her, a blush suddenly crept onto her cheeks. What was going on today? This was merely an interview. Accompanying him in tea tasting was one thing, but becoming so enraptured was quite another. Just moments ago, he had behaved rather brazenly towards her. Nonetheless, this fleeting tranquility allowed Chi Wanting to collect herself, realizing she had perhaps overstepped her bounds. After all, he was there for an interview. Why treat him in such a manner? This was not in accordance with her principle of judging situations rather than individuals. Chapter 059. Business trip requires spousal approval. Chen Nan picked up the purple clay teapot, revealing a bashful smile as he said, Minister Chi, would you care for another cup? I possess a modest understanding of tea etiquette, and it is evident that you too are a connoisseur of tea. We could engage in a deeper exchange. Chi Wanting gently placed her cup on the table, regaining her composure. With her hands clasped over her shoulders, she assumed the demeanor of an interviewer and looked at Chun Nan, stating, "There is no need for further tea tasting. Since you are here for an interview, let us review your resume." Chun Nan had initially intended to sidestep the interview by discussing tea culture and exchanging life philosophies, hoping to charm the young woman and let the interview slip by. Surely, if he could win her over, a managerial position would not be out of reach, or at the very least, a senior public relations role. However, he had not anticipated that this young woman would regain her focus and return to the task at hand. With no other option, Chun Nan set the teapot down, straightened his posture, and retrieved a rolled-up document from his sleeve, offering it to her. "Minister Ki, here's my resume. Please take a look. My expectations are modest. As a minister, a position as your deputy would suffice." Just as Chi Wanting was about to sip her tea, she ended up spraying it everywhere, nearly cursing aloud. She thought to herself, how long had she toiled to reach the position of public relations minister? How many hardships had she endured? And here he was, demanding to be a deputy right off the bat. How audacious! To make matters worse, he had no regard for her image. And instead of feigning ignorance at her tea mishap, he quipped, "Beauty, take your time, don't choke." Chi Wanting felt an impulse to erupt with anger, the frustration she had just quelled surging back. Yet, he had not yet entered the company. She could not unleash her fury on him and had to suppress her emotions to maintain her role as an interviewer. In truth, it was not entirely Chun Nan's fault. After all, in the mercenary group, one could not afford to speak softly. Whether on the battlefield or during training, who would hear you if you spoke in a refined manner? In the shantytown, he was the boss and had grown accustomed to being straightforward. How could he suddenly adapt to behaving like those overly polite white-collar workers? As Chi Wanting opened the crumpled resume, she silently admonished herself. "Wanting, this is work. Do not let emotions interfere with your professionalism. There is no need to stoop to the level of such a rough individual." As she flipped through the resume, she occasionally glanced at Chun Nan, her brows furrowing before gradually relaxing. It dawned on her that he was evidently a product of favoritism. She had specifically mentioned him for the interview. Before long, Chi Wanting placed the resume on the table. Her shoulders relaxed as she regarded Chun Nan with a teasing expression. "I never expected you to be Mr. Chun Nan." "Indeed, that would be me. Minister Chi, have I passed the interview?" Chun Nan replied earnestly, having perceived Minister Chi's earlier displeasure and thus adopting a more refined tone. Minister Chi's stomach churned with agitation. How could he be so brazen? She thought, "This ISNTA film, you're not some wise sage." She pressed her hand against her abdomen, her expression icy as she continued, "Mr. Chun, your resume indicates that you graduated from Princeton University with a Master's degree in economics 3 years ago. May I inquire about the subjects you studied and your insights regarding the global economic trends and our city's economic structure?" "I have not researched any specific topics. The certificate was something they insisted upon giving me. I reluctantly accepted it. Did you notice the group photo on it? Recognize anyone? If I am not mistaken, it should be Ms. Shirley, the president of Princeton University, right?" Chi Wanting nearly scoffed through her nose. Chun Nan pointed his thumb at her. "Beauty, you truly have an eye for detail. That photograph was taken because Ms. Shirley insisted on a picture with me. If I hadn't obliged, she would have been in tears, snot and all. It was quite tragic. So, I begrudgingly complied, and you actually went along with it?" Chi Wanting's pearly whites were on full display as her eyes widened in disbelief. "Ah, indeed I did." Chun Nan feigned a grimace as if he were in pain. Chi Wanting thought to herself, "This man doesn't even bother to prepare a script for his tall tales. Who does he think he is? They insisted on giving you a certificate? Is it worthless then? Moreover, Miss Shirley is renowned. Would she truly seek you out for a photograph? Even if you were the president of Microsoft, she wouldn't lower herself to such a degree. And now, here you are, interviewing with me. What gives you that right?" The beleaguered Minister Chi patted her chest to steady her breath, pacing the room twice before finally returning to her chair, lest she become the first interviewer in history to perish from exasperation. Chun Nan mused. What is with Minister Chi's expression? I'm not lying. Years ago, when Miss Shirley led a group of top students to the Middle East to research oil projects, they were surrounded by terrorists. If I hadn't come to their rescue, videos of those researchers being executed would have circulated online. Had she not sent me an invitation for tea, insisting on giving me a certificate, would I have taken a photo with her? Mr. Chun, let us set that aside for now. Chi Wanting took a sip of tea to calm herself, unaware that she had emptied her cup. Chun Nan stood and refilled it for her. Chi Wanting found herself in a perplexing situation. She had intended to apply psychological pressure on him, yet now she was naturally indulging in his tea. Mr. Chun, she forced herself to maintain her composure. The records indicate that you are proficient in Italian, Spanish, and several other languages. Is that correct? Yes, that is accurate. Minister Chi, if you don't believe me, feel free to test me. Planning to send me abroad for business? Let me tell you, I am a married man. Any business trips would require my wife's approval. Chun Nan scratched his head awkwardly, appearing rather sheepish. Minister Chi pressed her forehead with her hand, pinching the bridge of her nose in frustration. She stood up, then sat back down, gripping her teacup tightly, wishing she could hurl it at his head. How could someone like him have been accepted by Princeton University? She struggled to suppress her urge to explode, waving her hand dismissively. That's not the point. I would like to ask what your previous job was. Minister Chi had lost interest in continuing the interview, but considering the president had intervened, she suspected this individual had connections that led him to her office. Surely, the president was merely accommodating him out of courtesy. It would be easier to give him a nominal position and find an opportunity to make his life difficult in return for the humiliation she had suffered in the elevator. Otherwise, pushing him out would complicate her quest for vengeance. When asked about past employment, Chun Nan lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke while adopting a nostalgic expression. His demeanor shifted to one of gravitas, leaving Chi Wanting momentarily stunned. She couldn't fathom how someone could display such contrasting traits, one moment appearing naive, and the next exuding the aura of a mature and composed man. Could it be he possessed hidden depths? Was his educational background authentic? Did the president recognize his talents, thus sending him to interview here? Chapter 060. Connections I have. As Chi Wanting was lost in thought, Chun Nan's next statement completely extinguished her fanciful notions. I proudly confess, I used to work as a car washer. You were truly a car washer? A graduate from Princeton with a Master's degree in economics. Fluent in 7 languages. Who would believe that he washed cars? Chun Nan replied with utmost seriousness. Indeed, I was a car washer. Minister Chi, if you don't believe me, you can check. Just go to 250 Xiaopu Street on Chungshan Road. Minister Chi furrowed her brow. If you are a graduate from a prestigious university abroad and proficient in 7 languages, you would be in high demand at any company. Why would you choose to wash cars? Well, Chun Nan cleared his throat lightly, asserting that there is no distinction of nobility or baseness in professions. He took pride in his work as a car washer, particularly as the owner of the car wash, which he deemed superior to being employed by someone else. He mused that his approach to language learning diverged from others. A mere glance through a dictionary sufficed to engrave the words in his mind, which he could then digest at his own pace. Thanks to his cultivation of the Huan Danjin Yigu, he possessed a level of awareness that was beyond the ordinary. Although he could not disclose this to Minister Chi, then why did you come to interview at our company? Minister Chi inquired, crossing her arms with a disdainful smile, observing Chun Nan with an air of leisure. It's because my wife urged me to find a respectable job. So here I am. That's all? Chi Wanting leaned forward slightly, gently nibbling on her pearly white teeth. Indeed, that's all, Chun Nan replied. Mr. Chun Nan, I never expected you to be someone who fears his wife. Men of your caliber are quite rare. Chi Wanting crossed her arms, and though her words seemed complimentary, they were laced with contempt, thinking to herself how someone who needed to heed his wife's wishes for employment could amount to anything significant. Yet, oblivious to her insinuations, Chun Nan cheerfully responded, Minister Chi, you truly possess discerning eyes. Any woman who marries me must be quite fortunate, and please, do not regard me with such ambiguous glances. Your chances have passed. Had I not been married, I might have considered you, but alas, that opportunity is lost. As Chi Wanting gazed at this extraordinary man, an impulse to weep at a gravesite surged within her, and suppressing her fury, she maintained a stoic demeanor, stating, Mr. Chun, our public relations department primarily engages with people. To achieve results aside from personal effort, connections are paramount. May I inquire what connections you possess, or whom you are acquainted with? Connections? I have them. Chun Nan savored his tea, his face lighting up with excitement. Oh? Chi Wanting's eyes brightened, secretly hoping that if he indeed knew a prominent figure, or could truly bring results to the public relations department, then perhaps formal acceptance of him would not be out of the question. This aligned perfectly with her usual principle of valuing results over individuals. If he could contribute to the company, then granting him a senior public relations position might be justifiable. Then please, Mr. Chun Nan, enlighten me about your connections. Who do you know? Let me think. Chun Nan's expression became serious once more, igniting deep expectations in Minister Chi Shirley. He must be acquainted with someone of significance, judging by his demeanor. After a moment of silence, he began to count on his fingers. Old Sue from the grocery store on East Street, Aunt Zhang who sells popsicles on West Street, and Wang the lame man at the newspaper stand at the alley's entrance. Oh, and of course, Xiao Arii, whose car repair skills are nothing short of miraculous. Enough! Chi Wanting suddenly slammed her hand on the table, unable to endure this so-called extraordinary man any longer. I asked for connections, not for the names of these trivial people. Chun Nan spread his hands, indignantly retorting, Minister Chi, you asked me to speak of connections. These individuals are indeed part of my network. How can they be considered insignificant? Just think about it. Old Sue from the grocery store? If I need a mop, a light bulb, or if the toilet's broken, wouldn't I turn to him for help? Because of this connection, I can purchase on credit, and even call him late at night, and he'll deliver a light bulb without me having to pay up front. As for Wang the newspaper vendor, if I wish to know about national affairs or the latest movements of city leaders, I must buy his newspaper. With a simple shout, he would deliver it right to my doorstep on his tricycle. And Xiao Arii, well, I needn't elaborate on him. Minister Chi, I presume you drive. Let me ask you, what do you do when your car breaks down? Surely, you seek someone to repair it? As he passionately elaborated, Chi Wanting trembled with anger, struggling to find words. And after a long pause, she finally composed herself, forcing a professional smile as she gracefully replied, well, Mr. Chun, your connections are indeed extensive. I am thoroughly impressed. Not at all. In truth, it is your professional spirit and your brisk working style that truly earn my admiration. I have learned much from being in your presence, and I look forward to your guidance in the future. Chun Nan solemnly clasped his fists in respect toward Chi Wanting. Chi Wanting was utterly taken aback by this man, who had even mirrored her gesture of respect. Mr. Chun, you are exceedingly courteous. I must congratulate you. You have brought honor to your wife today. Chun Nan was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening. Minister, what do you mean by that? With a professional smile gracing her face, Chi Wanting declared, congratulations, Mr. Chun. You have been accepted into our company. This man, despite his lack of impressive qualifications, had garnered the CEO's attention, and Chi Wanting felt it necessary to maintain a facade of respect for her superior. She had already resolved that, according to company policy, new employees undergo a 3-month probation period, during which she would ensure to make his life difficult, avenging the humiliation from the elevator incident. However, she had not anticipated this outcome. Her intent had merely been to evaluate Chun Nan based on his true abilities, without revealing her connection to the company, as she did not wish for him to rely on her for entry. Yet she overlooked one crucial fact. She was the company's chairperson and CEO, wielding absolute authority. Those she had endorsed, her subordinates could hardly disregard. Upon hearing of his acceptance, Chun Nan was overjoyed, gazing at Chi Wanting with excitement. Minister, since I have been accepted, may I inquire what my position will be? Will I be the deputy minister or a manager? Chi Wanting regarded Chun Nan's jubilant expression, her finely shaped nose crinkling in displeasure. She could hardly find words to encapsulate her disdain for this man. Never having fathomed that someone could be so narcissistic as to aspire to a managerial position when he lacked any real skills. Yet he still maintained some awareness, knowing he was being interviewed by her and that his position would naturally be lower than that of the minister. After regaining her composure, Chi Wanting once again donned a formulaic smile and said, Mr. Chun Nan, I must apologize. The Public Relations Department does not require a deputy minister or a manager at present. Therefore, you will have to settle for a junior public relations position. Alternatively, if you are interested in other roles, I can speak with the HR department to arrange for you to take on a cleaning position as well. Which would you prefer, Mr. Chin? I suppose I'll take the junior public relations position. To be honest, I'm just looking to pass the time. I'm really not cut out to be a manager. At least you possess some self-awareness. Chi Wanting huffed through her nose, taking another sip of tea before continuing. In that case, Mr. Chun Nan, I will inform Director Su in the office to have Zhao Di take you to complete your onboarding procedures and sign the probation contract. Tomorrow morning, please come find me. I will arrange your position. Thank you, Minister. Chun Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him, astonished that Chi Wanting was so magnanimous, not holding the elevator incident against him, and that he had successfully secured a position. Minister Chi was truly selfless. Chi Wanting promptly dialed an internal line, summoning Zhao Di to escort Chun Nan to meet Director Su in the office to finalize his onboarding and sign the probation contract. As Chun Nan and Zhao Di exited the office, Chi Wanting promptly picked up the phone and dialed out, "President Nayland, the individual you requested me to interview has arrived." Yes, it is indeed him, although he appears to have just come out of a mental institution. The two entered Director Su's office, knocking before stepping inside. Before Zhao Di could utter a word, a portly middle-aged man behind the desk, with small eyes that roamed over Zhao Di, smiled and said, "Zhao Di has arrived. Please, take a seat. I've just brewed some Blue Mountain coffee. Why not indulge in a cup?" Chun Nan stood beside Zhao Di, yet throughout the exchange, Director Su did not spare him a glance. "Director Su, this is Chun Nan, a new employee in the Public Relations Department here to sign his probationary contract. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now." With that, Zhao Di turned and exited. Director Su, feeling somewhat disheartened, finally shifted his attention to Chun Nan, not allowing him to sit, and proceeded to bombard him with a barrage of questions, particularly inquiring about his marital status, previous employment, and the fact that he had once been a car washer and was married. Director Su squinted his small eyes and chuckled, swiftly finalizing Chun Nan's onboarding paperwork and having him sign the employment contract. Before Chun Nan could leave the office, his phone rang. Upon answering, it was Scorpion calling. Chun Nan stepped into the hallway. "Scorpion, what is the matter?" The Earth Hall has been entirely subdued, and currently, it is Sister May managing things. "Heh, none ye. You aren't upset with me, are you, Sister May? None ye. You don't recognize her? She possesses something of yours. So it's her." Chun Nan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. This woman, with the youthful visage of a girl and the figure of a mature woman, was undoubtedly a captivating beauty. How could he forget? He replied, "Very well. Entrusting it to her is indeed more suitable. After all, she is part of the Earth Hall and familiar with the gang." Scorpion chuckled knowingly. "Nan Gu. There is one more thing. Black Bear has come to Huhai. What do you think?" Without hesitation, Chun Nan inquired, "Where are you?" Scorpion replied, "At the Heaven Beyond Heaven nightclub, top floor." Meanwhile, as Chun Nan was on the phone, a sophisticated OL fortuitously exited her office. This elegant woman, tall and slender, with graceful curves and her hair elegantly pinned back, bore an air of superiority. From her demeanor and the way she regarded others, it was evident that she was not only a beauty, but also a high-ranking executive within the company. Her indifferent countenance inadvertently glanced across the way, landing on Chun Nan, who was speaking on the phone by the elevator. She momentarily froze, her expression shifting to one of astonishment and delight. It was not Chun Nan's looks that captivated her. In truth, with her beauty and current position in the company, she was pursued by countless handsome suitors, all of whom were dismissed by her icy demeanor. She was solely focused on her work, determined to prove that she was not inferior to that woman. Whenever she sat in her office, gazing at the elegant work environment and recalling that woman who had fallen from grace, a smile would involuntarily grace her lips. How could that campus belle now merely be a woman of easy virtue, while she herself was an esteemed executive assistant, one step below the top? In those moments, she would muse, "Yao Qingxue, how can you possibly compare to me?" Yet, just as she unconsciously caught sight of Chun Nan, memories deeply buried within her began to surge forth like a tidal wave. The long-lost reminiscences of her youth, when she had only known to hide in the shadows and secretly watch someone, flooded her mind, overwhelming her thoughts. Chun Nan. Murong Chinger could scarcely believe she had the chance to see him again, and right in her own company. After graduating from high school, Chun Nan had gone to North Africa, and she had even stood behind a pillar in the airport, tearfully watching him depart. That day, her tears flowed endlessly. For 8 years after that, she had heard nothing of him, as if he had vanished from the world. Had it not been for the single graduation photo she still cherished, she would have doubted whether he had ever existed. Instinctively, Murong Chinger felt compelled to rush towards him, almost uttering his name, but in that fleeting moment, her usual confidence in her beauty wavered. Subconsciously, she touched her face, abruptly halting her steps. She wished to return and adorn herself before confronting him, yet she feared that if she turned away, he would disappear once more. So, she quietly retreated, hiding behind the glass door, gazing at him from a distance, reminiscent of her high school days, observing his profile. Her dormant heart fluttered anew, her hands trembling as the documents she held slipped from her grasp. Chun Nan suddenly turned around, and in that instant, Murong Chinger felt a chilling sensation wash over her, as if she were being torn apart. He had turned to face her. Murong Chinger stared at Chun Nan, momentarily forgetting his surroundings. His resolute expression, chiseled features, and calm, steely gaze made her feel as though she were prey under the watchful eye of a fierce predator, ready to be torn to shreds at the slightest movement. What was happening? Murong Qing had never felt so helpless. Even in the presence of her superiors, she maintained her composure and poise, and with subordinates. She was the epitome of icy aloofness. Yet now, she felt utterly fragile, as if an invisible force were constraining her, rendering her breathless, and an overwhelming sense of despair welled up from within. She fixated on Chun Nan's face, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with anguish and longing. She yearned to shout, "Chun Nan, it's me, Murong Qing. Why do you look at me with such eyes? What makes me any less than Yao Qingxue?" But her throat seemed constricted, unable to voice her thoughts, leaving her gazing at him with teary eyes, hoping he would recognize her and embrace her warmly, even if just as classmates. As Murong Qing teetered on the brink of collapse, the invisible pressure abruptly lifted, and the man broke into a shy smile, waving at her. "Miss, your documents have fallen." "Oh!" Murong Qing instinctively bent down to retrieve her papers, but when she raised her head to look for Chun Nan again, the man by the elevator had vanished without a trace. "Chun Nan!" Murong Qing sprinted towards the elevator, only to see the doors close with the red light flashing as it descended. Had it been an illusion? Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she pondered. "Chun Nan, why are you here? All right, you must be working here, right? Otherwise, how could you possibly be here?" With thousands of employees in the company, she could not recognize them all, so she assumed Chun Nan must be working at Donghuan Group. Wiping her tears, a smile finally graced her face. As long as he was here, they would eventually meet. She didn't bother to investigate Chun Nan's background. To her, serendipity was far more beautiful than intentional encounters. "He didn't even recognize me." Touching her face, Murong Qing resolved to give him a surprise. "No," in astonishment. As Chun Nan exited the corporate building, he felt a sense of elation at having successfully secured the interview. Yet the destination he was bound for weighed heavily upon him. Driving the Fukang westward, it took him 20 minutes to arrive at the opulent entrance of the Heaven Beyond Heaven nightclub. Before the entrance of the nightclub stood a young woman clad in a moon-white qipao, her arms as white as snow, her figure curvaceous and alluring with a delicate waist and ample bosom. She exuded an air of grace and dignity, her eyes sparkling as they scanned the surroundings. This enchanting creature, both enticing in form and poised in demeanor, was none other than Bing Mei, a familiar face to Chun Nan. Upon seeing Chun Nan alight from his vehicle, a joyful expression illuminated Bing Mei's face. With a graceful sway of her slender waist, she approached him, her head bowed slightly in a gesture of shyness, saying, "Welcome, Master Chen. My subordinates acted thoughtlessly the other day and offended you. I sincerely hope you can forgive them." Bing Mei was acutely aware that had it not been for Chun Nan's consideration for her feelings that night, her subordinates would have faced consequences far beyond a mere slap. The fact that Chun Nan had spared her from embarrassment filled her with both relief and secret delight. No need to dwell on the past. Chun Nan waved his hand dismissively as he followed Bing Mei into the nightclub. They traversed a corridor and entered the grand hall, where melodies floated through the air and the crowd surged, captivated by a woman performing on stage. The hall was abuzz with the presence of socialites and wealthy elites. As the singer reached an emotional crescendo, her voice became a haunting lament, evoking admiration and thunderous applause from the affluent gentlemen in the audience, who promptly began showering her with floral tributes. "What a kitsch! Offering flowers. How utterly pedestrian," scoffed one rotund middle-aged man as he tossed a stack of chips into the fray. 10,000? Child's play. I shall reward her 30,000, declared another, brimming with bravado. 30,000 is laughable. I shall bestow 100,000. Xuya, you shall accompany me tonight, proclaimed yet another, his voice booming with confidence. I offer 200,000. Shui, you belong to me this evening. The patrons, all affluent and accustomed to extravagance, engaged in a competitive display of generosity, eager to impress. The performer, with cascading waves of hair and seductive red lips, possessed a figure both delicate and statuesque, enchanting all who beheld her as she acknowledged the offerings with graceful nods. Chun Nan's gaze froze upon this captivating beauty, his expression becoming momentarily vacant as he stood transfixed. The woman on stage seemed to sense his presence, turning her gaze toward him, offering a fleeting glance before resuming her performance with a detached demeanor. When you step onto the platform of parting, I can no longer call your name. Watching your vehicle recede into the distance, my heart is left in disarray. Countless words remain unspoken, while my tears have already overflowed. From henceforth, I am enamored with that station. How many times have I gazed upon it? When will the train return you to me? Here I wait, lost in longing. Your whereabouts matter not to me. Just please take care of yourself. Her voice, both melodious and tinged with sorrow, seemed to transcend time, weaving through the air with an ethereal quality. With each verse, Chun Nan felt as if his very soul was ensnared, his senses oscillating. The figure on stage gradually blurred, morphing into a sweetly smiling visage that once gazed at him with dreams and happiness, whispering, "Brother Chun, when I graduate, you must come for me on a white horse." A pang of anguish gripped Chun Nan's heart as he murmured, "Are you singing for me? Do you harbor resentment? Is there a deeper story behind your song?" "Master Chun," Bing Mei interjected, noticing Chun Nan's rapt attention. "Her name is Shuer, our most popular performer at Fengyue Hall. She sings this song every time, for anyone. It is not solely directed at you." "Is that so?" Chun Nan responded, his spirit adrift, yet his feet remained rooted to the spot. "Master Chun, the ladies here are at your disposal. Should you take a liking to her, she may accompany you tonight," Bing Mei suggested, observing Chun Nan's fascination with Shuer, mistakenly believing his intentions were romantic. "Oh, no need." Upon hearing Bing Mei's proposal, Chun Nan snapped back to reality, his gaze finally retreating from the enchanting performer. "Then let us ascend," Bing Mei declared, casually relaying instructions to a nearby attendant before gently taking Chun Nan's arm and guiding him toward the exclusive elevator. After entering a code, the doors slid open, and as they stepped inside, she swiped a magnetic card to activate the lift. This private elevator ascended directly to the top floor of the nightclub, a privilege reserved for only the most esteemed guests. The Tainwei nightclub was renowned as the pinnacle of nightlife in Huhai, frequented by prominent figures of wealth and influence. Those fortunate enough to access the upper echelon were exceedingly rare, with many aspiring to reach that apex, as its patrons represented the elite of Huhai society. Bing Mei escorted Chun Nan to the rooftop terrace, a lavishly enclosed space featuring a luxurious bathing pool. The ceiling, designed by the world's most renowned architect, provided shade during the day and transformed into a celestial display of stars by night. Through the sweeping curved glass walls, one could gaze upon the resplendence of the Huangpu River and marvel at the vibrant nightlife of Huhai. Standing there imbued one with a sense of superiority, surveying the world below. Here, one could select from the most exquisite women of any ethnicity to cater to their desires, though the prices were exorbitantly steep. This exclusivity rendered the terrace shrouded in mystery, with many willing to sacrifice everything for a fleeting moment of indulgence. At that moment, seated upon a plush chair beside the bathing pool was a stunning woman clad in a gray fitted suit, her hair elegantly styled in a bun. Her graceful silhouette accentuated by the tailored outfit, she was none other than Qin Wanru, the most popular youthful idol and host in the city. Just yesterday afternoon, her director had coldly informed her that she was to serve an unknown VIP at the Tainwei nightclub's top level, or else face dire consequences for her family. Qin Wanru had certainly heard whispers of the upper tier of Tainwei, known for its lavish amenities and the highest caliber escorts meant for privileged individuals. Understanding the implications of her assignment, she felt a wave of reluctance wash over her, yet her family's safety compelled her to comply. As the sounds of splashing and the mingled cries of pleasure and despair echoed from the bathing pool, Qin Wanru instinctively lifted her gaze, catching sight of a man with two women in the midst of a provocative encounter. One of the women, clad in a kimono, lay provocatively at the edge of the pool, casting a lascivious grin in her direction. A flush crept across Qin Wanru's delicate features, her heart racing with a mix of revulsion and anxiety, knowing that soon she would be subjected to a similar fate, reduced to an object of desire. Just then, she noticed Chun Nan entering in a wrinkled casual outfit, prompting her surprise. "Isn't that the guy who caught a chicken with his bare hands? What brings him here?" It quickly dawned on her that those who frequented such places were not ordinary folk. Chun Nan's true identity was likely far more complex than it appeared. "Brother Nan." Upon Chun Nan's arrival, Scorpion approached him immediately, ushering him to a rocking chair beside a pristine jade table. Bing Mei stood gracefully by his side, while Qin Wanru sat nearby, her curiosity piqued by Scorpion's deference to Chun Nan. Could it be that the man who would claim her first experience would be him? Scorpion presented Chun Nan with a cigar, igniting it with a lighter as he said, "Brother Nan, the matters with the Ditong, we have been resolved. All affairs are now under Mei Jie's management." Chun Nan nodded in acknowledgement, casually asking, Where is Heixiong? Over there. Scorpion gestured with a smirk towards the other end of the bathing pool, his expression betraying a hint of mischief. Chen looked up and saw, on the other side of the bathing pool, a man with a dark complexion, as robust as a half-constructed iron tower, frolicking with two women. One was a statuesque Russian beauty, tall with long legs, ample bosom, and a slender waist, while the other was a woman of Chinese descent masquerading as a Japanese girl. Petite and delicate, emitting pitiful cries continuously. Both women were leaning over the edge of the pool, while the hulking figure of Heixiong stood behind them in the water, enthusiastically engaging in their playful antics, completely oblivious to Chun Nan's arrival. With a furrowed brow, Chun Nan was about to speak when the revolving door spun open, and the popular girl, Shui Er, sauntered over, giggling charmingly. Sister May, which esteemed individual has summoned me for personal company. Qing Shui. Chun Nan sprang to his feet, his hands trembling slightly from excitement. Is it really you? Yao Qing Shui's alluring visage suddenly turned frigid. With a disdainful snort, she replied, I can accompany anyone, except for you. Don't think your meager wealth makes you significant. You've come here to flaunt and enjoy my humiliation. Haven to you? I refuse to serve you. Who the hell are you? How dare you speak to Brother Nan like that? Scorpion exclaimed, rising suddenly, shaking his wrist, ready to strike. Slap. A crisp slap echoed as it landed on Scorpion's face, leaving 5 red marks. In disbelief, he exclaimed, Brother Nan, why did you hit me? Get lost. Chun Nan spat through clenched teeth, causing Scorpion to hurriedly retreat, muttering under his breath, What is this about? I was just trying to help you out. Yao Qing Shui was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disgust crossing her enchanting features as she abruptly turned and strode toward the door. Stop. Scorpion attempted to intervene. Let her go. Chun Nan's expression remained impassive, though his body swayed unsteadily. Scorpion leaned in closer, alongside Bing Mei, both of them assisting Chun Nan to a chair. With trembling hands, Chun Nan extracted a cigarette, lighting it silently, taking deep puffs as a fierce aura emanated from him, his face darkening ominously. Farewell. You will merely be a passerby, he murmured to himself, realizing that the current Shui heir was no longer the innocent Yao Qing Shui he once knew. She had become lost in the tumultuous world around her, no longer the pure-hearted maiden she once was. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Chun Nan's agitated emotions gradually subsided. With newfound courage, Scorpion approached, asking, Brother Nan, are you all right? Ye me fine. Chun Nan replied, turning to offer a reassuring smile to the anxious Bing Mei. Seeing him regain his composure, Bing Mei exhaled a sigh of relief, lightly patting her chest, thankful she hadn't inadvertently caused trouble. Turning slowly, Chun Nan approached the bathing pool, casting a glance at the raucous Heixiong, who was still engaged with the 2 women. With a darkened expression, he commanded, Get out. Chapter 64. Returning to acquire arms startled from his merriment, Heixiong quickly scrambled to his feet, hastily donning his shorts, bravely approaching Chun Nan. Brother Nan, bang! Chun Nan kicked out his leg, sending the massive form of Heixiong crashing like a cannonball into the pool. The man, resembling an iron tower, climbed out of the water and returned to Chun Nan's side. Bang! 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 Chun Nan kicked him repeatedly, each time sending him back into the water. Yet instead of anger, Heixiong's demeanor grew increasingly respectful, willingly allowing himself to be punished. It wasn't until Heixiong was unable to straighten his waist that Chun Nan relented. The 2 beautiful women in the pool shrunk into a ball, clutching their chests, trembling in fear, not daring to breathe. Qin Wanro stood nearby, witnessing the entire scene, her head lowered, long eyelashes fluttering, filled with anxiety. She was equally tense. The aura of ruthless ferocity emanating from Heixiong was palpable, unmistakably marking him as a dangerous individual. She dared not even utter a sound, acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of this man. Scorpion, reveling in the chaos, thought to himself, Let us see you lose your wits over a beautiful woman. You deserve this. I have a stunning hostess right beside me, yet I've refrained from acting. What a difference. Chun Nan's gaze shifted to Qin Wanro. His voice measured as he said, Qin Jubo, let us go. Qin Wanro paused, seemingly not comprehending. Are you telling me to leave? As she spoke, her eyes darted to Scorpion and Heixiong, her expression betraying her unease, fearing for her family's safety should she depart. If you are unwilling, no one can force you, Chun Nan stated flatly. Oh, Qin Wanro replied, though she remained motionless. As a well-bred young woman, she had never encountered such a scene. Although Chun Nan urged her to leave, she felt uncertain with the two brutes nearby, especially the imposing He Xiong. "Come with me." Chun Nan turned and began walking towards the exit, with Qin Wan Ro silently following behind as they exited through the revolving door. Seeing Chun Nan leave, Bing Mei's azure eyes glimmered with disappointment, staring vacantly at the retreating figures. Wow, such exquisite creatures exist. This trip to Huaxiao was truly worthwhile. He Xiong gazed appreciatively at Bing Mei's voluptuous figure and rounded dairy Ri, swallowing hard. How about it? Isn't she stunning? The purity of a maiden and the figure of a mature woman. Truly a paragon of beauty. Scorpion leaned closer, attempting to entice. Indeed. I never anticipated such fortune during my visit to Huaxia. He Xiong entirely forgot the earlier altercation, wiping away his drool as he approached Bing Mei. Beautiful lady, are you alone? Yes. Bing Mei turned to face the brawny He Xiong, her demeanor calm as she nodded. Let us have some fun together. Just look at my physique. It will surely. His words trailed off as he noticed the menacing wolf head pendant adorning Bing Mei's fair neck, causing his voice to quaver as he adopted an obsequious expression. Be beautiful lady, is this yours? With a smile as radiant as a lotus emerging from water. Bing Mei, draping her snowy shoulders, gazed at He Xiong. It's not mine. Could it possibly belong to you? Of course it's yours. My apologies. He Xiong suddenly pivoted, storming over to Scorpion, seething with rage. Are you messing with me? If she is brother Nan's woman, why didn't you say so earlier? You wanted to see me humiliated, didn't you? That is truly ungrateful. Ha! Scorpion burst into laughter. He Xiong, you're the one who let your hormones take control upon seeing a beautiful woman. You can't blame anyone else. He Xiong scratched his head, muttering to himself, no, I must go. If brother Nan finds out I'm thinking about his woman, he'll definitely kill me. He hastily grabbed his clothes and scurried towards the exit, grumbling. I thought Huaxiao was a paradise for beauties. Who knew it would turn into my hell? If I stay here, I'll be beaten every other day. I'd better return to Europe and deal with my arms trade. Chun Nan brought Qin Wan Ro into the main hall, gazing at the stage. The hall remained bustling with energy. Although someone was singing on stage, Shui was nowhere to be seen. Staring at the empty stage, Chun Nan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Brother Nan, Qin Wan Ro cautiously spoke, standing beside him. Chun Nan snapped back to reality, silently moving towards the hall's exit. Brother Nan, I wanted to ask. Once outside, Qin Wan Ro approached him again, her expression still anxious. Don't call me Brother Nan. Just call me Chun Nan. It's getting late. Let us head back. Also, don't mention today's events to anyone. I won't tell anyone. Qin Wan Ro bit her lip and nodded vigorously, feeling a profound respect for this mysterious and low-profile man, silently watching as he departed before turning to hail a cab. Driving along, Chun Nan stopped at a roadside eatery, ordering a few seafood dishes and 2 bottles of beer, gradually calming his turbulent emotions before finally making his way back to the villa. Upon entering the living room, Chun Nan beheld Nalan Shiyu gracefully seated on the sofa, savoring her tea. Beside her, Chun Nan took a sip from his wife's cup before returning it to her, saying, "Wife, do drink." Nalan Shiyu's delicate visage instantly transformed into a frigid mask, her expression marred by disdain as she retorted, "If you desire tea, why not pour it for yourself?" My dear wife, we are one in spirit, are we not? What is mine is yours and vice versa. Come now, partake. I refuse to drink your filthy water. Furthermore, let me remind you, we are not truly married. Do not forget our agreement. Nalan Shiyu shot a contemptuous glance at Chun Nan, shifting herself away as she poured another glass of water. Chun Nan shook his head. My dear wife, when you kissed me that day, did you call me dirty? Now, you suddenly find me repulsive? You shameless wretch. Nalan Shiyu sprang to her feet, her nostrils flaring with indignation. This incident was a perennial wound in her heart, and now this man was rubbing salt into it. She felt utterly humiliated, tears welling in her eyes as she turned away, her shoulders trembling slightly. Chun Nan, at a loss for words, felt a pang of grievance himself. He mused that while she could call him dirty, he could merely respond in kind without her bursting into tears. A woman, regardless of one's identity as a man, one must always possess a measure of grace. Chun Nan stood and gently placed a hand on Nalan Shiyu's shoulder, guiding her back to the sofa, and smiled. Do not be angry, my dear. I bear good news. Nalan Shiyu retrieved a moist tissue from a box, delicately dabbing the corners of her eyes before casually arranging a few strands of hair behind her ear. Speak. What is this good news? I am all ears. Chapter 065. Tell me, how long can you endure? Chun Nan reached for the teacup before Nalan Shiyu, only to have his hand swatted away by her small palm. Drink your own. Chuckling awkwardly, Chun Nan lifted his own cup and took a sip, presenting it as a treasure. My dear wife, I have successfully secured a position today in the Public Relations Department of Donghuan Group. I am now a bona fide white-collar worker. What do you think? Quite respectable. Wouldn't you agree? Respectable? It is exceedingly respectable. Nalan Shiyu almost spat the words through clenched teeth. Indeed, my dear, you have no idea. Donghuan Group is teeming with beauties and boasts an exceptional work environment. I tell you, it ranks among the top 10 enterprises in Huai. When we go out together, you need no longer fear losing face. Your husband is now a legitimate white-collar professional. Chun Nan spoke with exuberance, as if he had just won the lottery. Nalan Shiyu pursed her lips tightly, seething with indignation. She had never witnessed a husband so elated about working for his wife. Seeing his smug demeanor, she found herself somewhat curious about Chun Nan's reaction to his newfound role as her employee. Brother-in-law, have you found a job? A graceful figure descended the staircase, Nalan Ruofei, whose appearance was nearly identical to Nalan Shiyu's, down to her stature and build, though her demeanor was more vibrant and her gaze more mischievous, lending her a youthful air. Ah yes, I just landed a job. What brings you here, Ruofei? Are you staying the night? Chun Nan recognized her as his sister-in-law, Nalan Ruofei, and realized that the additional Ferrari in the parking space belonged to her. The young woman, freshly bathed and clad in a robe, wore a white headband that gathered her long hair atop her head, revealing her fair neck and delicate pink ears. Her slender legs accentuated her graceful form, rendering her a vision of beauty. Yes, I plan to stay for a couple of days. Nalan Ruofei chimed, her laughter bright and infectious, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Brother-in-law, where is your new job? Why? At Donghuan Group. Tell me, dear sister, are you envious? Envious? Oh, absolutely, I am quite envious. Nalan Ruofei giggled, her delight evident. Chun Nan thought to himself that it was rather excessive for her to be so thrilled over his employment. Meanwhile, Nalan Shiyu's face darkened as she abruptly stood, declaring, Ruofei, it is getting late. You have work tomorrow, so do rest early. Nalan Ruofei barely stifled a laugh, clearing her throat as she replied, I'll wait a moment. Sister, brother-in-law, you may go to bed first. With that, Nalan Ruofei settled onto the sofa, idly fiddling with the television, clearly uninterested in sleeping just yet. Nalan Shiyu understood her sister's insinuations all too well. Ruofei had always harbored doubts about the authenticity of her marriage to Chun Nan, unable to fathom that her sister would wed someone who washed cars. Nalan Shiyu felt a pang of unease at the thought of sharing a room with Chun Nan at her family home. The mere idea made her uncomfortable. Regardless, if they did not share a room, Ruofei would inevitably uncover the truth about their faux marriage. As she grappled with this dilemma, Chun Nan interjected, Shiyu, have you forgotten? The doctor advised that I am unwell. If we wish to have children, I must rest properly and cannot share a bed for the time being. Thus, I shall sleep in another room. You should retire now. Me? Want a child with you? Nalan Shiyu nearly erupted. However, after a moment's contemplation, she realized this was indeed a viable solution. Even if she could endure Chun Nan's advances for a day, she knew that over time, she could not bear it. She cast him a grateful glance, her expression softening as she said, If that is the case, you should heed the doctor's advice and rest early. I shall retire now. With that, Nalan Shiyu gracefully swayed her hips and ascended the stairs, the sound of a door closing echoing shortly thereafter. On the sofa, Nalan Ruofei's cunning eyes sparkled as she regarded Chun Nan, tilting her head in contemplation as if plotting some mischief. Ruofei, it is getting late. I shall take my leave to rest. You should also retire early. Chun Nan feigned illness, dramatically rubbing his lower back as he prepared to ascend the stairs. Suddenly, Nalan Ruofei sprang up, hastily stepping in front of him, her enchanting gaze fixed upon him. Brother-in-law, what ailment do you suffer from? Newlyweds should be inseparable. Why are you two sleeping apart? Cough, cough. Chun Nan cleared his throat, feeling quite embarrassed. Well, under normal circumstances, a newlywed couple would indeed be inseparable, but you see, I am not able to satisfy your sister's needs. Discussing such matters with his sister-in-law felt inappropriate, and Chen Nan sought to evade the topic. Yet, Nalan Ruofei was relentless, blocking his path, her alluring figure almost brushing against him, a faint fragrance wafting into his nostrils, rendering their posture somewhat intimate. If she were another woman, Chen Nan might not mind, but given that she was his sister-in-law, he had to maintain decorum. He took a step back and asked Ruofei, "Why are you blocking my way when you should be going to bed?" "Giggle, brother-in-law, you must clarify what ailment you have. Otherwise, you shall not sleep. I shall keep pestering you." Nalan Ruofei leaned in closer, nearly encroaching upon Chen Nan's space. Chen Nan thought to himself how bold this girl was. While his sister was composed and aloof, his sister-in-law was audacious and cunning. If only they could blend their traits, it would be perfect. Alas, they were two extremes. Nevertheless, he realized he had to explain himself. Given her fierce determination to defend against lecherous men, if he didn't concoct a plausible excuse, this girl might very well prevent him from sleeping altogether. With no other recourse, he finally said, "Sister, I want to hide it from you. Your brother-in-law is not capable in matters of intimacy, thus we cannot conceive children. The doctor has advised us against sharing a bed for now. I must focus on recuperating." Nalan Ruofei raised an eyebrow. "Brother-in-law, is it that your poor health prevents you from satisfying my sister? Hence she forbids you from entering?" "Indeed, I must confess, dear Ruofei, that my condition is not merely poor, it is exceedingly poor. I feel as though I am letting your sister down. Hence I voluntarily chose to sleep separately." Suddenly, Nalan Ruofei tossed her silky hair and pointed a delicate finger at Chen Nan's chest. "Brother-in-law, tell me, how long can you endure?" "What do you mean by how long?" Chen Nan was utterly perplexed. Nalan Ruofei exhibited a hint of dissatisfaction, clearly regarding matters of intimacy, particularly within the confines of the bedroom. Chen Nan absent-mindedly touched his nose, pondering how this younger sister-in-law dared to inquire about everything, in stark contrast to her elder sister's poised and reserved demeanor. As the conversation had reached this point, he felt compelled to respond. Lifting his teacup and feigning a bashful expression, he said, "Approximately 2 minutes, though with exceptional performance, it could extend to 3. Chapter 066, Minister Chi's close friend O. So 2 minutes, or perhaps 3 during exceptional circumstances, amounts to 2 or 3 minutes then." Nalan Ruofei tilted her head, appearing contemplative, as if she were trying to grasp the significance of 2 or 3 minutes. Suddenly, she turned back to point at Chen Nan, exclaiming, "I understand now. You are the legendary Yang Yiwei." Just as Chen Nan took a sip of his tea, he erupted in a spray, secretly lamenting the outrageousness of his younger sister-in-law, who, as a young lady, dared to utter such words. One could hardly imagine any average man expressing such sentiments without blushing. Yet she remained unfazed, speaking as casually as if discussing mundane matters. "Indeed, my dear sister-in-law, I do suffer from that affliction. I must say, Ruofei, I have shared all that is necessary. Tomorrow marks my first day at work, and I cannot afford to be late. I shall retire for the night." With that, Chen Nan circumvented Nalan Ruofei and hastily ascended the staircase, fearing that if he lingered, she might delve into further discussions on advanced physiological matters. Even if she were unperturbed, he knew he would struggle to maintain his composure. Behind him, Nalan Ruofei chuckled heartily, her laughter resonating with delight. This brother-in-law was truly extraordinary. Chen Nan was at a loss for words. This remarkable younger sister-in-law had the audacity to label him as extraordinary, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Nalan Ruofei watched as her brother-in-law fled into his room, her head tilted thoughtfully for a moment before her slender eyebrows arched in realization. "Are you attempting to deceive me? Do you think I can be so easily tricked? I shall eventually expose your secrets." The following day, upon rising, Chen Nan found the living room occupied solely by the maid, as Nalan Shiyu had already departed for work. Just as he settled onto the sofa to enjoy breakfast, he noticed Nalan Ruofei descending the staircase, stifling a yawn as she greeted, "Brother-in-law." "Stop," Chen Nan interjected, pressing his index finger to his palm, hastily seizing 2 pieces of crispy rice and bolting from the living room, feeling as frantic as a stray dog. He truly wished to avoid any further discourse with this enchanting younger sister-in-law regarding the duration of a man's prowess. Even if she was unbothered, he was bound to turn crimson. "TSK, coward," Nalan Ruofei teased, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Come on, I still have to teach those little boys." "Ban!" Chen Nan slapped the steering wheel in frustration, lamenting the chaos of the city. It was a morning plagued by traffic. Today marked his first day at work, and he had exerted immense effort to secure a position. Gazing at the cars crawling like beetles, he shook his head in resignation. No matter how skilled a driver one might be, such a scenario was insurmountable. He lit a cigarette and resigned himself to inching forward with the flow of traffic. During rush hour, the congestion was worse than usual. What should have been a journey of merely 10 minutes stretched into nearly an hour before he arrived at the company, only to find no parking spaces available, forcing him to squeeze into a tight spot. In the office, Chi-Wanting set aside the planning proposal in her hands, leaning back in her chair with her beautiful eyes half closed, gently massaging her temples, a hint of fatigue evident on her brow. The blame lay squarely on her dear friend, Murong Chinger, the company's executive assistant. Yesterday, this woman, seemingly spurred by some unseen provocation, had dragged her to an upscale ladies' club where they drank into the night. In the private room, she had behaved like a lunatic, alternating between laughter and tears, utterly shedding her usual demeanor of a cold, aloof assistant known for her decisiveness and lack of mirth. This strange behavior perplexed Chi-Wanting, for she knew her friend well. Murong Ching had always looked down upon all the male colleagues in the company, dismissing even the most distinguished of men with disdain. This aloofness had earned her the title of Ice Beauty, causing any man who approached her to feel an icy chill. In many ways, she mirrored her superior, Nalan Shiyu, and the two shared a mutual appreciation, leading to Murong Chinger rapidly gaining favor in the company. Yet, what baffled Chi-Wanting was the nature of the man who could so enthrall the Ice Beauty, prompting such uncharacteristic behavior, akin to a heartbroken woman abandoned by her first love. It was only at the end of the night that Chi-Wanting learned that the esteemed assistant had encountered her first love, a relationship that had remained unrequited, technically not even qualifying as a first love. To Chi-Wanting's further astonishment, this man seemed to work at Donghuan Group as well, but she had only caught a fleeting glimpse of him. Though there were many employees at Donghuan Group, exceptional men were few and far between, and Chi-Wanting struggled to fathom who could possess such charm that the Ice Beauty would lose her composure. Surely, a man of such allure would be well known. Yet, despite her efforts to sift through her acquaintances, she could not identify him. When she inquired with Murong Ching, the assistant merely laughed and cried, refusing to divulge any details, claiming to fear that Chi-Wanting might steal him away. It was utterly ridiculous. Chi-Wanting could summon countless suitors with a mere word, and she found it absurd that she would ever covet anyone from her friend. Sighing, she lamented the fact that madwoman had taken advantage of her, hugging her and groping her freely. Chi-Wanting adjusted her collar, glancing at her fair, smooth skin, a self-satisfied expression gracing her face. With her standing as a department head, she had no reason to fear a lack of admirers. Why would I be concerned about your so-called unrequited love? She rose and made her way to the coffee table to brew herself a cup of coffee, savoring a sip with her eyes narrowed in pleasure as she awaited the arrival of that scoundrel. As she finished her coffee, Chi-Wanting's countenance darkened further, for the elegant Omega watch on her wrist had struck 8:31. How audacious of him to be late on his first day at work. The thought of that shameless man, who would likely try to justify his tardiness, ignited a fury within her, causing her chest to rise and fall with agitation. She closed her eyes, leaning back in her chair to rest and gather her thoughts, preparing to deliver a lesson to him. The opportunity to put him in his place brought her a sense of delight, a cold smirk unconsciously forming at the corners of her mouth. As time ticked by, finally, as Chi-Wanting's dainty wristwatch indicated 8:50, she had rehearsed her scathing remarks countless times when a man with lustrous black hair, clad in a crisp Armani suit and polished Pierre Cardin shoes, stealthily entered the office. Chi-Wanting's half-closed eyes suddenly brightened. Who was this dashing gentleman who had ventured into her office? Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as the man who had taken liberties with her in the elevator. In an instant, a thought crossed her mind. Could this be the man whom Murong Ching had been pining for? Apologies, Minister Chi, for my tardiness. Chun Nan inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting surprise as he followed the delightful aroma of coffee to the table. Sitting beside her, he poured himself a cup, savoring the first sip with a look of rapture, exclaiming, "Superb Blue Mountain coffee. Truly a fine selection." Observing his brazen demeanor, Chi-Wanting swiftly dismissed her earlier musings. With Murong Chinger's pride, it was inconceivable that she would harbor feelings for such a rogue. To call him a rogue was a compliment. He was utterly shameless. His attire, however, was commendable. It was likely that his wife had sacrificed her own savings to buy him those clothes to spare him from embarrassment. Chapter 067. The beauties of the public relations department, Mr. Chen. Do you have any idea what time it is? Chi Wanting inquired pointedly, glancing at her watch. What time? Isn't it still the same as yesterday? Chen Nan replied, extending the coffee pot towards her. Come, Minister Chi, have a cup of coffee to warm yourself. As he stood and approached her desk with the coffee pot, Chi Wanting's mind filled with curses for him, labeling him shameless, a rogue, and a sycophant endlessly in her thoughts, her irritation bubbling to the surface. Based on experience, one could simply pose such a question, and the other party would undoubtedly respond with embarrassment, apologizing. I'm sorry, Minister Chi, I am 20 minutes late. However, Chun Nan's answer left her at a loss for words, as though the lines she had prepared all morning were rendered useless the moment this man appeared. Yet, being the head of the public relations department, adept at managing interpersonal relations, she could surely concoct a response on the spot. Ignoring Chun Nan's overtures, Chi Wanting shrugged her shoulders, her expression impassive, and sternly remarked, You are precisely 20 minutes late. While money may come and go, time can still hold significance. Without time, money becomes devoid of meaning. Thus, the importance of time is evident. Chun Nan scratched his head. Minister Chi, what exactly are you trying to convey? Minister Chi felt an overwhelming urge to spit in his face. It seemed her proud theoretical assertions were falling on deaf ears before this man. Have you heard the story of Bill Gates? Chi Wanting coldly inquired, suppressing her rising anger, striving to maintain the dignified image of a modern female superior. I am all ears, Chun Nan responded, taking another sip of coffee, adopting a humble demeanor. This is a story I believe you are familiar with. Chi Wanting began to elaborate. It is said that if a $100 bill were to fall on the ground, Gates wouldn't bend down to pick it up, fearing it would waste his time. He earns $659 every minute. And yet, you have the audacity to arrive 20 minutes late. Her lengthy discourse, a relentless critique poised to unfold with this story as its entry point, was met with Chun Nan's sidelong glance and a dismissive smirk as he retorted. Are you Bill Gates? Chi Wanting found herself momentarily stifled, forcefully patting her chest to steady her breath. Minister Chi, you need not tempt me. It's futile. Do not forget, I am a married man. I acknowledge that you possess a commendable figure, but I assure you, I am genuinely uninterested. Chun Nan shook his head, visibly disinterested, and took another sip from his cup. Tempt you? Chi Wanting stood abruptly. At that moment, she truly wished to confront this man, to nip him in the bud. His level of narcissism was infuriating. She had encountered self-absorbed individuals before, but none as egregious as him. Do you think you're a Lu Dehua? Even he isn't this self-absorbed. Alas, her carefully crafted monologue had abruptly ceased, the intended scorn redirected back upon herself. If she were to let this man provoke her further, an inadvertent brush against him might elicit an outcry of impropriety. Glaring at Chun Nan, her finely polished teeth ground together in frustration, she longed to expel him from her office. Yet, recalling her previous humiliations in his presence, she could not bring herself to grant him such an easy victory. When had she ever felt so belittled before a man? No. She had to find an opportunity to retaliate. She had to continue to wear these uncomfortable shoes, for until that pressure was released, she could not breathe easy. Her anger made her breast heave. Chun Nan squinted at the rising swell of her chest, then suddenly smiled, saying, Minister Chi, I've heard that Gates once mentioned he enjoys playing bridge, washes the dishes after dinner, and believes himself quite skilled at it. And in the evenings, he engages in intimate activities with his wife. Just consider how much time he must waste. Your desk is outside, third row from the left, third one over. Now please leave. Chi Wanting hastily opened the door, pointing outside, her breath becoming even more labored, her face flushed. If he did not leave soon, she might just run headfirst into a wall. I suppose I'll get to work now. See you later, beautiful. Chun Nan cast one last glance at her heaving chest before leisurely strolling out of the office, audibly exhaling in relief, almost overwhelmed by the encounter with her. Inside the office, Chi Wanting slumped onto the sofa, her previously sharp and professional demeanor evaporating in an instant. As Chun Nan walked towards his desk through the work area, he glanced at his colleagues in the public relations department. True to form, most were women, each sporting avant-garde hairstyles and fashionable attire, revealing a generous expanse of alabaster arms, their garments predominantly featuring deep V necklines that accentuated their graceful necks. These women radiated exceptional poise and allure, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Among them, he noticed one girl clad in a modest dress that fell just below the knee, standing in stark contrast to the more daringly dressed colleagues. Yet she was undoubtedly the most beautiful of the lot. The only male in the workspace was a chubby fellow seated not far from Chen Nan, industriously tapping away at the keyboard as if burdened by work. Upon closer inspection, Chen Nan was taken aback to find the young man was actually writing, intermittently checking the homepage of a Chinese literature website, seemingly monitoring his popularity, before diving into a chat with fellow authors in a QQ group. Given the department's overwhelming female presence, the alluring scents wafting from the exquisitely dressed women captivated Chen Nan as they greeted him, each extending a warm welcome. No sooner had he settled in than a female colleague approached him. "Hello, handsome. May I introduce myself? Em Zhang Manyu." "Wow, the illustrious Zhang Manyu. What an honor." Chen Nan feigned surprise, shaking her hand. Zhang Manyu playfully brushed her fingers against Chen Nan's palm, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. "Handsome, do I look as old as Zhang Manyu?" Chen Nan felt a thrill at her gaze, recognizing her as a quintessential modern woman, undeniably captivating. He quickly released her hand, chuckling, "You're much older than Zhang Manyu." The color drained from her face, prompting Chen Nan to amend his statement. "Oh, my apologies. I misspoke. It is Zhang Manyu who is considerably older than you." Zhang Manyu proudly thrust her chest forward, chin raised defiantly. "Now that is more like it. Handsome, I'm Li Lingyu." Another alluring woman introduced herself, extending her curvaceous hand, her fragrant aura preceding her. "Handsome, I'm Jin Xiangyu." Chen Nan was momentarily speechless, flabbergasted by the abundance of women sharing names with precious gems. What a coincidence. It seems like a gathering of the Golden Rooster Awards. And the girl named Jin Xiangyu was the one in the modest dress. Surprise, huh? They are our department's unparalleled pair of jewels, renowned throughout the company. Zhang Manyu elucidated. "Delighted to meet you all. Please bear with me. I'm quite the rough character, and I'm not particularly skilled at work. If you need a hand with anything, feel free to reach out." Li Lingyu leaned in close to Chen Nan's ear, teasingly whispering, "Handsome, just how sturdy are you? I wouldn't mind giving it a go, if you know what I mean." Chen Nan was left speechless, realizing that the women in the public relations department were unlike any he had encountered before, their boldness quite striking. The chubby fellow eventually approached, flamboyantly introducing himself. Chen Nan soon learned that his name was Yuguan. "Ah, no wonder you're so prolific. I've heard of your illustrious stature. An honor to meet you." Chen Nan greeted him with a respectful nod. "Don't tease me. I'm just scraping by." The chubby man, Yuguan, blushed, attempting to downplay his prowess. Surrounded by assertive women, Chen Nan found himself in a whirlwind of introductions, each more vibrant than the last. Zhang Manyu exclaimed, "Handsome, since you're new here, we've decided to take you out for karaoke tonight to welcome you." Thank you. Chen Nan surveyed the surroundings with both hands, tears of emotion streaming down his face. Upon entering the public relations department, he felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, a warmth enveloping him. However, the subsequent words of the petite lady, Li Lingyu, plunged Chen Nan into an abyss of icy despair, leaving his heart feeling achingly cold. "We're treating, but you'll foot the bill." "Why is that? I'm just a newcomer." Chen Nan felt an immense sense of grievance. Was this not a blatant act of bullying against a newcomer and a fellow male colleague? The chubby guy beside him chuckled mischievously, his face brimming with schadenfreude, as if he had not been subjected to the antics of these beautiful women before. Li Lingyu cast a glance at Zhang Manyu, the star, and urged, "You tell him." Zhang Manyu cleared her throat and explained, "According to the rules of our public relations department, to showcase our spirit of unity and hard work, it is mandatory for newcomers to treat their colleagues. If the newcomer is female, we split the bill. If male, he treats us. The men pay. And if you don't believe me, ask one the chubby one if that's not how it is." At this, the chubby guy shrank back. "Nangu. It's indeed the rule." Chen Nan retorted, "Is there any justification for this? In modern society, aren't men and women supposed to be equal?" "It is equal," she replied, "but look around, so many female colleagues in the public relations department, each more beautiful than the last. And we've never charged you a fee for enjoying the view. Just being able to work here is a privilege. Surely treating us to a meal is not too much to ask?" "Oh." Chen Nan understood. Reflecting on her words, he realized there was indeed some merit to them. Working alongside a group of glamorous, alluring, avant-garde ladies was undeniably a pleasurable experience for any man. If he was to treat them, so be it. After all, his wife back home was hardly inclined to engage with him. making it a perfect opportunity to pass the time and foster some camaraderie with his female colleagues. Yet, before he agreed to the treat, he wished to test these fashionable ladies a bit. In the office, Chi finally calmed down. The thought of that new guy being in her public relations department piqued her curiosity. She mused, considering his brash demeanor. It would likely be challenging for him to get along with his colleagues, perhaps even facing a collective onslaught from the formidable women. With this thought in mind, Chi imagined Chen-nan in a compromising position, which pleased her like enjoying an ice cream on a sweltering day. She stepped outside, eager to witness Chen-nan's embarrassment firsthand. Upon her arrival, she found a group gathered around him, and her curiosity was ignited. What were they quietly doing? She crossed her arms and stood at the edge of the workspace, engrossed in the scene, so much so that no one noticed the arrival of the department head. She overheard Chen-nan proclaim, "I'll pose a riddle. If you solve it, tonight I'll treat you to singing and dinner. If you can't, you'll pay for yourselves." The OLs collectively responded, and even the chubby guy leaned in, resting his chin on his hands, waiting for Chen-nan's riddle. Clearing his throat, he declared, "This riddle is quite simple. 10 men peeping at 5 women bathing. What idiom does it represent?" The OLs immediately fell into contemplation, and even Chi found herself drawn into the challenge. "That's easy. I guess it has 5 colors." Li Lingyu was the first to raise her head, a smug smile on her face, as expected of Xiao Yifu, quick to respond. "I got it too. It has 5 colors, far too simple." The OLs chimed in, with Chi also arriving at the same conclusion. 10 lecherous men spying on 5 unclothed women bathing. What else could it be but 5 colors? Yet, she felt a twinge of disdain, thinking this fellow was indeed no good, resorting to such riddles. Just then, a usually silent fashionista blushed and spoke up, "Isn't it double-barreled?" A hush fell over the OLs, their faces flushed, even Li Lingyu's cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, while Jin Xiangyu's face turned as red as crimson, nearly disappearing beneath the table. Chi Wanting's own complexion flushed as she felt an unexpected warmth envelop her, all eyes turning towards the beautiful who had spoken. "Congratulations. You're correct. Look at you all, only seeing the surface, failing to grasp the essence. This young lady has true talent, able to see beyond appearances." The stylish and Amora chic knee-length skirt, with a neckline that dipped low, yet she had remained mostly silent, appearing bashful when introduced to Chen-nan. It turned out Tang Lily was the one with hidden depths, despite her usual demure and pure demeanor. Almost instantaneously, the OLs in the public relations department reached a consensus in their hearts. Usually, Tang Lily embodied the image of a delicate flower, her beauty understated and reserved, rarely speaking up. Now they realized that she was the true avant-garde among them, making them all feel outdated in comparison. What a ridiculous riddle. That guy actually used such riddles to tease her beautiful public relations colleagues. Just as she contemplated reprimanding Chen-nan, the desk phone rang, prompting an immediate silence among the OLs. Chapter 069. The ice-cold female CEO, Chen-nan, was momentarily taken aback. He had just started working. How could someone be calling the office phone already? Without further thought, he pressed the speakerphone button. A nearly formulaic female voice came through. "Are you Chen-nan? This is the Secretary's office. President Nayland wishes to see you. Please come to the President's office." Click. The caller hung up immediately after delivering the message. President Nayland? Chen-nan was momentarily stunned. How could she share the same surname as his wife? The surname Nayland was indeed rare. Could she be his icy-cold spouse? Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought. If she were his wife, would she need him to find a respectable job? Surely she could arrange something for him without the hassle of him applying. Chi Wanting had initially intended to scold Chen-nan, but upon realizing it was the president calling for him, she thought perhaps the president wanted to give him a lesson, considering Chen-nan had only gotten in due to her connections. Without further thought, she shot Chen-nan a fierce glare and gracefully returned to the public relations department. "I just want to get by in this company. Why do you keep seeking me out?" Chen-nan inwardly grumbled, yet knowing he could not refuse the president's summons. He stood up and made his way to the president's office. The OLs exchanged glances, wondering why this newcomer was already being summoned by the president. Among so many in the public relations department, few ever received such attention from the president. The fact that the president's secretary personally called him indicated that the president remembered him. There was no way a mere public relations staff member would be called in for dismissal. If it was a dismissal, it must signify an opportunity. The OLs wore expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment. The president's office was located on the top floor. Upon arrival, Chen Nan was greeted by the secretary, who stood up and said, "You must be Chun Nan. The president is waiting for you inside. Please go in." Good fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape fate. Chun Nan felt as though he were stepping into a cauldron of hot oil, gritting his teeth as he entered the president's office. It was a vast, fan-shaped room, spacious and bright, exuding an extraordinary air. The decor was both ancient and elegant, while possessing a contemporary flair. A whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of much of Heishi, with bustling traffic and riverboats visible below. The lavish and spacious office environment underscored the owner's prestige and exemplified the pinnacle of power within the Dongwon Group. At that moment, half of the curtains were drawn back, revealing a stunning woman in a light blue professional suit, arms crossed, gazing dreamily out at the river. Her ears adorned with glistening crystal earrings. The tailored suit accentuated her exquisite figure, and from the side, her graceful curves were striking. Her skin, delicate as jade, combined with her alluring hourglass shape, would make any man's heart race. Yet, she stood there with an upright posture and an indifferent demeanor, exuding an aura of authority that was both imposing and chilling, filling the entire room with an icy atmosphere, rendering any thoughts of impropriety unthinkable. From the angle of Chen Nan, one could behold the delicate and slightly pointed chin of the enchanting lady, whose graceful contour was truly a sight to behold. It rendered her both aloof and captivating, exuding an unparalleled aura of authority. Any man who laid eyes upon this woman, a perfect amalgamation of power and beauty, would inevitably find himself bowing before her, willingly succumbing to her whims. The luxurious office environment and the striking female CO were indeed impressive. Yet there was something oddly familiar about this captivating figure. Chun Nan gazed at her alluring silhouette, momentarily lost in thought, as a nagging sense of recognition washed over him. A waft of ethereal fragrance wafted into his nostrils, jolting him from his reverie. Wasn't that the scent of his ice-cold wife? Just then, the CEO slowly turned around, her graceful form revealing a face that was both untouched by makeup, yet radiantly beautiful, completely unveiled before Chun Nan. You. Chun Nan was rendered speechless. This was none other than his tearful ice queen of a wife. When had she ascended to the position of CEO of the conglomerate? Rumor had it that the head of Dongwon Group held the titles of both chairman and CEO, which only deepened his astonishment. Chun Nan, who prided himself on his adaptability to any environment, found his mind blank in the presence of his seemingly celestial wife, an inconceivable reality that was hard to digest. He had never fathomed that a woman could be so extraordinary, possessing both breathtaking beauty and commanding the helm of such a vast enterprise. Truly a paragon of grace and allure, leaving other women in her wake with no chance of comparison. Yet, the surprise his wife brought him was eclipsed by a sense of pride. After all, no matter how stunning or esteemed she was still his wife. "What's this? You don't recognize me so quickly?" Noticing his flustered expression, Nalan Shiyu felt a flicker of satisfaction beneath her icy exterior, realizing that her beauty still held allure for this rogue husband of hers. Chun Nan managed a wry smile. "How could I not recognize you? My wife is incomparable. Didn't you say you were going to bring me good news? Well, here I am, sitting right in front of you. Speak up and let us share your good tidings." Nalan Shiyu, with her delicate figure perched elegantly in an oversized executive chair, turned gracefully to face Chun Nan. Her ethereal demeanor resembled that of a sacred and elegant goddess, embodying the authority of the captain steering the stylish vessel of Dongwon Group. At that moment, Chun Nan finally comprehended the expression of surprise his wife had worn when he delivered his own good news last night, and why his sister-in-law had seemed so gleeful. It dawned on him that she had already known he had secured a position at his wife's company, hence her amusement. He had foolishly thought himself to be making a grand gesture by applying for a mere public relations role, as if working for his wife was something to boast about. Not only was he working for her, but also for his sister-in-law, since they were twin sisters. It was inconceivable that she didn't have a stake in such a large company. However, having seen much of the world, Chun Nan was not easily fazed. He thickened his skin and boldly sat across from his wife, flashing a grin. "My dear wife, since you are the CEO here, I've heard you are also the chairman. Wielding such power, why bother with me applying for a position? Arrange for me to be a vice president or your personal secretary instead. We could spend our days together, sipping tea and discussing life at this lavish desk of yours. How delightful that would be. Engaging in deep conversations at my desk? How inappropriate." Nailin Shiyu caught the double entendre in his words, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Her frosty demeanor returning. Mr. Chun, please mind your language. Do not forget that you are but a junior public relations officer under my supervision. You must be mindful of your attitude and tone of voice. Nailin Shiyu stared directly at Chun Nan, her authoritative presence unmistakable, even causing the self-proclaimed thick-skinned Chun Nan to feel a subtle pressure. Chapter 070. Who is the king, husband, or wife? If an ordinary person were to be scrutinized by this ice queen of a CEO, they would naturally succumb to her overwhelming aura. Yet Chun Nan remained cheeky, leaning forward on the desk, gazing at his wife's beautiful visage with a grin. I say, my dear wife, I've told you this is a workplace. Mind your language. You may address me as CEO Nailin, or simply by my name. No more ambiguous terms. Ambiguous terms only serve to create intimacy, don't they? Observing her playful, yet feigned irritation, Chun Nan felt an overwhelming urge to steal a kiss, adopting an innocent demeanor. I mean, darling, you're my wife regardless. Even if you became the Secretary General of the United Nations, you would still be my wife. With a resounding clap on the table, Nailin Shiyu retorted, Chun Nan, do not forget our agreement. Due to your unreasonable antics, I'm deducting a month's salary from you as a warning. In that moment, the full extent of Nailin Shiyu's power as CEO was manifest. Chun Nan had intended to charm his wife and perhaps secure a position as her secretary. But 2 sentences in, he found himself a month's salary short. If he continued to press his luck, he might find himself destitute. He surrendered, saying, all right, Shiyu darling, please don't be angry. You, a dignified CEO, shouldn't quibble with a rough man like me. Despite the absurdity of her situation, Nailin Shiyu found herself bemused by his antics. With a playful glare, she warned, once more in this company, do not use such ambiguous language. Call me CEO. Does that mean I can call you whatever I like at home? Well then, my esteemed CEO wife, let us return home. This place feels rather intimidating. Seeing his endearing antics, Nailin Shiyu felt her resolve wavering, but she maintained her authoritative facade, feigning anger. Not even at home. It's unacceptable anywhere. Nailin Shiyu was both exasperated and indignant, her voice rising almost to a shout, believing she had been sufficiently stern. Yet to Chun Nan's ears, her tone came off as almost endearing, akin to a playful pout, igniting an overwhelming desire to embrace her right then and there. Fine. If you insist on not calling me anything, just remember that in the office, you're in charge, but at home, I hold the reins. Today, you're the king. Tomorrow, I'll be the emperor. Is that not right, my lovely consort? Nailin Shiyu retorted with an exclamation. Regardless of where we are, I am in charge. You in charge? My dear wife, the dynamics of gender roles are predetermined from birth. Who is on top and who is beneath has already been established. Last time, when I suggested you take the lead, you refused and insisted on being below. Is it not clear who is in charge? You, shameless. Nailin Shiyu suddenly stood, her delicate finger pointing accusingly at Chun Nan, wanting to retort, but finding herself at a loss for words, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. As her fair fingers extended towards him, Chun Nan instinctively felt a surge of rebellion. No one dared to point a finger at him. Yet, realizing this was his wife, he quickly composed himself, looking at her delicate finger with a playful grin. What a beautiful finger you have, so fair and tender, resembling a spring onion. You, humph. Nailin Shiyu withdrew her hand, feeling a sense of defeat as her authoritative presence failed to have any effect on him. She turned away, tears of frustration brimming in her eyes, her slender shoulders trembling slightly. Seeing this, Chun Nan knew he needed to act quickly. He sat upright, adopting a serious demeanor. Chun Nan from the Public Relations Department reporting for duty. How may I assist you today? At that moment, Nailin Shiyu wished she could throw a pen holder at him. Fine, call me CEO, but not my esteemed. I've heard you lack ambition and are merely coasting in the Public Relations Department. Is this true? Nailin Shiyu still couldn't comprehend how this mere car wash attendant had managed to pass the interview with the notoriously meticulous Chi wanting. When she mentioned the Public Relations Department, Chun Nan feigned incredulity. Dear CEO Nailin, aren't you making things difficult for me by assigning me to public relations? You are merely a car washer. How could you possibly belong in such a position? Do you think I, as the president, would arrange for you to hold a ministerial role or that of a secretary? Allowing you to sit in an office would certainly be more dignified than being a mere public relations figure. Wouldn't it? How naive. Do you think this is a marketplace where arrangements can be made at will? Tell me, what special skills do you possess? Please don't tell me that washing cars is your forte. If that were the case, you might as well take up a janitorial position. Chen Nanshin remarked that it was no surprise the president was astute, as he had deftly silenced his own thoughts. Even though he truly wished to declare that car washing was indeed his specialty, engaging in a war of words with a woman was certainly not Chen Nan's strength. He rose from his seat and approached the water cooler, filling a paper cup with water to clear his throat before stating, "While I may not lack in specialties, I excel at various illicit activities such as committing a murder, setting a fire, smuggling firearms, piloting an aircraft, or launching a rocket-propelled grenade. And I can navigate a warship with some degree of competence." Bluster all you want? Nailin Shiyu nearly lost her composure, incredulous at his audacity to speak such nonsense. She retorted sharply, "Can't you speak about something more concrete? Is this rambling even remotely interesting?" Chen Nan shrugged. "What I speak is the truth. Even my wife doesn't believe me, leaving me speechless. As for work, I can only promise to do my utmost." Nailin Shiyu seemed to regain her confidence as a CEO, her tone turning stern. "I do not concern myself with your affairs outside, but since you are now my employee, there are certain matters I must clarify." "Wait, you don't mean to dismiss me, do you? It's not easy to find a respectable job. You have no idea how much face I've lost for this position, serving that girl surnamed Chi, pouring tea and offering smiles. Do you have any idea how difficult it has been for me?" Nailin Shiyu suddenly understood. This man had relied on flattery and superficial charm to ascend. However, how could the diligent Chi wanting fall for such antics? That was simply out of character for her. Unbeknownst to Nailin, Minister Chi had already begun to resent her so-called husband. "Please call me President." Nailin Shiyu, her face cold, once again corrected his verbal faux pas before firmly stating, "I have heard about your circumstances. If you wish to bide your time here, you must agree to 3 conditions." "Ah, what conditions?" Nailin Shiyu's gaze hardened as she regarded Chen Nan. "First, you must refrain from calling me wife. In the workplace, you are to address me as president or chairwoman, and I would have no objections to either. Second, those ambiguous terms." Here, Nailin felt her cheeks flush slightly, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. However, this was a matter that needed to be clarified. If he addressed her as darling or baby in front of employees, it would be exceedingly embarrassing for her. Thus, she summoned her courage to continue. "Second, you cannot use terms of endearment such as darling or baby. Third, you must not disrupt the workplace, disregarding company regulations and affecting others' work. Fourth, you cannot run into my office or get too close to me without my permission. Fifth, you cannot publicize our marriage within the company. Sixth, wait," Chun Nan interjected, nearly on the verge of tears. "You said 3 conditions, and now it's 6. With a resounding clap, Nailin Shiyu slammed her palm on the table, her almond-shaped eyes wide with intensity. "You are the president, and I am the president. When I state conditions, they are to be followed. You seem to have lost sight of your place." All right. Chun Nan raised his hands in surrender. "You are the queen. I shall heed your words. Please continue." "That is more like it." Nailin Shiyu felt a sense of satisfaction at his submissive demeanor, thinking to herself that she could indeed handle him. Once she noticed that Chun Nan had become genuinely compliant, she continued, "Sixth, you cannot interfere with others' work without cause. Seventh, 8th, 10th. True to her title, Nailin Shiyu listed over 20 conditions without repeating herself. When she concluded, she looked up only to find that he had dozed off in his chair, emitting soft snores. Nailin was infuriated. How could he fall asleep in such a dire environment while she was lecturing him? "Chen Nan, wake up!" Nailin Shiyu shouted, startling him awake. He glanced around, still shaken, and asked, "Did you finish? May I leave now?" "Call me president." Nailin Shiyu weakly reiterated her correction, feeling as though she were a scholar confronting a soldier. "Ah, president, may I leave now?" "Go on quickly." Nailin Shiyu waved her hand impatiently. If he didn't leave soon, she would take her leave instead. Chen Nan turned to exit, feeling utterly tormented by her stringent rules. Just as he reached the doorway, a sudden call rang out behind him. "Wait." Chun Nan jumped in surprise, his face contorted in dismay. "You're not going to list more conditions, are you?" Nailin Shiyu could no longer contain her laughter. "Let me reiterate, I don't care what you do outside. That is your private matter, and we have an agreement to not interfere with each other. However, within the company," Nailin raised her voice dramatically, "you must adhere to my conditions. I must comply. Do you think I would dare defy you?" Chun Nan was genuinely fearful that she would come up with dozens more rules, prompting him to hurriedly exit the office. "Just you wait. I will have my way with you," Nalan Shiyu thought to herself, pleased to see him so obedient. She gently patted her chest, relieved that this confrontation had concluded in her favor. This was arguably her most decisive victory since marrying him, finally managing to tame this rogue. Chun Nan hastily exited the president's office, his face also alight with joy. He thought to himself that he could now, with legitimacy, enjoy a leisurely existence. Suddenly, in his moment of bliss, he collided with a striking woman who was just entering the office. Due to the angle of the collision and his robust physique, the woman was sent flying backward with an exclamation. Upon impact, Murong-Ching recognized the man before her as her longtime crush from her youth. At that moment, her heart sank, lamenting her ill fate. After so long, their encounter occurred in such an embarrassing manner. She had hoped to impress him, yet here she was, facing the prospect of a humiliating introduction. In a flash, Chun Nan was at her side, catching her in his arms and spinning to absorb the impact, finally stabilizing her. "I managed to catch her," Chun Nan sighed in relief, fully aware that any woman who could roam the upper echelons of the office was undoubtedly a high-ranking executive. Having just received a lecture from his wife, he was terrified of the repercussions should he inadvertently injure a superior. Cradled in his embrace, the familiar scent enveloped Murong-Ching, sending her into a dizzying spell, as if the world itself were spinning. She felt weightless, as though resting on clouds. The warmth and solidity of his arms brought forth tears that cascaded down her cheeks. Memories of high school flooded her mind. She had always secretly admired him, while he had only ever looked at Yao Qingxue with such brightness and tenderness, treating her with indifference. Little did she expect that 8 years later, she would find herself in his arms. Lost in this whirlpool of happiness, Murong-Ching forgot her surroundings, her proud, beautiful eyes fluttering closed as she nestled into his embrace, savoring this fleeting moment of warmth. "I apologize, miss. It was unintentional." Chun Nan attempted to set her down, but she clung to his neck, refusing to let go. He had to remind her, "You should get down now. This is right outside my wife's office. And if she discovers us, there would be no way to explain myself." As a senior executive, Murong-Ching quickly regained her composure, hastily extricating herself from Chun Nan's embrace. Renowned for her icy beauty, she would undoubtedly feel humiliated if others were to witness her in such an intimate position, appearing utterly enraptured in a man's arms. "Chun Nan, do you not recognize me?" Murong-Ching inquired, her gaze fixed upon him, a faint blush adorning her cheeks and a sweet smile gracing her lips, rendering her enchanting and alluring, in stark contrast to her usual frosty demeanor. Just as Chun Nan intended to depart, her words halted him in his tracks. He appraised the striking woman before him. Indeed, she was a beauty, tall and graceful, her eyes shimmering with tenderness, embodying the essence of a strong and capable woman. Any man would be irresistibly drawn to her. Chun Nan felt a sense of familiarity, but could not recall where he had encountered her before. In his memory, he had no recollection of such a stunning woman, and he lamented, "I apologize, beautiful lady, but I truly do not know you." Murong-Ching was immediately engulfed in disappointment, striking a playful pose and responding somewhat indignantly, "I am Ching." As she spoke, she delicately brushed her hair aside, her sparkling eyes brimming with affection and shy allure. "Ah, now I remember. You are Murong-Ching, the so-called ugly duckling. I never imagined you would transform into such a beauty. I nearly failed to recognize you." Chun Nan exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. Life's 4 great joys include encountering a long-awaited downpour after a drought, reuniting with an old friend in a foreign land, the night of the wedding, and the moment of academic triumph. To see an old classmate in Huhai filled Chun Nan with excitement. Murong-Ching felt a twinge of frustration, thinking to herself, "I was a beauty back then as well, you know? I had my fair share of admirers." Bowing her head, she shyly retorted, "I am not an ugly duckling. I am a Cinderella. Thank you very much." "Ah, indeed, a Cinderella." It is true that women transform as they age, becoming ever more captivating, Chun Nan remarked, playfully acknowledging her previous embarrassment. Murong-Ching found herself in an awkward position, as if implying that she had once been unattractive and had only recently blossomed into beauty, thus still akin to an ugly duckling. Chapter 072. That is quite dangerous. Chun Nan's words were sincere. Indeed, the saying that women grow more beautiful with age holds true. We often observe that some who were once stunning as children may grow into unattractive adults, while others who were merely ordinary blossom into exquisite beauties, their figures becoming ever more perfect with maturity. I never expected to encounter you here. Are you also working at Don Juan? Murong Qinger attempted to maintain her composure, understanding the importance of modesty in front of men. Above all, she must not appear too forward, for what would be left of her allure? Charm is the essence of a woman's youthful spirit, the key to attracting men. Indeed, I just landed a position in the public relations department. What about you? Chun Nan surveyed Murong Qinger, noting her elegant gray suit, her tall figure, and her graceful demeanor that exuded an air of sophistication, leaving him momentarily awestruck. Feeling a flicker of pride from Chun Nan's appreciative gaze, Murong Qinger thought to herself that she had finally captured his attention. With a bashful smile, she announced, "I am the assistant to the president, the primary assistant, to be precise." She deliberately emphasized the word primary. Chun Nan, well aware of her implication, chuckled. "You've ascended to a high-ranking position. My old classmate. You must take good care of me from now on." As he approached her, Murong Qinger, thinking he was going to embrace her, instinctively shut her eyes in embarrassment. However, after a prolonged pause, she felt nothing. Chun Nan merely walked past her, his serious voice resonating from behind. "Assistant Murong, see you later." Murong Qinger was mortified. She was usually forthright with men, but what was happening today? Was she being overly fanciful? She had intended to subtly boast about her executive position, but had not anticipated that he would simply walk away. Just as she was about to call out to Chun Nan, she spotted Nalan Shiu exiting the president's office. Reluctantly, she swallowed her words, her face instantly transforming into a professional smile as she addressed Nalan Shiu, "President, I have just completed this document. Please review it." As she spoke, she handed the file to Nalan Shiu. Nalan Shiu accepted the document, her attention seemingly fixed on the papers. Yet her mind was preoccupied with Chun Nan's earlier comments. How did he become acquainted with my primary assistant so quickly? They seem rather familiar. She then recalled the incident at the bar when Chun Nan had playfully flirted with a bar girl, inwardly sighing. Although Assistant Murong was astute and competent, she lacked experience in matters of the heart, perhaps even more so than herself. In contrast, Chun Nan was adept at charming women, and Nalan Shiu felt it necessary to caution her. She must not be ensnared by his sweet words and should maintain her distance. Thus, Nalan Shiu gently closed the file and, with a serene smile, addressed Murong Qinger. "I will take this document back to review. I will provide feedback later. However, there is something I must advise you about." Seeing the serious expression on the president's face, Murong Qinger assumed it was something significant and promptly straightened her posture, saying, "President, please feel free to speak candidly." "Yes." Nalan Shiu nodded. "Qinger, you have been by my side for quite some time now, and there are certain matters I must bring to your attention regarding Chun Nan." "Oh, what about Chun Nan?" Upon hearing the president mention him, Murong Qinger instantly perked up. Nalan Shiu, with utmost seriousness, conveyed, "He is quite lackadaisical in his work, lacking ambition, and particularly concerning for women. He poses a considerable danger. Thus, you must be cautious around him and not be swayed by his flattery. Keep your distance." Murong Qinger's delicate features darkened momentarily, thinking, what is wrong with the president? Why is she warning me about this? He is merely a junior public relations officer. Why does the esteemed president show such concern for him, advising me to steer clear? Besides, I am well aware of who he is. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Nalan Shiu, known for maintaining distance from men, seemed unusually interested in Chun Nan today. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Perhaps it was true that love is blind. As in a woman's eyes, the man she favors is always the most exceptional, even if he is a mere janitor. He is perceived as a potential gem waiting to shine. With this notion, Murong Qinger began to harbor some discontent towards the president, responding with a tone that was both respectful and assertive. "Thank you for your concern, President. I'm not a child. I know how to conduct myself. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my work. I still have a case to finish." With that, she turned and returned to her office. Nalan Shiu was momentarily taken aback. Although Murong Qinger was typically reserved, she was always diligent in her work. As her primary assistant, they often spent time together, and despite their hierarchical relationship, they shared a friendship. Nalan Shiu had always been treated with respect, so she was puzzled by Murong Qinger's sudden displeasure. Why did she become upset merely because Nalan mentioned Chun Nan? What did she mean by stating that she was no longer a child? Nalan Shiu quickly redirected her thoughts back to Chun Nan, reflecting on her earlier comments. Even as a woman, she could not help but but admire Chen Nan. The reputation of Murong Qing'er as the Ice Beauty was no idle boast. She was notoriously stern around men, exuding an aura that kept them at bay. Yet, within mere minutes of their introduction, Chen Nan had managed to enchant her to such an extent. The disparity in their social standings only underscored Chen Nan's remarkable charm and skill in navigating romantic pursuits. Nayland Shiyu concluded that Chen Nan had earned himself the title of a master of seduction. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly donned this label. Chen Nan had merely refrained from engaging further with Murong Qing'er upon hearing Nayland Shiyu's voice leaving the president's office, hastily departing to avoid arousing suspicion. Ironically, he had walked right into the very reputation he sought to evade. However, the mere thought of idling away his days in the public relations department brought a smile to Chen Nan's face. He returned to the department in high spirits, and not long after starting his work, he was summoned by the president. This at least indicated that the president was aware of such a notable figure within the company. Otherwise, among the thousands of employees who would pay attention to a mere junior PR staff member, to his colleagues, it seemed that a promotion was just around the corner. Upon his return to the public relations department, Chen Nan was immediately met with envious glances from his co-workers. Yet, being work hours, the professional demeanor of the office ladies prevailed, especially after Chi Wanting had just held a meeting with everyone, so none dared to disturb him. Under the watchful eyes of his colleagues, Chen Nan swept everything off his desk into the trash bin, leaving only a computer, a desk phone, and a small, neatly organized bookshelf, gleaming and cleaner than a polished face. He then retrieved several sheets of white paper from the bookshelf and began to draw. Calling it drawing would be an understatement. It was more like a free-flowing, boundless doodle. Chapter 073. The KTV gathering the female colleagues widened their eyes in astonishment, wondering if this gentleman was indeed just here to pass the time. Why was he doing nothing but doodling? Yet, why would the president meet with him? In truth, Chen Nan was not merely doodling. He was contemplating runes. Whether it be talismans or restrictive formations, runes were fundamental. With no opportunity to cultivate, he had to thoroughly comprehend the knowledge of formations and talismans. After all, the methods of cultivation were exceedingly extraordinary, and only a select few knew of his acquisition of the red jade. If this were to leak, it would send shockwaves throughout the world, leading to endless troubles and assassination attempts. Thus, after completing each drawing, he would discreetly tuck the paper away into a special wallet, safeguarding his secrets. And so the day passed. As quitting time approached, the office ladies sprung into action, surrounding Chen Nan with an eagerness to welcome him, suggesting they go to KTV for a singing session, naturally at his expense. Although his balance was rather low, he could still afford to treat them to a karaoke night. Chen Nan pondered whether he should devise a plan to obtain some spare change. Enveloped by the group of lively ladies, they took the elevator down to the KTV. The office ladies of the large corporation's public relations department were indeed workplace elites. Nearly every one of them owned a car, at the very least surpassing Chen Nan's dilapidated vehicle. The only exception was the chubby Yu Guan, who spent all his time riding and was thus perpetually broke, often relying on Chen Nan's car. The group arrived at the pre-booked KTV private room. Once inside, sunflower seeds, popcorn, and various snacks were laid out, and beer and beverages were opened, instantly enlivening the atmosphere as they revisited the topic of Chen Nan's meeting with the president. Brother Chen Nan, to be met by the president right upon your arrival. It seems a promotion is imminent, exclaimed Li Lingyu, a woman with a keen sense of humor. Don't forget about me when you rise to greatness. Come on, Chen, let's drink. The ladies toast to you. The group of charming women surrounded him, chattering away, sharing laughter. Being colleagues in the same department, they were all adept at communication, making the atmosphere exceptionally vibrant. Oh, come on now, I've said it before. I'm just here to pass the time. If there are any tasks requiring assistance, feel free to call on me. I shall spare no effort in serving all you lovely ladies. Chen Nan responded earnestly, feeling a flutter of excitement at being a bona fide office worker for the first time, surrounded by a chorus of animated women, immersed in the fragrant aura of femininity. Zhang Manuel, with her bright red lips, scoffed. Who believes that? Many of us find it hard to even catch a glimpse of the president. You just started and already had an audience with him? Your future must be promising. A chorus of laughter erupted as the ladies expressed their disbelief. Alas! Chen Nan sighed, feigning helplessness as he beckoned the ladies with a finger. Under the shimmering lights, the vibrant hues of the women gathered around, elongating their necks, their porcelain skin glowing, as they assumed he had a secret to share. Feigning mystery, Chen Nan leaned in closer and whispered, I have a secret to tell you, but you must promise not to spill it. How could we possibly betray you, brother? We'll keep it under wraps. Really? You're not just saying that? Absolutely. You can trust me. I swear on my heart. The ladies declared, their sincerity echoing in the air. Very well. I shall trust you for the time being. Chun Nan leaned forward, lowering his voice. I must tell you, the president is my wife, and I don't usually disclose this to anyone. Such nonsense. With that, the colorful ladies dispersed, each diving into song selection, no longer interested in his supposed meeting with the president. How could anyone believe such a tall tale? If the president were indeed his wife, would he still be applying for a job as a mere junior PR? They thought, amused by his audacity. Honestly, I speak the truth. How is it that none of you believe me? Chun Nan chuckled wryly, lamenting the irony of his situation. I believe you. I believe you just fear causing me pain, not deceiving me. When one truly loves, how could they bear to awaken me from my dream? Li Lingyu took the microphone and began to showcase her melodious voice. Except for the chubby Yu Guan, who sat meekly at the song selection system, overwhelmed by the ladies. The others were singing away, from classic love songs to the latest hits, creating a lively atmosphere filled with harmony and laughter. These PR professionals relished singing, as it was an essential skill for their livelihood, and thus they were all remarkably talented singers. 7 women, 6 of whom were vocal powerhouses, while the 2 unfortunate men could only hide in the corner, nursing their drinks in quiet despair. Brother Nan, my beer's gone warm, and my stomach hurts. Chun Nan looked up to see Tang Lily, the girl who had previously mentioned two-pronged approach, with a shy expression on her face, seemingly embarrassed. Oh no, what should we do if your stomach hurts? Could you help me to the restroom? Tang Lily's face contorted in pain, a hint of perspiration glistening on her brow. All right then, I'll help you. You stay here and take your time. Yu Guan shot a look of envy, for while Tang Lily was usually reserved, her figure was undeniably alluring, and her bashfulness only added to her charm. The effect she had on men was undoubtedly potent, especially with her earlier comment about a two-pronged approach, which left Yu Guan daydreaming. Chun Nan assisted Tang Lily out of the private room and stood before the women's restroom, intending to let her enter alone, as it was inappropriate for him to go in. However, Tang Lily, her face twisted in discomfort, leaned against him, saying, Brother Nan, I can't walk. You have to help me inside, please. Her expression was flushed yet innocent, and it seemed she felt embarrassed to ask, but her pain was genuine, compelling her to seek his aid. Seeing her in such distress, Chun Nan couldn't abandon her. He listened closely, ensuring no one was inside before ushering her into the restroom, leading her to a stall. Once inside, he knew he had to step out. He couldn't just stand there while a lady attended to her business. Could he? But just then, Tang Lily turned around, her delicate arms wrapping around his neck in a soft embrace. Her voice sweet and coy as she said, Brother Nan, don't you think this place is perfect for something a little more exciting? Chapter 074. Do not touch me. Step aside at this moment. Tang Lily bore no resemblance to the earlier expression of anguish. Her cheeks were flushed with an alluring hue, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered with shyness, as if brimming with springtime allure. She was truly a captivating beauty, irresistibly charming. In such a confined space, to share a moment with such a siren was not only exhilarating, but undeniably one of life's greatest pleasures. Chun Nan mused to himself that this girl was indeed a concealed seductress. Her earlier performance had been so convincing that even he had been deceived. No wonder her performance metrics were impressive. What employer wouldn't be perceptive? A chance encounter in the restroom could lead to immediate contracts being signed. It would be odd if the results were otherwise. Moreover, recalling that only Tang Lily had deduced the dual approach earlier that afternoon, it was evident that beneath her seemingly innocent facade lay a woman of true depth, experienced and direct, eschewing mere words for genuine actions. Such a woman was indeed a rare find. As Chun Nan squinted at her sultry, eager visage, he lit a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Noticing Tang Lily's cherry-like lips part slightly, as if poised to inhale, he exhaled a plume of smoke directly into her mouth. The pungent flavor and the robust, masculine scent combined with his dominant demeanor instantly intoxicated Tang Lily, who rose on her toes, her lips slightly parted, eager to initiate a kiss. Chun Nan raised 2 fingers, perfectly blocking her ardent lips, and casually gave her waist a playful slap before turning to leave. Although Tang Lily was undeniably alluring, a woman who could so easily employ dual tactics was hardly intriguing to him. Tang Lily, true to her dual approach, promptly grasped Chun Nan's intent and obediently turned. Arching her back against the wall, Chen Nan was momentarily at a loss for words. This girl, while appearing gentle and pure, was actually a hidden temptress. Even from beneath her skirt, he could discern that she was not wearing any panties, undoubtedly for convenience, indicating that whenever one wished, one could seize the moment. At that instant, Tang Lily's figure was exquisitely curvaceous, forming an enticing S-shape under the glaring overhead light. Though her physique was petite, her shapely rear was undeniably appealing, her contours strikingly provocative. Damn, this girl truly embodied the dual approach, misinterpreting his intentions. The cramped restroom space was hardly accommodating, and her ample posterior effectively blocked his exit. Moreover, Tang Lily continued to sway her hips, and despite Chen Nan's lack of interest, such a bewitching display would stir desire in any man, nearly causing him to lose control. With a sharp slap, he playfully smacked her rounded posterior, initially intending to prompt her to move aside, delivering a firm yet playful strike. To his astonishment, Tang Lily merely let out a soft moan. Instead of retreating, she extended her tongue, glancing back at Chun Nan with a sultry, enticing expression, seemingly reveling in the playful torment. Unbelievable. This girl was indeed extraordinary, a true product of her craft. As colleagues, Chun Nan had not intended to go too far. Yet her provocative demeanor was infuriating. Even a saint would lose their temper. Another slap followed, this time with greater force, causing the thin fabric of her skirt to indent, crafting a beautiful curve against her skin. Tang Lily squealed, yet still did not move aside, turning back to him with a mournful expression that seemed to plead, indicating that while he could strike, he ought not to do so with such intensity. Frustrated, Chun Nan exclaimed, "Tang Lily, I have no interest in you, and I am a married man. Please move aside." In disbelief, Tang Lily stood up, having never encountered a man who rejected her advances. Even if he was not smitten, surely a brief encounter would suffice, right? Each time she visited a nightclub, those men would exert every effort to flirt with her. Lavishing wealth was merely a means to an end, yet this man was dismissing the delectable opportunity before him. She could not comprehend it. Seeing Chun Nan truly intent on leaving, Tang Lily grasped his arm, her expression filled with sorrow as she implored, "I'm not a promiscuous woman. I'm about to marry a wealthy man. But I do not love him. I merely wish to indulge with the man I admire before the wedding. Rest assured, I will soon leave the company, and I will not disclose this to anyone. Please have no guilt. It's simply a fleeting encounter, and the one at a disadvantage will be me, not you." Not a promiscuous woman? Yet she was so brazenly pursuing him. Chun Nan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "I'm sorry, Tang Lily, but you have mistaken your target. Not only am I uninterested in a fleeting encounter, but I also cannot engage in any affair. Remember, since you have chosen wealth, you must endure the accompanying emotional emptiness. It is unavoidable. You cannot have both fish and bear's paws. I understand I have forfeited my right to seek true love." Tang Lily's eyes welled with tears as she spoke, her sobs echoing with an air of fragility. Her weeping, reminiscent of a rain-soaked pear blossom, combined with her seemingly innocent demeanor, would stir sympathy in any man, prompting him to embrace her in comfort. Were it not for the riddle at hand, Chun Nan might have been swayed by her expression, especially considering her innocent visage. However, the thought of her dual approach sent a chill down his spine, and he stepped forward to exit the restroom. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from outside, accompanied by soft gasps, indicating that another woman had entered. Chun Nan quickly halted. If he were seen exiting now, it would surely lead to a scandalous uproar, branding him as a lecher without any hope of redemption. Realizing that he showed no interest in her, Tang Lily ceased her tears, standing silently as she composed herself, transforming back into the picture of innocence, a stark contrast to her earlier seductive demeanor. A series of crashing noises erupted from the adjoining stall, followed by a loud bang, suggesting that someone had forcefully entered the restroom. With a soft click, the door was secured from within. Chun Nan mused to himself, "Who knows which woman has indulged a bit too much this time? It sounds like two women have squeezed into that stall." However, before he could ponder further, muffled voices from next door reached his ears. "Please don't touch me. I feel dizzy. You need to leave, or I'll call the police." Sure. Why have you resisted me for 6 months? Even in front of so many friends earlier, I couldn't even hold your hand. Haven't I done enough for you?" A deep male voice implored. "Xia Xiao, I feel faint. Let us discuss this tomorrow, all right? Could you take me home first?" The woman's voice was soft and melodic, interspersed with hesitation, revealing the remnants of her sobriety as she resisted the man. A tense silence followed, before the man's voice softened. Sure, sure. Weren't you just about to go to the restroom? Let me help you take off your pants. Just go first, and I'll take you home afterward. No, I don't need to go anymore. Let us just leave now. The woman's voice weakened, growing increasingly frail. I'm your boyfriend. What is there to be shy about? Come on. Moments later, the sounds of weak resistance and the rustling of clothing echoed through the wall. Please, don't do this. I really don't want with a tearing sound. Fabric was ripped apart, followed by the man's increasingly frantic breaths. Sure, sure. I can't hold back any longer. I want you. Xiao Chongbin, you beast. I misjudged you. Get away from me. The woman's voice grew frantic, punctuated by rapid breaths that soon faded into weakness. It's either drugging or getting her high, Tang Lily remarked calmly, as if such occurrences were commonplace. With a sigh, she continued, I was once in a similar position. It's not easy for girls. Brother Nan, please help her. Chun Nan was somewhat taken aback by Tang Lily's kindness. He gently patted her shoulder to reassure her, then kicked the door of the restroom, which was made of wooden panels, shattering it effortlessly. He stepped inside and opened the door of the restroom. Who the hell are you? The man inside was startled by the sudden appearance of another man and immediately began to curse. He had been in high spirits, on the verge of achieving his goal, only to have it thwarted, which naturally incited his anger. This young man was tall and handsome, dressed in designer clothes, with his pants half down, having just been kicked against the wall by Chun Nan, glaring at him with fury. The girl who had been bullied was previously forced onto the toilet, facing away from the door. It was evident that the young man had intended to assault her from behind when Chun Nan intervened. Her dress was torn, and her bra lay discarded nearby. As she turned around, she quickly sat on the toilet, desperately covering herself, tears of humiliation glistening on her delicate face. Yet her body swayed, her beautiful eyes half closed, and her mind seemed hazy, as she had been fighting back with the remnants of her rationality against the young man's advances. Xiao Chongbin, a robust figure standing at nearly 2 meters tall, even taller than Chun Nan, looked down on him with disdain upon recognizing him. He hastily pulled up his pants and swung a fist at Chun Nan's face. Chun Nan raised his hand and delivered a slap, sending the young man flying before he could even land a blow. Get lost, you bastard. Do you know what you're doing? None of your business. I'm her boyfriend. The man, getting back on his feet while clutching his jaw, shouted defiantly. She, not the girl on the toilet, struggled to voice her protest, but faltered, tears streaming down her cheeks as she swayed unsteadily. Tang Lily hurried over to support her. Seeing the girl in such a humiliating state ignited Chun Nan's fury. He stepped forward, grabbing the young man's hair and delivering 2 punches that left him foaming at the mouth before tossing him aside. If you don't leave, I swear I'll ruin you. Coughing, Xiao Xiao spat out bile, still refusing to back down. Do you know who I am? My father is Triple X. Do you know that you just cursed at the guy next door? Chun Nan slapped him again, smashing him against the wall, a tooth flying out as his face contorted in pain. He struggled to rise, too frightened to linger, leaving his shirt behind as he scrambled out of the restroom. Tang Lily was dumbfounded by Chun Nan's ferocity, unaware that he had actually shown restraint. Otherwise, a single slap would have crushed Xiao Xiao's skull. Chun Nan turned to the girl and said, Tang Lily, help her up. Nan go, isn't this a bit inappropriate? She is still a virgin. Tang Lily viplit sopti. Damn it. Chun Nan was speechless, wondering who had taught her to think like that. No wonder she could conjure such exquisite phrases. I'm just helping her sober up. Help her stand. Oh, Tang Lily replied, feeling a bit embarrassed for her thoughts. After she helped Xiao Shir up, Chun Nan produced a wooden needle from his clothing, opened a toilet lid, and, resisting the alluring temptation, aimed for a spot about 3 inches below the girl's abdomen. Startled, Tang Lily quickly turned away, unable to watch. The needle paused momentarily before Chun Nan deftly twisted it, causing Xiao Shir to tremble and gag, but she couldn't expel anything as she wasn't dressed. With her movements, her long, lustrous hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her delicate neck became visible, enhancing her ethereal beauty. It was undeniable that the girl had a captivating figure, curvaceous yet compact and refined. Even with tears on her face, her stunning allure was hard to conceal. Chun Nan swallowed hard, his throat tightening at her breathtaking beauty. Tang Lily, observing this, felt a twinge of unwillingness, thinking that her own figure was just as good, if not better, due to her maturity. Yet he seemed indifferent to her, even resorting to violence, while showing interest in a naive girl. Was this the difference between being a virgin and not? If Chun Nan had known her thoughts, he would have told her, "You're not even in the same league." That's an entirely different matter. As the girl began to gag again, Chun Nan withdrew another wooden needle and gently turned her to insert it just above her waist. Timing it perfectly, she finally expelled the contents into the toilet. Once the medicine was out, Chun Nan sighed in relief, removing the 2 needles. Tang Lily, perceptive, used a piece of her torn dress to wipe the girl's mouth. Chun Nan glanced at Tang Lily, recognizing her as a thoughtful and caring individual. If she weren't so reserved, she would undoubtedly make a wonderful partner in the future. After Xiao Shishir finished, Chun Nan swiftly inserted a wooden needle into the Shinmen acupoint on her wrist. Though it was merely a wooden needle, its sharpness surpassed that of a typical steel needle. According to Hong Yu's records, this was the heart of a Jianmu tree, crafted through special techniques, far superior to ordinary materials. The Shinmen acupoint helps maintain clarity, and as Chun Nan twisted the needle a few times, the girl's eyes gradually regained their brightness. Yet her tears of humiliation only increased. Seeing her regain her senses, Chun Nan withdrew the needle and said, "You're fine now. Get dressed." "Thank you," the girl replied softly, starting to put on her clothes as Chun Nan closed the door and turned to leave the restroom. Xiao Shishir quickly grabbed her bra from the floor, putting it on with remarkable speed, then hoisted up her dress. However, her clothing had been torn, exposing several patches of her fair skin. Though Tang Lily wished to assist her, her own outfit was quite revealing, consisting of only a single dress, leaving her feeling somewhat powerless. With her head lowered, Xiao Shishir exited the restroom, hugging her shoulders. Standing at the door, Chun Nan noticed the girl's disheveled appearance and took off his jacket to drape it over her shoulders. "Tang Lily, please escort her home. Don't return to the private room." "All right," Tang Lily responded cheerfully. She drove a son, belonging to the affluent class among white-collar workers, so it was no surprise she had such means. "Thank you," Xiao Shishir muttered, still embarrassed by what had transpired, her delicate face still stained with tears. As Chun Nan took a few steps, he suddenly paused, slightly turning to say, "Lily, if you ever need help, feel free to reach out." "Sure, Ninga," Tang Lily replied with delight. She had witnessed Chun Nan easily drive off Xiaoxiao and had hoped to stay in touch with him, fearing he might look down on her, which had kept her from speaking up. Now that he had changed how he addressed her and offered to stand up for her, she felt naturally pleased. Meanwhile, Xiao Shishir, having kept her head down, suddenly realized she had not dared to look at the man who had saved her. She quickly lifted her gaze, only to find he had already left, leaving behind a sharp profile and a somewhat rebellious silhouette, an image that would forever be etched in her memory. Upon returning to the private room, the melodious voices of the OLs still lingered in the air. Noticing Chun Nan's entrance, the usually quiet Jin Xiangyu spoke up. "Chun Nan, everyone has sung except for you. We're welcoming you today. You must sing." At her urging, the others quickly caught on and passed the microphone to Chun Nan, insisting he perform. Chun Nan smiled wryly. "I'm an old man. I don't have your modern flair. I only know old songs. Oh, and by the way, Tang Lily has left for an urgent matter." "As if you're that old. Old songs are fine. You have to sing." The OLs persisted, eager to accommodate the rare occasion of a decent-looking guest from the PR department. They had no intention of disregarding Tang Lily's early departure. "Well, since everyone is unafraid of the ear pollution, I shall serenade a tune, The Fragrance of August Osmanthus." Chun Nan picked up the microphone, prompting Guan to select a song. "TCH, that song is far too antiquated. None of us have even heard of it," the office ladies murmured in chorus. Chun Nan chuckled. "I told you I was an old man, yet you didn't believe me. Now, you must see the truth. I am indeed a generation older than you all. How could the songs I sing not be old? You rascal, taking advantage of others." The ladies playfully scolded him. As the music began to play, Chun Nan's slightly hoarse and melancholic voice followed suit. "On this long and winding road, the undulations are beyond my control, adrift in the sea of humanity. Tasting the blandness of human sentiment, passion and warmth exchange for indifference and coldness. No matter how profound the affection, it ultimately leads to solitude. As people drift by like the wind, flowers bloom and wither freely, regardless of the vicissitudes of this world, in a city filled with swirling wind and dust. All my longing remains unvoiced. Only the fragrance of osmanthus wafts softly by. The ties of fate are but a dream, with countless ups and downs that never find peace. To this day, they have turned to smoke and cloud. Feelings fade into emptiness. Akin to waving goodbye to the winds beneath my sleeves, a faint scent lingers, drifting within the depths of old dreams. As blossoms fall away, I am left frail amidst the breeze. Turning back, I find neither compassion nor words. In the small tower under the bright moon, solitude reigns with no one to share my heart's yearnings. In this world, I remain a remnant dream yet to awaken. Upon returning to the villa, Chun Nan was relieved to find his sister-in-law absent. Without her presence, he need not pretend to be Yang Yiwei any longer. Wife! Upon seeing his wife engrossed in her book while sipping coffee, Chun Nan sat down to grab a cup. This time, Nalin Shiyu preemptively seized the cup. Taking a gentle sip, observing his wife's foresight, Chun Nan had no choice but to pour himself a cup, chuckling. So, did my sister-in-law leave? This girl is unpredictable. She could return at any moment. Nalin Shiyu then recounted some tales about her twin sister. Due to certain circumstances, her sister Nalin Ruofei had vanished unexpectedly at the tender age of 5, only to be found again at 15. Consequently, Nalin Ruofei had often mingled with street ruffians, developing a rebellious demeanor, unlike Nalin Shiyu, who had received a proper education from an early age. Thus, Nalin Ruofei's character was eccentric and sly, a stark contrast to her elder sister's poised and serene nature. The family, feeling a sense of indebtedness towards Nalin Ruofei, doted on her excessively, which further exacerbated her capriciousness, rendering her unruly and far from the composed demeanor of her sister. Nalin Shiyu's intention in sharing these details was to urge Chun Nan to indulge her sister, as she harbored concerns about potential conflicts arising from Nalin Ruofei's whims. Nonetheless, even without her prompting, Chun Nan would naturally acquiesce to his sister-in-law, readily agreeing. Once the matter was settled, Nalin Shiyu promptly ascended the stairs, leaving Chun Nan to rest. Initially believing his sister-in-law would not return for some time, Chun Nan was met with her presence once more the following evening as he concluded his work. Upon seeing her, he hastily retreated upstairs, only to be obstructed midway by Nalin Ruofei, who playfully declared, "Brother-in-law, I have the first class tomorrow. You must escort me to school." Chun Nan was at a loss for words. A stunning beauty who discussed endurance with men was, in fact, a teacher. Wasn't that misleading? "Where do you teach?" Chun Nan could not help but inquire. Leaning in closer, Nalin Ruofei replied, "At Huhai University, why?" "Oh, nothing much, just curious." Chun Nan scratched his nose. "Are you teaching health education? Where would a university have health education courses?" "We teach English." Nalin Ruofei shot him a playful glare, then huffed, "Oh, brother-in-law, how dare you mock me? Do you want me to tell sister? You want to escape unscathed?" Chun Nan raised both hands in surrender. All right, I concede, dear lady. I have enough humiliation before my wife. Please do not add fuel to the fire." Nalin Ruofei giggled, suddenly placing her hands on her hips. "You may maintain your dignity, but you still have to take me to school tomorrow." "Absolutely not," Chun Nan replied firmly. "What if I tell sister?" "Go ahead, I still won't go." His resolve remained unshakable. "Why not? Little ancestor, I still have work tomorrow. Not everyone has the luxury of, well, you do work too, but we're in different establishments. To put it in trendy terms, we belong to two distinct systems." "What two systems?" "The company is run by my family. I hereby command you to take the day off tomorrow and escort me." Chun Nan thought to himself that she was indeed asserting her authority as a board member. However, he still shook his head. "No, I work for your sister, not for you." Nalin Ruofei scrunched her nose. "I am also a board member. My words carry weight. Tomorrow morning, consider yourself on leave. That should suffice." "No, though you may be a board member, you're not the president. I only heed the president's commands." Nalin Ruofei narrowed her brows, glaring fiercely at her brother-in-law. "Do you dare to bite me? Are you a dog? Always threatening to bite." Nalin Ruofei genuinely seemed ready to pounce, but just then, Nalin Shiyu's voice resonated from the stairs. "You should take Ruofei tomorrow, if you're late for work. It won't be your fault. After all, you just laze about pretending to be a good citizen." Chun Nan nearly smacked his head against the wall. His wife, though appearing dignified and graceful, had quite a tongue on her. Her words left him speechless. Witnessing his predicament, Nalin Ruofei erupted in laughter, clutching her stomach. "Brother-in-law, you must take me now. Sister has spoken." "Absolutely not." "Why not? Don't you have a car?" "A Ferrari, no less." "Why suffer in my old Peugeot? That old car may look flashy, but it's unreliable. And besides, who said I would ride in your Peugeot? I want to drive sister's Hennessy." "Nalin Shiyu, ever indulgent towards her sister, immediately tossed her car keys. You may take my car to drop Ruafe off tomorrow, then just park it in the company garage. I'll retrieve it after work. Fine. I suppose I can reluctantly take this little sister-in-law of mine. Outnumbered by the two sisters, Chun Nan had no choice but to concede. Hooray! Nalan Ruafe raised her hands in triumph, her mischievous spirit making her seem more like a middle schooler than a teacher. The next day, as Chun Nan was finishing breakfast, Nalan Ruafe emerged from her room, yawning lazily. After freshening up and applying makeup, she casually took a seat at the dining table. Leaving Chun Nan puzzled about when her class began. She seemed unhurried, and he felt no need to rush either, so he picked up the evening newspaper from yesterday. Miss, there's only 10 minutes until 8. Don't you have class today? Gina, well aware of the second daughter's tendency to lose track of time, gently reminded her, fearing she might forget. Oh no, my first class is mine, Nalan Ruafe exclaimed, springing up. Quick, brother-in-law, we must go, or we'll be late. Chun Nan was utterly exasperated. This sister-in-law was indeed something else. After claiming she had a class, she had forgotten it after a nap. With no choice, he headed outside to start the Hennessy and rush her towards Huai University. Huai University, a prestigious institution of higher learning, not only stood at the forefront of Huai, but also ranked among the best in the nation. Its antiquated yet spacious façade, adorned with opulent marble squares and towering arches, exuded an air of grandeur and heritage. Upon their arrival, the security guard at the entrance was left awestruck by the sight of the Hennessy, rumored to be one of the rarest cars in all of Huaxia. Seeing the beautiful teacher Nalan Ruafe seated inside, he wasted no time in activating the electronic gate, allowing the Hennessy to glide effortlessly into the parking lot. Raising her hand to check the time, she realized there were only 2 minutes left before class began. Nalan Ruafe, who had been quite composed at home, felt a surge of urgency and promptly exited the vehicle, striding elegantly and briskly towards the teaching building. Upon spotting the stunning teacher's arrival, the students instinctively offered her their attention, captivated by her breathtaking beauty and cunning intellect, combined with a hint of cleverness. Nalan Ruafe was undoubtedly the most charming instructor at Huai University without rival. Observing the time, slipping away while maintaining her graceful demeanor, Nalan Ruafe caused Chun Nan to feel a mix of amusement and frustration, wondering why she couldn't simply run a few steps. Now she was concerned about maintaining a teacher's poise, whereas at home, she seemed indifferent to her appearance. Since he was not in a rush to get to work, Chun Nan rolled down the car window, lit a cigarette, and watched as Nalan Ruafe entered the teaching building. Just as he finished his cigarette, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was Nalan Ruafe calling. Confused, he pondered why she would call him when she was in such a hurry for class. Once the call connected, her urgent voice came through. Brother-in-law, I've left my lesson plan in the car. Could you bring it to me? I can't teach without it. It's very important. Hurry. With a click, the call ended, leaving Chun Nan feeling vexed. You want me to deliver the lesson plan? But you didn't even tell me which classroom to go to. This building is enormous, with so many classrooms. Where am I supposed to find you? Reluctantly, knowing his sister-in-law needed to teach, he rummaged through the car, only to discover that a single page of the lesson plan was lying on the back seat. Sighing, he thought, you can forget such a trivial piece of paper? This is beyond absurd. Grasping the sheet in his hand, he closed the car door and walked towards the teaching building. Faced with row upon row of classrooms, he felt dizzy, pondering where to start searching. Just then, his phone rang again. He hurriedly answered, and indeed, it was his sister-in-law's voice. Brother-in-law, hurry up. The students have arrived. Why are you still not here? Frustrated, Chun Nan thought, Ruafe, you didn't even tell me the classroom number. How am I supposed to find you? Oh, I'm so sorry, brother-in-law. I forgot to mention the room number. It's on the 3rd floor, room 0. Please come quickly. After hanging up, Chun Nan rushed up to the 3rd floor, turned 2 corners, and finally spotted room 0. Considering Nalan Ruafe's urgency and her status as a teacher, he did not knock, but pushed the door open directly. However, upon entering, he was taken aback. It was a lecture hall filled to the brim with heads, a vivid array of colors adorning the male and female students who all turned to offer him their attention. Their expressions gleeful as they registered his tardiness. Embarrassed, Chun Nan forced a smile and turned to see Nalan Ruafe standing at the podium, graceful and radiant, exuding elegance and poise, her face embodying the authority of a teacher. Compared to the spoiled younger sister he was familiar with, she appeared to be an entirely different person. Just as Chun Nan intended to say, Ruafe, here's your lesson plan, and handed it to her before exiting. He was met with her frosty demeanor. "You there? How is it that you are late again? Do you even see what time it is? You are a full 10 minutes late. Utterly disorganized and undisciplined. Do you have any respect for me as your teacher? Have you even considered your degree? Do you think your parents worked hard for you to squander your education? They raised you with so much effort. How could you be late? Stand up straight." Chapter 078. I'm a painter. Nalan Rofei's words flowed like bullets from a gun, silencing Chun Nan before he could utter a single word. He felt utterly helpless, realizing that while she had asked for the lesson plan, she was now reprimanding him like a student. What kind of game was this? The students below stifled their laughter, some doubled over with amusement, aware of Nalan's notorious reputation for teasing students, though this was an entirely different level. Among the laughter, however, two girls in the third row sat closely together, both strikingly beautiful, one of whom was a campus belle. One glared at Chun Nan, while the other's eyes sparkled with shock and delight. Had he been more observant, Chun Nan would have recognized the campus belle as Xiao Shishir, the girl he had saved at the KTV, and the other girl as the bar girl he encountered the night he met Nalan Shiyu. Just as Chun Nan attempted to retort, Nalan Ruofei cut him off, raising her hand. "Don't say anything. You were still late, and you know the rules." The students chimed in unison. "Sing first, then dance." Damn, Chun Nan thought, feeling as though he'd hit a wall. He realized that Nalan Ruofei had deliberately left the lesson plan in the car, ensnaring him in her scheme. In front of all these students, there was no going back. How could he explain himself? Sing first, then dance? He rubbed his nose, contemplating the absurdity of this tradition, which seemed specifically designed to target him. Faced with the eager eyes of his peers, who looked at him as if he were a spectacle, he knew there was no escape. After racking his brain, he looked at Nalan Ruofei and said, "Teacher, I'll sing I Am a Painter, as I don't know any other songs." A painter? The students erupted into laughter, finding it ridiculous for an adult to sing a children's song. Nalan Ruofei, relishing his predicament, felt a wave of satisfaction, thinking, "You thought you could sneak a peek while I was bathing and get away with it? I remember everything." Though her heart soared with delight, she maintained a stern facade, adopting an icy demeanor and declaring, "According to the rules, this is an English class, so you must sing an English song. Now begin, let us not waste everyone's time." Damn, Chun Nan thought, realizing that Nalan Ruofei was indeed a master of theatrics, adept at maintaining her composure. What song could he possibly sing? Rubbing his head, he suddenly had an idea and stood tall, mimicking the posture of a university student. "Teacher, fellow classmates, I will perform IU because that is the only one I know." The room fell silent, and Nalan Ruofei looked at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes, feeling increasingly pleased with her little scheme, thinking, "You a mere car washer. Singing an English song? Just wait for the embarrassment." As Chun Nan prepared to sing, Xiao Shishir's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She remembered his unique face from that night at KTV, and now, with him performing before her, her heart raced with excitement. Meanwhile, the bar girl shot him a furious glare, still irate over her encounter with him that night. "Hey, can I borrow that guitar?" Chun Nan noticed a student behind him with a guitar and promptly asked. The boy, courteous, stood up and handed it over. Chun Nan adjusted the tuning, and soon a hauntingly beautiful melody filled the air, accompanied by a slightly raspy yet magnetic voice. The song echoed through the classroom, resonating with a blend of loneliness, aloofness, and a touch of melancholy. The students quickly quieted. Even Nalan Ruofei crossed her arms, captivated by Chun Nan's striking features, her gaze filled with a hint of something unusual. As the melody swelled, it seized the hearts of everyone present, tightening their emotions until, at the peak of the song, everything abruptly fell silent. The sudden stillness left Nalan Ruofei's heart racing. She found herself wanting to hear more, pondering whether he truly was her brother-in-law, the one who washed cars. How could a mere car washer evoke such a captivating melody? How could he sing such a bold yet melancholic song? It seems scarcely plausible. Since Chun Nan joined the mercenary group and underwent assassin training at the base, mastering songs has been an essential skill, and the guitar, as a popular instrument, serves merely as a means to pass the time during leisure. If one cannot sing and play the guitar, what claim can they have to be a modern assassin? Much like enterprises, modern assassins also engage in diverse pursuits. As Xiao Shishir rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the man's resolute figure and chiseled features, she found herself entranced. The song concluded, and the classroom erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Yet she remained fixated on Chun Nan, lost in admiration. A subtle smile graced her lips, and a hint of youthful infatuation flickered in her eyes. Sure, sure. What are you doing? Daydreaming? Prodded the girl next to her, jabbing her sharply, snapping Xiao Shirshir back to reality, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Is this guy even a student? I've never seen him before. Could he be a professional singer? The boys murmured in hushed tones, while the girls exchanged glances filled with admiration, their smiles never leaving Chun Nan's face. You've passed the first test. It's time to dance. Nalan Ruafei declared gracefully from the podium, her arms crossed. Beautiful teacher, I can dance, but I need a partner, and music as well. Chun Nan replied with a smile, turning his gaze to Nalan Ruafei. I shall provide the accompaniment. A male student who had previously borrowed Chun Nan's guitar stood up, raising his hand to signal the teacher. Nalan Ruafei nodded, observing as the boy received the guitar, and then turned her sharp gaze to Chun Nan. Although you require a partner, it seems none of our female students are willing to dance with you. I believe you might need to perform a solo. With a glint of mischief and satisfaction in her eyes, Nalan Ruafei relished Chun Nan's discomfort, seeing it as an opportunity to tease her brother-in-law. The girls exchanged glances, hesitant to rise, as none of them knew Chun Nan, and dancing in front of the entire class was a daunting prospect. Hey man, I'll dance with you. Me too. Count me in. Several tall boys volunteered, their laughter filling the air. Chun Nan thought to himself that if no girl accompanied him, he would lose face immensely. Glancing back at Nalan Ruafei, he noticed her expression of schadenfreude, intensifying his discomfort. Having weathered many storms, he certainly didn't wish to embarrass himself before this girl. I'll be your dance partner. At that moment, a beautiful girl in a sundress with flowing hair stood up from her seat, a light blush adorning her cheeks. Is that really the campus belle? Xiao Shirshir, who traditionally held herself aloof and seldom attended dances, was astonished at the prospect of accompanying this newcomer. It seemed rather uncanny. The students buzzed with speculation. The boys wore expressions of indignation, while the girls looked on in surprise. They were well aware of the campus belle's haughtiness, as suitors typically consisted of wealthy, entitled young men, all of whom she had dismissed. Why would she agree to dance with someone new? Sure. Why are you dancing with this scoundrel? Have you lost your senses? The girl beside her tugged at Xiao Shirshir's arm, urging her to sit down, unwilling to let her best friend, the campus belle, dance with someone who had taken advantage of her without purchasing any drinks. How do you know he's a scoundrel? I know my limits, Xiao Shirshir retorted defiantly, pushing her friend's hand away. If the campus belle isn't shy, why should we be? At that, several girls who had been captivated by Chun Nan's singing immediately rallied, rising simultaneously. Most of them were tall and graceful, their beauty undeniable. Those lacking confidence in their appearance would likely shy away from dancing in front of so many classmates. I'll be his partner. Me. Oh. And me too, please pick me. As the previously reserved girls stood up to offer their partnership, the group of wealthy young men were infuriated, wishing to lash out at them for their apparent willingness to dance with someone they deemed unworthy. The campus belle, who had consistently ignored their advances, now seemed to choose a newcomer as her partner. Nalan Ruafei, taken aback by the number of girls rising, realized that this car washer possessed a certain charm. Glancing at Chun Nan, she smiled and said, since there are girls eager to be your partner, you should select one. Teacher, we can't spare class time for a dance, protested several wealthy young men, furious at the sight of their classmates standing up. Sit down, all of you. Who is the teacher here, you or me? Nalan Ruafei's authoritative gaze silenced the ruckus, her presence commanding respect reminiscent of her sister, Nalan Shiyu. If she hadn't just played a trick on Chun Nan, he might have thought his icy wife had taken on the role of teacher. The allure of the beautiful teacher combined with her authoritative demeanor quickly subdued the wealthy young men, many of whom had their own designs on her. Chun Nan, choose your partner. Let us see who dares to disrupt this. Nalan Ruafei glared at the wealthy young men, her eyes alight with warning and determination. So, this is Chun Nan, Xiao Shirshir silently mused. As Chun Nan scanned the array of girls, he noted that the earlier bravado had waned. Each girl, now under the gaze of the campus belle, appeared somewhat uncertain and averted their eyes. Only Xiao Shirshir held her gaze steady, confident that he would choose her. When Chun Nan's eyes fell upon Xiao Shirshir, he was momentarily startled. What a surprising coincidence that the girl he had inadvertently saved was indeed his sister-in-law's student. Suddenly, he felt a cold, hostile glare emanating from beside Xiao Shirshir. A slight shift of his gaze revealed the girl who had been so brazenly pulling at Xiao Shirshir's arm, glaring at him with palpable disdain. Amused, he realized that this bold and exposed girl was, in fact, a student, evidently harboring resentment towards him. However, her ample attributes were hard to ignore. He then caught sight of the girl, subtly urging Xiao Shishir to sit down. Chunnan couldn't help but smile, redirecting his attention back to Xiao Shishir. As she looked at him, memories of their awkward encounter in the restroom flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson, her heart racing. Yet, she maintained a defiant gaze, unwavering in her belief that he would choose her. That solitary, resolute figure had etched itself into her memory, now merging with the man on stage, evoking a surreal sensation that perhaps fate had played a hand in their meeting. For beautiful women, serendipitous encounters often hold greater allure than deliberate romantic gestures. The more exquisite the maiden, the stronger her faith in destiny's hand. As Chun Nan observed the persistent tugging at Xiao Shishir's sleeve, he resolved that the more she resisted, the more determined he would be to choose her, relishing the thought of vexing her. All right, I choose this classmate. I believe her height and poise complement mine splendidly, Chun Nan declared, pointing at Xiao Shishir. Indeed, the girl was tall and graceful, standing at nearly 1.70 meters, resembling a delicate lily in bloom. Xiao Shishir breathed a sigh of relief, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Without waiting for Nayland Ruofei to respond, she moved to clear a path through the seated students, gracefully approaching Chun Nan, their arms linking as he gently encircled her slender waist. My name is Xiao Shishir, she said softly, a rosy hue painting her cheeks, tinged with shyness. Witnessing this interaction, Nayland Ruofei frowned, a sudden pang of jealousy washing over her, the nature of which she could not quite articulate, whether it was for her sister or herself. How about a standard dance? Chun Nan inquired playfully, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Absolutely, Xiao Shishir replied, her spirit buoyed. Xiao Shishir swiftly regained the calm demeanor of a campus belle, adjusting herself to her optimal state. However, at that very moment, a predicament arose. The student strumming the guitar, under the duress of the wealthy science, hesitated to continue. A group of affluent youths looked on with glee at Chun Nan, positioning the two on display. Not only were they reveling in misfortune, but even Nayland Ruofei couldn't help but take delight, pondering how Chun Nan would navigate this dilemma. The mere thought of Chun Nan's embarrassment elicited an unbidden smile from Nayland Ruofei, as her focus remained fixated on him. A throng of boys gazed at the teacher with rapt attention, exclaiming in delight, Nayland Laoshir's smile is so beautiful and enchanting. The students couldn't help but express their admiration, albeit with a hint of shame. As the male student refused to play the guitar, Xiao Shishir contemplated confronting him. But Chun Nan merely smiled calmly. No worries, we have our own music. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Chun Nan retrieved his phone, placed it on the desk, and pressed play. A melodious tune filled the air, and as he extended his hand, Xiao Shishir reached out in return, and together they danced gracefully to the enchanting melody. Xiao Shishir was already a skilled dancer, but she was astonished by Chun Nan's masterful sense of rhythm. Movements she had never imagined were now effortlessly executed under his guidance, akin to a butterfly performing intricate maneuvers around him, her dance growing increasingly fluid and bold. As they reached a spectacular climax, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, celebrating Xiao Shishir's exquisite grace and form, as well as Chun Nan's remarkable skill. Even those wealthy youths who harbored resentment towards Chun Nan found themselves applauding at the impressive display. Nayland Ruofei, known for her playful nature, felt a stirring jealousy at the sight of their harmonious collaboration, momentarily wishing to take her student's place and share in the splendid performance. When the dance concluded, the applause was overwhelming, echoing long after. Students gathered outside the classroom, unaware that it felt like a concert was unfolding within. Gasping for breath, Xiao Shishir flashed a smile at Chun Nan, her slender waist swaying as she gracefully returned to her seat. Shishir, you're not crushing on that guy, are you? The girl known as Jiu Tua asked, her face contorted with indignation. The thought of that scoundrel having once touched her made her feel as though she had swallowed a fly if her best friend were to throw herself at him. Don't be absurd. It was just a dance. Xiao Shishir reproached her friend, yet her cheeks burned with embarrassment, betraying her flustered state. Jiu Tua pouted. Just a dance? I see you're all aflutter. Teacher, once my performance is over, can I before Chun Nan could finish, Nayland Ruofei's expression turned icy. This student, you arrived late without reason. Do you think you're honoring your parents' hard-earned money? Do you intend to forfeit your position? After class, come to my office. All right, you may return to your studies for now. Chun Nan was left speechless. This girl truly treated him as her student. He glanced at the crowded room. Realizing there was no available seat, it was packed to the brim. Nayland Ruofei observed her brother-in-law's awkwardness. Her face cold but her heart delighting in the mischief of the day. Chun Nan's discomfort was more satisfying than enjoying ice cream on a sweltering summer day. The students, too, recognized the teacher's displeasure towards Chun Nan and couldn't help but revel in his plight. Chun Nan, I have a spot here. Come sit with me. Just as Chun Nan found himself at a loss, Xiao Shishir waved him over to join her. Upon surveying the seating arrangement, he noticed a space between Jiu Tuo and Xiao Shishir, albeit cluttered with bags and books. Given the close seating, it wasn't immediately apparent. Consequently, Chun Nan approached Xiao Shishir's side. Xiangshan, tidy up your things. Xiao Shishir gestured for her friend to clear her desk. With Chun Nan already present, Jiu Tuo begrudgingly stuffed her belongings into her desk. Xiao Shishir stood to create space, allowing Chun Nan to squeeze in between them. Xiangshan, a striking beauty, was the center of attention both at the bar and in school. Observing a newcomer nestled between two stunning girls left the wealthy youth seething, plotting to make Chun Nan's life difficult after class. Nayland Ruofei frowned. Her initial intention to tease her brother-in-law had backfired. How had he ended up in such close proximity to the campus belle? And it appeared she had a keen interest in him. This could lead to an unintentional blunder on her part. After class, she resolved to issue him a warning. As the lesson commenced, Giotto's memory of Chun Nan's previous indiscretion at the bar fueled her anger, and she shot him glances filled with disdain. Though slender, her figure was undeniably alluring. Frustrated, she glared at Chun Nan, her body swaying slightly, causing her ample bosom to draw attention even from his side view. Chun Nan turned to Xiangshan, stifling a chuckle. Stop swaying. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Yu Xiangshan was fuming, but restrained herself, knowing the teacher was right in front. Yet, as a beautiful woman, being looked down upon by a man irked her, prompting her to unconsciously emphasize her assets further. Xiao Shishir observed the scene, biting her lip in response, and instinctively puffed her chest out. Consequently, both beauties beside Chun Nan showcased their figures, swaying alluringly before him. Chun Nan couldn't help but glance at Xiao Shishir's chest. Although not as ample as Jute's, it harmonized beautifully with her figure, creating an enticing silhouette. In contrast, Jiu Tuo's curves were more pronounced, adding an extra layer of allure. Having successfully captured Chun Nan's attention, Xiao Shishir felt her cheeks flush. Her eyes remained fixed on the blackboard, feigning focus while subtly enhancing her posture. Nayland Ruofei, possessing excellent spoken skills and teaching prowess, commanded attention in her class, attracting not only her own students but admirers from other departments, resulting in a packed lecture hall. However, Chun Nan's performance had consumed a significant portion of the class time. Nayland Ruofei concluded the lesson without unnecessary delay, casting a final glance at Chun Nan as she gracefully exited the classroom. Chun Nan, you're a transfer student, right? Xiao Shishir inquired. Chun Nan felt a pang of irritation. How could he explain that their teacher was his sister-in-law and was playfully tormenting him, given he had already performed? He couldn't undermine her authority, so he maintained a serene demeanor, replying, Yes, I'm a transfer student, newly arrived. Yet, he hadn't anticipated Xiao Shishir's probing further. Which school did you transfer from? Which school? Chun Nan pondered, chuckling sheepishly while scratching his head. I forgot. A few nearby girls erupted in laughter, thinking, this transfer student is truly extraordinary. He can't even remember his own alma mater. As Chun Nan found himself caught in an awkward situation, intending to escape the drama, Xiao Shishir chimed in. The English teacher wants you to visit her office after class. You're new here. You probably don't know where it is, right? I'll take you there. With that, Xiao Shishir stood up, ready to lead Chun Nan, while Xiangshan, concerned for her friend, followed closely. Chun Nan, eager to confront Nayland Ruofei and relieved to finally know where her office was, decided to play along. Accompanied by the two beauties as they exited the classroom, a group of unruly young men had initially conspired to teach Chun Nan a lesson. However, upon witnessing the school belle in his company, they could not bear the thought of losing her respect and thus chose to abandon their plans for the time being. In their eyes, Chun Nan was merely a transfer student, destined to be expelled sooner or later. They vented their frustrations in the classroom, cursing and grumbling. Outside, Xiangshan suddenly quickened her pace to catch up with Chun Nan, whispering, You mustn't speak of what happened at the bar, or I will haunt you even in death. I had forgotten until you mentioned it, that red bean. While the texture was quite mediocre, you, Xiang Shan, infuriated, flicked her arm but dared not provoke him further, fearing that he might reveal more than she wished, especially since he had touched various parts of her that day. Chen Nan, since you're new here, you must have missed quite a bit of class. If you need any tutoring or assistance, I would be happy to help. Throughout their journey, Qiao Shishir continuously offered to aid Chen Nan with his studies and spoke of the school's cultural environment, genuinely considering him a transfer student. To this, Chen Nan could only respond vaguely. As they approached the door of Naylan Ruofei's office, Xiang Shan lagged behind. Suddenly, Qiao Shishir hurried to catch up with Chen Nan. Blushing as she said, Chen Nan, could you share your phone number with me? I appreciate what you did the other day. I'd like to treat you to a meal sometime. As the school bell, it was typically the boys who pursued her for their phone numbers or meals. So for Qiao Shishir to ask a boy for his number was a novel experience. With her head lowered and her face burning with embarrassment, she felt anxious. How mortifying it would be to be rejected. However, her fears materialized when Chen Nan promptly replied, "Sorry, I don't have a phone." You. Being rejected on her first attempt to ask for a boy's number left Xiao Shishir flustered, and she shot him an annoyed glance, saying, "Why are you lying? Just a moment ago in class, you took out your phone to play music. How can you say you don't have one now?" Chen Nan scratched his head awkwardly. "I apologize, beautiful. My memory isn't great. I forgot I actually have a phone." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and asked, "What is your number? I'll call you." Qiao Shishir pouted in annoyance, thinking to herself that he was rather forgetful. Forgetting his phone at school was one thing, but to forget he even had one was quite absurd. Nevertheless, she found herself intrigued by this peculiar character and reluctantly shared her almost never-disclosed number with him. As Chen Nan dialed her number, Qiao Shishir joyfully noted it down and turned to leave, feeling satisfied. Thinking of how Naylan Ruofei had teased him that morning made Chen Nan seethe with anger. He arrived at her office door, not bothering to knock, and simply twisted the handle, pushing the door open. "Ah!" A startled exclamation escaped Naylan Ruofei, catching Chen Nan off guard. To his astonishment, she was changing clothes, clad only in a scanty bikini, her flawless skin on full display as she bent over to pull a short skirt over her form, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Upon seeing Chen Nan enter, Naylan Ruofei hastily covered herself with the skirt, but her delicate silk underwear was sheer and barely concealed her figure. Realizing this, she flailed the skirt downwards only to reveal more above, then attempted to cover the top, creating a comical dance of modesty that left her both flustered and furious as she cast glances of embarrassment and indignation at Chen Nan. Chen Nan, feeling vexed, mused to himself about whether beautiful women were all brainless. Could she not simply turn away instead of parading her indecision before him? He could not deny that Naylan Ruofei possessed a stunning figure. Tall, graceful, and exquisitely shaped, she exuded an ethereal charm. Even though she was attractive, she was still his sister-in-law, and he thought if she wouldn't turn, he would have to. With a grim expression, Chen Nan sat on the sofa, granting Naylan Ruofei ample time to change. In truth, her outfit was easy to put on. Wearing a bikini, she could simply slip on the skirt and a tank top. It was precisely because it was so simple that she had left the door unlocked. Yet fate had it that Chen Nan walked in at that moment. Noticing he wasn't looking at her, Naylan Ruofei swiftly donned the short skirt and threw on a white tank top, letting out a sigh of relief. Unlike her cousin Naylan Shiyu, Naylan Ruofei had a more rebellious disposition. For her, being seen in a bikini was not a source of embarrassment. It was merely the suddenness of the situation that startled her. Now dressed, she regained her composure, elegantly tossing her hair, instantly resurrecting her confidence and pride. "Brother-in-law, are you angry?" Naylan Ruofei sauntered over, standing before Chen Nan with a statuesque grace. Wearing a black short skirt, even with Chen Nan's head down, he could see her long, slender legs, glistening like jade, a sight to behold. A waft of youthful fragrance enveloped him. Chen Nan couldn't help but look up. Naylan Ruofei wore no outer garment, and her crop top revealed her flat abdomen. Perhaps due to her confidence in her physique, she showed no signs of retreating even in the presence of her brother-in-law, instead puffing out her chest and tossing her hair in a show of defiance. This display accentuated her enticing figure, and the sweet fragrance that accompanied her made Chen Nan's breath quicken. He hurriedly shifted his gaze, avoiding her radiant skin, his expression darkening and remaining silent. Though he was angered, he found himself at a loss on how to handle his enchanting sister-in-law. seeing her brother-in-law's gaze divert. Nalan Ruafei felt a surge of confidence and grew bolder, playfully extending her delicate hand to his chest. "Brother-in-law, are you still upset? I was just teasing you. Don't be mad. Let your little sister help you unwind." As she spoke, Nalan Ruafei began to gently knead his chest, closing the distance between them, allowing Chun Nan to catch a whiff of her captivating scent. "My dear student, please don't be upset. A teacher has never offered services to a student. But for you, my brother-in-law, I'll make an exception." As she continued her playful antics, her eyes sparkled with mischief, thinking to herself that she could charm him out of his anger with ease. Confronted with his alluring sister-in-law, Chun Nan felt a rush of heat surging within him, desperately seeking an outlet. Just as Nalan Ruafei relished her triumph, her body suddenly tensed, and a jolt of sensation coursed through her as Chun Nan lifted her, positioning her across his lap. "What are you doing? If you dare bully me, I'll tell my sister." Nalan Ruafei's slender legs kicked and struggled, yet her defiance remained intact. "If you don't behave, I'll spank you." Smack! Chun Nan's hand landed on Nalan Ruafei's curvaceous bottom, the thin fabric of her skirt amplifying the sound, a sharp and crisp echo that left her stunned. When had this young woman ever been spanked? The mix of sensation, pleasurable yet slightly painful, rendered Nalan Ruafei frozen across Chun Nan's lap, her mouth agape in disbelief, unable to utter a sound. "Are you still going to be cheeky? Will you dare to tease me again?" Chun Nan's hand lingered just above her rear, indicating that further disobedience would result in more punishment. For most young women, being spanked at such an age by their brother-in-law would be a source of deep embarrassment. Yet Nalan Ruafei, with her stubborn disposition, refused to yield. "You dare hit me, and I'll tell my sister." Smack! Another slap resounded. Nalan Ruafei felt the sting, her voice rising in anger. "You wicked brat! You filthy brother-in-law! I'll tell my sister right away." Smack! Another strike followed. Nalan Ruafei's body quivered, yet she remained defiant. "You vile brat, if you hit me again, I won't let you off easily." Chun Nan raised his hand once more, exclaiming, "Ah, you scoundrel, cease this at once. Woe is me, I am but a young lady." Nalan Ruafei leaned against Chun Nan's arm, weeping as she clutched his sleeve to wipe her tears. Her sorrowful demeanor rendered her exceedingly pitiable, yet, despite her tears, she remained unyielding, stealing glances at Chun Nan. She understood all too well that a woman's tears are a potent weapon against men. Chun Nan mused, "You are indeed aware of your status as a young lady. Yet after receiving 3 slaps, you still refuse to relent." However, she was his sister-in-law, and seeing her in tears compelled him to refrain from further chastisement, allowing her to descend. "Woe is me, you vile brother-in-law, you wicked fiend." Nalan Ruafei scolded Chun Nan while wiping her tears, her mind racing with thoughts of how to exact revenge on this insufferable brother-in-law. Once her tears had subsided, she retrieved a tissue from the desk to clean her face and returned to her seat with an air of elegance, though her posterior still tingled from the earlier reprimand. She chose not to mention the incident nor the prospect of informing her sister. Was it appropriate to disclose that she had been spanked by her brother-in-law for her mischief? In an instant, Nalan Ruafei regained her composure as a teacher, her previous distress seemingly forgotten, her gaze now sternly fixed on Chun Nan. "I must warn you. Do not engage in any wrongdoing against my sister, or I shall not spare you." "What incident are you referring to?" "I am entirely unaware," Chun Nan replied, feigning innocence as he lit a cigarette. "You claim there's nothing amiss? What then of the interactions between you and my students in the classroom?" "Ruafei, you are unjustly accusing me. Was it not you who instigated this?" Chun Nan retorted. "Dancing with me and offering me a seat was merely an act of kindness. Would you have me left abandoned on the podium to serve your schemes?" A chuckle escaped Nalan Ruafei as she recalled her playful teasing of her brother-in-law, an episode she deemed worthy of historical record, bringing her joy. Just then, Chun Nan's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was his wife. He promptly answered, "I have a banquet to attend this evening. You shall accompany me." Nalan Shiyu's voice came through the line, laced with an undeniable authority. Chun Nan understood that he was to resume his role as the faux husband, which was his true duty, and readily acquiesced. Nalan Shiyu continued, "This dinner is hosted by Song Changkai of Hallyu Technology. We have business to discuss. He has invited me several times, and I have declined. You must understand why I cannot refuse this time, and you must play your role convincingly to deter him." Chun Nan comprehended her intent. Clearly, Song Changkai had been pursuing Nalan Shiyu, and this meeting was an opportunity for Chun Nan to serve as a shield. Yet, he was unaware of the full extent of the situation. The Donghuan group was entangled in dire straits due to Nailan Shiyu's refusal of marriage, causing a rift with the Wei family, one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. The Wei family, feeling humiliated, immediately launched a commercial siege against the Donghuan group, while Nailan Delay faced isolation within his own family due to his daughter's decisions. Numerous supply and sales channels were severed, leaving the Donghuan group, outwardly ranked among the top 10 enterprises in Huhai, in a precarious position. Desperation led Nailan Shiyu to seek a partnership with Haoyu Technology, which ranked among the top 5 enterprises in Huhai. As Chun Nan hung up the phone, Nailan Ruofei inquired, "Brother-in-law, is it sister calling you for something?" Standing beside him, it was evident she had gleaned much from the conversation, rendering any attempt at concealment unnecessary. "I am accompanying your sister to a banquet tonight. If you have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave." "Dinner? I shall attend as well. Your sister is engaged in business discussions. What purpose would your presence serve?" "Regardless, I am going." Nailan Ruofei pouted defiantly. Just as Chun Nan was about to protest, Nailan Ruofei waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind, I shall inform my sister. You may leave the car and make your own way home." Chun Nan rubbed his nose, realizing this girl was indeed relentless in seeking revenge. To send him away so far was brazen, yet he chose not to hold a grudge against his sister-in-law and promptly exited the office. Chapter 083. Who governs the dark night? Upon reaching the school gate, Chun Nan hailed a taxi, intending to visit the municipal hospital to check on Xin Xiuhua. After all, He Haidong had suffered greatly that day, and with his father being the deputy director, Xin Xiuhua, a mere intern, might face undue difficulties as a result. Concerned, he wished to see her well-being. As the taxi pulled away, a black sedan followed closely behind. Its tinted windows obscured the interior from view, yet allowed those inside to observe the outside world clearly. Chun Nan smirked. This vehicle had been tailing him since morning, with 2 individuals shadowing him all the way to the school. Given that Nailan Ruofei had been present then, Chun Nan had refrained from action, but now, the extended pursuit suggested a clear intent. Maintaining his composure, Chun Nan instructed the taxi driver, "Please stop at the next corner. I shall disembark." "Proceed without stopping." The seasoned driver, well-versed in the ways of the world, nodded silently and continued on. Upon reaching a fork in the road, the taxi turned into an alley. In a sudden motion, Chun Nan flung open the door, leaped from the vehicle, and swiftly rolled to his feet, executing the maneuver with fluidity that left the driver astonished. Chun Nan concealed himself within the doorway of a modest residence as the taxi continued on its way without a hitch. Shortly thereafter, the black sedan entered the alley, closely following the taxi. Within a minute, another car trailed behind, maintaining a distance of approximately 200 meters from the first black sedan. Chun Nan scoffed. It was evident that the pursuers were experienced, likely trained professionals, employing a double insurance strategy. Should the lead vehicle be discovered, the second could continue the chase or relay information back. After a brief moment, the black sedan halted beside a waiting taxi, whereupon 2 plainclothes men leapt from the car and rushed to the taxi, flinging open the door. To their surprise, they found only the driver within. One of the men, his expression darkening, glared at the driver. "Where is the person who was just in this car?" "Oh, you mean that man in the suit? He exited a while ago." The driver replied nonchalantly. "Where did he get out?" "I forget. He left about 5 minutes ago." "Damn it." The large man slammed his fist against the car roof in frustration. "We've lost him. That guy is truly cunning." His forceful blow left a dent in the car, startling the taxi driver into retreat. "Hey, why are you damaging my vehicle?" the driver scolded. Before the man could retaliate, another dark-skinned individual interjected, smiling at the driver. "Apologies? My friend, he's just a bit hot-headed. A hot temper does not justify vandalizing my car, and now my fare is fled because of you," the driver insisted. "Forgive us, this should cover your troubles." The dark-skinned man handed the driver a stack of cash, prompting the driver to accept the compensation and drive away, his anger dissipating. "Huzi, I must say, your impulsiveness is a liability in our line of work. You must temper your temper," the dark-skinned man admonished. "Liangzi, I was merely frustrated. We were tailing him so well only to lose him. Could he truly be?" Liangzi swiftly covered Huzi's mouth and glanced behind him, sighing as he said, "Let us wait for the leader to return. Perhaps he will have some insight." Time passed swiftly, and another sedan came to a halt before the 2 men. Two more men disembarked from the vehicle. One was a stern-faced, middle-aged man who approached them with a serious demeanor and asked, "What are you two doing standing here?" "Where is he?" Liangzi, with a troubled expression, replied, "I'm sorry, Captain. We lost track of him. The driver said he got out 5 minutes ago. Didn't you find anything?" The captain shook his head, took a drag from a cigarette, and after a moment's contemplation, said meaningfully, "Losing track might be a blessing in disguise. If he truly is. Are you from the Dragon Emperor team?" A young man strolled over from the side, startling everyone as they had not noticed his approach. "It's him," Liangzi whispered to the captain. The captain tensed up, and the four men simultaneously entered a combat stance, forming a fan shape. Their expressions tense and ready to spring into action at any moment. In the dark of night, who reigns supreme? Only Sirius knows, with blood flowing for 3,000 miles, and the air filled with an eerie silence. The young man maintained a calm demeanor, gazing at the heavens, his hands clasped behind his back as he recited poetry, exuding an air of superiority. For when the time called for grandeur, Chun Nen would not shy away. With a swift motion, several agents retreated a step, their confidence instantly diminished. The captain stammered, "Are you really the one who rode alone across 1,000 miles, slaying the Dark Lord of Europe single-handedly?" Chun Nen did not even glance at him, but continued to gaze at the horizon, saying, "I dislike being disturbed. If you follow me again, whatever happens next is on you." The burly man named Huzi scoffed. "I don't see him having 3 heads and 6 arms. What's all this boasting? Let us test him. Even if he's serious, what of it? He is just a product of those so-called mercenaries' exaggerations. We need not fear him." Chun Nan's gaze turned icy as it fell upon the burly man, his eyes sharp as blades, causing Huzi to feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Shuddering involuntarily as he stepped back once more, overwhelmed by a formidable aura of killing intent. "Prepare for battle." The captain's eyes darted to his subordinates. If they retreated, where would their dignity lie? They understood and simultaneously encircled Chun Nan. Chun Nan appeared oblivious, allowing the agents to surround him. All 4 were elite members of the Dragon Emperor team, each possessing exceptional skills. Their frequent training and missions together enhanced their cooperative prowess, enabling them to coordinate seamlessly with merely a glance or a gesture. "Go!" The captain issued a soft command, and the 4 agents lunged at Chun Nan like agile leopards, their fists and feet converging upon him. Each of their techniques was straightforward yet effective, targeting vital points, and their combined assault was exponentially more powerful than any solitary attack. As their strikes were about to land, Chun Nan let out a cold snort, suddenly springing into the air and executing a sweeping kick with effortless grace, dismissing the fierce onslaught of the 4 men as if it were nothing, enveloping them in a flurry of legs. Bang! 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 The 4 men were simultaneously struck in the chest, flying backward in a fan shape and crashing to the ground, clutching their chests and grimacing in pain. He had not infused any true energy into that kick. He merely sent them flying. For he currently resided in Huhai and did not wish to completely sever ties with the Dragon Emperor team, only wanting to make them reconsider. "If anyone dares to leak my identity, your only fate awaits. Death." The chilling voice echoed as Chun Nen walked away toward the alley, leaving behind the struggling men who were still grimacing in pain. Huzi reached for his pocket, but the captain restrained his hand, shaking his head in disapproval. Each of the 4 was a formidable fighter, yet together they had not withstood even a single move from Chun Nan. These agents, usually brimming with confidence, now appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. To be defeated by a single move, it was evident he was indeed serious. "Captain, are we just going to go back like this? We can't afford to lose face after being defeated with a single strike." The captain pondered for a moment, clutching his chest, then glanced at his men and said, "As special operations personnel, what is our forte? It is not solely about facing foes head-on. We must bring this person back. Otherwise, I cannot bear to face the consequences." "Captain, do you mean?" The captain waved his hand. "Come here. We can use our strengths to catch him off guard." The others nodded vigorously, imagining the glory of capturing the renowned Sirius from the mercenary and assassin circles, their expressions brightening once more. After all, they were National Special Operations personnel, and their friends and family resided in Huhai. Chun Nan had merely given them a warning to retreat. After a simple lunch, Chun Nan arrived at the municipal hospital, making his way to the neurology department on the 3rd floor, where he coincidentally encountered the on-duty nurse, Ouyang Feifei. She had been grateful ever since Chun Nan helped them during the incident with the thugs who smashed their car. Upon seeing him, her eyes lit up, and she smiled brightly. Brother Nan, you're here to see Dr. Shin, right? Yes. Chun Nan nodded, approaching the nurse and asking, Fei Fei, has Dr. He been giving you a hard time? Ouyang Fei Fei chuckled sheepishly. You mean, has Dr. He been giving Xiuhe a hard time? Yes, how is it? He regarded Shen Xiuhe as a sister, so there was no need for concealment. Ouyang Fei Fei's face displayed an odd expression, laced with mischief, as she said, since you last visited, Dr. He seems to have fallen ill. His legs are not quite right. He has been undergoing treatment and recuperation, and temporarily hasn't troubled Xiuhe. Falling ill upon returning? Chun Nan wondered if the Iron Leopard gang had dealt with him too roughly, causing harm to Yi Haidong. He then noticed a blush creeping onto Ouyang Fei Fei's cheeks, her expression becoming increasingly playful as she leaned closer to Chun Nan, whispering with a warm breath. I heard from my colleagues that he was violated quite severely and has been bedridden for several days. After saying this, Ouyang Fei Fei covered her mouth, bursting into a fit of shy laughter, her mirth so infectious that it drew the attention of several passing doctors and patients, leaving them wide-eyed. He was violated. Chun Nan couldn't help but laugh, thinking how ruthless the Iron Leopard gang was capable of such mischief. As they conversed, the nurse Yang Tsai, who had previously participated in the banquet with Shen Xiuhe and had urged her to drink, happened to step out of the nurse's station. Spotting Chun Nan, her eyes brightened, only to quickly retract her head and re-enter the station, standing before the mirror to freshen up. Chun Nan, seeing that Yi Haidong had not caused any trouble, said, Fei Fei, since Xiuhe is fine, I'll be on my way. Please tell her for me. Hey, Brother Nan, don't go. Xiuhe is in the ward. I'll let her know. Just wait a moment. With that, Ouyang Fei Fei dashed toward the ward. Inside the nurse's station, Yang Tsai sprayed some perfume and touched up her makeup, lowering her nurse's uniform a bit, satisfied with her allure before re-emerging, approaching Chun Nan with an exaggeratedly shy demeanor. Brother Nan, come see your sister. She elongated the phrase younger sister with great emphasis. Last time, Chun Nan had said nothing, yet he frightened several thugs into a state of sheer terror, leaving a profound impression on her. The more she pondered, the more she felt that having such a boyfriend, a gallant protector of flowers, was indeed a most enviable affair. Initially, she had aimed to curry favor with Yi Haidong, but upon hearing that Yi Haidong had met a brutal fate, her feelings turned to disdain, though she maintained a facade of respect towards him while secretly inquiring about Chun Nan's whereabouts. As for Yang Tsai, her collusion with Yi Haidong and her attempt to intoxicate Shen Xiuhe left Chun Nan with a sense of aversion. Chun Nan lazily acknowledged her with a grunt, not bothering to glance her way, which left the alluring Yang Tsai, who was attempting to flaunt her charms with her fair decolletage, utterly disappointed. She stepped forward, standing before Chun Nan, adjusting her hair with a hint of shyness, and said, Brother Chun Nan, it's noon, and I haven't had lunch yet. Have you eaten? Let us dine together. I've already eaten, Chun Nan replied coldly, his expression one of disdain. No matter how tempting this woman was, she failed to pique his interest, and he turned his body away. Yang Tsai, feeling rebuffed, could only retreat awkwardly to the side, continuing her attempts to attract his attention. In the hospital room, Ouyang Fei Fei approached Shen Xiuhe. Xiuhe, your brother Chun Nan has come to see you. Oh, Shen Xiuhe replied softly, her demeanor unhurried. Xiuhe, I think he is a good man. Just look, he helped you last time, and now he has come back to check on you. I believe he has feelings for you. Such a good man is worth holding on to. Fei Fei, didn't I tell you? He only sees me as a sister. Shen Xiuhe's expression was tinged with melancholy. After that day, when Chun Nan carried her home, she intended to bring closure to that relationship. Ouyang Fei Fei pouted. Xiuhe, he is not your biological brother. In today's world, aren't lovers often referred to as brothers and sisters? I'm telling you, if you don't go for him, someone else will. Ouyang Fei Fei giggled. Shen Xiuhe chuckled lightly as she walked outside, saying if you want to go for it, then do so, but don't say I didn't warn you. He is a married man. Oh, is that so? No wonder. I guess I'll pass then. Ouyang Fei Fei replied playfully. Shen Xiuhe approached Chun Nan, calling out in a neutral tone, Brother Chun Nan, her expression devoid of the previous intimacy. Nuno, you've lost weight. I'm telling you, while work is important, your health is paramount. You mustn't neglect yourself, Chun Nan remarked, imagining the days when he would tease her by pinching her little nose, only to have Shen Xiuhe sidestep, saying, Brother Chun Nan, have you had lunch? If not, let us eat together. Shen Xiuhe attempted to view him as her brother, her demeanor exceedingly awkward. Chun Nan sensed her change and sheepishly withdrew his hand, saying, "I've already eaten, Nyo. Since you're fine, I'll head back now. I have to work this afternoon." Shin Xiaohua replied quietly, escorting Chun Nan to the stairway, her gaze flickering with a hint of reluctance, though it swiftly vanished into thin air. "Ah, I lament the lack of a boyfriend. It seems all the good men are married." Ouyang Feifei laughed. Shin Xiaohua shot her a glance. "Feifei, with your looks, why would you worry about finding a boyfriend? This morning, I saw two people delivering flowers to you." The two were chatting and laughing, while Yang Tsai, watching their animated expressions, grew increasingly uneasy. After work in the evening, Chun Nan took the elevator to the top floor, intending to accompany Nalan Shiyu to a banquet. Upon exiting the elevator, he was greeted by Murong Qing standing at the elevator door. "Old classmate, off work?" Chun Nan greeted her first. Murong Qing clad in a gray professional suit, with a slender figure and a pair of elegant black-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of cool aloofness, her demeanor exceptional. For the past couple of days, Murong Qing had been hoping to see Chun Nan, yet deep down, she wished he would seek her out, fearing that being too forward would diminish her worth in his eyes. However, she was disappointed to find that Chun Nan seemed to have forgotten about their past. Her heart was a mix of confusion and disappointment when she suddenly spotted him, her eyes lighting up as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Old classmate, it's been 8 years since we last met. How about coming over to my place for a drink and to reminisce? Old classmate, I have something to attend to. Let us do it another day. I'll treat you then," Chun Nan hurriedly replied before walking away. Murong Qing's expression fell, and she slowly entered the elevator, pondering why a mere public relations officer would consistently be going to the top floor. Perhaps he was reporting to some leader? Yet, reporting work hardly fell to someone in his position. Inside the CEO's office, Nalan Shiyu glanced at the clock and then at her sister Nalan Ruofei, who was sitting beside her engrossed in a game. "Let us go, sister. It's time to leave." Being a board member, Nalan Ruofei naturally wanted to accompany her sister for dinner, and Nalan Shiyu couldn't refuse. The two sisters gracefully exited the CEO's office, only to find Chun Nan leaning against the door frame, smoking. Nalan Shiyu abruptly halted, tossing the car keys to Chun Nan. "I told you not to make our relationship public at work. Wait for us in the parking lot." With that, Nalan Shiyu pulled her sister back inside. Nalan Ruofei remained silent, but couldn't help but wonder why. If they were indeed married, they were hiding their relationship, indicating something was amiss. She had never fully believed in their marriage, and her doubts deepened, understanding that his wife was wary of their relationship being exposed. Chun Nan chose not to press the issue and took the elevator to the underground parking lot, waiting silently. Before long, the two sisters exited the elevator. Both stunningly beautiful twin sisters, their resemblance striking. Chun Nan couldn't help but be captivated by their beauty as they approached. "Guess whether I'm the older sister or the younger sister?" asked the one clad in a black dress, grinning at Chun Nan. Chun Nan smiled. "No need to mention clothing. Even your smile has betrayed you. You must be the younger sister." Nalan Ruofei immediately pouted. "Next time, I'll dress the same as my sister, with a serious face, so you won't recognize me." Chun Nan chuckled, rubbing his forehead as a thought struck him. What if Nalan Ruofei, with her stern demeanor, impersonated her sister? The two stunning beauties got into the car, and Chun Nan drove out of the garage, following Nalan Shiyu's directions to Songlei Hotel. Behind a stone pillar, Murong Qing's figure appeared, watching the direction Chun Nan had taken, momentarily stunned. Why was Chun Nan driving for the CEO? Did the CEO have something going on with him? But she quickly dismissed that thought. If the CEO truly had a relationship with him, how could she possibly let him remain a mere public relations officer? The fact that a public relations officer was accompanying her to work was enough to suggest that the CEO didn't dislike Chun Nan and might even harbor some fondness for him. At that moment, Murong Qing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. It seemed she needed to act quickly. Otherwise, she might end up in the same situation as Yao Qingxue, only to find herself competing with Nalan Shiyu. If that were to happen, it would be a tragic fate after waiting 8 years in vain. Songlei Hotel was a 4-star establishment, grand and luxurious, with a pair of stone lions guarding the entrance, and 2 ladies in qipao standing gracefully at the door. Chun Nan parked the car, and the 3 of them stepped out. Nalan Shiyu hesitated briefly. Her cheeks flushed as she took Chun Nan's arm. Chun Nan thought to himself that this was one of the happiest moments for a man, being able to embrace his wife openly, and he reciprocated, wrapping his arm around Nalan Shiyu's slender waist, sliding his hand to her well-rounded posterior. Nalan Shiyu tensed slightly, her face growing even redder as she was embraced in front of her sister. However, since they were merely acting, she didn't resist. Having been held by Chun Nan once before during a visit to her family, she felt less anxious, and this was also to show her sister, who often doubted their relationship. Dear wife, your figure feels delightful." Chun Nan leaned closer to Nalan Shiyu's crystalline ear and whispered, "Scoundrel rogue." Nalan Shiyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully chastised him. Mindful of her younger sister nearby, she could only mutter her words softly. Observing this interaction, Nalan Ruofei's playful nature resurfaced. With a mischievous smile, she naturally wrapped her arms around Chun Nan's other arm. Caught between the two sister flowers, Chun Nan felt a surge of excitement. How wonderful it would be to embrace them both. Alas, as they were his sister-in-law and not a wife, he could only endure her embrace on his arm. Standing tall and proud, he strode into the grand hall, flanked by the enchanting duo. The staff and patrons in the hall stared in disbelief at the sight of two stunning sisters clinging to a man, their eyes wide with envy as they recognized the rare beauty of the twins accompanying him. Upon following the attendant's direction, the trio ascended to the top floor and arrived at a private room named Moonlight Pavilion, perched beside the river. The room boasted a sweeping arc of glass walls, offering a breathtaking view of the elegant riverside pavilions and the moonlit river, exuding unparalleled luxury. A young man clad in an Armani suit, with an air of refinement yet a hint of cunning in his gaze, promptly approached them. Upon seeing the exquisite sisters entwined with Chun Nan, he momentarily froze, unable to discern which was Nalan Shiyu due to their striking resemblance. However, their attire and demeanor eventually revealed their differences. Nalan Shiyu's outfit was more professional, her expression serious and icy, while Nalan Ruofei sported a more casual look, her demeanor lively. Thus, Song Chankai quickly recognized Nalan Shiyu and, ignoring Chun Nan, greeted her with a smile, extending his hand. "Welcome, Shiyu. It is an honor that you could personally attend. I am truly delighted." However, his polite smile faltered midway. "You are too courteous, Song. You need not have come to greet us personally," Chun Nan interjected, shaking his hand vigorously as if they were long-lost friends. Song Chankai's expression darkened as he inquired, "Who are you?" "I am her husband," Chun Nan replied casually. Song Chankai was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling at Nalan Ruofei. "So, you must be Ruofei's husband." "Huh, how fortuitous. You wed Ruofei, and I wed Shiyu. We could form a familial bond. I must ask, Ruofei, why did you not mention your marriage?" "She is my husband," Nalan Shiyu interjected before he could finish. "I am his sister-in-law," Nalan Ruofei chimed in, a glimmer of pride in her eyes, reveling in the surprise on Song Chankai's face, which was more gratifying than an ice cream on a hot summer day. Song Chankai stood there, stunned, his expression rigid, before he managed a strained smile, chuckling. "Shiyu, when did you get married? I had no inkling given your status." Nalan Shiyu's countenance remained frosty as she retorted, "Why should we inform you, Mr. Song?" I suppose not. I merely meant that with your status, one would expect a more grand affair." With a swift change of subject, he turned to Chun Nan, inquiring, "May I know how to address you? What is your profession?" "You are too kind, Mr. Song. My name is Chun Nan, with Chun meaning star, Nan meaning south. I am, in fact, a car washer." With such courtesy from others, Chun Nan felt obliged to respond graciously. Nalan Shiyu huffed in annoyance, thinking to herself that he could have claimed to be a white-collar worker instead of a mere car washer. But then again, he was merely a facade, so why not let him say whatever he wished? Song Chankai paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, quickly piecing together the situation. He was well aware of Nalan Shiyu's intent to become engaged to Wei Xiangming, and now that she had suddenly appeared with a husband, especially one who washed cars, he understood the implications. With the failed union between the Nalan family and the Wei family, he felt elated, knowing that competing with a car washer was far more advantageous than against Wei Xiangming. He promptly welcomed them into the private room. At the entrance stood a muscular and imposing bodyguard, glaring fiercely at Chun Nan, who paid him no mind and leisurely strode into the room. Song Chankai's gaze toward Nalan Shiyu burned with intensity. "Shiyu, I have invited you several times, and you have always declined. It is truly a pleasure to have you here today." Nalan Shiyu smiled lightly, her expression elegant as she replied, "Mr. Song, you are too kind. Since both parties are discussing collaboration, How could I possibly miss this opportunity? Her words conveyed a sense of seriousness beneath a calm exterior, maintaining decorum while firmly shutting down any unwelcome advances from Song Changkai. It was evident that Nalan Shiyu adeptly navigated her relationships with these affluent individuals, keeping discussions strictly professional and swiftly refusing any personal entanglements to avoid complications. Heh, how awkward! Song Changkai chuckled. Yet, being a savvy businessman, he quickly regained his composure. I believe you are aware of my intentions. Your presence alone brings me immense satisfaction. Anything beyond that is secondary. You hold the utmost importance in my eyes. Song Changkai dismissed Chun Nan entirely, confident in his status as the heir and CEO of one of the top 5 family enterprises in Huhai. And he was openly expressing his admiration for Nalan Shiyu. Mr. Song, please retract your statement. I must inform you that I am married now, and I kindly ask you to refrain from making such remarks in the future. Not only does it show a lack of respect toward me, but it also reflects poorly on yourself. Nalan Shiyu's tone grew stern, her face icy. Undeterred, Song Changkai pressed on, Shiyu, do not deceive me. I am well aware of your situation. You have merely sought a shield to fend off Wei Xiangming. He glanced at Chun Nan with a hint of disdain. If I am not mistaken, he must be your brother or younger brother, brought out to put on a show for Wei Xiangming, correct? Before Nalan Shiyu could respond, Chun Nan interjected, Mr. Song, Wei Xiangming is of no consequence. Shiyu is mine now, and no one can take her away. Moreover, I had not anticipated that you, who appear to be somewhat of a delicate figure, would possess such insight. Indeed, my Shiyu not only calls me good brother in bed, but also enjoys calling me little brother. TSK, let me tell you, her affection is anything but ordinary. The room fell into an uncanny silence. This double entendre caught not only Song Changkai off guard, but also left the two sisters astonished. Although Nalan Shiyu maintained her elegant posture, her cheeks flushed crimson, and even Nalan Ruofei's face donned a rosy hue as she glanced at her sister, pondering whether her sister had truly engaged in such intimacy. This audacious remark left Nalan Shiyu blushing, and she turned to Chin Nan with a playful rebuke. Do not speak so carelessly. The strong woman transformed into a bashful girl in an instant, her flustered demeanor captivating Song Changkai, who swallowed hard, thinking to himself how irresistibly alluring she was. He mused, could it be that they had indeed developed an inseparable bond? Noticing her sister's embarrassment, Nalan Ruofei playfully pinched Chun Nan's side, prompting him to yelp, Hey, Ruofei, why did you pinch me? Could you be a bit more mindful of your image? Nalan Shiyu chided him softly, her bashful expression resembling that of a genuine couple, causing Song Changkai to frown repeatedly, though Chun Nan's demeanor led him to believe that he might indeed be just a car washer. Chapter 087. The Dragon Emperor team. Song Changkai, the esteemed CEO of Hallyu Technology, quickly grasped the situation and chuckled, jesting. Mr. Chen certainly knows how to crack a joke. President Nalan is as pure as jade. Even if you two were to become close, how could she possibly engage in such behavior? If you doubt me, just ask our Shiyu. Chun Nan, with an earnest expression, turned to Nalan Shiyu and whispered, Isn't that right, darling? Nalan Shiyu, blushing from her cheeks to the roots of her ears, felt an overwhelming urge to disappear into the ground. She had always prided herself on her pristine reputation, and the only lapse in her conduct was that one impulsive moment she had devoted herself to this rogue. Now, with it being brought to light by him, she felt utterly humiliated, unable to muster a rebuttal. In her heart, she silently cursed Chun Nan for shamelessly voicing such matters, disregarding the dignity of a woman known as the Ice Queen of Huhai. Brother-in-law, are you feeling a bit too cheeky? Nalan Ruofei teased, extending her hand. She found her brother-in-law increasingly enigmatic. At school, he had faced her challenges with remarkable composure. Whether it was singing or dancing, his nonchalant demeanor surpassed that of most elite individuals. Yet here he was, behaving like a ruffian, and the disparity was bewildering. I must admit, dear sister, you intimidate me, Chun Nan replied, straightening his posture, quickly transitioning from a rogue to a gentleman. Stealing a glance at Nalan Shiyu, Song Changkai noted her nearly embarrassing demeanor, which, based on his experience, indicated that there might be truth to the jest. After all, he was somewhat familiar with the icy disposition of President Nalan. Otherwise, she wouldn't display such a reaction. The thought of his icy goddess engaging in such actions with the man before him ignited a rising tide of frustration within him. However, he maintained a facade of calmness, clearing his throat subtly and nonchalantly stating, "Mr. Chen, you possess a great sense of humor. Jokes are merely jokes. We shall not take them to heart, and Shiyu certainly wouldn't hold a grudge against you, akin to a mere car washer." With that, he cast a glance at the nearby waitress, commanding, "Waitress, please serve the dishes." As the object of his affection, Song Changkai was reluctant to accept the reality of the situation, attempting to diffuse the tension with humor. Chun Nan observed Song Changkai's every move, feeling a newfound respect for him. This man was adept at concealing his emotions, exhibiting remarkable restraint. Chun Nan's intention was to completely extinguish any thoughts Song Changkai might entertain, but it seemed he was still harboring feelings toward Shiyu. Though Nalan Shiyu felt a tinge of embarrassment from the earlier topic, she was indeed the renowned ice queen of Huhai. As the leader of a major corporation, she quickly regained her composure, delicately brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "Mr. Song, there is no rush to dine. We should first discuss our collaboration regarding the sales of the new whitening cosmetics." "Absolutely. The purpose of inviting you today is twofold: to host you and to discuss potential collaboration on cosmetic sales channels. A deeper partnership between our two conglomerates would be mutually beneficial." Song Changkai swiftly regained his suave demeanor as a manager, engaging in lighthearted banter as if nothing had transpired moments before. The two began to negotiate business cooperation. True to his role as CEO of the Song Group, Song Changkai remained unflappable, eloquently articulating his points, unwilling to concede any ground on corporate interests, even in the presence of the woman he admired. On the other hand, Nalan Shiyu stood her ground, refusing to let any personal feelings sway her from advocating for her company's best interests. As the conversation unfolded, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. She transformed into a formidable businesswoman, adept at verbal sparring. Despite Song Changkai's attempts to charm her, he understood that flattery alone would not suffice when dealing with a woman of her caliber. It required a balance of respect and conviction to pique her interest and eventually win her heart. To compromise one's principles for a woman would only lead to her disdain. Nonetheless, he did not refrain from occasionally offering small concessions to endear himself to Nalan Shiyu, as women often appreciate little favors. The dynamics of their discussion shifted to business, leaving Chun Nan and his sister-in-law with little to do. Nalan Ruofei, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chun Nan, remained discontent over her sister's treatment. Suddenly, Chun Nan stood up and declared, "I need to step out for a moment." "I'll go too." Nalan Ruofei promptly followed suit, finding the wait unbearable. She was eager to confront her brother-in-law. "Dear sister, are you really following me to the restroom?" Chun Nan retorted, exasperated. Before she could respond, he dramatically clutched his abdomen, exclaiming, "Oh no, I can't hold it any longer." He bent over and dashed toward the exit. Disgusting. Nalan Ruofei intended to follow, but plopped back down onto her chair, glaring at her brother-in-law's retreating figure. "Damn it, I will get you one day." The bodyguards at the entrance watched Chun Nan leave, spitting in envy. Even without considering Song Changkai's status, the sight of Chun Nan surrounded by two stunning twins was enough to evoke jealousy and resentment. Any man would feel compelled to confront him. As Chun Nan descended the staircase, he straightened his posture, casually entering the lobby as if nothing had happened. A few guests occupied the sofas in the lobby, two of whom were holding newspapers that obscured their faces. With a cold smirk, Chun Nan entered the restroom, standing before the urinal to relieve himself. In a secluded cubicle, two figures swiftly emerged, one aiming a knife at the back of his neck while the other delivered a kick to his waist. At such a vulnerable moment, one's defenses are at their lowest. The act of unfastening one's belt renders one less agile, compounded by the instinctual need for privacy. Even if one were to hear a commotion, most would merely turn instinctively, lacking the inclination to confront the threat head-on. The assassins seized their opportunity remarkably well. However, to their astonishment, as Chun Nan appeared to be lost in his act of relief, he suddenly pivoted, seizing one of the assailant's wrists while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick that met the other assailant's foot. Crack! The sound of bone breaking echoed as the assailant let out a pained scream, sent crashing into the cubicle, slamming against the wall, incapacitating him instantly. Chun Nan casually discarded the water bottle in his hand and coldly surveyed the remaining assailant. Is this what the Dragon Emperor team's agents are like? Pathetic. Bang! Bang! Chun Nan relentlessly kicked the assailant's abdomen, rendering him incapable of retaliation due to the pressure on his meridians. With each kick, the assailant was hurled backward, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. As two more agents burst into the restroom, they were met with the sight of their comrades. One slumped against the cubicle, the other sprawled on the floor, bloodied and unconscious. They were greeted by an impending fist that loomed larger before them. Bang! Bang! Two more strikes sent the additional agents tumbling back, dazed and bewildered. They struggled to comprehend how their meticulously crafted plan had fallen apart so swiftly. The interval between their entrance and the attacks on their comrades was barely 3 seconds. They now realized the terrifying prowess of their adversary. Had he desired their lives, they would have been dead. This is a warning. Should you dare to follow me again, you will perish. Chun Nan articulated each word with chilling precision, inserting a cigarette into his mouth and lighting it, exiting the restroom as if nothing had occurred. The hotel security, alerted by the commotion, rushed towards the restroom, but Chun Nan paid them no mind. Given that the assailants were agents, they had numerous justifications for their actions, and he had no need to intervene. Moreover, he was confident that the agents would not implicate him. Upon returning to the private room, Nalin Shiyu and Song Changkai had concluded their discussions regarding the collaboration, and the female attendant began to serve the dishes. As Song Changkai cast his gaze towards the entrance where Chun Nan appeared, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. He remarked, "Since you gentlemen have graced this establishment, you are my guests. Mr. Chun, I presume your usual endeavors involve washing cars, and perhaps you have never set foot in a 5-star hotel before? Shiyu is often quite busy, so I doubt she has had the opportunity to treat you to a lavish meal. Today, however, I shall ensure you experience the culinary delights of the upper echelons. There is nothing you cannot imagine, and nothing we cannot procure." This statement was a clear indictment of Chun Nan, branding him as a frog at the bottom of a well, unacquainted with the world beyond his limited experiences. A mere car washer, he likely had never enjoyed a proper meal. Even if he were to order, what respectable dishes could he possibly select? Based on his experience, those who are inexperienced tend to shy away from ordering in such environments for fear of embarrassment, a classic case of wanting to save face despite their poverty. His intention was to thoroughly demean Chun Nan, openly slapping him in the face, while also attempting to humiliate Nalin Shiyu, who had sought a car washer as a shield. He aimed to expose Chun Nan in front of the two sisters, leaving them in an awkward position. Nalin Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. She was well aware of Song Changkai's intentions. After all, Chun Nan was nominally her husband, and should he embarrass himself in such a setting, her pride would undoubtedly be wounded. Nalin Ruofei, too, bore a serious expression, not wishing for her sister to be put in a compromising situation. As anticipated, their fears manifested. Chun Nan appeared as if he had never set foot in a hotel, his face beaming with delight as he swallowed hard and said, "I must confess, I have indeed never tasted anything particularly exquisite. I am grateful for your generosity, Mr. Song. Today I shall broaden my horizons and indulge in some high-class fare. Is your offer sincere?" "Absolutely, Mr. Chun. Feel free to order anything your heart desires. I assure you, you will be satisfied." Song Changkai replied with a smile, glancing at Nalin Ruofei and then back to her sister. He thought to himself that he would make a fool of Chun Nan in front of them, stripping away his facade and exposing his true self. What kind of person did he think could be used to belittle him? Even if he ordered, would he dare to eat? Would he even know how? Since Mr. Song is so gracious, I shall not hold back. Chun Nan looked at the serving lady with a grin and said, "Then I shall have a portion of tiger whip. No, make that 4 portions. I can't be the only one enjoying this while everyone else watches." Upon uttering those words, Song Changkai's heart sank. This man truly knew how to order. Tiger whip! He had merely sampled it himself, and here Chun Nan was, requesting 4 portions as if he intended to kill someone. However, it occurred to him that perhaps Chun Nan was just lucky to have heard of this dish. "Let me see what else you can order," he mused. "I can afford this little expense. Also, I will have a portion of bear paw and 4 portions of Australian king crab." Chun Nan continued to order as if reciting a shopping list, causing Song Changkai's face to twitch with every item. He waved his hands repeatedly. "Mr. Chun, 3 portions will suffice. You see, I often eat these dishes, and I am quite tired of them, so there's no need for me to partake. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Wouldn't that overshadow our guests?" Chun Nan feigned concern for others. No, it is quite all right. I've simply had my fill of this dish." Song Changkai wiped the sweat from his brow, unwilling to backtrack. He had made his statement, and he could not retract it now, even if it meant putting on a brave face in front of the beautiful women. Chun Nan chuckled. "Well, if that is the case, I shall not include you. I will also have 2 portions of rock sugar bird's nest, 2 portions of king cobra bile, and a serving of shining sturgeon caviar. That should do for now. We can always order more if necessary. As he continued to order, Chun Nan reveled in Song Chong Kai's expressive reactions, thinking to himself that he would thoroughly expose him today. It was an opportunity too good to pass up, and he intended to seize it. Nalan Shiyu remained stoic, silent, and aware of Song Chong Kai's intentions to embarrass her. However, she allowed him to continue ordering, for she was not one to be easily humiliated. Had she been so inept, she would not have attained her current status. Yet, witnessing Chun Nan's rapid ordering of such extravagant dishes did leave her somewhat surprised. Seeing Song Chong Kai's disheartened expression, Nalan Ruofei giggled uncontrollably and said, "Brother-in-law, can we possibly eat all of that?" Chun Nan shrugged. "Why not? If we can't finish it, we can always take it home." Mr. Song is a generous man. I doubt he would begrudge us the leftovers. Of course not, of course not. Song Chong Kai's stomach twisted in irritation as he cast a sideways glance at the female attendant. "You have tiger whip in stock, correct? And bear paw? That is a protected species." Song Chong Kai's eyes were filled with desperation. He hoped that Chun Nan's orders would be unavailable, thus allowing him to save some money. After all, a table laden with such dishes would easily exceed 100 to 80,000. If he were dining with Nalan Shiyu, he wouldn't mind spending more, but now he was stuck with her husband, and it was utterly infuriating. The female attendant beamed with delight. She knew that in such high-end private rooms, they received commissions. They would keep a record of esteemed clients and occasionally check in on them. Chun Nan's lavish ordering meant a substantial windfall for her, prompting her to smile brightly. "Mr. Song, you jest. If it were any other establishment, it might be understandable, but let us not forget who owns this hotel. This is the domain of Fengge. If others cannot procure these items, it does not mean we cannot. Besides, who would dare question us here? Even Mayor Hao is a regular patron." Song Chong Kai seethed internally, wishing he could drag the female attendant's ancestors into the fray. Had it not been for others present, he might have lost his temper right there. How could she be so oblivious? Did he not know this was Feng Ji's establishment? Aside from the fact that he wouldn't dare sell human flesh, what else would he shy away from? In this private room, tiger whip was considered a delicacy, a coveted dish that the elite could indulge in, showcasing their lofty status. Nalan Ruofei noticed Song Chong Kai's discomfort and chuckled. "Mr. Song, if you are truly concerned, I can urge my brother-in-law to stop ordering." "Huh, not at all. Treating you sisters to a meal, what is a little expense? With such splendid sisters before me, who else could afford to invite them at any price?" Song Chong Kai pounded his chest, feigning generosity, though his latter statement rang true. Throughout Huai, it was rare to hear of any wealthy businessman who had the privilege of dining with such exquisite twins. Nalan Ruofei thought to herself that this man certainly had a way with words, and she found it rather pleasing. Finally, the exquisite dishes began to arrive at the table, and Song Chong Kai's lips twitched as he observed Chun Nan's exuberance, relishing the situation as if he were playing the fool. He was determined to create another opportunity to embarrass him, so he turned to Nalan Shiyu with a beaming smile. "Shiyu, as the saying goes, a feast is not complete without wine, and a banquet is not complete without chicken. Shall we?" "Ah, Mr. Song, your words have reminded me. We have yet to order a chicken." Chun Nan suddenly interrupted, brimming with enthusiasm. This time, Song Chong Kai was not irritated. A single chicken would hardly cost a fortune. Thus, he smiled amiably and said, "Mr. Chun, would you like to order a chicken?" The room fell silent, the female attendant stifling her laughter, her face turning crimson. "How vulgar!" Nalan Ruofei muttered under her breath, her head lowered, her cheeks flushed. Only Nalan Shiyu maintained her icy demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the exchange. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint blush creeping onto her otherwise pristine complexion. "Mr. Song, do you typically indulge in such dishes?" Chun Nan furrowed his brow, considering the presence of his wife and sister-in-law. Realizing the peculiarity of the sister's expressions and the attendant's laughter, Song Chong Kai quickly clarified, No, we don't usually order chicken in that manner." As the words escaped his lips, Song Chong Kai felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. How could he, of all people, be reduced to a state of mental disarray by a mere car wash attendant? It was utterly humiliating, especially in the presence of his goddess. He hastily attempted to clarify, "What I meant was that we usually do not consume chicken." Ensuring he had not misspoken, he continued, "If Mr. Chen desires chicken, perhaps we should opt for a rural free-range chicken." The laughter of the nearby waitress was so hearty that it seemed to threaten to topple the very roof. Nalan Ruofei could not help but stifle a laugh behind her hand, while Nalan Shiyu's cheeks flushed a deeper shade, embodying the essence of an ice queen. Her demeanor remaining unperturbed amidst the chaos. With a swift motion, Song Changkai slapped himself, and this was no mere gesture. It was a genuine act of self-reproach. In front of his goddess, he felt as if he had lost all dignity, his face metaphorically shipped to London, while the car wash attendant remained unscathed. Of course, this reaction was instinctive. Upon regaining his composure, he shot a fierce glare at the waitress, pondering whether this embarrassing spectacle would have occurred had she not been there to stoke the flames. At that moment, he resolved that once the banquet concluded, he would certainly pursue the waitress, not just to engage her, but to do so in the most humiliating ways imaginable. It was Chun Nan who came to his rescue, disdain dripping from his voice. "Mr. Song, what is so appealing about a free-range chicken? I propose we indulge in some snow chicken, a renowned delicacy known for its nourishing properties and esteemed reputation as a divine bird. How about we sample that?" I. Song Changkai, flustered and furious, nearly spat blood in frustration. He turned to the waitress with a fierce glare. "Do you have that?" This waitress was quite the specimen herself, seemingly oblivious to the undertones of the situation, perhaps dazed by Song Changkai's humor. She tidied her hair and, donning a professional smile, replied, "Mr. Song, it is unfortunate, but due to Mayor Hao's impending visit, we just received one. However, since it is your request, I shall inform the procurement team to arrange for a few more to be airlifted. This one will be reserved for you. Does that satisfy you, Mr. Song?" "Delighted? You've just insulted the neighbors." Song Changkai cursed inwardly, thinking how this woman, who often appeared rather dim-witted, seemed to possess an uncanny memory today. Yet, being Mr. Song, he wore a facade of delight, despite his murky thoughts. "Yes, that will suffice. Since you have it, please bring it to us. As for Mayor Hao, he can wait a couple of days. I am certain he will oblige." Nalan Ruofei and her sister exchanged knowing glances, their smiles hinting at their shared understanding. They recognized that Song Changkai was now thoroughly exposed, having lost all pretense of composure. The snow chicken, also known as the pale-bellied snow chicken, inhabits the snow line of lofty mountains at altitudes of around 4,000 meters. Due to its rarity, it is revered by Tibetan locals as a divine creature. Transporting it from the vast western regions to the coastal metropolis is no small feat, nor is it inexpensive. Chun Nan's desire for such a dish surely irked Song Changkai. Chun Nan glanced at his wife and then at his sister-in-law, chuckling softly. "When the snow chicken arrives, be sure to indulge. It's excellent for nourishment and alleviating menstrual discomfort," he proclaimed with a flourish. The two sisters simultaneously reached out and pinched him sharply at his waist, provoking a mix of envy and irritation in Song Changkai. Seeing this man bask in the company of two women only fueled his resentment. How lowly must one be to curry favor with his wife and sister-in-law in such a fashion? What further vexed him was the unsettling realization that the sisters seemed to enjoy this dynamic. After Nalan Shiyu pinched Chun Nan, she couldn't help but worry about how Song Changkai would make him squirm. She knew he was familiar with gourmet dishes, but did he understand fine wines? This man hardly seemed to possess any discernible taste. "Mr. Song, I truly cannot handle my liquor. I think I shall forego the red wine." Nalan Shiyu excused herself, anxious for Chun Nan's potential embarrassment. "This bottle was specially reserved for you sisters. You must at least sample it. The joy of fine wine and beautiful women is a true delight in life. Wouldn't you agree, Ruofei?" Nalan Ruofei, undeterred and somewhat eager for mischief, waved her hand and declared, "Then let it be served." At that moment, Song Changkai contemplated that if he could not win over Nalan Shiyu, securing Nalan Ruofei would suffice. However, taking control of the Donghuan group would not be so simple, considering Nalan Shiyu was the chairperson, holding the largest share. To possess only Nalan Ruofei would be far from sufficient. Song Changkai clapped his hands, and a waitress brought over a bottle of red wine along with 4 elegant glasses. Placing them on the table, Song Changkai even stood to place a glass in front of Chun Nan, feigning a congenial smile. "Mr. Chun, I have reserved this exquisite bottle for Shiyu. You are aware that there are many counterfeit wines on the market, so I hope you can discern its authenticity." Chapter 90. Elegant nobility. Song Changkai's words were grandiloquent, yet they concealed a test for Chun Nan. Should Chun Nan fail to identify the wine's quality, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed, providing an opportunity for Nalan Shiyu to lose face as well. "Ah, a renowned wine? If that is the case, I shall certainly partake." Chun Nan assumed an air of lofty wisdom, lifting the glass delicately with 3 fingers. The waitress, discerning his intent, poured a modest amount into the glass. And all eyes in the private room turned toward Chun Nan. Nayland Ruafe observed her brother-in-law with keen interest, pondering whether this car wash attendant would offer her any further surprises. Recalling Chun Nan's bold demeanor in the classroom, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Nayland Shiyu felt a knot of anxiety tighten in her throat. After all, he was merely a car wash attendant. Could he truly appreciate such a fine vintage? This time, it seemed embarrassment was inevitable. Despite their shared appearance and circumstances, the sisters held contrasting sentiments. Chun Nan glanced at his wife, a soft gaze passing between them. He gently swirled the wine in his glass, bringing it close to his nose for a delicate sniff. Then, tilting the glass, he allowed a small sip to touch his lips, savoring the flavor. Although his actions appeared somewhat comical, as the head of a major corporation, Nayland Shiyu was no stranger to wine, especially red wine. Having reviewed Chun Nan's resume, she relaxed as she observed him, realizing she had nearly forgotten that he was, after all, an expatriate returning from the United States. Surely, he had indulged in wine before, though whether he was familiar with such top-tier selections remained uncertain. Yet, given his cunning nature, he likely had a strategy to handle the situation. After sampling the wine, Chun Nan did not rush to speak. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Song Changkai, a smirk dancing on his lips. "Mr. Song, as the CEO of your company, surely you can discern the authenticity of this wine?" Faced with Chun Nan's scornful gaze, Song Changkai felt a flush of embarrassment. If he admitted ignorance, and Chun Nan proceeded to unveil the wine's origin, it would be a public humiliation. Yet, if Chun Nan truly lacked knowledge, how could he contrive to undermine him? Song Changkai had been closely observing Chun Nan, and based on his earlier demeanor, he believed that if Chun Nan truly knew the wine's background, he would have already boasted about it. A car wash attendant would hardly maintain such composure, he reasoned. Since Chun Nan presumably did not know, Song Changkai resolved to keep his own knowledge concealed, waiting for Chun Nan to falter before he would step in to save face. Thus, Song Changkai donned a mask of humility, smiling, "Forgive my ignorance, Mr. Chun. I would greatly appreciate your guidance." Inwardly, he was calculating his strategy. The more courteous he appeared, the greater the potential embarrassment for Chun Nan if he failed to recognize the wine. Since Mr. Song is unaware, allow me to enlighten you." Chun Nan adopted a lofty demeanor, his eyes glinting with open disdain, causing Song Changkai's face to twitch. Before the two beautiful sisters, the CEO of one of the top 5 companies in Huai found himself looked down upon by a mere car wash attendant, a most humiliating predicament. Yet, with matters having reached this point, he had no choice but to continue the charade, feigning admiration. "Mr. Chun, please enlighten me. I am all ears." "Very well." Chun Nan nodded, his demeanor shifting to one of refined composure as he continued. "Since Mr. Song does not recognize it, I shall share a few insights." Seeing his earnest expression, even Nayland Shiyu felt an increased sense of anticipation for his forthcoming words. Chun Nan rose to his feet, delicately lifting the wine glass with 3 fingers, moving towards Song Changkai like a French aristocrat. He presented the cup before him and said leisurely, "Though the name Pomerol is renowned, its taste varies significantly. The Pomerol wines from different regions exhibit subtle distinctions. The southern varieties are richer and possess a higher alcohol content, while those from the north are lighter and offer a silky mouthfeel." He then sauntered slowly to his sister-in-law, gazing in her almond-shaped eyes that sparkled with laughter, and remarked, "The deep crimson and purplish hues resemble the color of rubies, and the purple sheen evokes Victor Hugo's words. It is the battle between day and night. The aromas of mulberries, blueberries, and perhaps even chestnuts, cherry pits, and ripe plums create a delightful bouquet. As time passes, it is not surprising that the wine's fragrance evolves spontaneously. Mature wines often lean towards notes of leather, chocolate, and pepper. Such wines require a longer aging period to fully reveal their complexities." Giggling softly, Nayland Ruafe observed her brother-in-law's serious demeanor, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes shimmering with amusement, thinking how amusing he truly was. Yet, Chun Nan did not linger before her. He circumvented Nayland Ruafe and approached Nayland Shiyu, stating earnestly, "The optimal pairing for Pomerol wine is with game meats, as its tannins are robust. Stewed or roasted game, whether furred or feathered, is an indispensable companion to this wine. Cuts of beef, lamb, or poultry prepared in red wine with onions harmonized splendidly with the wine's dense tannin structure and concentrated aroma. Of course, it also pairs beautifully with well-aged cheeses such as. Chun Nan smiled nonchalantly, fluently uttering in French, "es" or "sinti." After that, he strode past Nailan Shiyu, returning to his seat, and courteously nodded at a few individuals. Observing his graceful demeanor and listening to his impeccable French, everyone was momentarily entranced. At that moment, this refined yet wild man was no longer the gluttonous rogue, but a noble French gentleman, erudite and engaging. Following this revelation, Song Chankai felt a pang in his heart. Realizing he might be outmatched, he had not anticipated the depth of Chun Nan's cultural refinement and insights, which seemed as unfathomable as the ocean. Finally, Chun Nan offered a slight nod to everyone, concluding with a smile, "This bottle of wine is light on the palate, silky upon the tongue, likely produced in northern France. However, its quality cannot be deemed top tier, merely an ordinary Bordeaux." The room fell silent as the waitress gazed at Chun Nan with lingering admiration, having been thoroughly captivated by him in just a few minutes. Even Nailan Ruofei looked at her brother-in-law with starry eyes, thinking how perceptive her sister was to have unearthed such a gem from a car wash attendant. Nailan Shiyu, on the other hand, found herself increasingly perplexed by this man, who oscillated between arrogance, humor, and gentlemanly grace, drawing her from initial disdain to profound interest. She had not expected Mr. Chun to possess such a profound understanding of French culture. Feeling enlightened, she thought, "Since we have discerned the authenticity, let us raise a toast together. Pour the wine." Song Chankai gestured to the still enraptured waitress, attempting to mask his prior embarrassment. Having already dealt this man a blow to his pride, Chun Nan was disinclined to dwell on it, raising his glass towards his wife and clinking it with his sister-in-laws. After tasting the wine, he began to indulge heartily, transforming in mere moments from a French gentleman back into a commoner, his manner of eating reminiscent of a refugee returning from Africa. Nearby, Nailan Ruofei was so engrossed in watching her brother-in-law that she forgot to sip her red wine. Nailan Shiyu opened her delicate lips, gently tasting the wine before daintily taking a small piece of snow chicken and chewing it gracefully, maintaining an air of elegance and restraint. Although her sister's demeanor was more composed, Nailan Ruofei still exhibited a graceful charm, embodying the essence of beauty. In contrast, Song Chankai's table manners mirrored his temperament, cultured and refined, while Chun Nan's gluttonous behavior appeared shockingly uncouth. Chun Nan scooped a spoonful of tiger whip soup and offered it to Nailan Shiyu, saying, "Here, have some soup, my dear. It's nourishing, enhances beauty, and boosts vitality." Poof! Initially touched by his thoughtfulness, Nailan Shiyu almost spat out her food upon hearing the latter part, her cheeks flushing as she shot him a reproachful glance. "No, I don't like that. What a waste. For your well-being, I must partake." Chun Nan gulped down the soup. Hearing his words, Nailan Shiyu's face reddened even further, while Nailan Ruofei remained silent, amused by her sister's usual poise, now compromised by her brother-in-law's antics. "How did my sister end up with such a peculiar character?" she mused, wondering if they complemented each other. As thoughts of the tiger whip's virility crossed her mind, Song Chankai felt a pang of anxiety, imagining the Ice Queen, known as the first beauty of Huhai, yielding to this car wash attendant. The very notion of her sighing and moaning beneath someone who had consumed tiger whip made him contemplate jumping off a building. Yet, Chun Nan persisted in his disregard for Song Chankai, offering Nailan Shiyu a piece of bear paw, saying, "This is harmless. You're so slender. You should eat more. Besides, it's not our money." The miserly persona returned. Nailan Shiyu finally understood why he consumed food with such fervor. It was all free. At this moment, she was convinced that if one were to trace Chun Nan's family lineage, his father or grandfather might well be a miser like Grellet. Sighing softly, she thought how his profound understanding of wine culture was overshadowed by his absurdly gluttonous behavior. Otherwise, marrying him might not be so bad. Realizing this, Nailan Shiyu's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. How could she possibly develop feelings for a car wash attendant? Had she truly fallen for someone of such humble stature? It seemed utterly absurd. "Shiyu, are you really married to him?" Noticing the ambiguous exchange between the two, Nailan Shiyu presented an adorably shy demeanor before Chun Nan, causing Song Chankai to question his judgment. "Surely if they're not married, are they cohabitating? Have you not seen how tenderly she treats me? She'll still call me dear brother tonight, after all the tiger whip I've consumed." "Ah, Ruofei, why are you pinching me?" Even though Nalan Ruafe was generally extroverted, witnessing her sister's bashfulness before her brother-in-law left her speechless, prompting her to pinch Chun Nan sharply to rein him in. Nalan Shiyu recognized Chun Nan was merely acting, intent on making Song Changkai utterly disheartened. She shot him a playful glare before turning to Song Changkai and asserting, "Since he is my husband, of course, we are married." Realizing they were performing, and to mask the awkwardness, Nalan Shiyu quickly lifted her glass of red wine and took a sip, her heart racing, her face growing increasingly flushed. Internally, she scolded herself. "Nalan Shiyu, you have been led astray by this rogue. When did you become so brazen?" Her bashfulness rendered her cheeks a radiant crimson, both pure and alluring, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, captivating Song Changkai, who was left entranced. Consequently, his animosity towards Chun Nan only intensified, as he never anticipated the two would audaciously perform before him with such seamless coordination. "Congratulations to both of you." Song Changkai raised his glass towards the pair, his veins bulging with rage, his pallor stark, yet his lips curled into an elegant smile. "Mr. Song is too courteous. I have long wished to treat my wife and sister-in-law to a grand meal, but my lack of funds has hindered me. Today, with Mr. Song graciously treating us to such a feast, my wish has been fulfilled, and I am truly moved. All is encapsulated in this wine." The implication was clear. While he treated their wives to dinner, Song Changkai was merely a foolish man paying for the extravagant meal. With that, Chun Nan downed his drink in one gulp, appearing genuinely grateful. Song Changkai's face twitched as he endeavored to maintain an air of elegance, forcing a smile as he said, "Mr. Chun, you jest too much. Whether it is to celebrate our collaboration or to congratulate your marriage, I ought to fulfill my duties as a host. Please excuse me for a moment." He refrained from pursuing the topic further, wary that a slip of the tongue might lead to more embarrassing revelations, especially concerning extravagant delicacies. Money was not the primary concern. Rather, it was the thought of indulging in such invigorating fare that would leave this fellow brimming with energy that night. If they were indeed to marry, alas, one must ensure that good cabbage does not fall prey to swine. Once outside, Song Changkai summoned the bodyguard at the door with a gesture. "Zheng Biao, please make the necessary arrangements." After suffering a loss of face before the sisters, he was determined to prevent his beloved goddess from being inadvertently ravaged by that well-fed ruffian. He had already resolved to ensure Chun Nan would be left incapable of self-sufficiency for the remainder of his life. Following a lavish dinner, Chun Nan, satiated, had taken full advantage of having such an extraordinary brother-in-law, while Nalan Ruafe had also partaken heartily. Chun Nan grasped Song Changkai's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Though Song Changkai was seething inside, his face bore a facade of congeniality. The sisters elegantly dabbed at their lips with napkins. Nalan Shiyu remarked, "Mr. Song, let us conclude our meeting here. We can discuss the collaboration at any time over the phone." "Very well, Shiyu. Shall I see you off?" Song Changkai feigned sincerity. "I am her husband. It would be inappropriate to trouble Mr. Song." Chun Nan chuckled, his tone laden with innuendo. "After consuming such invigorating delicacies tonight, I shall be quite spirited, especially with that tiger whip and snake gall. I am certain that when we return, our dear Shiyu will be at a loss for how to address her esteemed brother." The sisters' faces flushed, each playfully pinching his waist. Nalan Ruafe thought to herself, had he not claimed to have issues in that regard? Yet here he was, boasting all evening. It appeared that there was indeed a matter between him and her sister. "In that case, I shall not see you off. Travel safely, ladies. And Chun, you must ensure your driver maintains control and keeps them safe." Of course. As they exited the private room, the sisters each took hold of Chun Nan's arm. Song Changkai observed this with a mix of envy and fury, his body trembling with suppressed rage. He turned to the bodyguard. "Zheng Biao, are the arrangements in place?" "Young master, rest assured. However, I still do not quite understand. Given your status, what woman could you not have? Why go to such lengths for Nalan Shiyu, allowing yourself to be vexed?" Song Changkai shook his head. "Zheng Biao, you have been with me long enough to know that your mind is as rigid as a wooden plank. Can Nalan Shiyu be compared to mere frivolous women? Besides, do you truly think I am merely enamored with a woman? If it were simply a matter of beauty, capturing Nalan Ruafe would be equally easy." "Yes, I see. My ignorance is evident." Song Changkai dismissed him, slamming the door shut, and beckoned a nearby waitress, pulling her roughly towards the table and reaching beneath her skirt. "Young master, what are you doing?" The waitress struggled desperately, bewildered by the sudden transformation of the previously suave young man into a ravenous wolf. What does it look like? I'm going to have my fun with you. The thought of the waitress's earlier encouragement ignited Song Chang-kai's fury, and he had resolved to take his pleasure. Young master, I do not sell myself. Please, let me go. The waitress remained defiant, her spirit unyielding. With a sharp motion, Song Chang-kai threw a wad of cash at her face. Is this enough for a night of your services? As the bills fluttered, the waitress's resolve crumbled, and she stammered, enough. It's enough. Without further prompting, she complied, bending over the table. A muffled groan of pain escaped her as she gripped the tablecloth tightly, inadvertently shattering a nearby dish, which scattered into fragments, creating a cacophony of destruction. Hearing the waitress's cries, Zheng Biao seethed with indignation. Damn it, the wealthy think they can toy with anyone they please. I have to shell out $200 for a girl. It's utterly unfair. Cursing under his breath, Zheng Biao descended the stairs, eager to witness the commotion outside. Meanwhile, Chen Nan was escorted by the sisters to the lobby, glancing towards the restroom, where everything appeared calm, as if nothing had transpired, a testament to the agent's efficient cleanup. Once outside the hotel, in the plaza, the sisters released Chen Nan, striding towards a nearby Hennessy. At that moment, a group of inebriated men staggered over. Hey, these two beauties must be twins. What a pair of gems. My eyes are dazzled. The men gazed at the Nayland sisters with gleaming eyes, and as they passed Nayland Ruofei, the leader reached out to grab her backside. What a round behind. Let me have a feel. Nayland Ruofei's delicate features hardened, and before his hand could make contact, she delivered a precise and forceful kick, her high heel connecting with his groin. The man howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching himself in pain. The others, witnessing this, erupted in anger. How dare you hit third brother? Let's teach her a lesson. The drunken bravado instantly returned, and they surged forward. Nayland Ruofei, having caught them off guard, now found herself feeling anxious and quickly retreated behind Chen Nan. Who are you? This is a lawful society. If you dare to act recklessly, I will have you all arrested with a single phone call. Nayland Shiyu stood resolutely, her expression fierce as she reprimanded the ruffians, an invisible pressure emanating from her, showcasing her commanding presence as a businesswoman. Nayland Shiyu stood tall, her icy demeanor akin to a celestial being descended to earth. Impervious to defilement, the unspoken authority halted the ruffians in their tracks, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for action. Damn it, she ruined my manhood. What is there to be afraid of? Let us go. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. The man who had been kicked shouted hoarsely. Right. She struck third brother. We can't let this slide. What is there to fear from a girl? Let us get her. The group advanced again, faced with a rowdy and aggressive mob. Nayland Shiyu felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. Calling for help felt futile. Just as panic set in, a strong hand rested on her shoulder, shielding her from view. Wife, do you really need to step in to deal with these petty thieves? Let me handle it. At the moment that hand rested firmly, Nayland Shiyu felt an inexplicable calm wash over her, as if she had found a pillar of support. Be careful, she replied softly. In the face of these vicious ruffians, the fact that this man stood up for her at such a critical moment filled Nayland Shiyu with warmth. Seeing Chen Nan step forward, the gang regained their confidence. This was precisely who they wanted to confront. If Nayland Shiyu had remained in front, they would have hesitated to strike. But now, they were emboldened, revealing their true aggression as they charged at him. Hey, no fighting allowed here. As a star-rated hotel, several security personnel wielding batons rushed over upon noticing the commotion. Though the ruffians were fierce, this establishment was owned by powerful figures, and they knew better than to engage openly here, caught in a bind. Seeing the situation, Chen Nan suddenly smiled. Gentlemen, I would like to have a word with you. Let us head to the back of the hotel for a private discussion. It's quieter there, and no one will bother us. The ruffians paused in confusion, and the one still on the ground quickly reacted, thinking to himself that heaven had paved the way for him. You're coming right to us? Perfect. Just apologize to the girls, and we'll let this slide. Absolutely. Chen Nan responded earnestly, glancing back at the sisters. Wife, Ruofei, please wait for me in the car. Brother-in-law, Nayland Ruofei and her sister exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, was he truly foolish enough to approach them when it was clear they intended to harm him? There is no need for concern. My brothers have all assured me that it is merely a discussion. These are seasoned figures of the underworld, men of their word, trustworthy individuals of great integrity. Rest assured, having said this, Chun Nan took the initiative to embrace the shoulders of two ruffians, walking with an air of camaraderie towards the rear of the hotel. Sister, do you think my husband has a few screws loose? Nalan Shiryu furrowed her brows. For although Chun Nan could catch an egg with his bare hands, she did not believe he could overpower a few formidable thugs. As the two sisters hesitated, a series of thuds resonated from behind the hotel, echoing like the beat of a drum. Nalan Shiryu's expression changed instantly, realizing that Chun Nan was undoubtedly being beaten. Though she felt little fondness for him, he was still her nominal husband. Without a second thought for her own vulnerability, the two sisters dashed towards the back of the hotel. However, just as they were about to turn the corner, they spotted Chun Nan casually strolling towards them, a cigarette dangling from his lips, appearing completely unfazed. Wife, Ruofei, where are you headed? He inquired. You're unharmed? Nalan Shiryu looked at Chun Nan in disbelief, having distinctly heard the sounds of a scuffle. Surely, she must have misheard. Nalan Ruofei circled her brother-in-law twice, nodding at her sister. Indeed, there are no visible signs of him being harmed. Could it be an internal injury? Internal injury. My foot. Chun Nan playfully flicked her delicate nose and chuckled. I told you it was merely a discussion. Why would they be so dishonorable as to resort to violence? Let me assure you, ruffians are often more trustworthy than those hypocritical businessmen. Stop poking at her nose. After all, she is a young lady. Nalan Ruofei stepped back, casting a disapproving glance at her brother-in-law. Yet Nalan Shiryu furrowed her brow further, sensing something amiss. Was she not a merchant herself? This fellow was indirectly criticizing her. Seeing that he appeared genuinely unharmed, she replied coolly, since the matter has been resolved, let us return. Was my kick in vain? How could ruffians ever concede? Nalan Ruofei, clad in high heels, had delivered a rather forceful kick, and she found it hard to believe that they would relent. As they prepared to leave, she hurriedly approached a corner to observe the scene behind her. There, in the open space behind the hotel, lay 6 or 7 ruffians, bruised and battered, groaning in agony on the ground. Nalan Ruofei finally comprehended that the earlier sounds had not been Chun Nan being attacked, but rather him administering the beating. Displaying her fierce demeanor, she strode up and kicked the leader of the ruffians on the backside, then pointed at the others. Today was merely a light punishment. Should you dare to harass me again, I shall ensure your undoing. Do you hear me? With Chun Nan backing her, the younger sister felt fearless. We will never dare again. Please spare us. The ruffians bowed low, their demeanor exceedingly humble. Observing their pitiful state brought immense satisfaction to Nalan Ruofei. With a casual wave of her hand, she commanded Scram, I do not wish to see you again. Her movements were effortless and graceful, exuding an air of fierce elegance akin to a chivalrous heroine who appeared and vanished like a shadow in the night. Yes, yes. The ruffians helped one another, limping away. Nalan Ruofei caught up with Chun Nan and her sister, giggling as she whispered a few words in her sister's ear. Nalan Shiryu looked at Chun Nan with astonishment, realizing that he was indeed impressive. A mere car wash attendant could not possibly defeat 6 or 7 ruffians single-handedly. Wife, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Who will want to look at you? Nalan Shiryu pouted, adopting an air of elegance as she climbed into the car with Nalan Ruofei. As Chun Nan started the vehicle, both sisters regarded him with curious glances, with Nalan Ruofei occasionally whispering to her sister. Today, whether at the hotel or during the scuffle with the ruffians, their perceptions of Chun Nan had been completely transformed. To think that someone of his humble background could make a prominent CEO of Hu Hai Lu's face, was that even conceivable? Zheng Biao had intended to witness the spectacle of Chun Nan being thoroughly beaten, but as he stepped out of the hotel, he was greeted by the sight of several of his men limping, supporting one another as they approached, and he erupted in fury. Who did this? How could you 7 be reduced to this state? Biaoge, it was that car wash attendant. One of the ruffians lamented. Zheng Biao stared in shock, finally realizing he had misjudged the situation. After a moment of stunned silence, he clenched his fist, vowing, rest assured, I will avenge you at the first opportunity. Upon returning to the villa, Nalan Shiryu immediately retreated to her study to resume her work. Chun Nan took a shower and, feeling rather energetic from the day's indulgences, lay on the bed wrapped in a towel, contemplating seeking out his wife. However, recalling her cold demeanor, he decided against it. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle tapping at the door startled Chun Nan for a moment before he called out, come in. The door swung open to reveal a beautiful woman, fresh from her bath, gliding into the room. She donned a bathrobe, and due to her recent shower, droplets of water glistened in her hair, complementing her delicate and rosy complexion. She stood poised, akin to a radiant lotus emerging from the water. Gazing at this enchanting figure, Chun Nan was momentarily entranced, his first thought being whether this was Nalan Shiryu or his sister-in-law. The beauty before him exuded an air of modest elegance, her beauty both grand and restrained, reminiscent of Nalan Shiryu rather than the mischievous younger sister. Yet the question arose, if she were indeed his wife, why would she don such alluring attire and enter his room? Such behavior was uncharacteristic of her. Conversely, if it were his sister-in-law, what reason had she to come into his room post-bath, presenting herself with such coyness? Recalling the incident where his sister-in-law had been forced out of the villa, as well as her piercing scream upon discovering him in the shower, Chun Nan was certain she would not enter to seduce him. Upon noticing Chun Nan in a bathrobe, the beauty grew even more bashful, a rosy hue blooming on her delicate face, enhancing her grace and charm. This was indeed the beauty that only Nalan Shiryu could embody. Could it truly be his wife? Had she come to terms with the notion of sharing a bed? Chun Nan quickly sat up, his gaze fixated on the stunning figure before him, and asked, "Is it Shiryu or Ruo Fei?" The captivating beauty remained silent, her cheeks flushed as she approached Chun Nan, hesitating briefly before sitting on one of his legs. Not in his lap, but nonetheless enough to send a thrill through him. Even in this modest position, it was more than enough to excite Chun Nan, who had consumed ample vitality-boosting supplements that day and was seeking an outlet for his excess energy. He never anticipated that his wife would be so understanding, taking the initiative to present herself to him. With a playful grin, he placed his hand gently on her graceful waist and asked, "Wife, have you come to a decision? Do you wish to share a bed with me?" The beauty on his leg lowered her head in shyness, remaining silent. The sweet scent unique to young women enveloped him, and her fragrant hair brushed against his cheek, stirring his heart. Breathing in the enchanting aroma of his wife, he asked, "Why are you not speaking? Do you plan to stay here tonight?" Nalan Shiryu, overwhelmed with bashfulness, nodded softly, leaning slightly closer to Chun Nan. Sensing her proximity, Chun Nan felt a surge of desire, and Nalan Shiryu instinctively shifted her curvaceous form away. Noticing her reaction, Chun Nan chuckled, "Wife, since you desire it, let us proceed. There is no need to hide." With that, he suddenly flipped her onto the bed, positioning himself above her, hands braced on either side of her body. Gazing down at her with a mischievous grin, "Wife, do you truly wish for this? I must warn you, your husband is quite formidable. Do not expect mercy." Chapter 094. Chun Nan, the robust aura of the man enveloped the air, causing the beauty beneath him to blush even more, her desire to speak faltering. With a delicate neck and rosy cheeks, she appeared utterly bashful, half closing her alluring eyes as her long lashes fluttered. Her enchanting demeanor captivated Chun Nan to the core, igniting a fervor within him that made him yearn to seize her immediately. Yet he refrained, awaiting confirmation from his wife, who remained silent, merely shy. In no time, she became so bashful that she covered her eyes, stealing glances at Chun Nan from between her fingers, only to hastily shut them again in embarrassment. This act further stoked the flames of desire in Chun Nan's heart. He chuckled, "Wife, since you choose to remain silent, I shall take it as your tacit approval. Let us commence." With that, Chun Nan feigned the intent to descend upon her, prompting the lovely woman below to suddenly close her eyes tightly. Pushing against his chest with force, softly exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, please don't. I am Ruo Fei." Chun Nan smirked. "I knew you were Ruo Fei. If you weren't, I would have taken you down long ago. Are you trying to play a prank on your brother-in-law?" Rising from his position, his body remained suspended, not pressing upon Nalan Ruo Fei. The teasing only intensified his desire, so he stepped aside, lit a cigarette, and took a slow drag, attempting to quell the rising heat within him. Seeing her brother-in-law step away, Nalan Ruo Fei quickly got up, hastily arranging her hair, and soon resumed her willful demeanor. Hands on her hips, glaring at Chun Nan. "You didn't say you were, that. Wasn't your spirit quite high just now? Were you trying to deceive me?" Chun Nan suddenly understood. His sister-in-law had doubted the authenticity of his marriage to her sister and had come to test him. The thought of his frustration bubbled within him. "If I were to give in to temptation and take you, who would you complain to? Besides, it was you who lured me in. If anything were to happen, you couldn't wash away the blame even if you jumped into the Yellow River." Taking another drag from his cigarette, he chuckled awkwardly, "Ruo Fei, your method is rather unwise. How could you test your brother-in-law in such a manner? This is quite dangerous. Don't you know? I don't care. I know you are in a fake marriage, and I will tell my sister. Nalan Ruo-Fei flashed a cunning smile, pleased with her successful scheme, completely oblivious to the potential consequences should her brother-in-law lose control. With a playful wiggle of her round backside, she strutted out of the room. Is this what a teacher looks like? Truly an exceptional specimen, capable of such schemes. Chun Nan felt speechless. The matter of the fake marriage would be clarified by Nalan Shiryu, and he need not concern himself with it. However, the allure of Nalan Ruo-Fei had ignited a fire within him that was decidedly uncomfortable. The following morning, upon rising, Chun Nan noticed the absence of his sister-in-law, likely still indulging in slumber. To prevent her from pestering him for a ride to school, he skipped breakfast and headed straight to the office. He purchased a bag of crispy rice, 2 bags of steamed buns, and 2 cups of soy milk before leisurely entering the public relations department. Chun Nan, you're quite early today. Director Su Kai was strolling about the PR department, hands behind his back, his small eyes darting toward the bosoms of the female staff. He was conversing with Tang Lily when he noticed Chun Nan's arrival and greeted him. Director Su, in charge of human resources and attendance, was often the bane of many female employees, as they sought to arrive late and leave early, hoping to charm him to avoid being penalized. Despite their disdain for his lecherous nature, previously, the PR department had only one male employee, Yu Guan, whose inadequate appearance made it easy for Director Su to thrive here, frequently roaming about. Consequently, he had taken an immediate dislike to Chun Nan, often reporting his tardiness and lackadaisical work ethic in hopes of getting him fired. However, each time he brought his grievances to Assistant Mu Rong, they seemed to vanish without a trace. Director Su realized that Chun Nan must have some backing to endure in the company, as he could easily be dismissed with a single word from him. Thus, despite his underlying resentment, he adopted a more respectful facade towards Chun Nan. Good morning, Director Su. Chun Nan greeted him before proceeding to his seat, recognizing the authority he held in the company, deeming it unnecessary to engage in conflict. Morning, Nan Ge. Tang Lily looked up and flashed a radiant smile at Chun Nan. Her graceful and elegant demeanor marked her as a true lady, making it difficult to associate her with any unsavory conduct. Upon seeing Tang Lily, Chun Nan recalled the incident in the restroom where she had flirted with him, thinking to himself that this woman indeed possessed an innate charm. Unaware of the underlying truths, who would suspect her to be so coy? This only further illustrated her exceptional nature, capable of navigating both high society and intimate affairs, which explained how she had ensnared a wealthy man. Reflecting on the day, she had shown sympathy for Qiao Shishir and escorted her home. Chun Nan held a favorable impression of her and nodded in acknowledgement as he returned to his seat. After Chun Nan settled in, Director Su took a seat beside Tang Lily, attempting to strike up a conversation, his lecherous eyes frequently darting toward her ample bosom. Rumor had it that Director Su's wife worked in the finance department, so despite his lascivious tendencies, he dared not be too brazen, often trying to flirt with female employees in hopes of uncovering any vulnerabilities. Through observation, he had discerned that Tang Lily, who appeared demure and reserved on the surface, was, in fact, quite flirtatious. With her impending marriage, Director Su harbored hopes of engaging in something more with her. However, the usually composed Tang Lily exhibited a particularly sharp tongue today, showing no mercy as she deftly dismissed Director Su from the PR department. The female employees could not help but marvel. Marrying a wealthy man indeed made a difference. Normally unresponsive to Director Su's advances, Tang Lily had today displayed an assertiveness that left everyone taken aback. The ladies shared laughter, discussing various office scandals, speculating which manager had been involved with which employee. Only the most beautiful girl in the PR department, Jean Xiangyu, remained silent, preparing some documents, possibly for a client meeting. As the others speculated, she might be closing a substantial deal worth hundreds of thousands. Chun, are you drinking soy milk? A melodious voice interrupted, as the alluring Li Lingyu sat opposite Chun Nan. Clad in a fitted vest and form-fitting skirt, her curves were captivating. The PR department was filled with striking women. Even those of average looks exuded an air of sophistication. As Chun Nan turned his head, he caught sight of Li Lingyu's slender, flawless legs, realizing she had opted not to wear stockings today, enhancing her allure. Indeed, Chun Nan replied with a smile, unable to resist the temptation of her enticing appearance. Brother Chun, I'd like some soy milk too. The enchanting woman spoke while playfully licking her lips, a gesture so seductive that it stirred Chun Nan's heart. Prompting him to smile, what? Sister you, do you often drink soy milk? Yes, I do. Especially in the morning. The aroma of soy milk is simply delightful. Smooth and rich. Li Lingyu responded, deliberately stretching her shapely thighs forward. Damn, this girl is lethal. After indulging in such rich nourishment yesterday, Chen Nan felt a pent-up desire that was becoming increasingly difficult to contain, and her sultry movements nearly overwhelmed him. Gazing at her tantalizing expression, he couldn't help but imagine her lips adorned with a few drops of creamy liquid, thinking that this beautiful woman was inherently a seductress in the bedroom. Yet, judging by her expression, she seemed slightly unsatisfied, brazenly sitting with her legs apart before him. Wasn't this a blatant invitation? Doesn't your husband ever share his soy milk with you? Chen Nan asked involuntarily. I don't want my husband's soy milk. I only want yours. The alluring woman pouted, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Nan while displaying a flirtatious smile. Holy hell, are you trying to drive me mad? You want to drink my soy milk? Are you feigning ignorance or truly naive? If it were a young girl, Chen Nan might believe it, but for this woman in her late 20s, he found it hard to accept. His desire ignited. He suddenly reached out, placing a firm hand on her smooth knee. Ah! Li Lingyu's thigh quivered, her alluring smile instantly frozen on her face. She had perceived Chen Nan as rather earnest, and, emboldened by her status as the wife of a prominent figure, she sought to tease him for amusement. Little did she anticipate that Chen Nan would be so audacious as to touch her. A wave of tingling sensations rendered the beautiful woman momentarily paralyzed. The roughness of his large hand evoked a delightful, intoxicating feeling, causing a quivering sigh to escape from the depths of her throat. The weight of his hand jolted Li Lingyu back to reality. This was, after all, within the confines of the company, and should anyone discover their actions, she would have no face left to remain there. No! Trembling, she extended her delicate, fair hand to press against Chen Nan's arm, her expression pleading, hoping he would cease. As she could no longer resist and could only beg, although there were employees around, due to Li Lingyu sitting directly opposite Chen Nan, their close proximity obscured their line of sight, leading others to assume they were merely engaged in conversation. Thus no one noticed. Chen Nan had been stirred by her allure and had only intended a slight reprimand. Upon witnessing her current state, he smiled faintly, withdrew his hand, and offered her a cup of soybean milk with a meaningful grin, saying, Sister you, here is my soybean milk. Do enjoy it. Oh! Li Lingyu surprisingly accepted the soybean milk, her cheeks flushed, and feeling weak, she lowered her head and returned to her seat. After a moment, Chen Nan glanced over, and indeed, she was drinking the soybean milk with her head bowed, her gaze vacant, lost in thought. The young wife of a prominent figure was truly extraordinary. If they were to engage intimately, it would undoubtedly be enthralling. Chen Nan shook his head with a smile, preparing to continue his research on talismans and formations. Just then, the chubby youth Yuguan piped up, Nango, come take a look at my new book. Ah! Chen Nan suddenly remembered that the chubby one was also a web writer. He wasn't entirely unfamiliar with the online scene, often passing the time scrolling through his phone while idle in the mercenary group. Chen Nan moved behind Guanping, who shifted his body slightly to allow Chen Nan to view his computer screen. The title read Rebirth of the Beautiful Team. Chen Nan glanced at the synopsis. Guan Xiaopeng had been reborn into the body of a useless individual, endowed with the ability to see through illusions and read minds, leading to an influx of beautiful women, doll-like girls, alluring teachers, and countless others. Guan Xiaopeng trained his women into a lethal beauty squad, unifying the underworld of China, striking Europe with fists and kicking North America, unifying the Pacific and reclaiming the Jiaoyu Islands. Let the entire universe tremble before me, Guan Xiaopeng declared. Not bad, quite imaginative. Have you signed a contract yet? Chen Nan inquired. I applied once with 50,000 words, but it was rejected. I'll try again with 100,000 words. Nango, if I get signed, you must reward me as the alliance leader. If my salary permits, I'll surely support you. That is hardly possible. Is it? You haven't done any business all day. How much salary can you expect? Guanping scoffed. In the office, Chi Wanning stood at the door, peering through the glass at Chen Nan. Seeing him chat with the young wife of a prominent figure one moment and banter with Guanping the next, she was instantly filled with indignation. Such a morally bankrupt person, wasting time in the company, was undoubtedly a tumor. This wouldn't do. She must discipline him. On one hand, it was to vent her frustrations and avenge the elevator incident, and on the other, to make him leave the company. Over the past few days, she had devised a plan to deal with Chun Nan. Stepping out of her office, she approached him and said, "Xiao Chun, come with me. We need to handle something outside." "Xiao Chun?" Chun Nan felt a bit overwhelmed, thinking to himself, "I'm not younger than you." Yet considering her position, he refrained from rebutting and followed Minister Qi out of the public relations department. "Minister Qi, what do you need me for?" "I'm taking you out to handle some business. Just follow me," Qi Wanting replied, leading the way to the elevator and descending into the garage. As the public relations minister of Donghuan Group, she was practically a white-collar elite, yet her vehicle was a modest yellow Ford, which seemed understated, though the exquisite model complemented her elegant demeanor well. Qi Wanting had Chun Nan sit in the passenger seat while she drove, not uttering a word as she started the engine and exited the garage. "Minister Qi, I've mentioned before that I'm not adept at business. Where exactly are you taking me?" Chun Nan observed Minister Qi's avant-garde aura and striking figure, recalling the earlier incident in the elevator, pondering that those in public relations were indeed exceptional, particularly this minister, whose poise and stature were remarkable. "As you wish, since at ISNT Business, our company has some outstanding payments that need collecting, and I'd like you to help with that," Qi Wanting stated nonchalantly, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. "Oh, I can manage collecting payments. It's merely a matter of retrieving money, after all. If I can't handle this, what good am I in public relations?" Chun Nan said confidently, believing it was simply a matter of running an errand to retrieve some funds. "Indeed," Qi Wanting, rarely smiling, responded in agreement, her eyes sparkling as she continued, "Actually, I find your words to be quite insightful. If you can't even collect a debt, do you really deserve to be a man? Perhaps you should just resign. Persisting here will only lead to disdain from others, don't you think?" Chun Nan thought to himself, "This sounds a bit off, as if she is trying to trap me. I was merely using it as a metaphor. I genuinely admire your abilities. After all, you're a Ritter from America, and I believe in your competence." Qi Wanting began weaving a web of persuasion around Chun Nan, step by step leading him into her trap.